of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour of the program brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Tuesday, 6th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh will be here for you live and local beginning at 5:30, taking you all the way up until 10 a.m. Their plan of attack is as follows. The Pick Six at 6. Top 6 sports stories of the day will be debated. Biggs time. Brad Biggs talking football with you. At 7 o'clock, Coach Dave Wanstead in studio for not one but two big segments beginning at 7:44. Make sure you check that out on our YouTube channel. 8:25, Talking Bears, Talking Chicago Sports with Jarrett Payton. 9 o'clock, Mike Florio. These guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. The Bears are going to be back at Halas Hall. After a day off, the players had the day off. They are hosting the Packers Saturday night. The game is at 7. You'll watch it on Fox. And right now, this game is a pick'em. The total down a bit to 46 per our friends over at Circus Sports. The NFL coaching carousel continues. Here are the openings: Arizona, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Cleveland, the New York Giants, and Tennessee. The NFL playoffs, of course, begin on Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 3 days of NFL playoffs. It starts with the Rams at the Carolina Panthers. This one's a 3:30 kick on Fox. Of course, the second game on Saturday, the Packers in town taking on the Bears, 7 o'clock on Fox. Sunday, a 3-pack of action beginning with Bills at the Jaguars, noon on CBS, followed by 49ers at Eagles, 3:30 on Fox. Sunday night football, Chargers at the Patriots. That one on NBC. And then Monday, it's the Texans at the Steelers. That one's on at 7 p.m. on ESPN or ABC. Last night, your Bulls fell in Boston to the Celtics, 115-100, and now 17-19 overall. Matas Buzela scoring 26 points to lead the Bulls. The Bulls did cut it to 106-96 on a Vooch three-pointer with 3:35 to play. Bulls didn't reach the 100-point mark in this game until over a minute left. The Bulls missed 20 of their first 23 attempts from beyond the arc. Kobe White off the bench, 25 minutes, 5 points, 1 for 5 from three-point distance. The Bulls will try to right the ship on Wednesday night in Detroit against the Pistons. That's a 5:45 pregame right here on 670 The Score. Don't forget to tune in tonight, starting at 6, for a special live playoff edition of the Take the North podcast with our buddies Mark Rohde and Dan Weeder. They'll be joined by Cole Kmet at 6:25, getting you set for Bears-Packers in the wild card round. Again, that's tonight, 6 to 8, right here on The Score and the free Odyssey app. Subscribe to the Take the North wherever you get your podcast. The Blackhawks back on the ice Wednesday. They'll host the Blues. It's an 8:30 puck drop. That game will be over on TNT. College football semifinals coming up on Thursday and Friday. Miami is a 3.5-point favorite Thursday night in the Fiesta Bowl, taking on Ole Miss. Oregon plays Indiana, who's a 4-point favorite Friday night in the Peach Bowl. Last night, down in Nashville, Tennessee, the FCS National Championship. Illinois State coming up just short versus Montana State in overtime, 35-34. An absolute wild second half. ISU had a game-winning field goal blocked and had an extra point blocked in overtime. Again, congratulations to Illinois State, who had a heck of a run, but coming up just a little bit short to Montana State in overtime, 35-34. Join The Score and Circus Sports Illinois this Friday. Real-time sports, Elk Grove Village, the place. Spiegel and Holmes be there live 2 to 6 for playoff football talk as Chicago prepares to take on another rematch with those Packers up in Green Bay. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. That's this Friday, 2 to 6. Real-time sports bar in Elk Grove Village. It's all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Again, if you just woke up, welcome to a Tuesday, 6th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh will be live and local for you beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m. And they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Pick 6 at 6, Brad Biggs at 7, Coach Dave Wadstedt, 2 segments beginning at 7:44, Jarrett Payton, 8:25, Mike Florio at 9. Those guests join you on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? You call the 1-833-PLUM 911. You'll get local 130 plumbers, and they'll get the job done right the very first time. Are you a local business owner or an employee of a local business? How would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 60 right here on The Score? Well, here's your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on the Score's broadcast, a Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And new this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Log on to 670thescore.com contest to enter now and learn more about all the details. The deadline to enter is January the 18th. Score Big for Your Business, sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. Bears players had Monday off. They're back up at Haugh Hall today prepping for the Packers. It's a Saturday night tilt. Game's going to kick at 7. You'll watch it on Fox. Right now the game is a pick'em. Total is 46 per our friends over at Circa. Let's take you up to Haugh Hall, where Ben Johnson met with the media virtually. And here, one of the themes, we talked about it on the Mully and Haugh show yesterday, how important is postseason experience?
Ben, obviously you've experienced the sort of intense survive and advance dynamics of the playoffs. How do you articulate for your team this week what those sort of entail?
You can try to describe it as much as you can, but until you go through it yourself firsthand, I think that's the best way to learn. I think we got a lot of veterans that have been here before, so they know what that's about, and they can certainly share those experiences with the younger guys. But my experience has been this is where the details and the fundamentals come out to the forefront. As simple as it is, it's the blocking, it's the tackling, it's the proper catching of the football, ball security, taking the ball away. It's all those little things that show up the most when the lights are the brightest.
Ben Johnson talking about playoff experience and how you just got to experience it to really understand how these games work. Ben Johnson yesterday had talked about a 4-game winning streak. That's what the Bears need to do if they want to win that big game out in Santa Clara. But here he's talking about trying to bounce back from a 2-game losing streak.
you've lost 2 games in a row before and you've rebounded from it. And I know early in the season you took the approach with that pretty intense Wednesday practice. You called out their championship caliber practice habits that they didn't have at this point yet. Can you pull back on anything from, I guess, going into week 3, knowing that it's a different part of the season, a new season? Is there anything you'll use from that experience to get them flushing the last 2 games?
No, I mean, we're a different team. I think the end of the regular season and the start of the postseason is just a natural new start. And so, I think early in the season, we didn't know who we were quite yet, and we were just in a race to improve. And that was really what the messaging was about. This is a little bit different because we're going to be on a short week against an opponent that we know really well. They know us, we know them. And so, yeah, it is a little bit of a different deal, but I expect these guys to come in tomorrow as we get going in our prep. And, it's a long season, early bye week and all that. And yet I expect them to come in and have a new sense of energy about them because I think it's going to feel a little bit different.
Well, tomorrow is today. Ben Johnson and the Bears players will reunite up at Haugh and get that prep going for the Packers, who come south of the Cheddar Curtain and take on the Bears at Soldier Field Saturday night, 7 o'clock kick. Another thing that's been an issue for the Bears is that slow start on offense. How do you get the switch flipped, if you will?
Hey, Ben, I know every game is its own entity. With some of the slow starts, how do you approach that this week? Obviously, every game you want to start fast, but especially home playoffs, considering the struggles you guys have had early on, how do you kind of attack that this week?
I don't think there's anything different. I trust the process that we put in. I'm not going to all of a sudden start changing up the calls. It's, we work all week on these things. We practice them, and we feel good about them going into the game. And so, I think it's just like anything that we've done all season long is if there's something that needs to be addressed, we bring it up, we make it a point of emphasis, and the guys usually do a really good job of finding a way to fix it.
Trust the process. That's Ben Johnson's approach as the Bears look to avoid another slow start on Saturday night against the Packers here at Soldier Field. Something that caught a lot of attention were the comments after the game on Sunday that the Bears used a simple game plan against the Lions. Ben Johnson was asked about that Monday afternoon.
You had said after the game yesterday when you talked to us that you had already made very clear to the offense your feelings on how things had gone. How was that received?
Fairly well. We'll see what it looks like here this week. That's really the end all be all is the response we'll get over the course of practice. These guys, they're pros. They know. I didn't tell them anything that they didn't already know. So we're capable of a lot on offense. The standard is very high, and when we as a unit feel like we've fallen short, we call it out, we address it, and we get better from it.
There he is, Ben Johnson, your Bears head coach. Don't forget to tune in tonight, starting at 6 for a special live playoff edition of the Take the North podcast with Mark Grody and Dan Weeder. They'll be joined by Cole Kmet, 6:25, getting you ready for Bears-Packers in that wild card round. That's tonight, 6 to 8, right here on The Score and the free Odyssey app. Subscribe to Take the North wherever you get your podcast. Let's take you north and go north of the Cheddar Curtain and hear from the head coach of the Packers, Matt LaFleur, about his team heading into the postseason on a 4-game losing streak.
I know you don't want to go into the playoffs with a 4-game losing streak. I know how that sounds. But what kind of vibe do you get from your guys?
I think our guys are excited. They're excited for the challenge. They're excited for the opportunity, and that's how we're going to attack it, and that's our mindset. Because right now, when you get to the postseason, everybody's 0-0. It's a clean slate. So we have an opportunity, and that's all you can ask for.
Obviously all year to get to the playoffs. Well, what gives you the confidence that you guys can make a run here?
I believe in that locker room. I believe in the talent that we have, the players that we have, how committed they are, how together they are, and I know the type of fight that we have as a football team.
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur has faith in the guys in his locker room that he'll bring south to take on the Bears Saturday night over at Soldier Field. It's a 7 o'clock kick, and you can catch that one on Fox. Right now the game is a pick'em. Total 46 per our friends over at Circa Sports. Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, a weekly contributor right here on The Score with the Spiegel and Holmes show. He thinks the NFC is wide open in the playoff round.
And I look at the NFC, I think there's a lot of teams with flaws. Like, I do think Seattle's the best team. They're going to be playing at home. Their defense is really, really good. I mean, championship-level defense and a solid offense. I don't think they're a great offense. I think they can be beaten. I think they're going to be in some low-scoring games, and so I think there's going to be some teams that might have a chance to beat them because they're not this high-flying offense. But I do think they're the best team on the NFC side when you look at the completeness of their team. I would have said the Rams a couple weeks ago. I did say the Rams a couple weeks ago, and I still think they're a good football team with great explosiveness and a lot of pieces on offense. But I don't think they've played as well. I mean, obviously their record shows they haven't played as well, but specifically these last two games. I called the Monday night. I just got done watching the tape from yesterday's game against Arizona, and they just don't seem to be clicking like they were earlier in the year, where I think they're a really good football team. And I don't think if there's any team maybe outside of going to Seattle that you don't want to face, I think it's the Rams because of all the things that they have. But I just don't think they're playing their best football going into the playoffs. So all these other teams, Philly, we know the issues they've got on offense, although they have a championship-level defense. San Francisco, they've been playing great on offense before Saturday night, but their defense has all kinds of issues. Green Bay, I have no idea what we're getting there. They haven't, really done anything since Micah got hurt, and then, Jordan. So I don't really know. I don't think, this is a field of a bunch of dominating teams on the NFC side. And so I think that's what makes it exciting is, a young team like Chicago has a shot. A veteran team like Philly that hasn't played great all year has a shot. The wild card teams have a shot. I'm excited to watch it play out because I don't think there is a dominating team in the NFC, and I do think Seattle is the best of all of them, but still have their weaknesses.
Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, weekly contributor here on The Score with the Spiegel and Holmes show, saying the NFC is wide open on that half of the bracket. Speaking of football playoffs, the FCS National Championship game was last night down in Nashville. It was Montana State against Illinois State. Illinois State with a chance to break a 28-28 tie late.
Snap, hold, kick is blocked! It's on the turf! It's scooped up! And returned back to the 45 of Illinois State! Seth Johnson comes up with the ball!
That's how it sounded on the four-letter network. Montana State blocking a game-winning field goal, so 28-28. We go to overtime. Illinois State with the ball first, finding the end zone, lining up to go up 35-28.
With the extra point coming after the last field goal was blocked, this is obviously crucial. Not a great stop, and this one's blocked. Montana State, a penalty flag thrown as they tried to return it. Oh my goodness. Another block kick. Illinois State can't execute a kick.
Not being able to execute a kick would do in the Redbirds from downstate.
Miles Sandstead. Snap, hold, kick. Oh, good! For a national championship! In overtime!
Overtime. FCS National Championship goes to Montana State. They beat Illinois State in overtime, 35-34. The final. Again, our thanks to the four-letter network for the use of that audio. If you just woke up, welcome to Tuesday, 6th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10, and they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. They've got Brad Biggs time at 7. Coach Dave Wanstead in studio beginning at 7:44 for two big segments. Jared Payton, 8:25. Mike Florio at 9. The guests joining them on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call Plum 1-833-PLUM-911. You'll get local 130 plumbers who get the job done right the first time for you. not getting the job done was what happened to the Bulls last night out in Boston against the Celtics. Shooting woes continue. We'll recap it for you next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show at 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Update your home for the new year with help from Menards. Organize your home with Closet Made. We carry everything you need to maximize your space in closets, pantries, laundry rooms, and more. Find the closet solution that's right for you and save big money. Check out all our Closet Made closet kits in store. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom. Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Hurry in to Jewel Osco's huge 3-day sale and get everything from selected Chef Boyardee for $1 each, $1.50 deals on General Mills cereal to a dozen Jewel eggs for $2, Screamin' Sicilian pizza for $4 and more.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
The final here from Boston. The Celtics win their 4th in a row, beating the Bulls 115-101.
That's how it sounded last night right here on 670 The Score as the Celtics get the best of your Chicago Bulls. Here, Chuck Swirsky there on the call. Bulls lose 115-101. Amatas Buzelis led the way for the Bulls, 26 points. The Bulls cut it to 106-96 on a Vooch three-pointer with 3:34 to go. Bulls didn't reach that 100-point mark until just over a minute left. The Bulls missed 20 of their first 23 attempts from beyond the arc. Kobe White off the bench, 25 minutes, 5 points, 1 for 5 from three-point distance. Bulls at the Pistons on Wednesday, 5:45 pregame right here on The Score. Here's Billy Donovan talking about getting Kobe White back up and running.
The one thing I think about with Kobe, it was interesting, like sometimes when Lonzo Ball would be out for a long time, you just throw him in and almost feel like he wasn't out of game. I think sometimes Kobe takes a little time to get some rhythm. And I had talked to him before shoot-around. I just felt like, 6-7 minute stints, right? If you start him and then you're sitting him all the way potentially to close the second quarter, that's like 12 minutes, you know what I mean? So I tried to shorten the game a little bit for him. I don't know if, certainly we're going to move him back into the starting lineup, but with the way the minutes were, I didn't want him to sit there and get so tight and then have to come back in, off the bench sitting for a while. So, I don't think he's necessarily in a great rhythm just because of him being in and out. I think once he hopefully can get some games under his belt, he'll get back to, who he's been. And I think it will just take a little bit of time.
That's Bulls head coach Billy Donovan talking about the use of Kobe White, who is back from a hamstring issue. Played 25 minutes, had 5 points, 1 for 5 from three-point distance. The Bulls missing 20 of their first 23 attempts from beyond the arc, falling to the Celtics 115-100. Bulls are 17-19 overall. Got the Pistons Wednesday. You'll hear it here on the Score at 5:45. The Blackhawks 17-18-7 back on home ice Wednesday, hosting the Blues. It's an 8:30 puck drop. That game will be over on TNT. If you just woke up, welcome to Tuesday. It's the 6th day of the month. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They've got Brad Biggs at 7, Biggs time. Coach Dave Wannstedt, 7:44 to 8:20. Jarrett Payton at 8:25. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk at 9. Those guests join us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, you call 1-833-PLUM-911. You get local 130 plumbers, and they'll get the job done right the very first time. The Bears, they're back up at Hallis Hall later today, getting ready for the Packers. Saturday night football at Soldier Field. Game will kick at 7. You'll watch it on Fox. Right now it's a pick'em, and the total is 46 per our friends over at Circus Sports. There are a bunch of head coaching openings out in the NFL, including Arizona, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Cleveland, the New York Giants, and the Tennessee Titans. We've got Mike Florio at 9 telling Mully and Haugh all about that. Don't forget to join the Score in Circus Sports Illinois this Friday. Real-time sports bar in Elk Grove Village. Spiegel and Holmes will be live 2 to 6 for an NFL football playoff talk. Chicago preparing for another rematch against Green Bay. Part 3, if you will. Plus talk of Chicago sports overall. You will have a chance to win Chicago sports tickets from our friends at Circus Sports Illinois. It's Friday, 2 to 6. Real-time sports, Elk Grove Village. All brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. It's 5:30 on a Tuesday, and it's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Would you have punted or gone for it on 4th and 5 from the Bears 31 with 1:55 left and the score tied?
I felt certainty that you had to punt the ball there. You just got to make sure that you punt the ball there. But listening to what Ben Johnson, the way he responded to it.
4th and 5 with 1:55 left. Did you consider going for it?
Yes, I did.
Why did you punt?
Because we had 3 timeouts and we felt like we were going to get the ball back.
And that was a good question. I'll tell you what. I'm not sure he can trust his defense. You go into the playoffs, I'm not sure you can trust your defense.
But television caught him saying, I should have gone for it.
We think that, yes. It looked that way.
Well, is that AI generated or what?
No,
do you mean? Okay.
I don't. I mean, are you a lip reader professionally?
Well, I actually just watched it 3 times, since we like to say how many times I watched. I watched it 3 times. He did say it. I mean,
no, what he said.
Fine.
I looked at it. He said, "I love you." Right to me.
I love you. I love you. All right, but this was not going to you.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
I love you. I love you. All right.
Let's go.
Well, you can't blame the guy. I'll give you that. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Missed it by that much, Mr. David.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Tuesday, boy.
Near title for our guy, Mark Brody.
What an emotional game for Illinois State. Just so close to the national championship, and they couldn't hang on. As dramatic of a game as you're ever going to watch to decide a championship.
And Dustin said that he went out there. It was in a tavern in Elmhurst. He's spring into a new joint, and he's
breaking news. Yeah, I was not at the Spring Inn. I was at 93 Octane Brewery in downtown Elmhurst, and the Illinois State Alumni Club. They throw a party. I mean, the place was absolutely packed. Grody was revving everybody up with some trivia questions during the first half, during the timeouts. They had some nice swag that they gave away. And there was a lot of red. And the first thing the woman said to me when I walked in, she's like, "Are you here for the game?" They were handing out raffle tickets. And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm here for the game." And she's like, "Where's your red?" I'm like, "Oh, shoot. I didn't wear
You did not wear red?
I did not wear any red. No.
Oh, boy.
Well,
no.
M.A. That's a
It wasn't one of
missed
your
assignment.
schools. You didn't spend any time
No. I actually thought about going to Illinois State. I visited a couple
But we
times.
were all Redbirds last night.
We were all
Redbirds. You were
Redbirds last
watching
night.
and hoping.
It was
and
fun watch.
And thinking that they were going to pull this off. What a comeback in the fourth quarter. Takes it into overtime. And then the poor kicker gets 2 kicks blocked.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's
rough stuff.
But they had, how about the names on both of those teams? There are some memorable names. The receiver for Montana State, Taco, was his first name.
Why are you obsessed with Taco Fall?
Well, it is Tuesday.
It is, and it is a Taco Tuesday in Montana State. And then the receiver for Illinois State, Dylan Lord, I believe. Goodness sakes.
Yes.
Kid's quick. He's clutch. And I thought he had pulled it out, and that was just too bad. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is a pity. The Bulls almost pulled it out too, but it wasn't as close.
Yeah, thankfully the football game was much more captivating. Yeah, because that was something else.
For the football game?
Yeah, really, because I didn't spend a lot of time. The Bulls scored 33 points in the first half, and it was the lowest output in the first half of any NBA game this season, I believe.
That's not much.
And that's not exactly how you get going in Boston. Without it was almost so bad. What was the final?
It was pretty close, considering that horrible
115-100. Did the Celtics dribble out the clock and dunk, and Vooch get upset at the end? That's typically how things are happening.
It's happened a couple times, yeah. We know the Giannis thing, but that happened again against Orlando.
People aren't showing the Bulls much respect.
No, they're not.
And I think they must
padding stats.
Have to earn it. I don't like that reaction from opposing teams, I suppose.
It's not the greatest sportsmanship I've ever seen.
No, it's not. Mm-hmm. No, it's not. But last night, I don't think there was any of that stuff. Matas, for those following his development and celebrating that arc, I guess he had 26, so that was good.
Yes.
Kobe White comes back, did not really make an impact. 5 points in 25 minutes. And they were really cold from behind the arc.
It was interesting to hear Billy say that when Lonzo would come back from injuries, it was like he'd played a week before, even though he'd been off for 10 months. But Billy said that it's a little different with Kobe. He's got to kind of work his way back.
Well, I think different players, different styles.
Yeah.
Kobe White is a scorer and a shooter and needs to maybe have those reps and get his eye back and get into the flow more. Whereas Lonzo Ball was more of a creator and a floor general.
But I was thinking that just given the fact that Josh Giddey's not playing, I was very curious to see what Kobe White, what his role would be, how he would fit. He didn't fit in.
I think anytime you come back with a minutes limit, it's difficult to get guys going because they can't really wait for the game to come to them. Because by the time they do that, all right, that's my first stint out. And then you get back in, well, I'm going to wait for the game to come to me or look for naturally those openings. And then, out. And all of a sudden, geez, I have 17 minutes of my 25. I have 8 more. I better really go out there. And then all of a sudden, you're obsessed with the time constraints more than you are looking for the openings in the offense, which you naturally will find if you are a player of his caliber. It just doesn't really feel in sync right now.
I don't know how long you've been watching the Bulls or how but do you remember when Jordan was on the minutes limit? When he came back and he would just come out and he would just go tear arson through the game and bring the Bulls back. Mm-hmm. And then they pull him out. Like they wanted the draft pick. Mm-hmm. And then he would just be itching to get back in and then he'd come back and he'd make another tear. It was one of the first minutes limits things I can remember where it was like, wow, if you really want a draft pick as opposed to letting that guy play, you ought to come up with another injury because once he's on the floor, he's going to go nuts.
Yeah, and some guys are just that's the exception to the rule.
Oh yeah.
The way the Bulls are approaching this very delicately with Kobe White, you understand because he's already had a setback.
Yes.
I'm surprised he was in action last night. I thought that they were going to reevaluate in a couple weeks. Josh Giddey, you wonder what that means for his return. Could it be sooner than expected? All I know is day in, day out, week in, week out.
Yep.
This Bulls team is frustrating to watch and impossible to figure out.
And they're 2 games shy of 500. That's pretty good. You would think, given the way the season has gone, it feels like they've lost more, but they haven't.
Well, they're streaky. They're very streaky. They've started 5 in a row.
Yeah,
then they go 5 and 15, and then win 5 straight. And now they're kind of back and forth the way you typically see a Bulls season unfold.
Yeah.
And they're going to finish around that 7 to 10 spot in the Eastern Conference unless, and you have to always include this kind of disclaimer, asterisk, unless they decide to unload at the deadline.
Right.
And if they become sellers at the deadline, then you think that could be a way that they dictate the course more definitively than they can with the players they have now.
It's just difficult to come to grips with that because they haven't done it. Because this particular
You want them to?
Oh, yeah.
Unload?
I think I do. I think I want them to do
You want them to subtract or add?
Do something. Whatever it is, do something. I think for too many years we've watched them kind of go through this period of they are very reluctant to get rid of anyone, and they are equally reluctant to add anybody.
They're reluctant to do much.
They are.
They don't really shake things up. It's not a very aggressive front office.
Mm-mm.
The approach to problem solving is gradual.
Yeah.
And patient.
Yeah.
And all the things that drive you a little bit crazy. And then you see a 33-point first half last night and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Really want to do something.
You got to do something. You need something. Just different. Let's have different.
I'll say this, though. Billy Donovan, through it all, I know people accuse us of being a little bit more pro-Billy than a lot of people in town, but he is still the consummate professional. Patient, I don't want to say to a fault, but he will explain everything, and it seems as if he doesn't really run out of patience as much as this must be frustrating for him to go through.
Oh, it must be. But he is very patient, and he's a great guy to have in town, in my opinion. I really like that.
How about the Celtics, though? Celtics are really good. This is Jason Tatum out all season long.
Yes.
They have rallied, and they are really complete. I heard Bill Wennington last night talking with Chuck, and I know it's dangerous, any kind of comparison to the 90s Bulls.
Yes.
But he likened what the Celtics are going through now and overcoming and succeeding without Jason Tatum to what the Bulls did after Michael left. And they were playing that season with Scotty and 94, and how they kind of still had a common rallying point and a cause. And so that brought them together much the way that this absence of Tatum has brought the Celtics together.
Bill was a good witness to that.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
he
honestly,
would know.
Yeah, he would
know.
definitely know.
That's why I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I remember when Michael left the first time, and first of all, Scottie Pippen had just the greatest kind of attitude. Well, I'm not Michael, and I can't take over what he does. I can just play my game. He didn't try to be anybody that he wasn't. That was really kind of cool to see. The other thing was, who replaced Mike? I mean, it was a very famous Pete Meyer was the guy that ended up
Pete Meyer from the Knicks, yeah.
He was with the Bulls before. Yeah. But Pete had played in Italy. Obviously, Bill had played in Italy. Tony Kukoc, come on. These guys are in the locker room all speaking Italian to each other. It was pretty wild. It was just cool that they all had that in common,
Yeah, and I think they kind of brought out the best in them in many ways.
Oh,
and you see the Celtics just a couple nights ago, Jaylen Brown drops 50. And all of a sudden he becomes a different kind of player, and they have the depth. And Celtics are 23-12 now. So
that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, how about that in the Eastern Conference? Lots of stuff going on in the East. You talk about activity. Have to mention this. Trae Young, according to national reports, started with Shams, is now working with the Hawks to seek a trade. There are several teams out there that might be looking to add a Trae Young. I'm not suggesting the Bulls would be one of them, but it is the Eastern Conference. It could affect how those teams and that kind of pile of muck of mediocrity. And Trae Young's a guy that is pretty polarizing in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time I thought the Bulls should draft him.
I remember.
And they didn't.
You loved him coming out of Oklahoma.
I loved him coming out of college. Who didn't?
Yeah. No,
well, I guess some people
he had
didn't.
Great range.
He still has great range.
Yeah.
But he's also got a great contract, a great big contract.
Well, and the national report says if you want him, you also need to work up a new contract.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't. This just seems like another payday, and the supposed leader in the clubhouse, if you will, are the Washington Wizards.
Yes, see that.
So if you're going to, if you're
Yes.
leaving Atlanta to go to the Washington Wizards, you're just looking for another payday. You're not. When would Trae Young like to win? Does winning matter? He's already made over $100 million in the NBA, which I guess these days is not that big of a deal.
Good
But
work if you can get it.
come on, like. David, do you want him here?
No,
you're not.
no.
You're not even suggesting that.
I am clearly bringing that up only
Just as-
because it affects the Eastern Conference teams in the mix for possible playoff play-in possibilities.
The Hawks have always been in
They've always been the team.
play-in.
It's
Yeah.
the Hawks, the Heat, and the Bulls,
Yes.
always in that kind of
Yes.
8, 9, 10 spot.
Yes.
And this could affect whether or not the Hawks stay around there or they start to unload, because Trae Young leaving Atlanta changes the complexion of the team because Porzingis has never worked out. And that's one of those things that now, if they're going to actually unload him, that's a huge contract to get rid of.
He worked out in Boston ever so briefly.
Porzingis did.
Yeah. Just saying. But you're right. He since, was it Phil who was with the Knicks when they drafted him?
Well, he's
Phil
had
found him,
some strange illnesses
struggles.
and injuries,
Yes.
and I think he's a really talented player, but I just don't know what his future holds. And so you look
remember when he used to bike in Central Park?
Yeah.
It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. He's just such a tall drink of water.
Hawks 17 and
on a
21
bike.
right now.
Yeah.
They're right behind the Bulls. Bulls are 17 and 19.
That's pretty good.
And the Hawks are 17 and 21.
17 and 19
They're right
is good
there.
for the Bulls.
Is it?
I'm just saying
Is it
for
really?
how bad things had gotten. I'm not
Yes.
saying it's good. I'm saying it's good for the Bulls for how awful things became.
And they come back tomorrow night. They are going to be on the score.
Here we go.
Playing against, what's tomorrow night's game, Brandon? Who they got tomorrow night?
Pistons.
Pistons tomorrow
Thanks for
night.
listening to the pregame show.
I did listen to the pregame show, Dustin. I got 100
Mentioned it
things
at
in my
least
head.
3 things.
I did.
3
I,
times.
I was listening more to the pregame show for your assessment of the Illinois State experience. And
It was disappointing we didn't get enough of that.
Well, the pregame show is supposed to be just the facts. It's not supposed to be any opinion from me. Morning, Chicago.
sometimes I like to get a little more flavor, a little more Dustin.
Talk to Mitch.
A little more Dustin. No?
We get plenty of Dustin. No, I'm kidding.
We're saving plenty of Dustin for the pick six.
That's right.
I like it. I like it when I like it when you react to AK at the beginning. I like it when Dustin reacts to the AK morning.
Good morning. All good here.
Good morning, Chicago. It's a Tuesday, the Bulls stink, and we're going to have some fun today.
Exactly why it's supposed to be just the facts.
Yeah. That was during COVID, I believe, that we talked to AK where he said
He was
all
kind.
good here. Yeah,
He had all the time in the world.
right. He was good.
We should get him back on.
We should get him back on. We should do another breakfast with.
I would like that. That was
with the
fun.
Bulls. That was really good.
Yeah, we had Billy Donovan. We had AK.
Yeah, they were more relaxed because it was the start of the season.
It was the beginning of
but
the
it was
season.
really good.
It's a little tense right now because they aren't playing at a high level.
No.
And all these trade rumors.
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot floating around.
I just don't know who the Bulls are in the
Well, you know
involved
the
with
names, but
Well, Io is on the block.
Kobe White.
Depending on these reports,
you got to figure out.
Kobe White, you have to figure out unrestricted free agent.
That's
Io, Kobe, Vooch.
well.
He's in the final year of his deal.
I know, but
he
I'm
is the
saying
basketball police too.
that is. I like his role as basketball.
I
police.
like that. I don't have any problem at all with Vooch doing
Yes.
that. He's somebody that you know has earned that status in the league.
Yes.
What's he been around 15 years now?
And you got to tell a guy to LaMelo out a little bit if he starts dunking on you.
Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. I don't like that trend at all.
No, it's
Guys
very
dunking at the
disrespectful.
buzzer.
But don't you think, and this happens in all walks of life, everybody knows at least one person or more that does this. Once you know what really bothers somebody, you put an exclamation point on it to get under their skin and to, tweak them a little bit, if you will. So now that they know that the Bulls don't like that, let's just kind of do it, and let's see what the Vooch is going to have to say or Kobe White's going to have to say after we do this to you.
I suppose that's true. That's human nature. I think I would continue to let them you'd have to, at some point in time, if you're Vooch, just let them look as juvenile as they choose to. Because dunking on a team just because you're beating them by 20 as time runs out, not impressed.
What was your take on just the kind of the mood, the atmosphere of watching the press conference?
Ben Johnson, locked and loaded, ready to go.
Seem still?
Yes,
a little bit.
He's peeved.
Yeah,
he's intense.
He is intense.
He should be. It's playoff week. You don't have any easing into this. Let's go into this meeting, and we're very happy with where we. No, you just lost 2 in a row.
And you could tell.
He is not in a good mood.
No.
And I hope that's reflected by the tone of practices this week, meetings this week, lunchroom talks this week, everything about the Bears' interaction with each other and the media
he's focused.
Should be a little frosty.
I guarantee you he's pretty focused.
He's going to be focused. Don't you want that?
Yes.
I don't want my coach being, first of all.
I don't want a guy getting clearly angry and then being, it's okay. Why worry about it? No, I like that. I like the underlying seething that seems like it's still going on with him. To me, that's consistent.
Comfortably uncomfortable. He said that on day one, and that's the tone this week. Comfortably uncomfortable. And Ben Johnson reflected that yesterday, spitting out the words one question at a time. It's like he didn't really want to discuss much. We're going to get into the Tyreek Stevenson thing. That's odd. And that reflects just where we are.
It's a strange one.
He was a healthy scratch, essentially. He was active.
Team that couldn't seem to defend anyone.
You have an able-bodied defensive back watching your secondary get carved up, and you're not going to play him?
There's got to be more to that.
There's got to be more to that. There's got to be.
Yeah.
But I prefer this version of the Bears and Ben Johnson to, okay, it's playoff week. The Bears have arrived. Let's take a victory lap and talk about how we built this roster. Not time for that yet.
No, I totally agree.
Those questions are don't really apply. I want to know how you're going to attack Jordan Love. Who's going to play left tackle? What are you going to do in the secondary to tighten things up?
Listen, there are a lot of things that need tightening up.
Where have you hidden DeAndre Swift?
Well, DeAndre Swift, I don't think he's to blame.
I'm not blaming him.
You just blamed him.
No. I'm not blaming him. I want him to be the focal point of this running game, and I want him to be more of a point of emphasis than he was.
Yes.
The last couple weeks.
I would agree with that. I just think I'd like to see the running game again. I'd like to see the Bears actually come out in a game with things to achieve, with plays that are prepared, and to stay on the field. And, his message remains the same, which is that it's on the offense, it's not on the defense, which is actually a very worthy topic of conversation.
It
I know
is.
we will get into it, and it's worthy to talk about, because if there is a unit that is going to carry this team moving forward, it would have to be the unit that kind of carried this team earlier in the year.
I don't disagree with that. I'm glad that's going to be something we get into in the Pick Six.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that's a worthy topic of conversation.
I do too.
And when Dave Wanstead is here, he can address it as well. We'll talk to Biggs about it. Certainly Jarrett Payton and Mike Florio. Mike Florio's got some really interesting stuff that he's been writing about, because Matt Ryan in the mix in Atlanta, and he wants to do both jobs. He wants to do the Tom Brady double.
He wants to do another Tom. Yeah.
Doesn't everybody want to be Tom Brady?
Yeah, but I do think that when you're talking about, in fairness, Troy Aikman is also helping out where? In Miami, I believe?
He's going to interview general manager candidates.
So, this I don't want to call it some cross between media, and because these are players turned media analysts who are really wanting to run football teams. And those are 3 examples of guys. Now, Tom has the money invested. If Matt Ryan has a title, Troy at this point is merely a consultant.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, these are
He's
3
involved.
examples of
conflicts of interest.
Yes.
They are obvious conflicts of interest.
They are.
I do wonder if Troy Aikman, involved in the Dolphins search for a GM, might reach into his past to consult with another buddy who used to know something about the Dolphins infrastructure. We'll talk to Dave Wunstead at 7:45.
We will. Dave will be here in studio with us, and we know he keeps in touch with everyone. We'll find out.
That's a tease.
That's a
for all you
tease.
listeners out there. Stay tuned.
That's right.
Mully, also, we should pay our respects to Bob Pulford, passed away.
Yeah, Bob Pulford was in town forever, was a huge part of the Blackhawks forever.
30 years.
Yes.
77 to 2007. Was either a coach, scout, executive, always there, ever present.
No question. And we did lose Bob yesterday, so every man's death diminishes us, and it is sad to see a guy that has been in town for as long as Bob Pulford, although he hasn't been in the forefront of things in a long time.
89 years old, spanned a lot of different eras, back from the days of Dennis Savard through. He had involvement with guys as recently as Dave Bolin and Brian Bickle. And so he spanned many generations, still a big presence in the Hawks organization for a very long time. And condolences to his family and the Blackhawks organization.
Yeah, it is. It's always sad when we lose anyone, and there are plenty of people that are shuffling off this mortal coil. It's tough to see. I have a friend whose mom died the other day, and you're just kind of like, wow, we now are becoming like the older generation. Like I look at my kids and I think about the places where they're at in their lives. It's just difficult to see that transition happening where people that you knew very well, that you held in high esteem, are gone.
Yeah, and as we begin a new year, a lot of people are a little bit more nostalgic and reflective in that way. So
sure,
we're going to have a good show today, though. Pick six and Biggs and Monty and
we'll get
Jarrett.
Right to the pick six next. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, Saturday night, it doesn't get much better than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round. Win or go home. The greatest rivalry in football. Back on the biggest stage. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears Packers all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Dwayne Blanton Home Services will fix it with a smile.
That's a Dwayne problem.
Dwayne Blanton Home Services of the Northwest Suburbs wants you to know that you can make those home maintenance issues a Dwayne problem. A Dwayne Blanton problem. Like your leaky faucet or a shower head installation.
Oh, that's a Dwayne problem.
Maybe your furnace isn't operating properly.
That is another Dwayne problem.
Water pressure or sewer issues.
That's a Dwayne problem.
And maybe those guests who leave behind something a little more than what you wanted.
Daddy, the toilet won't flush.
Okay, got it. Let's make it a Dwayne problem. Make your next problem a Dwayne problem. A Dwayne Blanton Home Services problem. Visit DwayneBlanton.com.
Dwayne Blanton Home Services will fix it with a smile.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the 4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. 2 bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never, ever cost a fortune. Kobe White was back, but not enough. He came off the bench, 25 minutes, 5 points, 1 for 5 from three-point distance. Bulls fall short in Boston against the Celtics. 115-100. Matas Buzelis had 26 to lead the way for the Bulls, who are 17-19 overall. They're at the Pistons on Wednesday. It's a 5:45 pregame right here on The Score. The Blackhawks, they'll host the Blues on Wednesday, 8:30 puck drop on TNT. Last night in Nashville, Illinois State coming up short against Montana State, 35-34 in overtime for the FCS National Championship. RSU had a game-winning field goal and an extra point blocked in overtime. The NFL playoffs are set, and your Bears are part of it, and they return back to work today, getting ready for the Packers. It's part 3 of their games this year. It's Saturday night, 7 o'clock kick. You'll watch it on Fox. The game's a pick'em. Total 46 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. And the NFL coaching head coach openings include Arizona, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Cleveland, New York, and Tennessee. The hour of the show is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Do you agree with Ben Johnson's disappointment with his offense and defense, or his defense of his defense? Do you agree it all comes down to points, as Johnson said, and his offense was the biggest problem in the 1916 loss to the Lions in the season finale Sunday?
I thought our defense played well enough for us to win that ball game. and I know we want to clean up the yards and we want to get off the field faster and we want to create more possessions for our offense. Those are all part of it, and there's ways to get that done. But at the end of the day, the number one objective is to limit their points, and so I'm gonna keep that the main thing with our defense.
Do you agree with Ben Johnson?
Yeah, unfortunately, I probably agree. I think that he's right. We've talked about this before. When they beat Green Bay only scored 16 points in that game. I think they're capable of scoring more points with the change at quarterback that we will see on Saturday night. So I think that, therefore, you're going to need more out of that offense. But, the Bears lost a game in which the Lions scored 19 points. You should be able to win. You got to be able to win a playoff game where your opponent scores 19 points. So that's something to keep an eye on moving forward. And no, they did not get enough done offensively. I can understand why he would feel that way. And obviously one of the reasons things were so hard on the defense in that game, and I don't want to pretend like the defense played well, but they did wind up allowing 19 points, and they didn't get as many stops, and they couldn't get off the field. But, if the offense can roll a couple first downs and hold on to the ball for a little bit, maybe they can score some points too. The offense has been starting way too slow of late, and it is a trend that is not your friend. You have got to reverse that trend, and the only way to do it is to be able to put together some first downs and be able to run the football, be able to stay on the field. It's kind of weird. It feels like people have looked at the Bears and almost reversed their game plan upon them, whether we're talking about Green Bay or whether we're talking about the Niners. They're the ones that are staying on the field and are kind of eating up time of possession, and you've got to be able to do that, especially come playoff time. So I understand what Ben Johnson is saying, and frankly, I think you need to see a lot more out of the Bears, and just in terms of being able to put their defense into a better position.
It's a solid point. You heard tons during the broadcast and on social media and by all the talking heads and experts, if you will, the bend but don't break Bears defense. The issue is Saturday night coming up, if there's too much bend and then they break, the offense won't be able to keep up. Will the defense continue to be able to let teams go up and down the field but hold them to field goals? That's to be determined. I mean, it's on tape. What the Bears are not able to do on defense, what they're not able to cover on defense is on tape. I want to try to latch on to, like, the Bears were playing a very vanilla scheme on defense, and they were trying to confuse the Packers and what are they going to do on Saturday night when we come down south? What's going to happen? Hopefully that's what's going on. But did the defense play well enough to? In that case, yes, because they were able to keep the Lions out of the end zone, but they let them too close to the end zone. It's not as close as you would like. You'd like a few more 3-and-outs, if you will, to your point, Mully, and giving the offense the ball back longer. And then the offense needs to do their part and have some sustained drives, right? You can't. In the regular season, you might be able to get down 14, 12, 16 to nothing and come back. I don't think you can do that in the postseason.
I've heard that theory about trying to confuse the Packers and all of that with the game plan or the scheme on Sunday against the Lions. The only way the Packers were confused by watching the Bears defense against the Lions is not being sure which receiver they're going to be able to find more open than the others, because that Bear defense was a sieve. Now, I understand Ben Johnson, a career play caller, an offensive assistant coach until becoming a head coach. I understand why he would look at everything through the prism of an offensive coordinator. And that's exactly what this answer and this approach implies and confirms. he's looking at his offense as the unit that needs to be the one that carries the Bears this postseason. And maybe it will be. But I don't think it's the most important one. I don't. I want to believe it, and I think that you can make the argument of it. It's a football discussion, and it's playoff time, and all the teams in the field are going to have strengths and weaknesses you want to exploit. But to me, the Bear offense is much more dependable and predictable in terms of what you know you're going to get. You're going to get a safe pocket, a clean pocket. You're going to get Caleb Williams being, at least for one quarter, somebody who can put on the Superman cape and make great plays. And you should be able to run the ball. Defensively, I don't know what certainty there is. I worry more about the Bear defense than I do about the Bear offense.
Yeah.
I think the defense, how well they play or how poorly they play, will dictate the course of their playoff path more than any other factor. And yes, you can help that defense by running the ball, possessing it, and eating the clock. I think you're going to have to do that because your defense is the one side of the ball that needs the most help and attention.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's one that we'll have to take a look at the tape and figure out why that was.
Ben Johnson said Caleb Williams has played big games enough so that he doesn't have to say anything specifically about the playoff stage.
He's played in a lot of big games over the course of his life. I think he's primed and he's ready to go. He was built for these moments. He plays his best when we need him to, and so there's really not a whole lot that needs to be said. He just needs to be him.
Where is Caleb on your circle of trust?
Well, if you look at the offense and you start to think, all right, what aspects of the offense do you trust the most? Starts with the offensive line. You know that they're going to get consistency there. You have to get consistency there. After that, do you trust your running backs or DeAndre Swift more than a guy making his first playoff start as a quarterback? How about your receiving core or your tight ends? I think Caleb Williams is right up there behind the offensive line as far as reasons to believe in the Bear offense. And that's a dangerous maybe place to be because he has no experience in the playoffs. We talked yesterday and we'll continue to address the value and importance of experience. But I think that's where the Bears are. And I think they are where they are in this postseason dance back in the playoffs because Caleb Williams led them there. A lot of other factors, yeah. But you start with the offensive line, then it's a quarterback, then it's your running backs, and then I think it's your receiving core. Your receiving core is a committee. Your leading receiver was a rookie who didn't really have a good start. So I think in that order, I would have my circle of trust. If I'm drawing a circle, the tightest link is between the Caleb Williams and the offensive line because I think the performance of those two factors are going to dictate your offensive success.
Well, you've got to trust him at the moment. I guess I'm more interested in this. Has Caleb Williams played in enough big games? So first year, I mean, is every game a big game because it's his first year? Is it the home opener, the road opener? Is it the first game against the Packers and the Lions and the Vikings because those are your divisional foes? Like, what are those big games? Because if you go to USC while Caleb Williams was there, and you look at a couple of big games that happened at night against one of my favorite teams, not so good. Not such a good outcome.
Are you talking about him against Notre Dame?
Yeah,
didn't he win as a junior?
Didn't when he climbed up into the stands and cried in his mother's arms? Yes, that game.
That was his senior year.
Yeah,
right? But he had a really good game against Notre Dame. Wouldn't you admit?
Not at Notre Dame at night. Year? Not at Notre Dame at night. We'll have to go back and look. But I'm asking what are the could you amplify Ben on give me an example of a big game that he won that he did well in under the lights on primetime television. You are
attaching success or failure against Notre Dame in primetime to whether or not you think he will play well on Saturday night against the Packers?
I'm reacting to what Ben Johnson said. Caleb Williams has played in big games enough, so he doesn't need to have to say anything specifically about the playoff stage. BS, okay? That is garbage. Okay.
Was the Packers game here a big game a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
How did he play?
Good.
Okay.
I'm talking about what he said.
I know he said.
Okay.
That's a big game.
Well, define the big game. I want to know.
That's a big game.
I want to know. No, I want Ben to tell me the big games that he did well in. That's what I'm saying.
I think what Ben's point is that Caleb was playing in big games in high school. When he says he's built for this, at Oklahoma, at USC.
How did it go in Oklahoma?
And with he transferred to follow his coach. Yeah, I'm not going to do like a CSI.
No. My
Caleb
point is,
Williams.
he likes to say lately. Ben Johnson likes to say lately that nothing has to be said. Everybody knows what's. I'm not buying that. He's got playoff experience.
I'll just answer the question, but I will say that. Are you done? You can keep going. Are you done? I'll just say, I think I would prefer to have a quarterback like Jordan Love, who will be in the playoffs for the 4th time, than a quarterback like Caleb Williams, who is making his playoff debut. So I would say something to him. I would make sure. I think it's a big deal that Green Bay, I don't necessarily like Green Bay in any way, but you've got to look at this game and acknowledge not only are they one of the younger teams in the NFL, they're still very young, but they've been in the playoffs every year. They have been in the playoffs under the flower pretty much for a while now, and this group has been in the playoffs. And that would be advantage Green Bay
have a frame of reference
over Chicago
Yes.
in this game. That doesn't mean that Caleb can't meet his moment or he can't outplay a guy or whatever. But if you're asking me what would be the preferable way to enter the playoffs, it would be with playoff experience.
This is his fourth, Jordan Love's 4th playoff start.
Yes. That is pretty impressive. That is a fairly deep. I mean, that's not just one off. That means they have consistently been able to do that. So I would say advantage to them on that front. But that doesn't mean that Caleb Williams can't meet his moment, can't tap into everything that's happened in his life up to this point. We've talked about this idea about who has the higher upside and who has the lower floor, whatever way you want to look at it. But I like the position that Caleb Williams is in. I just would acknowledge that, the other quarterback has more playoff experience than your guy does. Doesn't mean that Caleb can't win the game. It just means that is a fact.
Mully, I got a question for you and Haugh.
That's the voice of Jared Payton, 825 with Mully and Haugh. What's your reaction to the Bulls-Celtics game last night? Did Kobe White return sooner than you expected? Is there any hope?
I felt like Kobe returned sooner than I expected. I didn't expect him to be able to come back in that game. Now, I've been watching the Bulls, but I haven't been as hung up on them as I was earlier in the year. And we know he went out. We know it's another variation of the calf injury. I was under the impression he was coming back this weekend. I thought that they were going to kind of test him out a little bit, and all of a sudden he was playing. I think that's a good sign, but that has been a problem, and we were really worried when he went down with the calf injury again, just because you always fear that could end up being an Achilles, and you just don't know when you see an injury like that which way it's headed. So he's back, and that's great. He did not play particularly well. It wasn't like he was awful, but he played off the bench, and he wasn't great, and he needs some more time to get ready. And he's just a guy coming back from an injury. There's always hope. It's not like they're hopeless, but they kind of need everyone together, and they need good health, and that has been dogging them of late.
I was surprised that Kobe White was back. I'm happy he's back. I thought they had said weeks, and it ended up being days. What I don't get is that, and Billy tried to explain it, played the cut in the pregame show, about why he didn't start. Like, if Kobe White's back, shouldn't he start? Shouldn't he get off to like a good run? Now, Billy said he didn't want to start him and then sit him and then bring him back in because the leg would be warmed up and you didn't know if cooling it off. But wasn't he warmed up in like pregame warm-ups, and then you sit him for quite a while, and then he's terrible from beyond? The whole team was terrible from beyond 3, but he's like one of your guys you expect to do well from 3. Is there hope? I guess there's always hope.
If Kobe White is only scoring 5 points in 25 minutes, I'm not sure he's ready to come back. And I don't know what the rush was, given the fact that we were led to believe that it was going to be a couple weeks, then they would reevaluate. And when that news came out, I thought it was the way that Bulls have gone to wording returns from injuries, and that's okay. Reevaluation of an injury a couple weeks down the road, at least it tells you what they're thinking. So when I got news yesterday afternoon, I think right before the Chicago lead or right around there in the afternoon, that was unexpected. And so I thought, well, he must be further along. This is a good sign. And then I saw him play. I don't think he's ready. I'm no doctor, but I do watch basketball. Did he look ready to you?
What's the time of year?
It's trade season. And I wonder that. So your antenna goes up because you hear rumors and reports about Io being shopped. And yes, we know Vooch is in a contract year. And I think that they're hoping that maybe Patrick Williams would do something to get in trade conversations, but he's 1 for 4 yesterday. And he hasn't been very good. I don't know if bringing Kobe White back last night was such a great idea. Certainly 33 points in the first half suggests that there's a lot more wrong than just Kobe White. But this is a Bulls team that one day, not even day to day, are they hard to figure. It's half to half. It's quarter to quarter. How about Saturday night? They shot 58%, I think, in the first half, and they went 9 minutes without a field goal against the Hornets after beating the Magic the night before. They're very frustrating.
Different question on a different topic.
Mike Florio's voice there. He'll talk more to Mully and Haugh at 9 o'clock. How would you describe the Cubs' offseason? Do you agree with Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, who wrote that they will, quote, likely make a splash, end quote, before next week's Cubs Con?
Well, I hope so. Don't they need to? Can you imagine introducing whoever you introduce at the Cubs convention, and the 2016 team will be represented well? We know Joe Madden's going to be there talking about 3 more years, or whatever the conversation will be. It'll be great. It'll be nicely nostalgic. It'll be very fun. But you want to give people something to be excited about. Right now, 5 relievers that are basically bargain deals. The Cubs are shopping for relievers on Amazon. I think that's a very good haul, perhaps, but nobody's going to change their perspective about the Cubs in 2026 based on what they have right now. I don't know if you want to run it back. I don't know if internal options are good enough, and I think if you are the Cubs, you have to at least give me a Zach Gallen, give me an Alex Bregman, give me somebody who's a veteran bat or a proven starter. That's what you want. Right now, you don't really have enough to get excited.
Incomplete. It's still not done. I keep, for some reason, I'm not sure why, I keep giving them rope and letting them, okay, all right. They had to rebuild the bullpen. This is how bullpens are typically built across baseball. Nobody that has signed so far, honestly, am I like, oh man, I'm so, geez, I wish. The guys that you want them to sign are still out there to be signed. So let's hope Ken Rosenthal is right and they get something done before the Cubs Con.
It is. It's just weird that nothing has happened up to this point. But I think that you're making the correct point, Dustin, which is that Bregman is still there. They're, hell, their own player is still there. Have the
Tucker?
Have the Toronto Blue Jays moved on? Are they? Is there a Blue Jays player that you would like to see now?
Take him.
And I just wonder how would that work? Would he play shortstop? Would Dansby Swanson move to third? Would he play third?
He'd play third.
Would Dansby stay at shortstop?
Yeah.
what happens to Matt Shaw in that case. It's just a weird kind of turn of events. I like the idea that they're going to make a splash before next week's Cubs convention, because otherwise it's exactly what you said. They're going to introduce 5 new relievers that no one cares about. And it may be in line, or maybe someone else.
Tyler Austin, also the former Japanese League first baseman. Don't forget him.
Well, the whole Japanese League thing didn't work out. We never talked about it. There was a threatened disappointment if they didn't get something done.
They didn't get Imai.
Have we mentioned that on this show? We weren't around, so we never even got any disappointment over that. It is really interesting. They're going to sign. If you tell me they weren't going to make a splash, that would be more of a headline than they are going to make a splash, because they need to make a splash.
They need to make a splash, a ripple.
Do. Yeah, spend some money. Make sure everyone's got the feel good going into Cubs convention. I don't think that, in all due respect to Kenny, that he's really going out on a limb with that. Don't they kind of have to do something? Or maybe you hear some people wondering, why can't you do something? It'll be interesting.
Yeah,
but at this point, if I'm a Cubs fan, I'd be extremely unsatisfied with what's happening.
Unsettled.
At this point.
It's an unsettling
feeling. And it makes you wonder: are they putting together a team for 2026 or 2027? All right, we've got a lot more to get to. We'll get to all of it. There are injury updates, or are there, with the Chicago Bears? We'll get to all of it next. It is the Pick Six. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Bears fans, up next for the NFC North Division champion Bears. It's what could be the most important Bears-Packers matchup in 15 years. The winner will move on to the divisional round of the playoffs and have bragging rights on their rival all offseason. Stay locked to the Score as we get you ready for Bears-Packers all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Hurry into Jewel Osco's huge 3-day sale and get everything from selected Chef Boyardee for $1 each, $1.50 deals on General Mills cereal, to a dozen Jewel eggs for $2, Screamin' Sicilian pizza for $4 and more.
Get organized and save big money with Dakota Closets at Menards. Dakota Closets can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets. Use the You Create Closet Planner, available in-store or online, to design a Dakota closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate.
5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. John Harbaugh's career with the Baltimore Ravens may be done after following the Pittsburgh Steelers in a quasi-playoff game. And it probably should be. Lamar Jackson and no Super Bowl appearances? That's fireable enough.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
Ben Johnson said the hope was to get Kyler Gordon back this week, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson remained in concussion protocol.
Hey, Ben, are you going to bring Kyler Gordon back to practice this week?
That's the hope.
How did C.J. Gardner-Johnson check out? Is he still in the protocol?
Oh, yeah. Yep, protocol is a week-long thing.
What's the best-case scenario for the nickelback spot?
There is not a really
Could you repeat that?
pleasurable answer to this question. What are you going to do with the Nickelback? I can't help but wonder about the Kyler Gordon thing, because he's missed 14 games this season. He hasn't played like 117 plays, something like that. He's barely played this year. And the idea that you're going to bring him back because he's this great athlete, he is a great athlete, and he can be your lockdown nickel, he's still dealing with the curse of the defensive coordinator who said he couldn't wait to coach the guy. Well, we're still waiting. I don't know that he's going to be back. The hope is that he's going to practice this week. That's the hope. I don't know. I mean, it would be great if he could be back. The other thing is, I think that the bloom is off the rose for Chauncey Gardner Johnson, and I think that unfortunately he might be a guy that you would need at that position. Is Nick McLeod back from illness? How does that do for you if you have to play him at the nickelback position? I think it's all a problem, as a famous man once said. It seems like this is not ideal, and I think the Bears are. I mean, is it possible that Tyreek Stevenson has to play some nickel? Is he still on the roster? This is driving me nuts.
Well, that was where I was going to go, Mully. At the end, you mentioned Tyreek Stevenson. We're going to talk more about Tyreek Stevenson in a minute, but I've got to believe that if Kyler Gordon, 70% of Kyler Gordon's 100% better than Nick McLeod. Nick McLeod got the tummy flu and couldn't go, I guess, on Saturday night.
That's so unfair, man.
Oh, my God.
Your take on him is so unfair. Tummy flu?
Why am I a phony tough guy?
Because you're acting like, we saw people get sick and miss games.
Because if I had the flu, I would play in an NFL football game.
It was the word tummy that offended both of us. Tummy flu.
It amused me. So no Nick McLeod.
No, I'm no Nick McLeod. I hope he didn't get his flu shot and this extends for him.
Well, I think the Bears are in a conundrum because of the uncertainty surrounding C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I don't think he was put in the best position to succeed on Saturday. I would agree on Sunday. I would agree with Jaquan Brisker along those lines. The Bears have a personnel issue, but I don't think it's smart to put some of that personnel in man-to-man situations that don't play to their strengths. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is excellent against the run and blitzing and in isolated situations in the secondary, but his lack of closing speed is exploited when forced to play man-to-man. So what do you do now? I think if Kyler Gordon's on the field, I'm Jordan Love and I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm attacking. This guy's played in 120 plays. I don't understand how the expectation is, well, he's going to be ready. He's played in 3 games this year. That speed, the playoff intensity, I'm not sure he's going to be ready for it. Maybe he will be. I don't think so. I don't think you can count on that. I'm not sure you can count on anything from Kyler Gordon. I certainly wouldn't this year. If he gets through pregame warmups, I think then we'll talk. But I just don't know that you're in a position to count on him. I like a couple of possibilities. Nick McLeod would be an option, number one. Jalen Jones would be an option. I think then you're probably going to be isolating somebody who's going to be exploited. Here's another option. Tyreek Stevenson could come back and maybe play outside. Maybe he plays the corner. But I think Jalen Johnson is not the player that we have seen him be. He's not playing at a Pro Bowl caliber level. I do wonder if he might be helped if you moved him in the slot. He's not a willing tackler that we have seen, but he would be somebody that could help you get your 5 best defensive backs on the field in the event that Gardner Johnson is not ready to play. It didn't sound like they were expecting Gardner Johnson to be ready to practice. So I think if you want your 5 best defensive backs on the field, Tyreek Stevenson has to fit in that mix somewhere.
Oh, boy, good question.
Voice of Coach Wanstead will be here at 7:44 for not one but 2 segments with Mully and Haugh. Be sure to watch our YouTube channel to check that out. What do you read what the Bears coach Ben Johnson said regarding why Ben Johnson, quarterback Tyreek Stevenson, was not dealing with injury, did not play at all against the Lions?
Tyreek Stevenson didn't play at all yesterday. That's obviously a change. What prompted that?
We felt good about where Shawnee and where Jalen were, and we wanted those 2 guys to take the bulk of the snaps.
Do you believe Stevenson was benched? What does that say regarding his future with this team?
I'm not buying what Ben Johnson was selling. I don't want to suggest anything other than the coach was not wanting to bring whatever problem that they're having with Tyreek Stevenson into the public light. I can respect that because this is no time to be dealing with these kinds of things. But just from an outsider's perspective, fan, analyst, whatever. If you have Tyreek Stevenson and he's healthy, he is somebody that needs to be in action. You don't have the luxury in your secondary to have a healthy body watching in uniform only so he has a good seat. You need Tyreek Stevenson in the mix. You need Tyreek Stevenson, a guy that you trusted earlier this year as a starter who was replacing Jalen Johnson, to be a guy that you can count on again. They clearly don't count on him right now. But you have a problem in the secondary. He can be part of the solution. I'm not buying the fact that he was just not as good of an option as Nashawn Wright, who did not have a good game, and Jalen Johnson, who had a worse one. So if Tyreek Stevenson is healthy, he should play, and I don't buy the fact that he wasn't a better option than any of those two guys at any point, just to rest them. Jalen Johnson's not in game shape yet. That's pretty obvious. I don't know why he didn't play.
I agree with you, David. It's mind-boggling why he didn't play, especially the way those wide receivers were running all over the Bears. Just try something. Just give a guy a breather. I mean, he was a DNP. I mean, it's amazing. What a waste of a roster game day spot. And if there is something going on behind closed doors, we're speculating now. You could have done the guy a favor and said, we had him activated. He wasn't feeling well. The flu's been running through this place. And if we were desperate, he could have gotten out there for us. But they didn't do that. They just said, we felt better about these guys than this guy. It's damning.
Yeah, there's something going on. I mean, I don't know what it is, but there is definitely something untoward here. You got to be kidding me. We wanted those guys to take the bulk of the snaps. They took all the snaps. The guy didn't play. You didn't use him for a down of football. In a game in which you were getting, they had a receiver that was putting on a clinic, and you couldn't cover him no matter who you tried on him. I can't believe that there isn't more going on with this, and that says something about his future. We came into the year wondering about his future with the team, and it was a new start, a new beginning, and I don't know what to make of it. I think he is. I want to be careful. I don't want to call him a temperamental player because I don't know that to be the case, but I think he's a guy that needs a certain amount of attention, okay? And I think that you get more with a guy like that by being attentive to him. You can't have anybody going off the rails or being, and I'm not saying he is, I don't know what the deal is, but your feelings and thoughts and cares can't matter more than the team at this point. But the fact that they didn't play him in a very big situation makes you wonder if they're going to play him at all this week. And frankly, as you said, you got to line up your best players and have them play. And they could use this guy because they're not very good in the secondary right now.
His reputation does not earn him the benefit of the doubt. And that's what they're asking us to believe, is that nothing about his off-the-field behavior and nothing about basically asking us to say he's not good enough. And I think he's been proven to be good enough.
Yeah, that's not the problem. It's other stuff.
It's not a talent issue.
No. So we'll see what happens, and maybe we'll learn more about this moving forward. We got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
I was waiting for a statement to be made. I wanted to play the starters. I wanted everything to be won outright. I wanted to see the Bears show everybody that they've changed. They've changed, just not as much as I would have hoped. 1916 Lions final.
A statement was made, and that was a statement from the Lions to the Bears, or maybe the league to the Bears. They have been warned that you're not always going to get away with the magic.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your free day, 7-day free trial. the all-access plan, over 300 live games every year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Brad Evans here to help you lead the books with Westwood One Sports. In college hoops, everyone or their great-grandmother is likely to ride the Dukies, baby, with Louisville star Frosh Mikael Brown out with a bad back. However, the Cardinals have made a top 15 defense. On offense, they also net a ridiculous 61% from two. It's doubtful they'll be bums inside the Yum. Give me Louisville plus 1.5 at -115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Given the way the Bears' offense has been falling behind early in games, especially trailing 16-0 at halftime on Sunday, falling behind 14-3 at halftime in Green Bay, and again 6-0 at halftime in Week 16 at home versus the Packers, were you satisfied with Ben Johnson's answer about reversing that trend? How do the Bears start faster Saturday night's wild card game?
I don't think there's anything different. I trust the process that we put in. I'm not going to all of a sudden start changing up the calls. It's, we work all week on these things. We practice them, and we feel good about them going into the game. And so, I think it's just like anything that we've done all season long is if there's something that needs to be addressed, we bring it up. We make it a point of emphasis, and the guys usually do a really good job of finding a way to fix it.
Satisfied with that answer?
Yeah, I think he's got the right approach. If I'm the Bears, you have to go back and just be as simple and as basic as possible. Reduce everything to 10 yards at a time. Move the chains and think of the first series, whether you defer, whether you get the ball right out of the gate, whatever the case may be. When you get the ball, whether you're down 3-0 or 7-0, if you don't get the ball first, 10 yards at a time. Whatever it is to get the first down. And then keep the chains moving. And I think that would help you stay true to the running game. I really believe that in order to get more than 52 snaps this Saturday night, this game, that's all the Bears ran last time, you need to establish the run early and often. The best way to do that is to stay disciplined and approach your opening series. The first 15 hasn't been working as well as it had been earlier in the year. Go back to the basics. Ben Johnson said it's all about sticking to the basics in the playoffs. Start very conservatively and then open things up. But that first series, you've got to get your first down and then go from there.
I agree, so that's why I'm not satisfied with the answer, David. You got to get that first. There's been too many 3-and-outs lately when you take the ball. You can't. If you the Bears are in possession of the ball first Saturday night, you can't go 3-and-out. I mean, can you? Of course you can. But that would really take the life out of the crowd really, really quick. So you guys mentioned it, I believe, in the first segment of the show today. Ben Johnson yesterday, going off of what happened after Sunday, late afternoon, early evening, whichever way you want to look at it. The last two times he talks sounds like a guy who's disappointed overall. Sounds like a guy who just wants to stop talking and wants to play football, which I understand and can appreciate, but I'm unsatisfied with his answer. I trust the process. But, Mully, based on the question, the process isn't working. So it needs to be addressed, right? Because they're where we want them to be. They made the postseason. But they kind of got into this part of the postseason as far as being the number 2 seed. They kind of backed into it. David's giggling right now, and he's liking the cheese grater on young Brandon Fryer's head. Make sure at the top of the hour you tune into CHSN. You can see Brandon in a cheese grater, courtesy of Mitch.
David said, "Make America greater."
Brandon is making America greater again.
Windiana.
Greater. Spelled differently. Look. I get it, Dustin. Are you satisfied with the answer or you're dissatisfied with the answer? I think there needs to be an answer. I don't think we need to hear it. I think that the coach needs to have an answer, and he needs to know what the problem is, and he needs to solve it. And I think he's smart enough to do that, and he's smart enough not to tell the media what the answer is. So it makes a lot of sense to me for him to say, you got to trust the process. This is what we do. This is what we're doing. Meanwhile, you tweak the plays you're calling or what you're doing so that they work come Saturday night. It's a very big game for making sure that the first 15 are in place and working, because that hasn't been the case in quite some time. You just need a decent start to this game. We've said that a few different times. That's gone the wrong way as the season has gone on. And it was really fun when that was happening regularly earlier in the year. So I think that you're at a point now, and I'm not saying that they ran a vanilla scheme or that they treated it like a preseason game when they played against Detroit, but now you pull out all your stops. Now you see what you have, and now you shock the world, and now you have something that I'm not talking about trick plays or gimmicks or anything like that.
Not creative.
That's what I'm saying.
Not necessarily just you're not trying to impress or invent anything.
No, you're not.
You need to do something more basic, more fundamental, and just get the tough yards and establish the running game.
So the answer itself I would describe as dissatisfactory, but I think the result should be different. You're so right. It is really hard to take you seriously with that on. It's very difficult to look over and be making a point as he's nodding his grater in your general direction. Bless you, Brandon. But I do think, David, that you're right on it. That is exactly what has to happen, which is they have to be a lot more efficient. They've got to be like a well-oiled machine, and the process is supposed to lead them to that. So it's a good answer from that standpoint. All right, we've got a lot to get to, and we will. We've got our guy Big Z next. We will ask him what's going on with Tyreek Stevenson, who are the nickel candidates. We will go over this, and we'll get his take on what Ben Johnson had to say yesterday. You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Big's time next on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analyst in the know,
The Score is your destination throughout the playoffs.
Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? How about you transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor? Man, there's nothing like it, and this is the time to call during the preseason sale. You'll get a phenomenal Comer and Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer and Cross just makes it so easy. They take your stuff out for you, and in the winter, they can even secure it on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day, you'll be driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGA game beat at 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Body drizzle to start the day. Could see more of a shower later on. A high of 43.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private Cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. 2 bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Back to work for the Bears. They'll be at Hallis Hall today prepping for the Packers. Saturday night kick at 7. You'll watch it on Fox. The game's a pick'em. Total's 46 per Circa Sports. And we've got Brad Biggs next to tell us all about that. The NFL playoffs are set, and the Bears obviously part of it. We've got Rams and Panthers first on Saturday afternoon. Sunday, a 3-pack of games. Bills, Jaguars, 49ers, Eagles, Chargers, Patriots. Monday night, Texans at the Steelers. Bulls get Kobe White back, but it wasn't enough. They fall to the Celtics 115-100. They've got the Pistons on Wednesday in Detroit, 5:45 pregame here on the Score. The Blackhawks host the Blues Wednesday night, 8:30. The puck drops on the west side. That game's on TNT. FCS National Championship, Illinois State coming up just short versus Montana State, falling 35-34 in overtime. This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend. And Brad joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Big Zay!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got all the answers, and we are desperate for them. Tell us what is going on. Let's start in the secondary. It was weird to get 2 answers, I thought, from Ben Johnson that surprised me, that he was asked about Kyler Gordon, who he had brought up last week, and someone said, hey, are you getting him ready for to prepare for this game? And he said, that's the hope, which wasn't as ringing an endorsement as one might expect. And I know that that Kyler Gordon has missed 14 games, but with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in concussion protocol, you would think you're going to need a nickelback. Could it be Kyler Gordon, Brad, or could they somehow? I thought concussion protocol took a week. The game's on Saturday. Does that mean Chauncey Gardner-Johnson won't be out of concussion protocol? And I'm just curious who then would be the starting nickelback.
Well, concussion protocol can take 7 days. There are, I think, what I would be best described as rare instances of guys clearing protocol in less time. Those are a little bit unusual. So I don't even want to speculate on his status other than to say he's in protocol right now, and we all know when the game is. Kyler Gordon, listen, I think he used the right word. I think he struck the proper tone because of the time that's been missed. You go back to the Saints game, which was in mid-October, and I believe Kyler's been on the practice field for a grand total of 9 practices. A couple of those he was limited for. So they haven't seen him practice in a month now. He's missed 4 consecutive games. I think that's the right tone to strike, knowing that they will activate the window. They'll be able to evaluate him in practice. It'll be a walkthrough today, followed by practices on Wednesday and Thursday, walkthrough Friday, ball game Sunday night.
So, Brad, I'm of the belief that bad playoff experience is better than no playoff experience because it can be a learning one. And so in that context, you look at Jordan Love. This will be his 4th playoff start. His last one last year was disastrous, 3 picks, but he was a guy that in his playoff debut a couple years ago threw 3 touchdowns against the Cowboys in a shootout. I don't know what version of Jordan Love we're going to get. I don't know if the Bears can affect that or influence that as much defensively as they would like to. What do you expect from Jordan Love on Saturday night?
Well, that's, not only has he got postseason experience, right, which, as you said, bad experience is better than none, and he was really good. The first time he played in the postseason, you mentioned the 3 touchdowns. It was an absolute blowout of the Dallas Cowboys. Jordan Love has only played on the road in the playoffs. He's got 3 postseason starts, and all 3 of them are on the road. He's also played at San Francisco and did have a very poor game in Philadelphia last year when I think the Packers really struggled to hold up against that Eagles defensive front. But so I don't think the crowd is going to adversely affect him like any more than it normally would because he's been in that position. He knows how to prepare for those stakes, and that should be able to benefit him and his Packers teammates a little bit anyway. And he's one of the few guys, like I think we talked about it yesterday, one of the few guys that's actually won a road playoff game that's in this playoff field. Like Aaron Rodgers has done it, and it's otherwise it's a lot of losing. The home field advantage is certainly magnified in the playoffs, and that's why the Bears getting the 2 seed was important.
So, Brad, back to the nickelback. I'm sorry to keep harping on it. I'm just wondering who. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Gordon can't shake off the rust and that Chauncey Gardner isn't released from concussion protocol. Who's the nickel? Is that Nick McLeod? Does Tyreek Stevenson get new life? Do you move someone? Do you just go with your best corners and try to move somebody? What do they do at that nickel corner position?
Well, they've got a couple options, and my guess is that Nick McLeod would be the next man up. He was not active this past week because of an illness. I think he's the guy that was hit hardest in the locker room by what they've had going on since shortly before the trip to San Francisco. He's an option, or Jalen Jones, who we saw get called upon in the game. We certainly know that Josh Blackwell has been in that spot previously. I mean, Dallas Flowers has played. There's no shortage of candidates if they got that thin, but I think they're going to see if they can possibly squeeze, any and everything they can get out of Kyler Gordon in this spot. As far as Tyreek Stevenson, I mean, a ton of questions about why did Tyreek Stevenson not play on Sunday, which is a little bit of a departure from, I think, the week before at San Francisco. Why isn't Jalen Johnson playing more? Johnson got the entire first half of that game at Levi's Stadium, and then Tyreek opened the third quarter, and I think Tyreek got 18 snaps against the 49ers.
But
you're looking at it,
that's
you're
why
Jalen's a month in.
Yeah, but his answer didn't pass the smell test. It wasn't that he didn't play enough, it's that he didn't play at all.
Yeah.
Well, but his snap count had been they were ramping Jalen up, and as they ramped him up, Jalen's numbers were going down. Listen.
Doesn't seem right, Brad. You know it. It doesn't seem right.
Okay. It may seem a little off, Dave, but Tyreek's been on the field an awful lot this season. He's logged close to 600 snaps for a defense that is 29th in yards allowed, 28th in yards per passing play. I mean, I could go on and on where they're at defensively. Let's not pretend like Tyreek is the missing link to high caliber pass defense here, right?
I gotcha. I'm not doing that. I don't want to overstate his significance. At the same time, when you have a compromised secondary, you need all hands on deck. And right now, they're compromised because of the absence of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And you look at the options.
Whoa. No, I mean, they're compromised because they just haven't played. Well, Gardner-Johnson has got 2 interceptions and 3 sacks, and he made an impact right away. And basically since that first Green Bay game, which was week 14, we've seen that when he's in coverage, there's a big problem. Like he can't turn and run.
Yeah, that I'm not questioning that, but Tyreek Stevenson, I think one of the problems they're having is that Nahshon Wright is really good when he gets takeaways, and when he doesn't, he is not good enough to be on the field. And so you just wonder, have they made I can't help but ask the question, Brad, do you know that Tyreek, who is kind of a high maintenance guy, let's just be honest about it, is he unhappy with his playing time, and is that why he didn't play at all in that game last week?
You know what? I have no idea. I just know that his playing time had been trending kind of downward a little bit, and I think he's smart enough to be able to read the room there, especially with them having the success as a team that they've had this season. So I'd be a little surprised if this was something that was related to that. I really would. Shocked, no, but probably a little bit surprised. So we'll have to see if he gets some time this week, and then who do you pull out a little bit? Is it Jalen who didn't play well the other night?
Limited snaps.
Or is it okay?
Ration those.
So Nahshon's going to go full game.
Rotate. You got 3 guys, better than 2. You rotate them. Nashawn Wright is a liability against the run. He's not a willing tackler. Jalen Johnson's making business decisions. You have a healthy body in Tyreek Stevenson. You can find a way to use him more effectively than you have.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and that could be, with Wright, it's just, he hasn't played the run well, and lately I thought he did. I thought he was doing that pretty well middle of the season, and then it's just like he gets turned around with the short area quickness. Like when things flip,
yes,
it's difficult for him to catch up, and these teams have seen, like everybody's seen it. There's nothing that's being hidden on film. Like somebody suggested, like the Bears' game plan for the Lions game was because they didn't want to show anything.
Yeah, vanilla game plan.
The Packers come up.
Yeah.
So the Packers have no recall of what happened.
That's amusing.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Or
But-
San Francisco, and like it's the NFL. Like you got to put your best stuff out there. So we'll see. Maybe Al Harris will help shed some light on this tomorrow. I wouldn't bank on that. They're not going to share their strategy or their plan for some type of rotation with Green Bay. But I just know this. I'll reiterate it one more time. Stevenson's playing time was trending down. It's not like they took a guy who had been playing in a role that had been static, like the role had not changed, and all of a sudden you didn't see him out there at all. Like it had been trending toward him playing less and less.
What about, just generally speaking, Theo Benedict had to start that game. We saw a photo of the bruise on Ozzie Trapillo's leg that looked awful. I know he's got technically a knee and a quad. Is he going to be back in the lineup? What about Roma Dunze? We've heard talk of him, and he did practice at the end of the week. And
we
was
know he can
questionable.
celebrate.
And we was jumping up and down, seemed to get a lot of people fired up. Is he back on the? Is he back in the on the 53? What happens this week? You got to wait and see as it unfolds.
Well, Rome's been on the 53 all along. They've got an open roster.
I mean the
spot.
game
They're
day. Yeah.
Yeah, they're at 52. Well, so they could bump Kyler Gordon up at the end of the week without having to make a corresponding transaction. Ben Johnson has said all along that Odunze, they liked the timetable he was on. They were comfortable with it. They felt good about it. He's not given a ton of answers when he gets specific injury questions. So I think some people get frustrated. Well, why wasn't the coach asked this? Well, you know what? If he's not given a reply, and that's not original for coaches to not want to share much injury information, you really don't want to then necessarily waste your whatever questions you do have with them on ones that you're going to get a no reply on. But so Odunze practiced limited last Friday, which certainly looked like a move to get him ramped back up for this game. So I would expect chances are good that we'll see him. And as far as the left tackle situation, Trapillo was limited last week based on how he moved pregame Saturday, watching how he was getting ready. It just he was a little clunky. So that leads me to believe that last week he was probably quite limited in practice, and we'll have to see how another couple of days of rest have maybe benefited him. Fortunately, the Atlanta Packers team, that the pass rush has changed dramatically since Micah Parsons went out in Week 15.
So, Brad, PFF, Pro Football Focus, named Ozzie Trapillo as the most impactful Bears rookie, which I thought was surprising given how much contribution they've gotten from all of the rookie class. But in your mind, after watching the game again, do you think there's a drop-off between Trapillo and Benedict? And do you think that if he is, does it matter who plays that position Saturday night?
I mean, who plays that position Saturday night isn't going to be the difference in a win or loss, right? Like,
Okay.
Let's be real here. You're not talking about going from Trent Williams in his prime to somebody who's barely played football, right? Like, and I'd push back. I don't want to take anything away from Trapillo, but most impactful rookie for the Bears, that's when your numbers systems gotten a little out of.
They got 15 touchdowns.
Didn't say
by
I
rookies.
agree with it.
It's a
I'm just
team
sharing.
record. This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years. Estwing.com. Brad, were you? What did you think of Ben Johnson saying yesterday again that the defense played well enough to win?
Well, he said he's going to keep the main thing, points allowed, and when that's the main thing, yeah, I like 19. You got to be able to get to you got to be able to get to 20 against the Lions defense that had been a sieve, especially against the pass. For a while now, right? And had been missing some key guys. So from that standpoint, I think he's right. And I think the expectations for the defense have been realistic, and the whole bend don't break is worked for them really well in some games, and then not whatsoever. In other games, they're able to turn back Detroit in the red zone.
You hate
and
that
gave him a chance.
They couldn't get off the field.
Yeah.
They couldn't get off the field.
And they couldn't stay on the field, so I guess that's the answer.
Right. I mean, which like that's a legit chicken or egg discussion there, right?
Yeah.
What's the bigger problem? Can't stay on the field, or which happened first? Couldn't stay on the field, or couldn't get off the field? And that we talked about it yesterday. The first half for that offense since the first Green Bay game has been at an unacceptable level. It's why they've been trailing in these games. You pull the Week 15 mini bye against Cleveland out, and the numbers are a little bit jarring in terms of inability to stay on the field.
Great stuff, Brad. Thank you, buddy. A lot of good information.
Thanks, Brad.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs. He is the football man for the Chicago Tribune. It's only Tuesday, okay? So I know the game's on Saturday, but we're going to learn a lot. We're going to learn a lot about Green Bay as well. Somebody said, Diggs would look awful good as a corner in this game. Well, let's hope not. Let's hope he doesn't look good as a corner in this game.
Yeah, you don't want him to be noticed unless he's getting burnt.
He's now in Green Bay. So, there's a lot going on in the wide world of sports. We'll be right back. We'll open up the phone lines, 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
We start at 10 o'clock on Rahimi Harrison Grody and continue getting ready for the Bears' wild card game against the Packers. Score football analyst Patrick Manley will join our conversation at 11. Plus, our quarterback guru Tim Jenkins breaks down what he's seeing from Caleb Williams at 1 and all the latest from Hallis Hall. Come hang out with us.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, the guys with the X. Imagine a fully immersive home theater, a pro-level sports bar, all designed and built by Matrix Basements Finishing right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season with Matrix Basements Finishing. Your dream basement is waiting. Score a free quote. Do it right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
No matter what kind of business you run, finding a bank that supports your success can make all the difference. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We're a bank that invests in relationships with our customers for the long haul. Customers like Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical would agree.
I'm Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical. We are a market-leading plumbing contractor operating throughout the Chicagoland area. We take pride in the quality of our work and value our relationships. I have known the team at Cornerstone for over 30 years and became a customer of Cornerstone when they opened their doors way back in 2000. Since then, Cornerstone has been a trusted relationship partner for all our banking needs. Cornerstone is a bank where we belong.
Thanks, Marty. If you're looking for a reliable banking relationship for years to come, give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the playoffs after stunning Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens. But they'll have to square off against the Houston Texans in a home postseason game. Mike Tomlin, has he lost the spark? Maybe not. This feels different. Give me Pittsburgh.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You know, you just trust your gut. And like I said, it's the role of the head coach is not to be a cheerleader. It's to say it like it is. And so, you know, if something pops up and I feel like it needs to be said, then I say it. If I don't, then we keep it moving. But, you know, I think we got a great group of guys. So we got a prideful group. We've earned a division title. We've earned the number 2 seed in the NFC. Those are things that we're certainly proud about. And at the same time, you know, the season's not over. It's just starting for us, and our guys understand that. We can play better than what we played at the end of the season, and that's really our expectation here going forward.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to say hey to all the fine folks watching us on the Chicago Sports Network. And
nice hat.
Welcome aboard. You know me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have Brandon's hat on.
No.
But I've got a hat on.
Brandon Fryer with the cheese grater.
Ben Johnson, not the lead cheerleader.
No.
And doesn't plan on being. He's the head coach.
That's not who he is.
But your response to the bend don't break defense thing spoke volumes. I don't know if everyone caught it, but you had a look of utter disgust. It is not a designation that you appreciate in your football team, and I don't harp on it. I understand theoretically what the idea is, and if the Bears can play good red zone defense, and they can, certainly against Green Bay, that's an example of winning a game where you kept the team 0 for 5 in the red zone, in the low red zone, in other words, in 10 yards in. That is
you
a nice thing.
You should be good in that territory.
That's a nice thing, yes, because the field is so compressed.
You should be good. It's condensed. It's a box.
But the idea would be, like, you're better off not letting them get that far.
Okay, couple things.
Trying to prevent that from happening and trying to get them off the damn field, make them punt once or twice.
Which is the biggest concern for me against the Packers is from the Bears' perspective. I think Ben Johnson coming in, hearing him explain his role and the way that he defines his job description is, I think he's been spot on all season long.
I agree.
And this week, setting the tone, he is locked in and intense. And that's not fake. There's nothing phony about Ben Johnson.
He has not yet recovered from the game that he's witnessed on.
And I think he's in a bad mood because of his offense, Mully. But I think I would be in a worse mood because of my defense. I know he said 19 points is good enough to win.
It is.
Did you watch that game and see that defense and think that was a good enough effort to win? I didn't.
Yeah.
I believe that this defense can be much better. I think they're limited with their personnel. They're going to have an offseason to devote to that, and that's a conversation for another month, frankly.
Yes. No, we got to talk about this game. How it's impacted
this
by that.
game, you can't impact winning by addressing your defensive issues, which right now in the secondary, this is your biggest problem. And I wasn't cavalierly trying to say, getting hit on the text line, and I don't want to overreact to that, but Jalen Johnson has been somebody who is not the same player, and I respect the heck out of him for coming back from the surgery he had earlier this year. I do wonder, as we see more of him, if he came back prematurely, and I do wonder if it's worth it. I respect him, but let's not kid ourselves. That is not a Pro Bowl caliber cornerback playing right now.
No, and again, he had no offseason, right? He was injured early. Then he re-injured himself. He had surgery, and he's come back from that. So I didn't expect him to be the same entity that he was had he had a normal offseason. And I think it's really difficult when you have a standard set and you're not able to meet it physically. I think he's doing what he can do.
He is.
I appreciate him coming back. I think that the reason people were triggered is that you said that he's not stopping the run because it's a financial decision.
I said business decisions.
But that's what you're saying.
That is a term that you apply when you see guys making a conscious decision not to put themselves in the fray. And I think that when you watch the first play of the third quarter on the Bears on defense, that is the conclusion that you jump to.
But I think that he's already gotten paid. He's still in the midst of that contract. I don't think it was a business decision. I think it might be a physical decision. And I'm not justifying
business
it.
Decision kind of cavalierly is a term applied to guys who keep themselves away from contact to keep themselves healthy and on the field.
Exactly.
And I have noticed that and then maybe unfair, but Jalen Johnson has not been a factor against the run in most cases. He challenged a route against the 49ers. It resulted in a pickoff by TJ Edwards. That was great. You need to see more of that. But I think overall he's been up and down.
But this is an unpopular opinion, at least among football coaches that I've known over the years. But I think when you say, well, we can't stop the run because that damn corner won't shove his nose in, I think you need to be able to stop the run in different ways. And I think one of the problems that the Bears are having is they're not stopping the run with their front four. And they have people up front. If you think about earlier in the year, they were moving some people to defensive end, our defensive tackles, because they were trying to stop the run more. And I think that whenever I hear Dennis Allen talk about Austin Booker, he can't bring himself to say anything other than to compliment his pass rush ability.
He's not a one-dimensional defensive end, but right now that's his strength.
Right.
He's not a run stuffer.
But they need more run stuffers.
I agree.
They're getting steamrolled
no
far too
doubt.
often.
They don't have the personnel up front to stop the run. We were talking in the context of the secondary.
Yes.
Because of what was not happening with Tyreek Stevenson and what might be going on off the field
and they're
behind
not
the
running
scenes.
well enough in the secondary. And I'll tell you something. That's a real problem against this receiver group they're going against, because the Packers do spread out the ball because they have a lot of guys that can run down the field. Do the Bears have enough guys that can run with them? And that's one of the reasons we're talking about Tyreek Stevenson and the idea that he has been sort of kind of strangle-held. But you had a really interesting idea.
Well, I don't know if it's an idea as much. Look, you're looking for reasons, and the Bears aren't giving us much to work with in terms of Tyreek Stevenson. But conventional wisdom says if you have a healthy cornerback who has experience, you're going to play him against the Lions unless you're trying to make a statement. Whatever that statement is, Tyreek Stevenson not getting in action and not being injured says something.
Not a down.
Says something about his preparation.
Not a play, David.
So let's go back to last week.
Yes.
The Bears obviously have a need in the secondary because they have been compromised. And Trevon Diggs became available when the Cowboys cut him.
Yeah.
He wanted to fly home on the team. He wanted to stay in Washington, D.C. Doesn't matter.
Seemed innocuous, didn't it? But
yeah,
it was
did.
an over-the-top reaction.
The Cowboys cut him because he wanted to stay at home.
They're not going anywhere, so they just said.
They cut him loose. He's got a history. But he also has a history with Al Harris.
Yes.
So we jumped to conclusions when that happened, and we weren't the only ones, but I think the Chicago Bears media thought that would be a pretty good landing spot for Trevon Diggs. For a team going into the postseason, you can never have enough cornerbacks.
No shadow of a doubt.
And Trevon Diggs was claimed, went on waivers, by the Packers. The Packers had a shot in front of the Bears because of the standings, which are the current standings, not last year's finish.
Yes.
And you wonder if the Packers blocked the Bears from getting Trevon Diggs.
Aren't you confident the Bears would have claimed him because of the reason you mentioned?
We don't have that intel, but I think it's a safe assumption.
I'm confident they would have. He's an NFL player. He's not the greatest corner I've ever seen, but he's a pretty solid corner who ran into problems where he was at. He could help you. And the Bears have gone out and brought people in.
No doubt.
Of that ilk.
To that point, Mully, C.J. Gardner-Johnson went on social media and left the impression that, wow, that's an interesting possibility. Keep your eyes on this. And we did. And the Packers essentially claimed him and paid him $450,000 to play in Week 18.
Yeah.
And they have him for the playoffs. You'll see him Saturday night. He'll be lining up against one of your receivers. It might be Luther Burden. That might be the Luther Burden stopper. You don't know. But this is the point. Did the Bears even flirtation or the idea in the locker room that they would be better off with Trevon Diggs rub Tyreek Stevenson the wrong way? Gotta wonder. If you're trying to, if you have your teammates openly talking about you being replaced or getting a player that would replace you, essentially, how would that make you feel?
I agree that that's a possibility, but I think the bigger conversation is that I do believe they paid him the rest of his contract to prevent the Bears from having him.
It's expensive.
Why not? If you got it, it's just chump change.
Okay.
But the other thing is, who's their corner? That guy can't play dead.
Nixon?
Oh my God, Keyshawn Nixon is awful.
The guy who stopped your attempt to win in Lambeau Field?
I'm telling you, I don't think that guy can play, and I think that this is an upgrade over him. So I think they got better as well because they don't have to play him as much as they've been playing him. He can't run. I mean, I know he made a play.
I think that you're exactly right there. I'm only referencing his interception against the Bears the first time around.
Yes.
But he was definitely beaten badly the second time around, both on the touchdown, and he was frozen on the Jahdae Walker play.
That's right. He lost
So
him.
he made two critical errors against the
He lost that
Bears.
game to the Bears.
But now they have Trevon Diggs, and the Bears don't.
And I'm saying that's probably why they signed him, as much as to deny the Bears that player. But it doesn't mean anything positive for the Bears. They could have gotten a guy, but they were blocked in that by Green Bay.
Packers are playing some games.
Yeah,
they got Jonathan Ford on their practice squad, and they blocked the Bears from getting Trevon Diggs.
And we talked to Olin earlier in the week, and he said he thought if you had Jonathan Ford on this roster right now, he would play him next to Big Bill and try to stop the run, because they're not stopping the run at all.
They're not stopping the run.
They don't have extra defensive linemen floating
Well, it's a good thing
around.
the secondary's tight. Oh, wait.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
The defense concerns me more than the offense.
They can't stop the run or the pass. Other than that, they're playing great.
Is that a fair conclusion to reach?
I think it's
I
what we've
respect
seen.
Ben Johnson. He's the smartest coach the Bears have ever had, but I don't agree with him on what the biggest issue is going into this game. I think the offense is going to be okay. I have more concerns about the defense.
If you put Ben Johnson on a lie detector test and asked him the question, how many points could you score against your own defense? There might be an explosion.
42.
There'd be smoke coming out of that thing as he lied his rear end off. All right, we got Coach Wadstedt. We'll go right to him next. Mully and Haugh, the score.
Bears fans, Saturday night, it doesn't get much better than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round. Win or go home. The greatest rivalry in football. Back on the biggest stage. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears Packers all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Dave Winstead, Bears head coach for 6 seasons.
The Bears. The Bears.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
When he hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay? Next question. Next question. Next question.
Dave Winstead.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to have Coach Winstead with us in studio. And Dave, here we go.
Here we are. Game. Here we are. Let's go.
You got the Green Bay Packers of all teams coming in Saturday night to Soldier Field. It is a dream scenario. What are your takeaways right now? Are you pumped up about it? Are you a little nervous about it? The Bears haven't been playing the best football of the year at the end of the season.
No, they haven't. But you know, I do think that this team there's as disappointing as it was. And the interesting thing after the game last week, you know, Ben obviously he used the words in his post game: frustrated, angry, disappointed, and then Caleb. The thing that I did like is that when Caleb spoke, he talked about being disappointed, frustrated.
Yeah,
you know,
he was.
And then almost every player.
He was upset too.
I heard Swift David say in his interview, well, so I think it was real evident to me that Ben's message to the team hit home. You know, that the guys were listening, the guys were paying attention, because when you hear your players repeating everything pretty much, not word for word, but, you know, the theme of it from what the head coach said, to me, that's a good sign that they got the message.
You know? Like it because they won the NFC North, they're the number 2 seed, and they sound like they're not satisfied. They sound very kind of unsettled heading into this practice week for the Packers. Dave, when you look at the defense, let's start there. Jaquan Brisker had something to say yesterday or on Sunday about it being out-schemed. I don't know if it's that as much as talent. What do you look at when you see the Bears defense in terms of their number one priority and reason why it hasn't been playing well?
Well, here's what I thought, okay? So now we got all of our secondary guys back, except for Gordon. I was expecting them, because we know that Dennis Allen likes to play man and pressure more. Okay, but we couldn't do that in the beginning of the year. Let's go back a little bit, because we had, you know, Jalen Johnson. We had everybody hurt in the secondary.
Yes.
We had a backup crew, a new crew, whatever you want to call it. Well, now those guys are basically all back, and so you would expect a little more man and pressure. Well, guess what? We got man and pressure, and you know, our man CJ gets matched up with St. Brown, and it's a mismatch. And the guy catches 10 balls or whatever he caught, you know, St. Brown. So, you know, yes, that's the one thing that because we know Dennis Allen has good pressures. And even when we ran him, though, I guess the disappointing thing was we really weren't getting home, guys. You know what I mean? It wasn't like we were hitting the quarterback and knocking him down, or I don't know. That's the one area, maybe because we haven't done it all year. And now I'm sure Dennis Allen's sitting there saying, God, I want to pressure. I got some good blitzes and pressures against what they're doing protection-wise. I can take advantage of it. You know, but it just hasn't happened yet. I really, that's the one ingredient of this defense that I think is missing, that when they started in fall camp, that what I saw in person that is missing right now.
This segment with Coach Wannstedt is sponsored by ChicagoRoofingContractors.org, providing all-weather protection for your business. Dave, you have been around a while. You've seen it all in the NFL, in the college game. I'm just wondering, have you ever faced a team for the third time in 6 weeks throughout your career? It just seems such an unusual thing to have this familiarity with an opponent and have played them as often as the Bears have now.
Yeah, not in this time frame. When we went up, when we went up there and beat Minnesota in the playoff game when I was coaching, that was the third time we played them. They won the division that year. We were a wild card, and they had beat us the previous 2 times. So we went up to Minnesota.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there, Mully, and then we beat them. So, yes, 3
times. The Robert Green package.
That's right. Little Robert, God bless him, And I think we blocked a punt, and, we did. God, Kenna, you get me go. But anyway, we no, that was 3 times in 1 year, and then playing him in the playoff game. But this short amount of time, no. And what that tells me, I would tell the coaches right now, just don't get bored. I mean, because there's some good stuff that maybe we didn't use, or maybe it's if we play faster. And I've always believed.
Do you have to tell coaches that not to get bored?
Oh, I used to write that on the board. Absolutely. Jimmy Johnson, when we were getting ready to play for the national championship, there was a month time between the last game in college and the Orange Bowl national championship game, and we were playing the Wishbone, Barry Switzer and the Wishbone, okay, with Jameel Holloway and who knows, Billy Sims. No, it wasn't Billy Sims, but that crew, talented team, Keith Jackson. And so I had 1,000 ideas how we were going to stop this Wishbone. And Jimmy walked in and he says, always remember this. And he took the chalk and he wrote up, Bert. It was just me and him sitting there. Everybody else was on the road recruiting. And he wrote, don't get bored. We were like the top defense in college football then. And he, don't get bored. And so now, when I was a head coach, if you asked every one of my defensive coordinators, I would write on the board at the beginning of the year, don't get bored. Because I always believe this philosophy of and I used a little saying, I think I probably used it on here, clear mind at anything means fast feet. If I know exactly what you guys expect of me on this show, and there's no doubt in my mind what my job is, I'm going to be more effective. But if I'm kind of on here and we're not sure what we're talking about, and you guys, aren't you're the best at being prepared and tell me ahead of time, this is what we're going to do, Coach, I know I'm ready to talk these topics. But if I didn't, I'm not going to be quite as sharp. And I think that carries over to football. So my point is, getting back to it without the stories and everything, is that there's some things that the Bears have done extremely well against Green Bay, offense, defense, special teams. Hey, let's just do them better than they can defend them, or do them better. You know what I mean? So you don't need to start over.
That's great. That's
my
really
point.
Good. That's great stuff. All right, we've got Coach Wannstedt. We'll have him for another segment. We'll be right back at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
After the Bears fall to Detroit in the final game of the regular season, Bears fans are reacting on The Score.
Scott, bring on the Packers. Let's go. This is going to be a lot of fun. A great week again for talk radio. Mully and Haugh, I can't wait for this.
Let's try Dave. Now that we play Detroit, we got nothing but problems with them. Do we have matchup trouble with them? Jeff,
do you think that Ben Johnson is saving all of his goods for the playoffs? I really do.
Keep it here for more reaction and an incredible full week of coverage of Bears, Packers, in the wild card round, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Bears assistant general manager Ian Cunningham could be of interest to the Atlanta Falcons, according to multiple internet reports this morning. They have a opening for their general manager and head coaching position. And don't forget that former BC teammate, the GM for your Chicago Bears, was teammates with the potential new president of the Atlanta Falcons. So something to keep an eye on there. The Bears, they're back to work at Haugh later today. They've got the Packers in town Saturday night. Game's at 7. You watch it on Fox. That game is a pick'em. The total is 46, according to our friends over at Circus Sports. Blackhawks are going to be back on the home ice Wednesday, 8:30 puck drop on TNT. They're hosting the Blues. The Bulls, they'll be back on the Score on Wednesday at Detroit, taking on the Pistons, 5:45 pregame. Last night in Boston, they fell to the Celtics, 115-100. The Hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Dave Wunstead hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to have Coach Wunstead with us. And Dave, we've been kind of picking apart this game. There's really not a lot of information in terms of who's healthy or who isn't, but I'm curious. We talked about this idea that Ozzy Trapillo is missed last week's game, terrible bruise on his leg. We'll see if he's able to get back into the starting. It's all hands on deck. I'm sure he'll start if he can go. We don't know yet what is going on with the nickel position. Kyler Gordon could be starting. The hope is that he will be restarting his clock. I can't read that one. He's been out almost the entire year. He's missed 14 games. He's only had 117 plays. I think he's had 9 practices. Didn't Big Z tell us that since like October? It is really difficult to imagine that he's coming to the rescue, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is out with concussion protocol. He's in concussion protocol. We don't know if he'll be clear in time to go on Saturday night. I think there are just a lot of little concerns that can gang up on you when your defense isn't playing particularly well.
Yeah, and the one area that our defense has played well, how about, we got to force Green Bay. Go back to that first game, guys. The best thing we did on defense was the red zone defense. Remember, we got Jacobs to fumble, right? We got Jacobs to fumble, and we forced a couple field goals with the Packers. And that same thing happened last week against Detroit. I mean, Detroit was down in there. They were 1 for 4 in the red zone with touchdowns. 1 for 4. I mean, that's terrible. We know that. Teams are usually 75%. And so my point is that the Bears' red zone defense has been darn good, and that'll be critical again in this game from a defensive. Forcing field goals if they get down there.
The Packers haven't won a game since they beat the Bears at Lambeau.
Wow.
The Bears have lost 2 straight, and I think you sense the unsettled nature maybe of the media or the fan base, but it doesn't feel like the Bears are headed into the postseason with a ton of momentum. Green Bay certainly isn't.
Right.
What value is momentum in the playoffs based on your perspective?
Well, I think confidence is a lot, but I'll tell you what, you can lose confidence and gain confidence in the NFL. It's amazing. If the Bears come out in the opening drive, they clip off some nice runs, and Caleb hits a couple great play-action passes or whatever happens, they'll have the confidence back that quick. You can gain it back. Now, you go out there and you go, like we did last week, punt against the Packers. Now it's a different ballgame. Now all of a sudden, confidence to Green Bay side. So you can lose it quick in the NFL and you can gain it quick. I think both teams, that's a good point, David, both teams right now are a little bit nervous. They've got to come out and they've got to play well early.
They're not playing at their best.
No.
But the Packers look like they were going to win the North. They go to Denver, And from the point they were leading in that game, from the point where Micah Parsons is knocked out of the game, that's been exactly right. They have
psychologically and football-wise in every way.
So how do you drive home that point to them?
I think that if someone asks me what do I think is going to be the difference in the game, everybody wants to talk about the quarterbacks, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say the Bears' offensive line versus Green Bay's defensive line because obviously the Wyatt, the big run stoppers hurt.
Yes, that's right.
Parsons, you just mentioned, Mully, is out. Our offensive line and our running game, I mean, you can get ready. If you're a team that's got some uncertainty in the weather, is it going to be cold? Is it going to be, what's the conditions?
Windy.
Hey, you can go ahead right now and run the football. That's one thing that you can do. And so I would, that's to me, that's going to be our lifeline this week. I really believe that's at least getting early in the game and getting the crowd into it and having some success. Run the football early.
How much does Caleb Williams' relative inexperience compared to Jordan Love affect this game? Concern you
Fourth
at all?
Playoff run for Jordan Love.
You know what? I don't know. I mean, when you get in these games, I think it's almost another game. I think of the first playoff game that I coached in. It was exciting, but you're so wrapped up and you're so focused and living in your little foxhole of just, okay, this is the defense and this is the plays and this is what we got to do to execute. I don't know if the magnitude of a playoff game and where it can take you down the road really impacts a player that much. I don't. Maybe in a Super Bowl it might, when you get to that point. But I think early on, like we're at right now, I think it's another game where Caleb's worried about hitting the open receiver. You know what I mean? And just playing good football.
Big C did a breakdown in his 10 thoughts of quarterbacks on the road in the playoffs. And it was amazing because there isn't one quarterback in the NFL in the playoffs this year that has a winning road record. Even Aaron Rodgers is 5-6 on the road in the playoffs. Jordan Love was one of the few that had a win. He's 1-2 on the road in the playoffs. But it's really it just tells you how important home field advantage is.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat because it wasn't that, we kind of lost that. It used to be that way. I remember when I first started coaching, we'd say, okay, we got to win our home games. These are our home games,
yes.
Because we were counting on the 12th man, the fans. And then that kind of went away a little bit. Remember that?
Yes, it did.
And so that's an interesting stat that Bigsy, he's the best. He got some good stuff.
When you look at this Bears team on tape, you remove all the other factors from the equation, home field advantage, experience, all those things. When you just watch them on tape, do you look at them and say, well, that's a team that can win a playoff game, that's a team that can get on a playoff run, that's a team that's one and done?
No, that's a team that can win a playoff game, can win any game in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? Regardless of the score, they have proven that they can win.
Yeah.
I mean, if we win that game Saturday, that would have been our seventh. Over half of our wins, we have come back in the last 2 minutes of the game, guys. That's incredible. That's incredible.
What's gone awry with the so-called first 15? You map out the first 15 plays of a game, and the Bears were doing really well earlier in the year. They were either scoring on their first possession or their second possession. The first 15 seemed to be the only assured points you were going to get on the day at one point in the year. And now it's completely reversed, where, as you're saying, they're capable of coming back and Caleb can be the Superman quarterback at the end of the game. But why are they no longer effective in the early parts of games?
Yeah, boy, that's a tough one because that's what once you get those plays established. Okay, this is what we're opening up with. That might come on, but you're working those plays on Friday to start practice. Okay, you're walking through them on Saturday. and then you're starting with them. So you're getting at least 3 days of going through the top 10 or 15 or whatever teams do play. So you should be able to execute it. Now, the defense may be different, or the defense may cover it. That's one factor, but for not executing it on your end, that shouldn't happen. I don't know. I really don't have an answer for that.
We were talking yesterday about what version of Ben Johnson we'll see in the playoffs. And on Sunday against the Lions, he had that moment with a minute 55 left, 4th and 5 at the 31. Go for it or punt. It seemed like he regretted not going for it. He punted like conventional wisdom says you do in that situation. It made sense at the time. Dave, going into this game, going into the postseason, do you think that Ben Johnson gets more in touch with the Dan Campbell part of his coaching personality?
I hope not.
Or
Dan Campbell damn near lost that game.
Oh, I know, but if he is resisting the urge to do things like that,
right.
Do you think it's going to be harder to do when it's win or go home?
I don't know if Ben looks at it this way, but Ben's really kind of playing with house money to some point. You know? I mean, no one expected this, so he's a new coach, a young team. He's
not desperate.
No, where Matt LaFleur is pressing. Green Bay is pressing. So I think those fourth down decisions are going to be a lot tougher on Green Bay, Matt LaFleur, than they are Ben. Ben, I could see him going for it. I would have punted the ball too. You had 3 timeouts left. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind.
Yes. Well, I think conventionally we all felt that way, but the very fact that he was asked the question by David and that his response was, you could tell that he was like, I should have won the game there. I could have won. And in his mind, okay, it's 4th and 4 or 4th and 5? I get the 5 yards. We're going to march down, kick a game-winning field goal and win.
Right.
I don't get it. We'll stop them enough that they have to kick a field goal. Then I got a minute and a half to march down the field and try to win the game. He's looking at it completely differently than conventionally.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and after the fact, I'm sure he's second guessing himself, saying, "Oh, we've converted 4th and 5s before," but I don't know. What he said and why he made his decision to me was sound. Okay,
yeah.
So
Dave, this is more like a clinic question that you would be addressing at a coach's clinic, and I'm sure it sounds simple, but it's complicated. At this stage of the season, how do you get better defensively at stopping the run? How can a defensive coordinator impact that part of your defense schematically or with personnel? Because the Bears, I think, more than anything, have to go when Jordan Love's a problem, the receivers are dangerous, but if you don't stop Josh Jacobs, you don't have a chance.
People, numbers. We got to have more people than they do, number one. So that means committing Brisker to the run game, which comes back to playing man coverage, which you don't want to do necessarily, but that's what it comes down to, or I don't know. I mean, we've got enough talent, I've always believed. There we go. I've always believed that when you, if you know what to do and you give fanatical effort, you should play good defense. So, the effort's going to have to be more. And I do think there's a difference in intensity level. I mean, I've experienced that. You got preseason intensity, you got regular season intensity, and then you got playoff intensity. So I think just the effort is going to have to be. There was no question last week that Detroit came in and they were going. Their motor was going faster than ours.
Yeah.
I mean, the first pass that we dropped back on, and our man Theo and Hutchinson came off the edge, and he hit him, and I could hear the collision on the TV. I mean, I could feel it. I could feel it in my spine, and I said to myself, wow, because I didn't know if Detroit would shut it down. They had no motivation to win, and God forbid if someone gets their knee blown out in that game,
right?
What's his name? Campbell may get fired, but the point is that we got to come out and we got to play with a fanatical effort, which we will. We will. That's the first box you check, and then you say, okay, how can we help our guys? You got to have more guys and they can block. That's what it comes down to.
You mentioned Brisker. Take a listen to what he said in the post game. This blew my mind.
Jalen said that they kind of used their strength against you, getting a lot of stuff in the middle of the field, their offense against your defense. Why was that? Why were they able to get away with that so easily?
I mean, we playing a whole bunch of man today. No help in the middle. A lot of, picks, rubs. Really they schemed us up, and, we just had to do a better job covering. They just got us in the right call. They just out-schemed us, really. Just be honest.
How would you react to a player saying you were out-schemed?
Now that I'm sitting on this side, I mean, I would say, he's just being honest. That was obvious to everybody. They were getting double rubs inside.
What if you're sitting in the defensive coordinator office?
Yeah.
Coach.
Yeah. It was a little, you know what it was like? It was like the first Green Bay game. Remember, we gave up two passes over 40 yards, and we were and we were, doing some things there. Then we came back the second Green Bay game, and what did we do? We didn't blitz. We played zone. And then didn't give
they
up.
Went 0 for 5 in the low red zone.
Correct. And the longest play we gave up, I think the second week was 30 yards. And
but you couldn't. I mean,
is that a conversation you have, or do you ignore it?
I ignore it. It's tough. It just pisses you off, Steve. But I'll be honest with you. You got to ignore it. Because the minute you say something there, then someone else is going to respond, and now you're into a debate, and we don't have time for debate.
No,
okay.
No, moving on.
That's what it was. You know what I would probably say? I would be honest with you. I would say, hey guys, we played way too much man coverage. Okay, I mean, you got to take the blunt of that as a coach. You got to say, hey, listen, we probably should have been playing more zone.
I forgot you can't play man. Sorry.
But for some reason, Ben Johnson was not asked about that, so they didn't have to address it after the fact.
Right. Yeah, that's probably Dennis Allen's got such a good rapport with these guys, and he's so experienced. He'll say, yeah, you know what, we played a lot of man. We probably need to play more zone or something, and that'll be the end of it. It won't be a big deal. There's not enough time in the week or in the day.
It's a long off season
to be debating that the week of the playoff games with the Packers. You know what I mean? There's not enough time this week to spend any time with that. You got to move on.
Breaking news: Matt Eberflus fired in Dallas.
Oh no. Well, that's not a shocker.
Not really. I didn't know which way that would go. You know the people involved there, Dave. Jerry Jones, certainly.
You know what? A month ago, Jerry never talks about assistant coaches. You tell me when he's ever done that. Going back to when we started day one with Jerry.
He did it with Eberflus.
He started, and I think that there's something going on there. I think that Schottenheimer, I don't know, who knows, Rex Ryan or somebody, one of his guys is going to end up there with Schottenheimer as a defense coordinator, and I think it was set up that way a month ago, okay? I really do. That's just my feeling.
Can Rex also remain a broadcaster?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
happening everywhere now.
Yeah, I used his name because he was the head coach of the Jets, and Chip Shoddy worked for him as offensive coordinator, so they get a relationship. But I think there's somebody that
he probably has in mind.
I don't think that Schottenheimer hired Flus. I was told that Jerry hired Flus because Jerry knew Flus from when he was there before.
When he was there before.
So that was not a Schottenheimer hire. And now Jerry's got confidence in Schottenheimer to be the head coach and do the offense, so he's going to let him bring his own defensive guy.
Would you think Al Harris with the Bears would be a candidate in Dallas as a coordinator?
Al would be a great candidate. Absolutely. Al would be a great candidate, no question. I don't know what it's going to be somebody that Shoddy's tied in with down there at Dallas, and Jerry's going to let him hire who he wants. That's what's happened. Jerry pushed this down his throat, and, whatever.
Great stuff, Dave. Thank you. Always a joy. Really appreciate your time.
Okay, guys. Go Bears.
312-644-6767. We're going to bring in Jarrett Payton next. We will eventually get to your calls. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score. Kurt Warner on the Bears.
I've been kind of skeptical all year. Unfortunately, I'm still there with this team going into the playoffs. Like, show me that you are a championship caliber team. I don't necessarily see that on tape every week that I believe they can win a championship, but I do believe that they can beat anybody. Ben has built something specifically offensively that can
the
travel
Spiegel
into
and
the
Holmes
playoffs.
Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. They say defense wins championships, and that's true for your retirement plan too. Inflation, taxes, market volatility, they're all like an aggressive pass rush. And if you're not prepared, you will get sacked. Trajan Wealth builds your financial defense first, protecting what you've worked so hard for, while designing an offensive strategy to grow your wealth responsibly. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors don't push products. They design custom plans that align with your risk tolerance, your goals, and your timeline. And as a veteran-led firm, CEO Jeff Jr. knows what it takes to achieve true financial independence. Don't wait. Call Trajan Wealth today, 630-320-2100. Again, 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Strong defense, smart offense. That's the Trajan Wealth game plan. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Plumbing emergency? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911. Licensed, highly skilled local 130 plumbers are available 24/7. For fast, reliable help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time.
This segment brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This hour of the show brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I had waited way too long to get my hallway painted. It was scuffed, it was dull, and then I talked to CertaPro Painters, and they gave a free estimate quickly at a really good price. Never have to wonder about what's next with CertaPro Painters. I got reliable updates and communications. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Drake Toll with the Sports Minute, sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The NFL postseason is set, and the Seattle Seahawks are the team to beat. If you need a Super Bowl pick on January 5th, give me the team that plays the best defense in the league. However, their quarterback, Sam Darnold, a combined 20 turnovers. Monitor that.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jarrett Payton, the son of sweetness.
One man, one career, one team for 200.
Walter Payton, 13 seasons for these. Deanna.
Who are the Chicago Bears?
The Bears, yes.
Sports anchor for WGN, former running back great.
Payton again, already 2 touchdowns. There it is. There's the touchdown. The Jarrett Payton Show today.
Jarrett Payton with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. I want to give a shout out to everyone watching on CHSN. We appreciate it, and we are delighted to welcome in Jarrett Payton. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Jarrett, good morning. How are you?
Mully and Haugh, what's going on, fellas, man? Playoff week. Let's go. Are you excited?
You know, I am excited, but I'm also, and I don't know why, I feel apprehensive just because it's the third meeting against the same team in 6 weeks, and just because of the way you feel about Green Bay if you live in Chicago. And it just, there's an element of familiarity that breeds contempt, and I don't know that I'm over the top about this one. It just seems like they played pretty close in the first 2 meetings, and you want to make sure you're not the team that lets Green Bay get up off the canvas when they look like they've been felled back against Denver when Micah Parsons went down. Haven't won since.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that. Well, I mean, it's always tough, but also when I think about the third matchup, it just means there's so much more film. There's so much more that you can go through when you, for Ben Johnson and his staff to go through and see what worked and what didn't work. And as you comb through the film, it gives you just a nice opportunity to be able to scheme things up for what you want to do. I think the game plan, and I know it sounds repetitive because I am the Score's resident running back, but establishing the run early on in this game needs to be the focal point, and you can't get away from that. I just think it's what this team has been built on. It's a strength. It's this offensive line plus the 2 running backs that have had really good years, especially DeAndre Swift and what he's done this year and what he's accomplished. I think you got to be able to lean on that, because what comes off of that is their play action game and being able to take shots down the field. And so I can totally understand why you feel that way. But we're here now, and this gives you an opportunity. You get a chance to lace it up and walk across those white lines on Saturday, and you're at home. It gives you I love how the split between these 2 teams, right, has been the home team has won. So you gotta feel good being in front of your home fans on Saturday night. And I know down by the lakefront it's gonna be rocking on Saturday night.
What concerns you most about the Packers offense? The depth of the receiving core and Jordan Love's experience in the playoffs, or Josh Jacobs in the ground game, because that will set up everything else?
David, I would probably say just their ability for explosive plays down the football field. And I think with the issues of kind of not having a pass rush, I mean, for the Bears on this defense, a consistent one, we know when Jordan Love's sitting there in the back and you give him time to be able to, take advantage of that's always a problem. That was in that first matchup in Green Bay where they took advantage of down the field. And I think what we just saw in that Lions game, I know there was a lot of man coverage being played, but there's, if you have a quarterback that can lead the receivers and then there's opportunity for yak yards after that, the explosive plays really probably scares me the most. I mean, anytime Josh Jacobs and running the football, it scares me as well because that's kind of what sets it up. But it's normally just having quarterbacks are too good these days, David, to let them just sit back there and have all the time in the world to be able to, make throws. They're too good. That's why a lot of them. That's why they're in the NFL. So that's what scares probably me the most about this Green Bay offense.
Jared, I'm curious. The Bears obviously have taken the North. They won the division, but they did so with a losing record within the division. They lost both games to Detroit, and therefore they went 2-4 in the division. It's only happened 4 times in NFL history that you win a division despite having a losing record within it. Does that give you any pause at all? I mean, isn't it strange that while they are the division champion, a lot of that came via a little bit of help here, a little bit of help there? I mean, they didn't win the game that got them in the division. They didn't win the game that got them in the playoffs. They didn't win the game that got them the number 2 seed.
Mully, I'm never going to apologize for that. Yeah, it scares me. And it should bother people just a little bit, but, I mean, you got here. I mean, it's football, and I've been around some, crazy teams, some good teams, some bad teams, and you get to this point, and it's about just making it to the dance. Like, if you can get there any way possible. And for me, I sit back and kind of marvel at how this season went about, right? You don't sometimes you luck into one. These are the seasons where you got to take advantage of them, and you don't know how you got here, but you're here. So you want to take full advantage. And I was one of those people that wasn't expecting all this. So I have to be honest. I just wasn't expecting this season. And Ben Johnson's first season, Caleb with his second offense and his second year, and how is this all going to play itself out with these offensive guys and some of these young guys on offense? Could they make an impact? And I've been pleasantly surprised. And so you're here now, and so you don't want to say, sorry for how we won, but we're here, and they get an opportunity to be able to kind of keep their dancing shoes on if they can win on Saturday. But that's just sometimes how it plays out. And we knew that this division was going to be tough, but I also thought in the beginning before the season that we were going to be talking about the Lions winning the division, and that didn't happen.
I think that's a good perspective, Jared. I think it's a healthy attitude, because this is a season that when it is over, you're going to look back fondly if you're a Bears fan and say, oh, first year Ben Johnson, a year ago at this time, we're talking about coaching searches and looking at who's available in interviews and all those things. But I also wonder this. Will the fact that, as Dave Wanstead alluded to in the previous segment, they're playing with house money, so to speak, could that affect how Ben Johnson approaches the game plan more aggressively? Because you don't need to be tight. There's no reason to be really having much anxiety, because you are in a place where not many people expected you to be. So why not go for it all? Why not be aggressive? Why not take chances you might not ordinarily take?
Yeah, I've always said that. I think they've been playing with house money. So I agree with Coach, man. This is a season where the opportunity is there for you. And when you get into these games, I mean, this is for Ben as a head coach. This is a first, and so I think that the game plan of just seeing what kind of the game plan was, of being so simple as everybody was talking about against the Lions in Week 18. Well, this is an opportunity to be able to not let everything hang out. Like don't hold back at all. Be able to take some shots and be aggressive. And I do think that just by watching the post game and listening to Ben and listening to Caleb, and everybody in that locker room, everybody was frustrated. They were frustrated about how they played. They weren't able to execute the game plan the way that they had hoped to. And I think this is where we're going to see Ben kind of just say, hey, let the chips fall where they may, but we're going to take some chances here. And that's going to kind of stem on the quarterback as well, to be able to take those shots when you need to.
Yeah, this is the first, I think it's the fourth time in league history that a team will go into the playoffs with 4 straight losses. So the 3 previous teams, 2 of them lost in the wild card, and I believe the other team was Pittsburgh, got to a divisional round and then lost. So they won a game and then lost. It is usually a real mark of a bad team when you put together 4 losses. In this case, they still haven't figured out how to overcome Micah Parsons, what happened there, and they've lost 4 straight games. And so that is a good thing in terms of where the Bears are at. And it's weird that the division itself, they were 9-7-1 because of the draw they had. Other than that, everyone else was 9-8 outside the Bears. So it's like a very rare thing to have a lot of winning teams in the division, and you got to keep that in mind when you're looking at how the Bears finished.
Yeah, you do. You have to keep it in perspective, and that's what I was saying last night on our show. I was trying to tell people, like, just step back a little bit before Saturday and just think of where this football team is at the moment. And I mean, everybody had hopes and dreams, but I think we do got to put in perspective of how Ben Johnson has changed the culture here in Chicago, inside that locker room, and what he's building, and the confidence that we've seen and the growth we've seen in Caleb Williams as well, just as a quarterback and being underneath center, something that, I might have had questions that he could actually do. And so now we're seeing that more and how that's transpired and how this team is kind of galvanized around Ben Johnson and his mindset. The fact that Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson seem to be on the same accord and how they talk and you just know in the meeting rooms that they're vibing as well. And so, yeah, right now is awesome. And we hope for the best on Saturday. But I think what we need to step back and look at is that the future looks bright as well for what they're building for the next. Just imagine where Caleb's going to be at this time next year, and the growth that we're going to see in him, and the growth that Ben Johnson's going to have, and the additions that we have, the rookies that we've seen progress. And Colston Loveland, man, he proved me wrong as well, man. That kid is a stud. He got the opportunity to be a star. Kyle Monungai, 7th-round pick, making plays and being a part of this offense, a key part. Luther Burden seems like he's just a diamond in the rough too, just like how good he's just scratching the surface about how good he can be. So, man, you have I can't leave out Ozzie Chapillo when he's healthy. I mean, think about what they're building, which right now, David, house money, yes. But in the future, we're talking about building something to sustain success in this NFC North, and the opportunity to be in this position every single year. If that's what they're building, man, anytime you get there, you get a chance, you got a shot. And so I think they're only going to be better as they keep growing.
Quickly before we let you go, Jarrett, any mixed feelings about Miami, Ole Miss? I know your dad's family's from Mississippi. You are Mr. Hurricane. Big matchup this weekend. What do you think?
So it's funny. My daughter and I are flying out Thursday to go to the game. So I'm excited to go, to be in Arizona. No, at all. I actually wanted to play Georgia, so because of how our two teams are kind of set, just us running the football. Offensively, Ole Miss brings a lot of challenges, but I'm going to rest on a defense that I know is going to travel and an offense that can run the football, and that's what they do. So as long as Carson Beck can take care of the football and Malachi Toney has as many touches as he needs, at least 6 to 7 touches, I think there's an opportunity for us to move on and hopefully see either Indiana or Oregon in the national championship.
Be careful what you wish for. The Hoosiers lurk.
Hey, listen, that's what you want. I mean, you want to play the best. You want to beat the best, and I give so much credit to Indiana and what Kurt Cinetti and those guys are doing. Man, they're a phenomenal football team, but we got to win this game first on Thursday and then get an opportunity to see who we play in the national championship. But I got my Canes winning, though, so let's go, baby.
Thank you, Jarrett. Great catching up.
Thanks, Jarrett.
See you guys.
That is Jarrett Payton. He's got the Canes winning.
Shocking.
But that would be bad for Lane Kiffin. I mean, doesn't he deserve another paycheck?
No.
Come on.
I kind of would like to see a Miami-Indiana final.
Don't you want the bonus money going to Lane Kiffin?
That gives us Catholics versus convicts almost again.
Miami versus Indiana?
Yeah, got a little of that vibe to it. The clean cut Carlos Mendoza, right? Windiana.
I would like to see it. That'd be a great final. First things first.
Don't be just saying Oregon's not going to do it.
I know.
Well, I mean, Indiana went to Oregon and
I know
stomped them, and I thought, and I did not do what I thought. I think I probably said on the air that I wanted to do it. I didn't pull the trigger. I had not been more confident in a bet in a long time than I was that Oregon, and I was just going to bet money line. Oregon money line against Indiana, that first matchup, and Indiana went out there and just stomped them.
Okay. Well, mercifully,
won't happen again. I didn't make the bet.
It.
I won't make the bet this time either.
All right. We will be right back with Mike Florio. We'll talk to our guy next, Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
Greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
Plus, new this year, extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 on The Score could be a record-setting audience this year. The impact for your brand could be incredible. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game, then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
And new this year, a live Score broadcast for your business.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair and areas that are causing you pain. These aching knees, hips, shoulders, back, wherever it hurts. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, simple treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big life-changing results. Skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery. Skip the pain. Skip the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better. You're stronger. You're planning the year you may actually want. All because you took care of the pain. The smart way, game-changing regenerative treatment from QC Kinetics. January, that's supposed to be your clean slate. Make it one. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. The number 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. Call now, 312-847-4347.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, You can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergenex and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergenex and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergenex and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
He's played in a lot of big games over the course of his life. I think he's primed and he's ready to go. He was built for these moments. He plays his best when we need him to, and so there's really not a whole lot that needs to be said. He just needs to be him.
That is the voice of Bears head coach Ben Johnson, much to the chagrin of our own Dustin Rhodes. He says that he's played in those big games.
Caleb is built for these moments.
That's what Ben Johnson said.
That's what you want your head coach to say.
But Dustin has been arguing
about your quarterback
all day, both in and out of breaks.
I respect where Dustin's coming from, or at least I expect his opinion. This one doesn't make a lot of sense.
Not exactly, not what I said, but that's okay.
Oh, but you don't respect his opinion. You expect it. Is that what you said?
I think I don't agree with him here because I do believe, like Ben Johnson said, you just see certain traits in Caleb Williams that make you feel like he is by anyone's definition, a big game quarterback.
Except his.
I don't think that he's somebody that is going to wither under the bright lights of Saturday night. I don't think he's a guy that in the playoffs you're going to feel like isn't up to the challenge. Do you?
I agree with you. I feel like he'll be ready to play. I think it's important that he does, and he will.
Mully, even you don't have to go back to Gonzaga Prep. You don't have to go to Oklahoma. You don't have to go to USC.
I'll go all those places.
Well, you can go all those places, and I would think that those examples would be relevant and appropriate. But even just to say, let's reduce it to this season.
Yeah, no question.
The Bears made history by becoming the first team to win, 6 games when they trailed in the final 2 minutes of the game. That to me says that's a big moment. That's a quarterback who, when he excels in those situations, is built for this.
This segment on the Mully and Haugh Show is sponsored by the all-new Toyota on Edens in Northbrook. Visit ToyotaOnEdens.com. And David, we should remind everyone, this is one, set an alarm, set your phone. Tune in tonight, starting at 6 p.m. for a special live playoff edition of Take the North with Mark Rohde and Dan Wiederer. They'll be joined by Cole Kmet at 6:25, getting you set for the Bears against the Packers in the wild card round on Saturday night. That's tonight from 6 to 8 on The Score and the Odyssey app. Subscribe to Take the North wherever you get your podcast.
Appointment radio, that's a weekly staple. You need Take the North a couple times a week. It's a great podcast.
You created it.
Well, yeah, but it's
Rohde has usurped it.
He has definitely taken it to the next level.
Okay.
With that Illinois State pedigree. And I'm impressed that he's working double duty tonight.
Hall of Famer.
He's doing the show after hours, and he's doing the podcast tonight, and he's playing hurt today because Illinois State, his Redbirds, came up just short in a dramatic, fascinating, entertaining FCS championship game.
He is not playing hurt. You know why? Because you can't hurt steel.
But that was a tough one to watch, Mully.
You can make steel cry.
That was a great game, heartbreaking finish.
It was.
And I feel for all the Illinois State fans and alums out there who enjoyed the run, the underdog run through the playoffs.
I feel most for all the guys from Elmhurst that just showed up uninvited at that broadcast.
I don't know who you speak of.
I'm not naming
Dustin
names.
was invited.
I was invited.
Who invited you? The people from Illinois State wanted to know.
Mark Rohde.
Who invited him?
Well, he didn't wear red. We know that because he told us.
I was scolded.
Yeah.
At least he wasn't wearing a cheese grater hat.
Yeah. You better.
Like Brandon.
Brandon, I feel so much more threatened by him than usual. He just looks mean in that thing. No, that has to be one of the sillier things I've ever seen.
Sharp-edged personality.
Yeah. David, you at one point you turned over and then I forget who were we talking to Dave, and you just was.
I just couldn't help it.
You burst out laughing.
Made me giggle.
It's pretty funny.
It is.
It's an excellent hat.
It's a nice hat.
You gotta love it.
Wears it well.
Yeah.
I just love when you was about to make you was making a serious point, Mully, and then you just saw the hat. And
I know.
Bust up.
I remember the first time I saw that cheese hat. That the story is that the cheese hats. The company just switched to making the graders, right? Which was pretty funny. But the first time I saw those cheese hats, I think the Packers were in the Super Bowl, and some guy, it was in New Orleans, some guy went head first down, and the cheese wedge saved him. He landed on the foam. So that's good news, Brandon. Wear that thing.
That's kind of like his own Guardian cap.
There you go. That's right. Put that on top of your helmet. What if the Bears came out and they had those things on top of their helmet?
That'd be a great look.
I love it. All right, we got to get to our guy Mike Florio next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Circus Sports Illinois and The Score invite you to enjoy a special live broadcast starring the Spiegel and Holmes Show. Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Getting you ready for the big Chicago Green Bay wild card matchup.
Hey, Lawrence Holmes here. Stop by to see Speegs and me. We're going to do our show live. You can enjoy all the Chicago football playoff talk and more. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. Don't miss this.
That's the Spiegel and Holmes Show, live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Friday from 2 to 6 on The Score.
Sponsored by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Check out the Circus Sports Illinois app today.
Hey, what's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. You'll feel like a million. Trust me, I know what that's like. Now is the time to call them. It's their pre-season sale. You're going to get a phenomenal Comer and Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer and Cross makes it so easy. They take all of your stuff out for you, and in winter, they can even secure it on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and in one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer and Cross. All you got to do, call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or simply go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Just moments ago, a little bit of breaking news. Matt Eberflus out as the D coordinator of the Cowboys down in Dallas. Also, the Falcons have requested an interview with Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham for their GM spot. It's Cunningham's third offseason getting requested to interview for a team GM role. The Bears would get 2 third-round compensatory picks if he is hired. More with Mike Florio coming up next. The Bears, they're back at Hallis Hall today prepping for the Packers. Saturday night showdown at Soldier Field. The game kicks at 7. You'll watch it on Fox. The game right now is a pick'em. The total is 46 per our friends at Circa. Last night in Boston, the Bulls got Kobe White back, but 25 minutes, just 5 points in a 115-100 loss. Bulls Pistons on Wednesday, 5:45 pregame here on The Score. Also Wednesday at the United Center, your Blackhawks, 17, 18, and 7 overall, will drop the puck at 8:30 against the Blues. That one on TNT. This hour of the program brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We get better and better. So we can't beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Mike Florio joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency? Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Michael, good morning. How are you, sir?
Doing great. How are you guys today?
Oh, we're all fired up. You know, the Bears are getting ready for a playoff matchup against the Green Bay Packers, and the Packers are, I guess it's not very often that a team can lose 4 in a row and still make the playoffs, but that's the Packers situation. It won't be easy. There's a lot of familiarity between the teams, but Saturday night at Soldier Field should be a blast.
And, you know, there's some extra riding on this. One of the things that doesn't get discussed very much, but I think it's a very real consideration, Matt LaFleur, the coach of the Packers, and for that matter, Brian Gutekunst, the GM, they have 1 year left on their contracts, and Ed Policy, the new team president, said back in June they wouldn't get extensions before the end of the 2025 season, and he's also not a fan of lame duck arrangements. So it's been pointing to up or out for both of those guys, and if they make an ugly exit from the postseason against a division rival, that could be the thing that causes the Packers to decide to make a change. So the Bears could deliver the ultimate death blow to the arch rivals by taking them down in such a convincing fashion the Packers end up in complete and total upheaval for 2026. Now, again, I think it would take an ugly performance by the Packers, but when you look at how they've been playing recently, look, I think at a minimum, they better have a package ready for Malik Willis. I'm not saying bench Jordan Love. I'm just saying use both guys. When you look at how the Bears weren't able to handle Malik Willis the last time around, I'd play both guys in that game if my goal is to win it.
Mike, we'll get to a lot of the coaching stuff in a moment. I want to get your perspective on why this game, which will be televised locally on Fox 32, but went to Amazon, and how that decision came about and why the Bears-Packers, one of the more attractive rivalries and playoff matchups in this wild card weekend, ended up on a streaming service.
Well, look, I've learned that it's fruitless to try to figure out why the NFL ever does what it does. Ultimately, it's an NFL call for every one of the postseason games. The networks will work behind the scenes, making phone calls, trying to lobby, doing deals to get what they want. One of these games was going to be on Amazon. It's that simple. And the NFL had to pick one of them. And this is a pretty good game to land on Amazon. And we had the prior game, both of them on Fox, right? Both of the prior games were on Fox. Am I wrong about that?
I think you're right. Yep.
Up now. So, it made sense for the third game to be in play for one of the non-Fox networks. CBS traditionally having an AFC versus AFC game. So the NFL had to make a choice. And, the NFL is trying to boost the streaming numbers as we get closer and closer to the next wave of broadcast contracts. And I think at the end of the day, follow the money as we always should. And with the NFL, we always do. They want big numbers because the big numbers lay the foundation for the big numbers they're going to be looking for in the next wave of contracts.
I heard some fine folks in Los Angeles complaining that the Rams have to go out to Carolina when they do. That Carolina effectively had like an extra day of preparation because of that particular matchup being played when it was.
Well, you're always going to have those deviations when you get down to the end of the season. You've got the Panthers playing on Saturday in Tampa. They're able to get back to Carolina. The Rams playing at home on Sunday. So it's even more than an extra day of rest for the Panthers who played the Saturday game. The NFL doesn't care about any of that. I mean, look, the Monday night game, the winner of that one between the Texans and the Steelers, let's say the Texans win as they're favored to do, although I'm not sure I'm ready to place that bet literally or figuratively. They're going to have to go home and be ready to go on Sunday. There's no way it would be Saturday, but they're going to get a short week, and they're playing Monday night to turn around for a Sunday game. And does that mean the NFL will give them the late window on Sunday? There's no guarantee of that either. That once they cross that bridge to justifying Sunday to Thursday football by saying the injury rate's no different when you have 6 days between games versus 3 days between games, which is a very misleading characterization of the importance of rest between games. But once they convince themselves of that stat, that that's the end-all be-all to have as much limited rest as they want, they don't care. It's all about putting the right games in the right spots to maximize audiences, and if that inconveniences a team, so be it.
Mike, I thought the Browns made a mistake firing Kevin Stefanski. I thought the Falcons could have justified bringing Raheem Morris back. The other two moves I understood. What was the biggest surprise to you on Black Monday, as they call it, and who's the hottest coaching candidate available?
Well, I'll say this about the Browns. You have to consider the bigger picture in Cleveland. They not only need fans to renew their season tickets for next year, which is one of the big reasons why these moves get made. You've got to get the people who show up every Sunday or Saturday or Monday or Thursday to keep showing up, or Friday to keep showing up. And with the Browns, they're building a new stadium and they're going to have PSLs. Well, they've surveyed the fans for PSLs and they're not real happy about that. You got to motivate people to go buy the PSLs. And the easiest thing to do is change the coach, even if the coach isn't the problem. When you look at what Kevin Stefanski's done with a roster that has been abysmal in the aftermath of the single worst transaction in NFL history, the trade and contract for Deshaun Watson, Stefanski's gone to the playoffs twice. 2023 to get to the playoffs with Joe Flacco coming literally off of his couch to go to Cleveland, and they actually played well as favorites on the road against the Texans in the wild card round. I don't think Stefanski deserved it, but dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things. Really, the biggest surprise was the Cardinals, because they never allowed the word to trickle out that they were going to make a change, even as it was clear to me it was not sustainable. They were closing in on a franchise record, 14 losses. They've never, for a team that has been bad for a long time, they'd never lost 14 games in a season. And none of the usual suspects were reporting that Gannon was going to be out. It tells me Michael Bidwell, the owner of the team, who went and gave Jonathan Gannon that big bear hug before the game that ended up on social media. In hindsight, it was Michael Corleone hugging Fredo on New Year's Eve. But that one surprised me just because there was no indication given by the team that it was coming at a time when it was obvious they needed to do something. Just makes me wonder what they have planned to go out and try to get an upgrade over Jonathan Gannon.
Does that mean Kyler Murray's out of there? It's kind of obvious that he may have hit the wall there, right?
Yeah, I think the moment they put him on injured reserve and said he's not going to be back this year, that's their way of preventing future guarantees from vesting. And they're coming up with their plan for moving on from Kyler Murray. Can they trade him? Will they cut him? Whatever it's going to be. The only way Kyler Murray stays is if the next coach, whoever it is, shows up and says, I want Kyler Murray, and is able to persuade the owner, who I don't think at this point really wants Kyler Murray there. Anyway, that relationship went off the rails when they put the homework clause in his long-term contract. And I thought the Kyler Murray contract and the fact that Jonathan Gannon and GM Monty Austinfort inherited Murray and never had a chance to get their own quarterback, I think that was going to save Gannon. Well, it saved Austinfort, not Gannon. And I think the only way Murray is saved in Arizona is if a guy who is a huge Kyler Murray fan and believes he can win with Kyler Murray ends up becoming the next head coach.
Mike, the last 5 minutes of Ravens-Steelers was as entertaining as any 5-minute sequence of NFL football all season long. Obviously, we know what happened with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers advancing. What's next for Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh? And does Miami make any sense to keep in the back of your mind a possibility of a change there?
The vibe before the game, and we were there in Pittsburgh and we were on the Ravens sideline, and even before we got there, the sense I got, the Ravens were so thrilled after a down year to have an opportunity to make it to the playoffs with a Week 18 win. They weren't thinking about the future at all. It was all about trying to win that game, and they almost did. 44-yard field goal attempt goes wide. If that kick goes through, we're not having the conversation. But the same questions that came up 5 weeks ago about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, those questions are fair and relevant to John Harbaugh and the Ravens. 18 years together. Is it time for both sides to move on? Is it in the best interest of the team? Is it in the best interest of the coach? And how would it happen? Would it be a firing? Would it be a mutual parting? Would it be a resignation? Would there be a trade? And it's not really a trade. You can't tell the coach, we're trading you to the Giants or wherever. The coach is an active participant, and the coach can essentially kill it by saying, I'm not willing to engage in negotiations with Team X about becoming their head coach. But this is all going to be Steve Bisciotti's decision. He has to ask himself, can I find someone as good or better than John Harbaugh? And am I willing to understand that Harbaugh may go somewhere else and instantly have a great year and make me look bad perhaps for moving on from him? But it just kind of feels like something needs to happen. And you mentioned Lamar Jackson. Everyone's saying all the right things. I think the Ravens are going to wait and see if anyone calls and makes them an offer they won't refuse, knowing that that team also will be in position to negotiate a contract with Lamar Jackson, who doesn't have an agent. It's very difficult to negotiate directly with him, as the Ravens learned. It took them years to get his long-term deal done. He's ready for another contract. Whoever would trade for him is going to have to do a deal. I just think at this point in his career, I think he's 29 tomorrow. At this point in his career, with the signs of wear and tear, I don't see someone making the Ravens the kind of offer that would get them to trade him and making Lamar the kind of offer that would make him happy. Miami, I think, is a non-starter because they got $99 million in cap charges they're going to have to take between 26 and 27 for the disastrous Tua Tagovailoa deal. It's going to be very hard to budget more money for a quarterback like Lamar Jackson.
Wow. We knew Matt Eberflus was in trouble, but he is indeed fired today by Jerry. And listen, Jerry can do whatever Jerry wants. It's Jerry's world. I'm just wondering, if you actually trade the pass rusher, are you okay firing the defensive coordinator? Like, isn't that a bit of a rough position to put a guy in?
Well, and again, we got to look at the bigger picture. When expectations aren't met, somebody's got to take the fall. They're not going to fire Brian Schottenheimer after 1 year. The Cowboys and the Bengals are not alike in very many ways. One way they're alike is they refuse to pay a coach to not coach the team. If you have a buyout left, you're safe. That's why Zach Taylor's back. That's why Mike McCarthy was back after the disastrous, embarrassing home loss to the Packers in the wild card round a couple of years ago when it looked like the Cowboys were in position to do something they haven't done since 1995, get to the NFC Championship. So who's going to take the fall if it's not Schottenheimer? Is the GM going to take the fall? No, because the GM is the owner, and the owner never takes the fall. But we got to do something to make it look like we're trying. I hate to be this cynical about it, but after following it for 50 years, covering it for 25 years, part of the grift is to get the fans to keep renewing their season tickets. So sometimes you just have to do something. I don't know that they're going to be any better defensively, but they feel like they have to do something. Stephen Jones, the co-owner of the team, the future owner of the team, at some point, inevitably, he said that we need a defensive identity. These are all questions that should have been resolved a year ago, but they thought they got it right with Eberflus. And now after giving up 30.1 points per game, worst in the league, third worst in the league in yards allowed per game at 377, they had to do something. And there's been some talk out there for a week and a half now that with Brian Flores essentially a free agent in Minnesota, the Cowboys could target him, which won't happen if he ends up being hired by one of the teams looking for head coaches. But that could be what the Cowboys do, because that scheme is so good that if they can get the right players in place to make it work in Dallas, the defense could get a lot better very quickly.
Mike, various reports say this morning that the Falcons have requested permission to interview Bears assistant general manager Ian Cunningham. And I think that's the local story, and interesting because the Bears would get 2 compensatory draft picks if he indeed takes that job. Big picture, though, Matt Ryan, who is soon to be team president of the Falcons, perhaps, one of his college roommates and best friends is Ryan Poles, which makes that speculation warranted. But I think even bigger than that, if he is going to stay on CBS, can he be the Falcons president? Can he do a Tom Brady? Can he do a Troy Aikman? Where is this headed with former quarterbacks wanting to be executives and stay in the broadcast booth?
Listen, I have been banging this drum at a time when no one would listen to the noise I was trying to make, explaining that for Tom Brady to be the top broadcaster at Fox, covering the entire league at $37.5 million a year, and a minority owner of the Raiders, that is something that neither Fox nor the league should allow. And I got attacked for it. There was a column in The Athletic last year saying I have no business even pointing out that there's a conflict, and there was some weird what about argument that was made to try to justify it. I think Fox had its fingerprints all over it because they resent being criticized. Nobody likes being criticized. So Fox lets Brady do it. The league lets Brady do it. You stretch the rubber band that far with an owner of a team covering all the teams and having unique, unprecedented access to all of these games. And the minute that the Raiders become a powerhouse, if that ever happens, then all of a sudden it's a problem. For now, the Raiders stink, so nobody cares. But once you do that, Troy Aikman, double duty, ESPN, and he's going to consult with the Dolphins. That's not nearly as big of a conflict as Brady. Matt Ryan, hey, why not do it? I don't fault Matt Ryan. When in Rome, if they're going to allow it, if Fox is going to let Brady do it, if ESPN is going to let Aikman do it, why not ask CBS? Hey, can I be the president of football operations with the Falcons and still provide league-wide commentary that most viewers, unless they're going to have a disclaimer on the screen every time Matt Ryan speaks that says this guy is the president of the Falcons, so take that into account as to anything he has to say. I just think the whole thing stinks, but we got to look at the bigger picture. And I don't want to come off as old man yelling at cloud and or telling the kids to get off his lawn, but this is post-standards, post-truth America where we do whatever we want to do. Isn't that the message? Isn't that what we've learned over the last 10 years? Do whatever you want to do until someone tells you can't do it. Because nowadays, nobody seems to be telling anyone that they can't do that thing they want to do.
I'm just to put a bow on it, Mike. Are you saying that Matt LaFleur's job's on the line against the Bears on Saturday? I'm just wondering what else we can load up on this guy to make him a little. Yeah, they're going to fire his arse.
His job is
if he
potentially
loses.
on the line.
Okay.
The signals have been there, hiding in plain sight since the new Packers president, Ed Policy, said in June, no extensions for LaFleur or Gutekunst before the end of the 2025 season, and I don't like lame duck arrangements. Well, they're signed through 2026, so they're either getting new contracts or they're going to be gone after the season. And until the Packers tell us what they're going to do, we don't know what they're going to do. Is getting to the playoffs enough? Look at it this way. I remember when they expanded the postseason from 6 teams per conference to 7. The proposal was on the table when we were in Indianapolis for the scouting combine, and we try to come up with questions that will ask, a variety of coaches and GMs just to see what the league-wide mood is. Nobody complained about an extra playoff spot, because what's the ultimate litmus test to save your job? I got to the playoffs. And without that 7th playoff spot, the Packers, who have been the 7th seed for the last 3 years in the NFC, they'd be on a 4-year streak of no playoffs. LaFleur would already be gone.
Great stuff. Really appreciate it, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
See you guys.
All right.
That is Mike Florio. How about that? Let's throw that on the fire.
I think that's absurd, even though I don't disagree with what he said or what it means.
The must win. If he loses his 5th straight game, Ben Johnson may like to beat him twice a year, but he's run him out of the business, David.
He won't be run out of the business. He may chase him all the way to New York or Nashville or Vegas.
Wouldn't that be? How about that for giving a guy the old
wherever?
Bob's your uncle?
You think he
go
would be
to Nashville?
You think he would be unemployed for more than an hour? This guy. Look, I understand.
You just let me have this moment?
I'm loving this moment. I'm loving the fact that you want that to be the reality, and the idea that the Packers have benefited from a 7th playoff spot. That's great theater in Chicago. I'm just telling you from a head coaching perspective, credential-wise, and you look at the field of available candidates, Matt LaFleur would not be unemployed for long.
Well, they've hung on to Tomlin. Maybe LaFleur could get together with Aaron Rodgers next year. He could go in there as an OC, maybe. I don't know.
Good stuff from Florio.
Yeah, always great to talk
stuff.
to Mike. It's Mully and Haugh. We'll be right back on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
Greatest come to end Super Bowl history.
Plus, new this year, extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 on The Score could be a record-setting audience this year. The impact for your brand could be incredible. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game, then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
And new this year, a live Score broadcast for your business.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Why pay more at AlmostFreeTeeth.com? You can save up to 95% on a full mouth of implants. A brand new smile. It's finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today.
It's playoff time in Chicago, and there's no better place to bet the chase for a championship than Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports, they've got high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Undefeated and out of nowhere in just 2 years, the Hoosiers have become the favorites to win the College Football National Championship. And Ole Miss, right there, I, for one, love it. Give me the novelty of programs who've never been in this position. It's why we love March Madness. For every Kansas, there's a Loyola. For every Duke, a George Mason. And now, for every Georgia, Bama, or Ohio State, there's Indiana and Ole Miss. I'm Chris Mack.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Mully and Haugh Flashback.
Flashback.
Are you saying that Matt LaFleur's job's on the line against the Bears on Saturday? I'm just wondering what else we can load up on this guy to make him a little... Yeah, they're going to fire his arse.
His job is
if he
potentially
loses.
on the line.
Okay.
The signals have been there, hiding in plain sight since the new Packers president, Ed Policy, said in June, no extensions for LaFleur or Gutekunst before the end of the 2025 season, and I don't like lame duck arrangements. Well, they're signed through 2026, so they're either getting new contracts or they're going to be gone after the season. And until the Packers tell us what they're going to do, we don't know what they're going to do. Is getting to the playoffs enough?
No, it's not, and it will be fun, Mr. David. How will the handshake go after he gets the red slip?
Well, if the Bears are winning
Saturday,
and the Bears are victorious, that handshake will be very satisfying for the coach who said he enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice in 1 year when at Detroit, and he will have done it at Chicago. So my sense is that it would linger a little bit longer than it has in previous two meetings.
what do you think? Should you go in for a quick hug?
Go for the hug.
Just don't let him leave.
Go for the man. Yeah, go for the half hug.
And then you throw your head back and you laugh at him.
No, that'd be something that Vooch would not like that.
Vooch runs on.
Vooch would
tells
not like
you to
that.
quit dunking.
That wouldn't be great sportsmanship.
There's no way they're firing the flower. Right?
I understand what Mike Florio is saying. It is a juicy local scenario for Milwaukee and Green Bay media. I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it would be wise for the Packers. But they can do whatever they wish, and the contractual realities do compel that kind of speculation, right? It makes it that much more uncertain when you don't have a contract situation that is secure or long-term. This coaching stuff, though, what define secure? Define long-term when you're talking about coaching contracts.
Oh, yeah.
Pete Carroll, 3 years, 1 year, and done.
Yes.
You look at Raheem Morris. I keep going back to that. They won their final 4 games of the season. Yeah. Their general manager put him in an impossible spot with the quarterback position. And then they said, go ahead and manage this team, win. And they fire him 2 years in.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Kevin Stefanski has won not one but two Coach of the Year awards.
Yeah, but he can't get along with Shedeur Sanders, so he has to go.
Where? To the Giants or to the
well, do the Giants want to hire Stefanski, or do they want to wait to see if John Harbaugh is available, or maybe somebody else is available? Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur would be whoever has a vacancy. If Mike Florio is right, and at 10:30 on Saturday night, the Packers are suddenly eliminated and looking for a coach on Sunday morning, if I am the executive for the Giants or the Titans or whoever, I am finding out exactly what it would take to get him there.
Yeah, good old 7th seed just lost his gig.
How about the Raiders and the speculation going on there? Dustin brought my attention to it. There's several stories now on the internets about the Raiders and their disastrous front office and ownership group, including Tom Brady.
Oh, boy.
Looking or linking Kurt Cignetti with Fernando Mendoza, and the fact they have the number 1 overall pick and they have a coaching vacancy and having that as a package deal. I don't see Cignetti going to the NFL. I don't think he should leave anywhere. He should stay in Bloomington. Stay away.
He shouldn't leave anywhere? So where he's going to remain
He shouldn't leave to go anywhere.
Oh, he shouldn't leave.
He shouldn't leave to go anywhere else except for Bloomington.
Well, I mean, I've Googled him several times, and he just wins. Wouldn't he win in Oakland?
When you Google him, you see college success.
Well,
you see a guy that is built ideally for college football.
That's what you're looking at. I see a guy who screams Vegas vacation.
I don't.
He needs to be in Vegas.
I see somebody who is
with a
maniacally organized, and somebody who is obsessively
gambling.
No, not gambling. Jesus.
That would be hilarious if he went to.
His focus is the greatest asset, I think, that he brings to any organization. He would be the guy that could certainly. You can envision putting together a good staff, having a great plan, drafting the right players, seeing the right traits. A lot of things about the NFL might frustrate him, and I think I don't see that being a good fit.
What about if he got like enough buffets? What if they allowed him to go to whatever breakfast he wanted or lunch?
This is the guy who's had the same recliner for 30 years. I don't think he's going to be motivated by the bright lights and glare of Vegas. I don't think so.
It just seems, from Bloomington to Vegas seems like a push. That's why it's amusing.
It is amusing.
But, Heisman Mendoza, as you say.
Mendoza might be the first overall pick. I don't know. That seems like it. That's a very, very premature to start looking at draft breakdowns and mock drafts. Thank goodness we're not doing that here in Chicago. Because a year ago, Mully, we were talking about what are the Bears going to do in the draft? Who are they going to hire? What's the pool look like? Who's interviewing whom and who's asking for permission? It's such a refreshing change.
But you, last year at this time, you wanted them to rehire Flusy.
I don't think that's true. That's how rumors get started.
Maybe
I
made
never
that up.
said that.
I know.
Maybe you made. Maybe you
I
said. Maybe you
that's
made that
as
up.
Absurd as Kurt Signetti in Vegas.
Yes, it is. I think
absurd.
That both are absurd. So still back in the world of reality.
Thank you.
You look at some of these openings, and everybody wants to do. It's funny now. It's amusing in Chicago. But people look at what the Bears did, and they think they can do that in Tennessee.
Oh yeah,
and in New York.
That's what that's what the goal is, right?
The goal is
yes.
The goal is to find this year's Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Because look, Mike Vrabel's had success, but he was a former head coach.
That's right.
You look at what Ben Johnson has done, and Liam Cohen as well at Jacksonville. But Jacksonville had been to the playoffs within the last 4 or 5 years. The Bears had been the model of futility and an example of dysfunction. And then they hire Ben Johnson and everything changes. So everybody wants to do that now. Those teams with 6 vacancies now, everybody's looking for the next Ben Johnson.
Including the people in Green Bay. No,
not yet.
I'm just tying it together.
Not yet.
We've got Bill. He's in Payless. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
All right. Hey, yeah, I was at the game Sunday. And being up above, you can see the big holes and everything in the defense and how they set up. And I don't understand. Number one Johnson, since he come back from injury, he's like 3 steps behind every receiver. Any big third down plays, he's getting beat every time, and they keep going at him. And I understand you got to keep their feet moving, like the free safeties 30 yards back. When they start, the ball snapped. Everybody's going backwards. Why don't they, they can shuffle their feet or whatever, but...
Well, you got 2 things there. Yeah, Bill, I think you're accurate when you say Jalen Johnson's not been the same player since that we expected him to be or he was previous seasons because he's coming back from a surgery 3 months ago. It's going to take more time, I think, than the Bears have. So the fact that he's on the field at all...
is pretty remarkable.
It is pretty remarkable.
It is.
And I think it's a surprise. Remember when he went down?
I tell you what, he worked very hard to come back.
Neither one of us thought he would be back this season.
No, I didn't either.
And he has, and we're critiquing his play based on the standard that he set last year when he was a Pro Bowl caliber cornerback, when he did sign the big money deal. And I think when you see that standard being as high as it is, when he's not meeting it consistently, like he's not meeting it consistently, in all fairness, in all honesty, it does show, and it does stand out.
Do you feel that it's fairly obvious that if he were to improve, it would have happened already? If he were coming back and playing injured and was going to get better as the year, I feel the same way kind of about Grady Jarrett. I feel like we never saw what he could possibly do because of his surgery that he came back from. I just think it's really difficult.
But I understand
and that's a serious surgery as opposed to
I think both guys will continue to get better.
I hope so.
If the Bears play
in the Super Bowl?
Well, if the Bears play 4 more games, they have got 4 more opportunities to improve, and I think each game gradually you'll see that. What you're seeing is 2 guys, 2 professionals, 2 proven commodities, 2 guys with huge contracts trying to fight back and rely on their experience, rely on their instincts, and they don't have that Pro Bowl. They're not all there in sync yet. It's obvious.
And I mean this, I'm not making a joke. Do you think Kyler Gordon could be capable of impacting a game in the divisional round if he's not ready for the wild card round?
Yes, I do.
Would that be more likely in your opinion?
I think more likely.
Saturday is right around the corner.
More likely, but I'm also not dismissing the possibility. My expectations for Kyler Gordon Saturday are low because he hasn't played this year 3 games and he hasn't even finished all 3. But I also believe this, and you know this, because there's a handful of plays in any playoff game, in any pivotal, important game, that can have an impact. And that's why these guys fight to get back.
Yep.
It could be a third down in the third quarter, and he, on a blitz, forces an interception that changes the course of the game or creates momentum for your team. That's why it's worth having him on the field. I don't expect him to have that much of impact, and I don't think you can count on him to be healthy. But if he is active, he can impact the outcome.
Yeah, it'll be. I just think that there's this weird vibe that everybody believes that if you can get somebody back, they can be the entity they once were, and that isn't always the way it goes. And that includes some of the guys coming back who are injured for Green Bay as well, although they, by all accounts, were practicing all last week, and they got a lot of guys a week early back that could have played last week, only they opted to go with their scout team, and they went with the backups because I think they were getting 12 or 13 points in that game against Minnesota. It's a lot of points to get. And I believe they were a push in that game. They kicked a late field goal that managed to.
I was surprised they took that approach. For a team that had not won without Micah Parsons, psychologically, I thought that represented a chance for them to do that. The fact that they chose not to, I think was ill-advised.
It's very interesting you say that because, as we said, not many teams have had a 4-game losing streak and still made it into the playoffs. And the fact that they consciously chose to lose as opposed to try to win a game and get some playoff momentum is pretty interesting. The Bears, hey, likewise, they've lost a couple games, so it's a couple of teams that haven't won in a while.
But the quality of the opponent the Bears have played
has been
a lot different
higher.
Than the Packers had an opportunity going against a Viking team that, finished the season strong, but was beatable.
And the Ravens didn't get in, and the Ravens ran all over them. I mean, wow, was that a blowout?
That was really a blowout. It really was.
A one-man blowout.
So you look at now, the Packers come in without any semblance of momentum. They practiced starters last week, but then they didn't play them. Are they going to show any rust at all? The Bears can hope so, and I think that's why it's so important, that first quarter, to set the tone, to get off to a quick start offensively.
I agree.
And not to let any residue from the last two losses kind of show up in the first early performances at Soldier Field Saturday night.
Yeah, and as we seriously talk about this game moving forward, we're going to get information on both teams, and we'll find out who's able to play and who isn't. And I would imagine it's going to be more hands on deck than not. And I think that for the Bears, Rome Odunze in particular, I would expect him to play in the game by the very fact that he came back at the end of last week and was listed as questionable.
And that's what I mean. If he's in the game,
it doesn't mean that he's going to catch 10 passes.
He's not going to catch 10 passes.
But he could catch a touchdown.
He's not going to have
David.
the chemistry with Caleb Williams that we have seen in the past.
But
he's going to be rusty.
He could still make an impact.
And he could still be forgotten man on third down and catch a pass that really means something. Look at Ja'Day Walker.
He's made a name for himself here at the end of the year.
And how involved has he been?
Right.
And how many snaps has he played? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares because he has made two really key catches in critical moments that have made a difference. So that's what Rome Odunze could do Saturday night.
Yeah, it's stuff we will be monitoring and we will be keeping track of and will be hopeful about as the week grows. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary that it's already Tuesday and this game is Saturday night. That is crazy to me when you think about how
going
quickly.
Fast? Going fast for you?
Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday, man.
I know. It's hump day tomorrow.
I know it. All right.
It's not.
We've got Layla and Marshall and Mark Rohde, and we'll get a chance to talk to them next. You're listening to Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Coming up today on Spiegel and Holmes, finally we're ready to do what Ben Johnson has wanted since the game was over, to turn the page towards Bears-Packers in the playoffs. Also, it's Pro Day. Matt Forte at 3, Matt Bowen at 4. Let's go. Spiegel and Holmes on The Score, 2 to 6.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz, gets us up and twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and emailing and texting. And
most of all, thank you for
writing.
listening on this Tuesday, January 6th.
Can you believe that? That seems like it's really moving quickly. New Year's almost over. And thanks to our executive producer, he is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Not good enough. We didn't get in. I mean, we underachieved, so not good. I would give myself a freaking F.
Dan Campbell.
Can't argue.
His self-assessment is a lot harsher than others when they self-assess. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for sharing that.
Oh, look at Steve Kerr. He's all the way out here.
Uh-oh, Steve, don't get thrown out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Back him up. Back him up, GP. Back him up. Steve ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve. The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at it.
Snoop doing some play-by-play, doing some color
Steve
commentary.
Kerr needed to be restrained.
Yes.
That
Steve
was
banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve.
And yet, that was not the most outrageous coaching tantrum I've seen lately. Did you see the Notre Dame coach over the weekend?
Oh, he went off. He went
Micah Shrewsbury?
Yeah, that was
Oh
crazy.
my
You know what's
gosh.
crazy about it? When it happens, like the one angle, you're like, oh, he looks upset. And then they show like the fan angles of him coming towards the tunnel.
Oh, man.
That's a terrible angle. It's a terrible look.
That's Marshall Harris. Marshall's right here. I can see him. And Layla Rahimi is here as well. I can see her.
I am real,
And
so they tell me.
I think all of us, just we're in a state of depression for our dear Hall of Fame broadcaster, Mark Crowdy.
Miles Sandstead. Snap, hold, kick. Oh, good! For a national championship! In overtime!
Sorry, Mark.
So sad.
That's
so
rough.
Sad. The way that game was going, that extra point should have been missed. Just with the craziness of the end of that game for both teams and the Redbirds coming back from 21-7 and the halftime reporter making it sound like the game was over.
Right.
How you going to finish? It was
Right.
all finished. Well, we got to finish first. So what a game. What a game.
College football at its finest, though,
It really
because
was.
really those two teams, despite all of the illegal procedure penalties against Montana State,
10 of them?
They're very well coached teams. Those kids play as hard as you would expect, and those fans were awesome at Vanderbilt. It was a great setting, great moment. So I wish Illinois State would have pulled it off for you and for all the
For
Redbirds
you,
out there.
Yeah, I
Mostly
appreciate
for
that.
you.
I will say I had an absolute blast last night for the viewing party at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst. Shout out to the Greater Chicagoland ISU Alumni Association who was there in full force. It was just a great party last night. Your guy Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah, he said they had the good sense to throw him out.
Yeah, well, did Dustin tell you he won something last night?
No, he never told us. He never shares that.
Old Dusty Rhodes. He he won himself the raffle, and
Get outta
he won
here.
an ISU blanket, and he rejected it.
What?
Why'd you reject
I
it?
said I shouldn't be able to win. So
No,
I wanted
it was
to
a
make
very
sure
nice
real
move.
ISU fan got it.
It was a moment of humility by Mr.
So
Rhodes.
how much did you charge for it?
That was a nice gesture.
I mean, that party looked busy. Like, how many people were there? It looked like a couple hundred at least.
It's a good question, Layla. It's a big place, you know. So, and I took a picture of the only picture I took was the downstairs. There was a whole upstairs where we were stationed, where the score was, and all of our fun stuff. There's another whole section. I was calling it the VIP section, which was upsetting the people down below. But you know, I got to do shtick. You know, I got to entertain the crowd. You know what I'm
got
saying?
to lord over the crowd.
What was the trivia
Oh,
contest
Lord.
you were conducting?
Well, I was asking ISU trivia questions. Yeah. Just questions
About the school or the football team?
Well, everything. About the Illinois State, about players that have been drafted, stuff like that.
About parties that Mark went to in school.
That's right. That's what the people
did you have
really
a
wanted to know
co-host?
about. I did at one point. I did have a co-host at one point. She was the 2005 homecoming queen at Illinois State, and she was hanging around by the score. And somebody said you should do a trivia question asking who the homecoming queen was in 2005. She and I both agreed nobody's going to know the answer. So I said, you know what? Why don't you come up and co-host this thing with me? And she asked a couple questions, and she was great.
I see you, Sly Dog.
Yes, thank you. I'm like,
You can't get that
She's
past me.
very talented at what she did.
Is she single, Gross?
She had a good time. I don't. No, none of that. None of that.
Come on, man.
None of that. I'm a professional.
I know you're a professional. You could have been a professional and been a professional.
Well, just bring in a little extra to the party. That's all. I needed a co-host.
No, I will say
that's a pretty good way to introduce
Homecoming
yourself.
queen.
I bet you don't know this trivia question.
Hall of Famer,
alumni He-Man Award winner.
She's very good too.
Exactly, Greg. That's why I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been as disappointed in you as I am in this moment telling this story.
I was on the clock. I was on the clock as one of my other shows. So I was working. I was serious. I'm giving away prizes. I'm dealing with a lot of people. I don't have time for the silliness.
You could have been the prize. You
You're
could have
locked
been
in,
the prize.
Biggest lie he's ever told.
But she was awesome.
I'm so mad. If she's listening right now, I hope she texts in.
She was great.
But
Mark
wait a
Grody
second.
can be found at Mark __. I don't know how many underscores there are in Grody.
Be careful
on
with the Instagram. Don't go.
Don't-
Actually, I should send her to my fake account. That's the one that says I'm rich.
You know what?
going great.
I will say that game gave me PTSD because I thought I was watching like a week 3 performance from the Bears with all those false starts. I will say that.
Oh my God!
There's
Seriously,
so many
Marshall.
false starts.
How are you guys going to celebrate Mark today?
Well, we are going to talk about the game as an
I'm
actual
a
topic
loser.
because it was the best. It's one of the best college football games we've had this postseason. So that's at 11:25. We want to start our show talking about Ben Johnson, essentially saying his defense's strategy is bend don't break. Like he cares about the points and that's it. Well, we care more about just the points. So we want to get into it. And what that means for the availability of the secondaries, we try to piece that puzzle together. And we want to know what you guys think too. We'll take calls at 10:45. At 11, Patrick Manley will join us, so we'll see if he watched that game because there was some snapping talk to be had from the FCS title game. So the former Bears at 11. 5 on 8 is at noon. At 1 o'clock, we have Tim Jenkins, our film expert. And also at 12:25, Kevin Byard talked about what it's like to be in Chicago playing for a team when the team is good. So we're going to examine that as well.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
It's time to get organized this new year with Menards. Update your closet system and add style today with Closet Culture. Choose from 2 closet finishes and 4 colors of shelf boards to create a functional yet stylish closet solution that matches your home decor. Check out all our Closet Culture closet kits or view our weekly flyer on Menards.com to see all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, y'all.
It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670
A statement was made, guys. A statement was made, and that was a statement from the Lions to the Bears, or maybe the league to the Bears, that they've been warned. You've been warned. The Bears are lucky to have been warned before the playoffs, before the most important part of the season. They have been warned that you're not always going to get away with the magic.
There's no such thing as magic.
It's not even that prophetic, because the warning signs have been there in the past several weeks. The good news is we've seen the improvement. That's the hard part of this. This is the whole point. Not only are better teams on the way in the playoffs, and that is a very good thing, but teams who know you well are also going to be onto your stuff and your hijinks and what you think you can get away with. You can't Ferris Bueller or Dennis the Menace all the time and expect it to go well for you.
Not right that youngster of his can run wild, doing as he pleases without regard to people or property.
He's only a boy, George.
Gonna knock my rope once too often. I can't stand that kid. He's a menace.
When I was watching this game, and when they came back and they got the second 2-point conversion after the second fourth quarter touchdown, I was like, I'm tired of the Bears looking like a feel-good sitcom. Like, I need more just gritty Netflix, HBO style. Like, things don't always end well when you don't do well enough early.
Stand it anymore. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Please, let me handle this.
I've got to get
Calm down. Now get back to your seat.
So I'm glad that they saw conflict, they met the conflict, but they understood we don't have this luxury of putting ourselves in holes anymore after this game.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Yeah, don't think you can Ferris Bueller, Dennis the Menace, or whatever troublemaking and consequences of your own actions, get out of it type of thing. This is the NFL playoffs, dang it. No funny business. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. I can't say no funny business and then say our names. Inherently, that is a contradiction.
Our names aren't funny. Our names are very serious.
They mean funny.
I'm Mark.
Grody's.
I'm Mark. Okay, I see where this show's going.
Just because you're going to Wayne Larrivee voice does not mean that anybody thinks you're not.
Oh, did you detect a little bit?
A little bit.
Was that you trying to be serious?
I don't know what I was.
Yeah, I don't think you can be serious.
Yeah, I try. I try sometimes to be serious. There are serious moments in life that require seriousness.
That's a serious tone right there. That's it.
That's it.
It's kind of like his XRT DJ voice.
That's true. It's right there.
Here's Hosier.
Put more bass in that. Put more bass in that, Mark. Put more bass in that.
Here's Hosier. That's right.
I do think that this doesn't mean there's not fun. My goodness, we've seen some absolute blowouts in the playoffs, and unfortunately, one where the Packers blew out the Cowboys at their place that is fresh in my mind, given the performance that Jordan Love had in that game. But when it comes to how the Bears are trying to get this done, especially when you know that bad defense does offend our sensibilities when it comes to what we're used to and seeing in Bears games. They only gave up 19 points to the Lions, but they still lost. And then they gave up 42 points the week before and also lost. That game, I feel like, is better because it was the 49ers at their place and they were able to hang with them. Losing to the Lions 19-16 at home, not great when you want to get into the playoffs the way that you want to with winning and playing your starters and having what I think is some valid momentum, at least to build the habits. You know, you're playing a team that you care about at your place. Be nice to close it out with a win before this extra game against the Packers on Saturday, which is why we all had different interpretations of what Ben Johnson had to say yesterday after he watched the film. This was in the afternoon. When discussing the defensive strategy or just what he thinks of this defense going into this all-important Packers playoff game.
Is there any way to identify the most correctable thing on defense right now on a short week?
I mean, we got a number of areas that we could play better. But at the same time, I mean, the number one thing is that we're looking to limit the opponent with their points. And you're saying you left that game with a good offense, and they only scored 19 points, 16 up until the last 2 minutes of the game there. And so I thought our defense played well enough for us to win that ball game. And I know we want to clean up the yards and we want to get off the field faster and we want to create more possessions for our offense. Those are all part of it, and there's ways to get that done. But at the end of the day, the number one objective is to limit their points, and so I'm gonna keep that the main thing with our defense.
Okay, I get that, but at the same time, you didn't win. And in the game before, you didn't win, and that was too many points. It can be that simple sometimes. It can especially be that simple when you consider how much the Lions outgained the Bears at the half last Sunday and how much the 49ers outgained the Bears in the half the week before. When you have Amon-Ra St. Brown getting over 100 yards receiving at the half on Sunday this past game, and when you have Christian McCaffrey with 140 total yards from the line of scrimmage at the half the week before, you can say that, and I understand why you need your offense to step up. But you can also ask for more out of your defense based on what we saw these past two games.
I got to tell you what I heard from Ben Johnson right there, and I listened to the whole press conference yesterday. I was really disappointed in hearing Ben Johnson say that because Ben Johnson knows better. He knows that they have given up 496 total yards to San Francisco, 433 total yards to Detroit, where they were dominated in time of possession as well. What upsets me about this, or gets me angry about this, is that he is in charge of the defense too. I don't like it when you have a head coach who we know what his major is. We know that Ben Johnson is the offensive genius and he's the play caller and all of that goes with it. But guess what? He's in charge of the defense too. And if he's going to be real about what he's seeing with the offense and tell us how disappointed he is with the offense, and then he goes up there and enables the defense, which has been just flat out bad the last 2 weeks, by saying, well, we only gave up so many points. Ben Johnson is supposedly brilliant and smart, and I believe he is. I've been around Ben Johnson a lot. He knows better than to say that, oh, well, we only gave up the 19 points in the game. You know that going into the postseason, having a defense that has been exposed that badly is a really horrible thing, despite you got lucky. You got lucky to give up just the 19 points. So you are the head coach of all phases of this team. So to me, it sounds like Ben Johnson is only speaking for one side of the ball right now, and that's disappointing.
Okay, I completely disagree with both of you here, and here's why. Number one, we want Ben Johnson. One of the things he's been celebrated for throughout the season is his transparency and his honesty, correct?
Yeah, we're not getting it, are we?
No, I think we are.
We are? How is that transparency and honesty?
I think it's transparency and honesty because he told you several things. He said there's a number of areas we can play better. That's true.
Okay, let's hear about it.
He
Because
said
they only talk about
the
the
number
offense,
one thing is to limit the opponent to number of points. Also true. Correct?
It's a fine line, dude. It's a fine line.
No. It's not a fine line. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
But didn't they get lucky? Didn't they? When you give up 433 yards and the secondary is exposed the way it was, and the defensive line is exposed the way it was?
Okay.
I want to hear the thesis.
The
here.
defensive line has been exposed all season. Everything you're saying, that's nothing new. It's not new information. Here's the reality. Ben Johnson, after 17 games, understands what he has in the defense and what he is lacking in the defense. And he understands we're in the playoffs now. The things that you guys want corrected, the things that the city of Chicago wants corrected about the Bears defense is not going to be corrected until the offseason. Because I hate to tell you all this, Jalen Johnson's not getting any healthier between now and the end of the season. He came back for a reason. This is what you're getting from Jalen Johnson. Kyler Gordon, if he does come back, is not going to be 100% Kyler Gordon. That is something you have to accept. They're not going to get to the quarterback at a level in which would make us all feel a little bit more comfortable with the defense. What he does understand is that offense has been a top 10 offense in every phase of the game all season long. It underperformed. The defense actually, you could argue, overperformed by only giving up the 19 points. If they're going to win playoff games, if I tell you tomorrow, actually, let's go backwards. If I told you before the Lions game, the defense, after what happened in Santa Clara, would only give up 19 points, I think both of you, if you're being honest with yourselves, would sign up for that.
Yeah, but I look a little deeper. I go beyond the numbers because I'm thinking about Green Bay on Saturday night. That's what I'm thinking about.
And that's the problem, is that you want to go deeper. We've gone as deep as we can go. We know what the problems are. There is no solution right now to the problems that you're looking at. Dennis Allen, do you think he's a competent defensive coordinator? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay.
I do, yes.
Do you agree that he has limited parts to work with?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
100%.
I think they're doing the best they can with what they have, and I think the biggest difference between the San Francisco 49ers
What is this, high school football?
Yeah.
We're just doing the best we can.
Listen.
With what we have.
Listen. The 49ers game was inexcusable because they let up touchdowns every time a team got into the red zone. The difference between that game and the Lions game and what you're hoping for going forward, if you can give up less than 20 points a game, it's on the freaking offense. That is where your bread is buttered. That is what they spent. Last time I checked, all the off-season resources, whether you want to talk about draft capital, whether you want to talk about off-season acquisitions, it was simply focused on the offense.
I think there are two aspects of this that can be true at the same time. Number one, the offense hasn't performed well. Let's go back to the Packers game that was the first meeting this season, where the team had only 71 yards at the half or 70-something. It was low. It was paltry. We know that at the half this time around, they only were able to manage 69, not nice, total yards at the half.
Not nice.
Part of your best defense for this team should be the offense, and that is because they need to keep the defense off the field. They didn't do that. The other part of this is we've gotten a lot of pushback on the text line. We're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
What's up?
We've gotten a lot of pushback of, Ben Johnson doesn't call out his team. He absolutely calls out his team. How many different quotes do I have to give you? Montez Sweat needs to win his one-on-one battles. We don't have the practice habits of a championship team. He's 100% called out the team. So I'm not going to hide behind that fake cape either. But when you're saying that points are the only things that matter to you, it's kind of like the concept of prevent defense, where in theory, points are the only things that matter in prevent defense, except we all know what happens. Teams can successfully drive down the field.
And they give up points.
And it's the NFL. So, yes, there is a very high chance that you're going to give up points. You're right about 19 points allowing should be enough. But the problem was the amount of plays that they were able to run. The Lions mirrored a lot of the Bears' struggles earlier in the season. They ran a lot of plays against the Bears. They just weren't able to get it done in the red zone. You can't lean on that in the playoffs, though. And you couldn't lean on it against a playoff team in the 49ers. And there are times where this offense isn't consistent enough to be able to gunsling its way out of it. And frankly, it needs to do it in the beginning of the game, not just the end. But the defense only being concerned about points, there's another part of this that I don't like either, since I'm here.
Hey,
and another thing. I don't like the fact that Ben Johnson talks about how the pass rush needs to show up most when they have a lead and secure it. You paid that defensive line so much money that you should be able to also let them cook when you need a stop. And you can't rush 4 down linemen. And that's a glaring problem with how this thing was put together, too. And you yourself, Marshall, talked about your concerns about it back at training camp when everybody was theoretically healthy.
Yes, I agree with most things that you're saying. The one thing I will say, you talk about the offense for another team being on the field. If your offense is good, you keep the other team off the field because your offense has the ball for longer. I think that's what Ben Johnson is so frustrated by right now when you look back at what happened against the Lions specifically, is that his offense was not good enough at just staying on the field. The more you stay on the field, the less damage can be done to your defense. We all agree on that.
Time of possession.
Yes, I think that's one of the things. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is, because you said, I'm just worried about Green Bay going forward. Let me tell you something. If they give up 19 points to Green Bay and they lose the game, that's going to be on Ben Johnson's offense. That's going to be on Caleb Williams and company not executing whatever it is he's drawn up. And he'll take responsibility because he'll be accountable and say, I have a blame. The coaches have a blame in terms of either how we coached it up or how I schemed it up. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is his answers for that press conference yesterday, they were perfectly reasonable because they were honest. It's the truth. The defense isn't getting better in the sense that you want it to get better. They have what they have. Now, the offense, it can be more consistent and it can start off better, unlike what's happened in 4 of the last 5 games.
If the Bears give up between 433 and 500 yards like they have the last couple of weeks against Green Bay, you're playing a dangerous game if you think the Packers are only going to score 19 points.
They're already playing a dangerous game.
So I just wanted Ben Johnson to go a little bit deeper
what
on
did you
that
want to hear?
and not just do what you said he did. And what you're doing is, and I understand it. Like we talked about this before we came out. I do understand where you're coming from. It is what it is, right? Like the defense is not good. It's not something that you're going to be able to completely fix right now in the last couple of games. But the idea that you could talk about a defense giving up a supposedly a playoff defense that is giving up the amount of yards that is giving up and giving up like really concerning chunks of yardage. Like it's not just the points. It's like these big, huge plays on third down and fourth down. I mean, the first drive of the game, it's a fourth down. They get 18 yards to Isaac Tesla, and they're on to their first field goal of the game. Like you can't, and we saw that against Green Bay with all the explosive
I just
plays.
want to know what you wanted him to say instead of the truth.
I wanted him to say that it's really alarming the amount of yardage and explosive plays this defense is giving up. If we keep doing that, we're not going to win. That's what I wanted to hear Ben Johnson say.
That's Mark Grody. That's Marshall Harris. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Our producers are Ray Diaz and Tyler Buterbach today. Brandon Fryer and his foam party hat cheese grater also helping us out as well.
Is he?
Yes, 312-644-6767 is our number. You can also find us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis, who help us out there. And we broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Let's cook on this a little bit more, and we've also got some calls, so we'll try to mix those in as well. Is points enough? I don't know.
That pause, though.
You're playing a dangerous game, Ben Johnson.
A dangerous game. So.
We all are.
Every
in life.
game is dangerous. It's the freaking playoffs. Win or go home.
Yeah, and we'll
has us a little edgy
hold
today,
on.
doesn't it? A little edgy.
The show is free for them, not for us.
Oh.
We got to take a break.
Oh.
We'll be right back after this.
Darn. Hey, Bears fans, tune into The Score tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. You do not want to miss our special live playoff edition of the Take the North podcast with Dan Wiederer and me, Mark Grody. We are going to break down this epic, historic, crazy rivalry matchup when Chicago takes on Green Bay at Soldier Field. Also, tight end Cole Kmet is scheduled to join us at 6:25, so don't miss our special live playoff edition of Take the North. It's tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
I'm Maggie Webb. Shopping for the best deal on your next new Ford? Packy Webb Ford will beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford. For details and to search our huge inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This station is participating in a test of the Illinois Emergency Alert System. This system was developed to provide information to the public during emergencies. This was a test.
This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations in your area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. The Score serves the Northeast Illinois EAS local area. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart. I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Out in the desert, they're thirsty. Not just for a head coach who's going to last more than a year with the Raiders, but for a quarterback. With Tom Brady calling the shots now, there's infinite hope that whether it's Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore, one of Friday night's two quarterbacks, can be the answer for a team that hasn't even been to a playoff game in 5 years, let alone won one in nearly a quarter century. I'm Chris Mack.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and I feel like we're asking one of the quintessential defensive coordinator questions of our time. There's bend, don't break. There's bend and break. There's bend, then break. And I feel like what Ben Johnson has talked about yesterday was as long as his team is limiting the points, that it's okay in the playoffs. I don't know that it's okay in the playoffs, and I don't quite know how much it worked in the regular season this past few weeks. Mark Grody is more mad at Ben Johnson than I am, and Marshall says as long as you're trying to limit the points, this is all. It's more on the. Do you think it's more? Do you think it's more on the offense than it is on the actual defense giving up yards?
If the Bears are limiting teams to 19 points per game in the playoffs, we are all saying, wow, look at how they were able to limit those offenses specifically. And the Lions have one of those offenses, by the way. Let's not, even though they had a bad year, their offense is still explosive.
Really good, really
and
good.
So what I'm saying is simple as this. The Bears defense is what it is. It ain't getting any better, except that Ben Johnson has. I don't know why y'all haven't, but what I'm saying is he understands his offense has been dynamic, can be dynamic, and there's still more potential than what we've seen the last few weeks.
And if you missed the rest of that, go back, listen to the first segment on the Rewind app on our Odyssey app, the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. But we don't have to repeat that part. Moving forward, I would also like to submit this for the class.
Yes.
The Seattle Seahawks performance against the same 49ers that the Bears gave up 42 points to. They had the exact opposite situation. Bears give up 496 yards. Do you know how many the Seahawks allowed the Niners to have in total yards? 173 at home. That's a playoff defense, and I was about to cuss there.
Where was that game again?
In San Francisco.
I love it.
Smothering.
Here's why I love it. Because what did the Seahawks offense do?
The Seahawks offense did what they needed to do to win. They had 361 total yards.
But how many points did they
13
have?
Points.
Yeah, they only scored 13 points. So what I'm saying is you can look at that one of two ways. That could be half glass empty or half glass full. Because if the Seahawks could only put up 13 points on the Niners, the Bears offense, when it's rolling, we saw what they can do to the 49ers. I think that's why Ben Johnson is so frustrated. That's why he was frustrated directly after the game. That's why he looks at Monday after watching the tape. Hey, based on what our defense is capable of, you saw the the Bears secondary running after people because they're just not fast enough. They're not healthy enough. This is what it is. They could try to scheme it up differently. Jaquan Brisker told us about that. But at the end of the day, if they're not creating turnovers, this is who they are, and the Bears offense has to make up the slack. Let me give you one stat just to clear things up.
They didn't make up the slack. They didn't pick up the slack on Sunday.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why Ben Johnson is frustrated, because he knows they are capable of more than that. 6 losses this season, right? The Bears have forced 4 turnovers in 6 losses. And in none of those games did they force more than 1 turnover. In 11 wins, the Bears have forced 29 turnovers. Okay? But here's the thing. They only have 3 wins this season out of their 11 against teams that actually made the playoffs. That's the Steelers, who didn't have their starting quarterback. That's the Eagles, their best win of the season. And Green Bay, who didn't finish the game with their starting quarterback. They only had 5 forced turnovers in those 3 wins. So you have to understand, if they're going to win on Saturday night, they're probably going to have to win the turnover battle. And they haven't been forcing those turnovers in this last stretch of games the way they were against those bad teams early in the season.
Give me this, though, Marshall. Is it not the defense of the Bears that has you begging for me to come up with a way that the Bears can win this game? Because I know you're struggling right now. Is it not because of the defense? It can't be the offense.
If we had to pick today, I would pick the Packers to win the game.
Because of what? The defense, right?
Because of playoff experience for the Packers.
Okay, that's
Jordan
fair.
Love. Jordan Love has played 3 playoff games, won one of them, and all 3 have been on the road.
Coaching
he knows
quarterback
what it's like
is
to go on the
real.
road.
I agree
Matt
with that.
LaFleur, may be coaching for his job. He literally may be coaching for his job, which is wild but true. And the other thing is, Ben Johnson is letting you know the defense ain't got it. And we don't even know if C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to play this weekend.
The fact that we need C.J. Gardner-Johnson to play on January 6, 2026.
He wasn't even on the team.
We were not talking about this months ago.
So if Nick McLeod might be the
you know
nickel
why
corner?
the Lions are not in the playoffs? Largely because of injuries to their secondary, which is kind of what gets back to the whole discussion here now, doesn't it?
The dangerous game they're playing.
To clarify your point you just made, just one thing I want to say very clear, which won't be the case next year.
Yes, sir.
The Lions played a first place schedule. The Bears played a last place schedule.
Stay tuned. Right, exactly. The texter says here, Layla, not a wicked game like Chris Isaac plays, but a dangerous game. That is
I don't
one
want
of
to
the
fall
most
in love.
such an intense, dark. Like I got to be in the right
It's an
mood.
intense, dark week around
to hear
here.
that song. Yeah, it is.
Shouldn't be. They're in the playoffs.
It's a scary week.
It's
not
even
intense.
sunny outside in January. I feel like I'm playing with house money.
Let me be very clear. If it wasn't the Packers, it would have a different feel to it. But guess what? It's the freaking Packers.
Also, I appreciate the texter who pointed this out about that Seahawks game. They ran the ball. Ain't that the damn truth, man? Run the ball, and that'll help your time of possession and maybe extend a few drives for you along the way.
They tried to run the ball.
Glares in the direction of Hallis Hall.
They didn't run it very well.
No.
And that was the worst they've looked running the football in a while. And that's what's concerning, because if you're the Packers...
They ran it effectively in the first drive. They just decided to run Monangai after Swift was able to get cutback lanes.
Swift was looking good.
They
wasn't
also, I don't understand why they ignore the EPA of expected yards on the right side too, since that's such a big thing for them, that stat, and we haven't really talked about it as much now that the season is going on. I don't understand why they're not doing more of that either, but that's not this topic. I'm sorry. It bothers me on the inside, in my soul. 312-644-6767 as we continue to discuss this. Ray told me during the break about perhaps the most score caller ever to this topic?
Definitely. This guy called in. He had to have his voice heard, but he couldn't wait on hold. Why couldn't he wait on hold? Because he was taking his kid to the doctor because his kid had a fever. But in the middle of taking his kid to the doctor who has a fever, he said, hold on here. I just had to get my thoughts off about Ben Johnson. He's angry because he said the Bears would be playing their best football in December, and it's January, and they're not. He had to get that out there. He had to get that out there while his kid has a spiking fever, my friend. It doesn't matter if the fever is 103. I don't care. I got to get my Bears thoughts off.
Hey, you know what? We call that multitasking.
That's right.
Taking care of your kid, you're listening to the score at the same time.
He's a great
and we
man
thank
and a
you
great
for that.
writer and Bother of the Year, I believe.
Maybe the nurse practitioner could take care of the kid for a second.
Fire up the Odyssey app while you're waiting for your kid to get checked out at the doctor. Come on.
And frankly, with everybody and their dog sick the past couple of weeks, is there anything more annoying than a persistent fever? Like, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to sit there and wait for it to stop. You can try all these little old wives' tales that you would like, your pastina, your menudo, your put your ice back on the back of your neck.
That's a different version of bend, don't break. But yes, the fever, you want it to break eventually,
So-
unlike the Bears defense.
Persistent fever, also not good. Yeah, I think part of the problem, though, I have with this, too, is when you talk about acceptance, this was somewhat the plan. They thought they could rush 4 down linemen and cook. Like, that's how the team was constructed.
No, I think the team was constructed, yes, to a degree. They thought they'd get more than what they've been getting, but I also think that they thought Kyler Gordon, the guy who gets mentioned by name in the Dennis Allen introductory press conference, would be available for more than what he's been available this year. And like I said, even if he plays this week, are you really expecting Kyler Gordon, the one you remember?
Let's listen to Ben Johnson's confidence level when it came to asking about Kyler Gordon's availability.
Hey, Ben, are you going to bring Kyler Gordon back to practice this week?
That's the hope.
I certainly do hope so. I don't know, but I hope so.
I hope that I work out 6 times.
You know what this
Oh,
goes
my
back to,
God.
Layla Mark? You know what this goes back to? When he was asked about Kyler Gordon as a player, like he's like, I really don't know the guy.
And you know what? I didn't think that he was dissing on Kyler Gordon there. I think he was just pointing out that because he was injured, he's just not at the facility. Like, Mark, when you heard Ben Johnson say that, that's the hope.
I
Seem more
sure
hopeless
hope
than
hey,
hopeful,
that'd
right?
be great. That'd be awesome if he was able to play. Again, I got the big toothy grin from Kyler Gordon as he was walking out of the locker room when I shouted to him, "You gonna be able to play for the playoffs?" He just turned around and smiled at me. We have a thing because I always am bugging him about injuries, and sometimes he'll tell me something. A lot of times he won't. I am only left to interpret the smile of Kyler Gordon.
So
to
what
me.
did you interpret from that particular smile?
I have no idea what to interpret. I really don't. I really don't. You know why, Marshall? Usually I would, normally I would say he's probably not playing, but it is the playoffs and they badly need him. There's a desperation to get Kyler Gordon back in there. So I can't call it in this case. I would tell you if I could.
You can't say nickel corner without Nick.
That's the hope.
As in McLeod.
Man.
As in McLeod.
What are you, David Haugh now?
Tyler's just
I'm
trolling
saying.
us
Oh,
over
my
there.
God.
You can't.
You know what? We need more punsters and headline writers at this place.
I love this text right here, guys.
What you got?
Because
What
I
you got?
kind of said some version
Dang.
of it, and that is
219 said, "Who is Kyler Gordon?"
Oh man, I mean, fair. From the 785, I think it is. I'm scared as a Bears fan.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is uncharted waters, and Coach Ben has never been a head coach in the playoffs either.
I love that he called him Coach Ben.
That's fair
They
to
call
point
him
out.
Coach Ben. The players do.
Yeah, a lot of players do that. They're the first. They used to do that with Nagy sometimes, believe it or not just Swaggy, Nagy. And Groats, what about Kmet? Is he good? That hit. Yikes. I guess we'll find out more about what day is today?
But he wasn't mentioned. They're doing a walkthrough today, but he wasn't mentioned following the game as being a guy that Ben Johnson was concerned about.
And check me out. He is scheduled to be a guest with us tonight on the Take the North podcast. He's going to be on at 6:25.
How fancy are you?
6:25.
Hey, more about that Take the North podcast. Tell him the truth, Gertie. Tell him what it is.
Tell the truth. Tonight, Starting at 6 for a special live playoff edition of Take the North with Dan Wiederer and me, Weezy. I'm Mark Grody. We'll be joined. It says they'll be joined. We'll be joined by Cole Kmet at 6:25, getting you set for the Bears versus the Packers in the wild card round. That is tonight from 6 to 8 on the Score and the Odyssey app. Subscribe to the Take the North podcast wherever you get your podcast. Thank you, Layla.
Mark Grote.
Yeah, you got to get the promo off. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's right here in front of me.
How much do you guys think you're going to talk about the jigsaw puzzle that is trying to figure out who is available in the secondary Saturday?
We might, I don't know, maybe we'll have a slightly better idea by tonight. I mean, we're not going to be able to solve that here, so it'll be really interesting to hear what comes. I do know this, that out at the hall today, Caleb Williams will be speaking. So we might even have that on our watch. I don't know. He's speaking. Then there are supposedly 2 or 3 other players that'll speak. So it's going to be, even though we will not be able to watch the practice, it's a walkthrough, so everything will be estimated. There will be a lot of people talking out there at Haugh Hall tonight. I think Ben Johnson is speaking today too.
See, that's all
huge.
very important. Yeah, and because of the short week, this would typically be an off day, but everything slides. Also, I think a texter brought this up yesterday, or somebody said it on social media, and it was really valid. What's Jonathan Owens' role in all of this as well? Because he's available. So how he gets put together in all of this, he was such a big part of what happened last year defensively for this team. Yeah. It's a fair question to ask.
It
Do
is.
other people slide and like maybe he steps in? Like that's what makes this so difficult to try to put together.
Yeah, I mean, he that's a great point, Layla, because you're right. He was much more present last year. It just, and I don't know the exact answer, but it does tell me that he just wasn't one of the guys that Dennis Allen identified as somebody who he was going to circle and highlight and be a big part of things. That's my best guess on Jonathan Owens, but I could probably find out more on Thursday when I actually am out there.
The way I see it is he's been relegated to a special teams player, and even though he did make some plays, he had some impactful plays last year. It's not like he was on a good defense last year.
Right.
So it's hard for me to understand why, other than being forced in with injury, why he'd all of a sudden have a prominent role on a team that through 17 games he has not had a role.
Yeah, no, he is not. That's a great point, and you almost never hear his name. I mean, either special teams, as you said, yes, but not defensively.
Well, and especially on some of those special defensive packages that they had last year, he was on the field. You know, depending on how they wanted to formulate secondary. So that's why I thought it was a valid point. He is an available body in all of this.
Yeah,
but
no doubt.
unfortunately, wrong position, right?
Yeah.
So that's the issue is safety is not necessarily the need right now. You heard it more when Jaquan Brisker was injured. But I don't know if they would be confident enough in remixing him the way they do with C.D. Gardner-Johnson, for example, who has experience at 2 different positions. So there's that part of it, too. We want to know what you think. We've got some calls here, 312-644-6767. Are you okay with the Bears defense just focusing on points to face the Packers? We continue to discuss it and measure our confidence index as well next.
Bears, Packers, Saturday night at Soldier Field. The outcome of this one, for good or bad, will go down in Chicago football history. Mully here for the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings, 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the Score as we get you ready for Bears, Packers in the wild card round, all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Upgrade your tool storage for the new year with help from Menards. For heavy-duty storage that protects your tools, choose Masterforce. From shelving units to cabinets and so much more, you can keep your tools safe and within reach. Get versatile and durable storage from Masterforce today. Check out all our Masterforce storage in-store or check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here, you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
So they wouldn't face the offense?
Yeah, in particular, I was not pleased with the offense today.
When you say simpler game plan, holding back at all?
Nope.
That's it for me. Like, that's how I knew Ben Johnson was mad after the game on Sunday.
Did you ever see his face?
It's not necessarily the initial answer. It's the follow-up. Oh, yeah, he tried to hide a lot of it with his hat, but it didn't work.
Does it please you? I mean, is it
Whoa.
That's separate.
That's DJ Moore. By the way, somebody had a texter ask, is DJ Moore going to be on the podcast? We'll see. Maybe this week still. We'll see. He did say, like, we got completely off track with the holidays and the days that I'm out at Hallis Hall and the days that Dan is there. So maybe we get him on Thursday.
Why are you keeping DJ Moore off the podcast?
Well, no, I would love to have DJ Moore. He said he'd come on the podcast, but we want to do it in the locker room. So it's
one of those
we don't want to make
ones.
Exactly. We don't want to make him have to call or get on
He will,
Zoom.
though. He
I was
does
looking
it.
forward to him.
I know, but like that's a pain in the butt.
He even called in on his day off here one time.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He probably would. But if we can make it easier for the player during a playoff week, Dan and I would like to do that.
He's reliable like that.
He's very reliable.
He's very reliable to his on-air commitments.
That's such a great way to put it. He's a pro's pro. He really is.
I wish he had more targets,
I do
too. Yeah.
Shout out to DJ Moore.
Yep.
In the meantime, we are talking about the Bears defense, and the question is focusing on the points enough?
Is it enough?
I don't know. Let's go to Vince and Gurney. Vince, you're on with Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Good morning, all. Happy Tuesday.
Yes.
Loving the show so far. I don't think that that's going to be even a good approach for the defense at all. First of all, there's no predictable way to even know how many points they're going to give up in any given game. And they have almost zero momentum going into this playoff game. And Jordan Love, even though he throws kind of a lofty ball, he picks the Bears apart almost every single game when he plays. A lot of backups have been picking them apart. That combined with, I think Josh Jacobs will probably be playing. So I just don't have any faith in Dennis Allen to come up with a scheme, on a shorter week that's going to be able to say, well, we're just going to focus on this and that. They're going to be relying on the offense to put up points and then just hope that the clock runs out with the Bears in the lead at some point. But I don't think the Bears can rely on themselves at all in terms of a game plan. They just got to hope that the Packers make mistakes and not the Bears are going to come out and actually stop them. So I got no faith in them going into this coming
Thanks,
game.
Vince.
Vince, we are aligned. Vince, you just said everything that I've been saying because guess what? The defense isn't good enough to just stop anybody, so you got to hope they can break them when it counts. Get off the field on third down, maybe get to a third down. That's the first thing is get to a third down or take the ball away.
This does not sound...
That's how bad the defense is, Layla, let's be honest.
Your lack of faith disturbs me.
This sounds like somebody who studied for 7 minutes running in before the test and just praying. They just answer C on multiple choice the whole time and think that they'll pass just by answering C. So with that level of confidence, let's continue with the phones. We'll go to Steve in Crown Point. Steve, you're on with Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank
Good morning.
Hey,
Bears.
Thinking about it, the Bears offense or the team is all offense. They're built to go ahead and get the job done on offense, not defense. With all the injuries on defense and the way the team is built with first round, second round talent on the offensive side of the ball compared to all the injuries on the defensive side of the ball, I think Ben is just more. He's being more realistic that the offense needs to step up more and score more points.
Isn't it crazy? You know what's really hit me though? What's a sign of the times to hear him say the team is all offense. That's crazy. Sometimes that hits me. A Chicago Bears team right now in the year 2025 is finally being referred to a team that is all offense. That's pretty amazing in itself. It is, Layla, and it's about time the Bears caught up, but here they are, and the defense is behind. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
Let's continue on the phones, 312-644-6767, and Jake in Ottawa. Jake, you're on with Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Hey, Jake.
Hi, thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it. So just wanted to comment. I agree with Grody on the defense. I know they only gave up 19 points, but that could have easily been a 35-point game where it was just an absolute drumming. And the problem is here is the offense, if they don't sustain a drive, they don't know when they're going to get the ball back again. And as you know, everyone knows, the offense needs to stay on the field more to get in the rhythm.
No doubt.
To get off the field. And our defense just doesn't get off the field. And without the turnovers, they're one of the worst defenses in the league. It's like I don't expect to have a top 10 defense, but can we get a middle of the pack with a good offense? I mean, I love that we're offense, but His defense is the biggest liability, and I get Ben Johnson not wanting to speak out on it, but you can call them out too. And if him and Dennis have the relationship he says, there shouldn't be a problem with calling out the obvious. That's all I gotta say, guys.
He's called them out. They're 29th in total defense. What chairs on the Titanic do you want Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen to rearrange on this defense? That's my question.
You're calling a playoff defense the Titanic.
I'm sorry. If they're getting turnovers, everything's cool. They led the league in turnovers forced. If they're not, again, 29th in the... Hold on, let me give you the teams. The Cowboys, the Bengals, and the Commanders are the only teams that gave up more total yards than the Chicago Bears.
One of those teams reportedly fired their defensive coordinator today.
There goes the Floose again.
Floose is loose.
The Floose is loose.
I hope he's making a lot of money.
Well,
he is.
Yeah.
He did, yes. He did with the Bears, did with Dallas. So, no, Matt Eberflus is going to be just fine financially.
And he's adding to the ecosystem by taking care of bees. And I wish I were kidding, but I do think that matters.
We're running out of bees.
You know why I want to be a coach? Why do I want to be a coach?
To become a college head coach by some power school, preferably SEC, and then
get fired.
Get fired to get paid. It
Right.
is the way. It really is.
Live the life.
Let's go to Clay and Anawan. Clay, you're on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
Hey guys, how are you?
What up?
Hey, I like your guys' show. You guys are phenomenal.
Thanks, Clay.
I just would like to see Montez Sweat and Billings just have a phenomenal game. I don't know if Edmonds and Edwards could step up a little bit, but I would just like to see our defense just come out on top.
I'm all for a big Bill game, man. He did have a sack of David Montgomery in that game.
Is that a sack?
Yes, it is a sack.
Because he was technically the ball thrower.
Isn't that wild?
He was the ball thrower.
We were all laughing in the press box when that happened. It was just so perfect. Like,
when I wrote it down, I was like, tackles David Montgomery.
Yeah,
and then I was like, R.I.P. to the trick play.
Yeah, he's a quarterback. David Montgomery was the quarterback. We got you, David Montgomery.
I think this has been a very healing hour because I think, if nothing else, people understand. Stop depending on the defense to do anything more than create a turnover occasionally and or not break, just bend.
Yeah, but you procrastinators on the offensive side of the ball can't be all like,
that's
3 and
fair.
out, psych, we're going to try in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, procrastination offense is not going to work.
And thank you. It is 2026, as the texter points out. I said 2025. I'm not used to 2026. Is anybody used to 2026
no,
yet?
You get at least 20 days to
Is that what
adjust
it
to
is?
the
I
new
think
year.
you get the whole month of January.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Fair enough.
Okay, so 773 says to answer just C on the Scantron is for amateurs. The move is ABA-CAD-ABA. Ooh.
Are Scantrons still a thing? I mean, I imagine they are, right?
I don't know.
They
My
are a
schooling
thing.
stopped
Ask your
in the
niece.
early 2000s.
Yeah, that's my nieces.
Standardized tests still exist.
Yep, I'm sure they do.
Fair enough. Coming up next year on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. Patrick Manley loves a good question.
He's going to love all of this.
We should ask him this. He also watched the game of the year in college football last night. All right, maybe that's putting it a little more crazily than I thought.
Was
but
it better than...
Who better to ask about a horrible long snap gone bad on special teams
block kicks
than Patrick Manley? But all of it. So we'll talk to him about that and more next.
Manili.
Bears fans, Saturday night, it doesn't get much better than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round. Win or go home. The greatest rivalry in football. Back on the biggest stage. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears Packers all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner and Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Call 222-2222. Chapter 3000, Managing 2114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Could see some rain later, especially in the north suburbs, a high of 43.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. 2 bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Just in, Patrick Manelli.
Pat Patrick Manley, the longest tenured player in Chicago Bears history.
I just want to thank the Bears organization for an incredible 16 years.
Score Football pre- and post-game show co-host.
The preparation for this should have been, it sounded like he simplified the game plan. So if he simplified the game plan, there should not be mistakes. And simplifying the game plan does not mean they're taking them lightly. It's just that's the way they wanted to go into the game plan. And it's concerning. Both are concerning. And I'm nervous. And it'll be interesting to see how they can fix this. And I want to hear what Ben Johnson has to say after this game.
He even has a signature beer.
Long Snapper IPA. The artwork's me long snapping a ball on top of an El Camino. I have an El Camino, so the artwork's great. The beer's great.
Patrick Manley with Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
We talk to Patrick Manley every Tuesday during the football season. At this time, he joins us via the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear. He is also a part of our pre- and post-game coverage on our football Sundays, and he watches every game that we care about because he's good like that. Patrick, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you guys, and it's actually fun to talk about a game this week and not talk about coaching searches and a draft pick and all that kind of crap.
It absolutely is fun to not talk about that crap because I don't care about it right now either. We had a heated debate earlier on the show talking about Ben Johnson's comments saying that he's simply focused right now on his defense not giving up the points. Where do you stand on this?
I just feel like he feels like he has to outscore his opponent. And I think that 49ers game kind of summed it up. I think he knows what he has defensively right now. You know, they show him they cannot get after the quarterback. They're struggling with man-to-man. And if they don't get the turnovers, they struggle. And I'm just hoping that turnover machine, whatever they had, that magic stuff they had going on in the middle of the season comes back. Because if they do, I think they can go on a run. But I just think he realistically looks at this team and understands that this defense is not good. They've had a lot of injuries and they haven't performed up to the level. Like Montez Sweat is not performing up to a $100 million contract. They've had a lot of injuries, of course, and Kyler Gordon, hopefully he comes back and helps. But again, I just think he's trying to say, hey, I've got to outscore him. I've brought here to score points and let's go.
This segment with Patrick Manley is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford. Patrick, let's be honest. If we wanted to load up all the good players on defense into that El Camino of yours, you'd have plenty of room left over. Listen, can we all just accept it is what it is? Like, I don't understand how we're here to the playoffs. I mean, 17 games have been played, and we aren't all on the same page. It does have to be the offense if they're going to advance in the playoffs. No doubt. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it just the NFL has changed, and what's interesting now is we are talking about this top-notch offense in the NFL. It's exciting to say that about the Chicago Bears. And, you know, Dennis Allen has a tough job. He has a real tough job with a lot of injuries, but they're just not the strength of this team. And, again, it just has to be the takeaway machine, the turnovers, whatever you want to call it. If they can get those things going again, we'll be okay, but that's not a given. I think it's kind of shown that was a nice little streak they were on. Al Harris talks about it. We should get them every week. Sure, but it's not happening the last few weeks, and I'm nervous about that. I'm very nervous about that. Just because guys, you go into that last week, and you expect the Bears to kind of take care of business against the depleted Lions team, and they didn't. They didn't show up offensively. They obviously didn't show up defensively. They did in the red zone. I will say that. They didn't allow them to score points, but it didn't look good in between the 20. So this makes you nervous going into the playoffs where you thought a game against the Lions. You know, like, all right, let's build our confidence. Let's get going. Let's execute, not make mistakes, step up our game on defense, and be ready for this run. And I just finished that game being a little more nervous than I thought I would be.
All right, this is driving me crazy. First of all, Pat, we're watching Pat on Twitch, and you can join in on Twitch, too, if you like, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Are you wearing a Pat Foley T-shirt, like as in the Blackhawks broadcaster? What does it say?
That's my guy, man.
All I see
Pat Foley is a legend.
He is a legend. What was your shirt?
He is a legend.
So it says Pat Foley's a legend. Okay.
Yes, I had him made for him when he had his big retirement thing for the Blackhawks.
Oh, wow.
I was fortunate enough to be part of his crew that day, and I had a bunch of guys over to the condo before, and we went over to celebrate it that last night for him. And it's one of my favorite T-shirts. I love wearing it around because you can tell a true Blackhawks fan. They'll be like, "Yep, you're right." They'll just say, "Yep, you're right."
Yeah,
but it is. I forgot I had this on. Yeah, Pat Foley is a legend.
They're the voice of success with the Chicago Blackhawks, and hopefully they'll get back on track. But all right, let's do this, Pat. Let's start to look at Bears and the Green Bay Packers for a third time this season. What's the first thing you're looking at in breaking this game down and getting the Bears to win a playoff game?
Jordan Love has not taken a snap since December 20th. Is there rust there? I'm curious about that because it has been a while since the last time he's played was against the Bears. So was there rust there? And you're hoping for that. But then the other part is, guys, that last week, both teams took week 18 and prepared like it's the preseason. The Packers rested their starters, but the Bears played like it was the preseason. So I'm nervous about the rest that they have and that they are a lot of veteran players on that team that rest might be – I think Matt LaFleur made the right decision with that team and resting those guys. They've been there before. They understand what this playoff run is like. So that scares me as well. But the biggest thing, Grody, is Jordan Love. So does he have rust? Does it take time to knock that rust off? And can the Bears take advantage of that early on and get some of those takeaways? So we'll see what he looks like when he comes back from his injury.
Well, and additionally, Patrick, I feel like when Jordan Love was at his best this season against the Bears, it was recognizing the blitz looks that he was seeing out of the defense. He didn't seem to find it confusing. He had a check down answer practically every time, and that's how they were able to pick apart the defense so well, especially in that first game.
Yeah, and I think Dennis Allen I'm excited to see what he draws up. I think he's seen some of the deficiencies with this defense playing as much man-to-man and blitzing as much as he has. The second game against the Packers, he didn't bring as much, and they were a little better. Obviously, they were really good in the red zone. I think 0 for 5 in the red zone for the Packers. But it will be interesting to see what he dials up and kind of figures out. If C.J. Gardner-Johnson can't go, who fills in for him? Can Kyler Gordon come in and play as much as we hope and be as healthy as we hope? But I just want to see his game plan going against Matt LaFleur and what he does against Jordan Love, just because he's shown what he did against Kyle Shanahan didn't work. They targeted Nahshon Wright, which is scaring me right now late in the season, that teams have all this film on a player who had a great year and caused all those takeaways, but is really struggling one-on-one. And we saw that last week as well against the Lions. So Dennis Allen has a lot on his plate this week to figure out what he can do with this defense and how he can combat Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love.
Former Bears long snapper Patrick Manley joining us as he does every week here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. And Patrick, I like what you did when you talked about the rust, because I've been convincing my compadre here, Mark Grody, to tell me how exactly the Bears are going to win. You're doing the work for him basically by giving me a reason why I can believe in the Bears. The problem though is you look at the last 5 games that the Bears have played. Outside of that Cleveland game, who are, the Browns, they haven't forced more than one turnover when they play good teams. And so unless it's that rust that you're talking about, tell me how they're going to create havoc for a quarterback. Last time I looked pretty comfortable throwing little quickies where guys were outrunning everybody to the end zone.
It's true, but Jordan Love will throw the ball up. We know that. We've seen that. You have to take advantage of that. There was a play 2 weeks ago, December 20th up in Green Bay, where he threw it up and Nahshon Wright, there was a pass interference penalty not on him because, Nahshon Wright would have basically come down with it, but I forgot who the receiver was, tackled him so he wouldn't get it. So there are situations and opportunities that Jordan Love will throw the ball up. You just have to be able to capitalize on that as a defense. And that's the difference I want to see that they can do. And Jordan Love will throw you the ball. He's going to throw it up and give his guys a chance. But the Bears have to take advantage of that, and we'll see if they do.
You, sir, have been calling for this matchup for a while. I know that you're not afraid of it, but it is high risk, high reward for the fan base. What do you say to the fan base? Because what I've noticed here, Patrick, is there's a fear factor, and I understand where Bears fans are coming. I'm like you, I'm all for this matchup for the sake of the build up, and everything will just be on such a grand scale from the second I wake up on Saturday, from the second that I leave Soldier Field on Saturday. What do you say to Bears fans to be less scared and to calm down? Because the whole season hinges on this. The whole thing's going to be a train wreck if the Bears lose.
Just embrace it, man. Let's go. It's Bears-Packers. Believe it. Anything can happen on a Sunday. And I'll say this. A couple weeks ago, I was excited because the Packers were banged up. Now they're getting healthy, which scares you a little bit. And I thought the Bears were trending in the right direction. Even though they lost to the 49ers, I thought, okay, offensively, we're going to be able to score points. We've got it going. The machine is back. We're going to be able to run the ball, throw the ball. Well, they didn't do that against the Lions, so that does scare me. So I am scared a little bit, but I'm not scared. And I mean that is it's Bears-Packers. Let's go. Just believe in it. It's going to be fun to watch. We have the Soldier Field crowd there, which is going to be a huge advantage, which Some people were saying that's the loud. Maybe you said it, Mark. The loudest the Bears crowd people have heard in a long time. The last time they played, it's going to be a Saturday night. But anything can happen. And here's the other thing, Mark. We have young players that this is their first time stepping into the playoff arena, right? Embrace it. Let's see what they can do. Let's hope they get many more opportunities like this. But I do think we have enough playmakers on this team that can step up and take this over. And the other one is Caleb Williams. You know, as we've seen in the fourth quarter, the end of halves, his game turns up when the heat turns up. Well, the heat is now turned up in the playoffs, and he wants to be great. He talks about he wakes up being great or wanting to be great. Well, let's go. And I think the young man can do that. And I think that's one thing we might have on our side now is a quarterback who can embrace these situations in games like this and play his best.
Our segment with Patrick Manley is sponsored by Loyola Medicine. When things are at their worst, we're at our best. Patrick, I also want to ask you about the concept of playing a team 3 times in a season.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yes, exactly. And what that means as far as the odds maybe or how a team goes about it. We've talked a lot about maybe having Ben Johnson. We wonder, is there something that he's been holding back, that's special for the playoff playbook? What's the process like, and how do you think it's going to go knowing that these two teams are facing for a third time this year?
I think it's the biggest thing. It'll be on the coaches. The players, the player. You know the guy across from you. You watch enough tape of, Zach Tom versus Montez. He knows enough about Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat knows enough about Zach Tom. Everybody you've gone across from, how they play, how their hand placement is, their footwork, all that kind of stuff. Now it's the chess match between Ben Johnson and Hafley and LaFleur and Dennis Allen and Bisaccia and Hightower. It's going to be what they come up with, what kind of wrinkle can they throw in there, what have they seen maybe in 2 games that they can exploit, what have they held back? And like what you said, what has Ben Johnson held back? He talked about running a simple game plan, and we talked about in the post game, were they maybe ahead of themselves in a good way of saying, okay, we are going to go vanilla like you do in a preseason and then bring all this other stuff out in the postseason that could be some wrinkles that we haven't shown before, that will show like a basic alignment. He likes to make some certain things look the same and same things look the different, however that goes. But maybe there are some alignments and things like that, motions that he's going to pull out and confuse the Packers. So the answer to the question, it's the biggest thing going on right now is the upstairs at Haugh Hall with those coaches putting that game plan in yesterday and today.
Hey, Pat, real quick, I want to read something to you coming out of Haugh Hall, right? I think this is kind of interesting. Just tweeted by Chris Emma from Ben Johnson. He says, quote, "We're mentally prepared to play for 5 more weeks. That's our intent. How do you do that? You go out and win the first one. We're going to go all out for this game, and we'll worry about the future when the time comes." What do you think that means in terms of going all out and do what you have to do? Does that mean that we will should see?
Everybody's playing.
Okay.
That's what I hear right there.
Okay.
Rome's playing, Kyler's playing, everybody's playing. If you're nicked up, you're playing.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can get through it and be healthy because each week is different. The next opponent the Bears play after they beat the Green Bay Packers, I said it, after they beat the Green Bay Packers, can be nicked up as well. So, that's what I hear is just everybody is out there. We're going. We're not worried about the following week. If somebody is questionable, they're freaking playing. And I love that. That's the way it should be.
I love that too.
The guys, Rome has sat long enough.
I love just the energy that this week has brought to this city and just the different conversations I've had with so many different people. Some of them not even like diehard sports fans, but they understand what is happening. And I love it all, Patrick. Here's my question to you. Because of this rivalry and the way we're looking at it, do you think not enough is being made of the fact that the Packers have lost 4 games in a row? And there are reports out there that Matt LaFleur might be coaching for his job this week.
It's crazy. I heard that with Mike Florio this morning, and that is true because it's 7th seed, but they've been the 7th seed every year. That is he doing a good enough job? And what is it like at Haugh Hall up there at Lambeau right now? I don't know, and he could be, but a 4-game losing streak is tough. But they have enough guys who have been in this position before. Again, I said that earlier. That's what scares me a little bit. It's a different animal this week. This preparation is different. Your mindset is different. Everything is different, and they've been there before. So it's great the young guys for the Bears are going through it, but that's what scares me a little bit and gives the Packers a little bit of an edge. They've been there before. They've run out that tunnel before and embraced these games before and know what it's going to be like, that it is turned up quite a bit. People talk, you go from preseason to the regular season, everything turns up. Well, it double turns up from the regular season to the playoffs. That intensity and everything like that is definitely turned up. But there is one thing I do want to say about last week's game. I don't want to get this out there, that Ben Johnson came to the podium when he got hired and he said, I want guys to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Well, I think they've learned how to do that. And I think this week at Haugh, after that loss and after that press conference and his demeanor and the way he talked, guys are going to be extremely uncomfortable at Haugh. And I find that a good thing. I don't want them to be comfortable going this game. I want them to be on top of everything, not being overconfident, and let Ben Johnson be hard and coach the way he does. And I like that. And I kind of like that going into this week. They are going to be uncomfortable. They walked into that meeting the day after the game against the Lions, and they're like, oh, blank. This is not going to be comfortable with their head down, waiting to be coached hard. And I think that's going to pay dividends for this team.
Patrick Manley, we always appreciate your conversation. And before we let you go, there's no better person to talk to about the game last night.
Poor young man.
Okay, so some are blaming the snap, some are blaming the holder, some are blaming the kicker when it came to the blocked or ultimately blocked field goal that could have helped Illinois State. Poor Mark Grody he's taken the surrender cobra position. So how do you feel about the apparatus of the special teams last night for the Redbirds?
As a person who's been with those units, everybody takes blame. But as a coach, I will coach it. The snap was not good. If that was me, I would be upset. I would be disappointed. I thought the holder did as well as he could. The kicker, that's tough. I think a lot of times when that happens, that's happened before. So I think there's a little stuff going between his ears before that snap, and obviously the situation of being a game winner, and even before that, he's just a little nervous about it. But the snap was not good enough. That's the answer. If I'm the person in that position, I'm taking the blame for it as the long snapper. And I feel really bad for him and his family and his teammates, but that's part of the job. That you get called to do that. They say our job is simple. Hey, not everybody can do it.
Should they have gone for it? That's because the quarterback wanted it so bad.
Yes, if I'm a coach, knowing that I have an issue with the operation there, yes.
Yep.
But it is something so simple that you can do in high school. But again, pressure bust pipes, as they say, and all that stuff. And it's difficult. It was so hard to watch, man. My head just went down, and I just felt for him and felt for his family, and it felt for the Illinois State because they had it won. The big comeback to come back and do what they did. It's just difficult to see when you have something so simple you see every week in and out, high school, college, and pros executed flawlessly, to come down to that. It was unfortunate.
Heartbreaking. And then also, we just didn't know who was responsible there. Like that was unfortunately.
The snap needs to be better. I mean, that's if you're coaching it, the snap has to be better.
He will never be nicknamed Snappy.
And bounce it and put it down.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Did you just hear that?
What did he say?
He said he will never be nicknamed Snappy. He will never earn that nickname that you have been given by me only and me only.
I thought we weren't going to use that anymore there, Brody.
Oh, Brody. Do you two need to settle this?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, we will. Oh,
it's call in that special tonight and get on Brody.
We may only. I mean, think about it. You, me, Olin, and Patrick may only have one more pregame to just
no, we don't.
cut.
No, we don't.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He told you when.
Yeah,
we've got more.
He told you when, not if. He said when.
We're preparing for 5 weeks.
Win the Bears.
5 weeks,
believe, man. Let's go.
Okay.
Patrick, I'm with you. You have turned me into somewhat of a believer.
Wow, I didn't have to do any of the work.
I said somewhat. There's
you got a few more days before Saturday.
You're right. I got to find out who's healthy and who's not.
Exactly.
That's right. That is true. That is very, very true. And then can Caleb outplay Jordan Love?
Yes. You're the best, man.
5 more shows.
5 more shows.
5 more shows. Patrick, thanks as always. This is a lot of fun.
See you guys. Have a great week.
See you, buddy.
Thanks,
That's Patrick Manley. He just puts a smile on my face, and then I'm so sad. We have to discuss this. A game that ended up being one of the best of the entire college football season. And the amount of eyes that were on it, and then what ended up happening?
No.
The agony of defeat. Let's break down the Illinois State, Montana State FCS championship game.
Wow, we're doing it. Oh, man.
Bears fans, up next for the NFC North Division champion Bears. It's what could be the most important Bears-Packers matchup in 15 years. The winner will move on to the divisional round of the playoffs and have bragging rights on their rival all offseason. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears-Packers all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
I'm Jack Webb.
Shopping for the best deal on your next new Ford? Packy Web Ford will beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford. For details and to search our huge inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
With 2026 here, I look back on all the pain, discomfort, limping that I did with my bad feet because of knee replacements, ruptured Achilles tendons. I mean, I've had my share of injuries, which contributed to me going to the Good Feet store and asking for help. You owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet Arch Supports can help you. You'll get some one-on-one with a Good Feet Arch Support specialist who spends time with you. He'll understand your goals, and then he'll pair you up with something that makes such a difference you won't believe it. So if you're feeling some foot pain or discomfort, learning if Good Feet Arch Supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use your HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. New year, better health, one step at a time. It all starts with one visit to the Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes? Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911, providing highly skilled, licensed local 130 plumbers who get the job done right the first time. For 24/7 emergency plumbing service, call 833-PLUM-911.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Nobody outside of Philly, Boston, or Pittsburgh is rooting for the Eagles, Patriots, or Steelers in these NFL playoffs. Been there, done that. If you're one of the 18 fan bases figuring out where you're going this offseason, you got to figure out who you're adopting over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And is there anyone not rooting for the Bills to finally get over the hump and get that Lombardi trophy that's eluded them for so long? I'm Chris Mack.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Miles Sandstead. Snap, hold, kick. Oh, good! For a national championship! In overtime!
That was the call on ESPN. Illinois State in overtime, losing to Montana State 35-34. And if you heard Patrick Manley, the Bears long snapper did say the problem with the field goal that was missed by Illinois State that would have won the game was a bad snap. Pain! That was such an emotionally invested game, and I committed to it. I said it on Twitter. I was like, okay, I'll get unnecessarily emotionally invested into this game, and then it paid off, which doesn't always happen for me.
It was a blast of a game. I was lucky enough to be hosting a watch party at 93 Octane Brewery in Elmhurst last night. Big place, and it was a wall-to-wall crowd. Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to the Greater Chicagoland ISU Alumni Association. They were there in full force. Absolute blast. All I could tell you is that I don't like this taco guy. This taco guy is a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Taco Dowler.
I prefer the Lord over taco.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, praise the Lord.
Both had touchdowns last night.
But
the nuns would have loved you.
What?
The nuns would have loved you.
Oh, Taco Dollar, yeah, and Tommy Rittenhouse, the quarterback from the Burbs, I believe he's a Geneva kid. The parts of Chris Emma.
Taco Dowler plays for Montana State, and he was the nemesis of the Redbirds
absolute
last
nemesis.
night.
You know who he looked like? Amon Ra, just for most recent memories. And to be honest, you know who Tommy looked like? Tommy Rittenhouse? Caleb Williams.
You know how much I know you love sports? That analogy. And what's funny is normally we would not be talking in a Bears playoff week about an FCS championship game. But number one, it was one of the most exciting postseason college football games we've had so far this year. And then additionally, it was the Illinois State Redbirds. Your story made that watch party look on 10. Like it was crowded. There were two stories of this event.
I couldn't believe it, honestly. Like I expected that with the powers of the Score and the powers of the Redbird Alumni Association and 93 Octane, I guess I should have figured it was going to be packed, but I did not think it was going to be that packed.
93 Octane lived up to its name because that was the hype beast that powered this game. And I turned it, I'm not going to lie, the Bulls scored 33 points at the half against the Celtics, and I was like, nuts to this. I'm watching the Illinois State game, and I'm going to get attached to this game, and I did like a barnacle, and I feel rewarded and sad at the same time.
Okay, two questions. Number one, was the Bulls game even on at this bar?
It was. It was on like a 1-2 before because I obviously got there early.
Was on the Bulls game in the first half?
So it was the Bulls game was on one TV, and of course it was blaring on the Score from our station before Illinois State because that was what was on the Score. So yeah.
On the Score.
So I was living in a sports bar without alcohol, aka the ABC7 Sports Office, where we just had TVs everywhere. So I was watching the Bulls at my desk. I had Illinois State on like 3 TVs up here, and I was like, "Oh, this is pretty good." And Illinois State came out kind of flat, kind of bearish, but so did the Bulls. And here's what I'll say: when Dane Steele, when they finally scored, right? And there's less than a minute to go in the first half. It's 14-7. I was like, all right, Illinois State's not out.
Because they were down 14-0. Redbirds come back 14-7.
3 plays. 75 yards, 36 seconds. This dude, Dane Steele, jumps over a dude, clear hurdle, stays on his feet and scores. I'm like, oh, I don't know if Illinois State's got it in them tonight. They're down 21-7 at the half.
Yeah, the double hurdle, that was, I got to say, like from an athletic standpoint, that was pretty sick. That was pretty sick seeing it. Wasn't it Taco that was doing that? Was it Taco?
No, it was Steele that had the
hurdle.
hurdle.
It was still okay.
Taco had like 96 yards at the half, though. I'm telling you, I got way too invested into this.
Yeah. What else did you think, Layla, about this game?
I mean, I was with Marshall. I was like, Bulls, 33 points. And so I like,
get this out of here.
FCS game, let's go.
All eyes on ISU.
How can these people disappoint me tonight? And then, just like life, I turned on that game and I was like, 21-7. Okay. But then I kept watching because I was like, I don't know, maybe something different will happen. And then come back, those valiant Redbirds did. And Rittenhouse does have he has an arm, man.
Yeah.
So also it was funny because it was a shared experience. You know, Jeff Schwartz, who's normally posting about NFL games, was also watching the game. Like Pat Forty was tweeting about it. You felt like you were part of something.
Yes.
And I'd rather be a part of that than whatever was happening in Boston at the time.
So when this game, like when I found out when it was, and of course you had your watch party, I was like, wait, why are they playing on a Monday? That's so random. And then all of a sudden I realized, oh wait, this is like a sports hole on the calendar.
Totally.
And once you opened up social media and saw how many people were talking about this game, as you said, Layla, it was like, oh, we're all watching this like it's the freaking Super Bowl.
And I'm one of those people where if you're into it and you're into it, then I'm going to be into it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And we saw
civic pride.
Well, yes.
Kinda.
And frankly, as somebody who went to a public school in Texas, you bet your ass I'm cheering for Illinois State. And Illini, that goes for you too.
Yeah, that's right.
But because I do feel pride in that respect, and especially when it comes to athletic programs, and you also kind of felt like you were watching an NFL game in the way everybody was talking about it at the same time.
It was beautiful.
And Jeff Schwartz nailed it, man. Illinois State had to gain 1 yard for the title, and they chose to kick a field goal instead. And then we saw what happened.
Yeah.
It didn't go.
How about but Tommy Rittenhouse, the quarterback for Illinois State, like you could see him on the sideline saying, go for it after the fact. So he was not happy with. I didn't think Brock Spack had a great night as a head coach last night.
Well, yeah, there were failed decisions, and then we saw them score the touchdown, and unfortunately it ended up being 35-34 because of yet again a missed extra point. And I think Patrick Manley is correct. Once it's in your head, it's in your. I mean, come on, this is the championship game.
Yeah.
Is it bad that when I saw Tommy Rittenhouse being demonstrative, I was like, oh, this is just like when they went to break that one time. And you saw a head coach mouth, should have gone for it.
You really did take it to the Bears.
It was fresh in my mind.
I got to say this right now about Marshall. Marshall, you are doing a masterful job of making sure we weave in just a little bit of Bears, just because it's tough. Like, it's tough to justify a college football segment. You're doing a great job of just keeping a little bit ISU and a little bit Bears.
Well, can I give you my ultimate takeaway from this game?
Please.
It was,
Bears.
I hope everybody in the Chicago area, everyone who is a Bears fan that is taking this in, understands the ramifications of decisions early, late, penalties, everything you saw on display. Because that is what playoff... I know it's been a while, right? It's been a while. But that's what playoff football is. And so when you get to Saturday night, you're going to be looking at so many different decisions that are made, lack of execution. If there are penalties, Bears only had 4 penalties for 25 yards, by the way, on Sunday. I think this was a warning shot for a fan base that has Venn diagram strength in how many people are Illinois State fans that are also Bears fans. This is how things can go. This is how tenuous things can be when you're watching your team.
Yeah, after the double doink, I'm pretty sure we're well-versed on that.
But that's
part.
been a while.
No, that's pretty. Like I said, I don't even count the 2020 playoff.
That's the last playoff appearance.
You and I are so together on that.
It's just
Layla.
like Community. It was the gas leak year.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't count. There was no point to it except for the Saints using that failed Javon Wims play for success the next game.
Do you think Cole Kmet's like, I've just never played in a playoff game? This is my first ever playoff game.
That's a good question for Cole on the Take the North podcast
we'll
tonight.
ask him about that.
How
I can't
much
wait.
did the 2020 playoff game against the Saints count to him?
Yeah, Yeah. We'll get some realness out of him, man. And he's seen as a fan and growing up, he's seen some things, man. He saw what happened the last time the Bears played the Packers in the playoffs, the NFC title game in 2011.
How old was he in 2010?
That's a good question. I can't do that math.
I'm doing it right now.
What year was he born?
He's just a baby.
He's just a baby too. I wonder.
He is not a baby. He is a grown
I'm going to guess he's
26-year-old man.
26.
So he was 11.
26 is still in my eyes just.
He's
a
11
baby.
in 2011.
In 2010.
2020.
Oh,
Okay.
It was the 2010 season.
2010 season, 2011.
So yeah,
playoffs,
he was
right.
20. Yeah, he was 11 years old.
So 2001, we didn't have a chance. He would not have been sports conscious at that time.
No. His sports consciousness was.
I'm sure his dad and his uncles have told him.
Just a baby.
He was just a baby.
He was literally just
Here's
a baby.
another thing too, like to your point about the variances and anything could happen. Like, and somebody brought this up on the text line. I meant to bring it up earlier. This will be Ben Johnson's first time as a head coach in the playoffs. Man, we know how good this guy has been all year long, but you don't know how he's going to comport himself in the post. Like, I think Pat Manley is right that going all out, as Ben Johnson said today in his press conference, means that everybody's playing. But does go all out also mean bust out the big trick plays? Does it mean blitz happy on the defensive side?
It means if it's 4th and 5, they go for it.
That's good. Yeah.
You bet your ass you're going for it. Like, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Like,
he won't rethink that.
I will never forget watching zombie-eyed Dan Campbell against the 49ers. And I'm like, I am you in this moment. We are one and the same. I'm like, I'm thinking the same thing you are. Go for it.
What was he, 0 for 5 in that game where they lost? And he was just like...
But every single time he was like, I'm going to send it.
It's crazy though, right?
But I would absolutely do the same thing.
Here's my question to both of you.
Like, he was all of us. He was all of us playing Madden.
Brock Spax.
Except it was his team.
So Brock Spax, the head coach for Illinois State, he got super emotional when he asked about preparing for this game because he said, win or lose, it just all kind of abruptly comes to an end. That's what it was. They were trying to become the first team in FCS. They were already the first team in FCS playoffs history to win 4 straight road playoff games. But they could have become the first team to win all their games on the road to win a championship last night. It doesn't happen. My question is, based on what we just said about Ben Johnson, are we all prepared to just live with that level of decision-making, understanding he set us up with the all-out, that this is what it's going to be, or are you going to second-guess when it is an all or nothing and he says we're going for it and it doesn't work?
We talk about sports for 4 hours a day. Of course we're going to second. Like, that's our job. It's our literal job.
I mean, it's tough.
That's the whole point, is to ask if not, then when, and we're talking about scenarios. It's our actual job.
It's so hard. It's so hard, though. Like, if you actually go back to the scenario where they have the ball on their own 33-yard line.
But I knew they were giving it up. So the question was, give it up now so you have time to actually make it up later.
You know what this is? This is you dealing with your first Bears playoffs.
Marshall's working through something, you think?
Yes, 100% I think he's working through it.
Well, Pat Manley so far is the only person that's helped him. I have not been able to help him,
He has
Layla.
not helped me, not one iota.
Layla, you've not been able to help him. What do you need from us? Why can't I help you? What
I need a logical explanation of how the Bears are going to beat the Packers, understanding, and we've got all week to get into this. I don't see an area where the Bears are superior to the Packers.
847, by the way, with the nugget we needed. Cole Kmet's younger brother is a freshman quarterback on Illinois State, Cooper Kmet. And then another one of his brothers was playing baseball for Notre Dame. That Kmet family,
it's a talented family.
They might be athletic, you know?
Yeah. You know what's cool?
So you got to talk to Cole about Cooper then.
Yeah.
I guarantee Cole Kmet was watching the game for us.
Well,
You're right.
if his brother's on the team.
So Cooper,
for the culture.
I imagine Cooper's probably, 18, 19?
I'm about to come up with those answers for you.
But this was what's really cool, because Cole is 26, 27, so he's got younger brothers. How cool would it be, like, when he got into the NFL, like, they're, like, really young. So it's like, oh, cool, my big brother is playing football. I always thought that was a cool little story in the Kmet family.
He is 19 years old.
Okay.
He turns 20 later. On October 6th, he turns 20 years old.
I'll see if we can justify a little Illinois State time on
His brother literally played for a national championship.
It was the only game on yesterday.
Marshall, we got serious Bears stuff. It's so serious right now. And you know it.
Poor Redbirds. They can't even get their own segment. We still got to Bears it.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's totally Bears it with Ben Johnson. He spoke earlier today at Hallis Hall. We'll play you some of that sound next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help us beat the books in Westwood One Sports. Lakers are in the Big Easy to play the Pelicans, who got on a little bit of a roll last month and won 5 in a row, only to swoon again and have lost 7 straight, and they've lost 3 in a row by at least 15 points. I know the Lake Show are still missing Rui and Reeves, but I trust Luka and LeBron to take care of business. LA's heading on the road after spending the entire holiday week at home. I trust their effort against the lowly Pels. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and it's a day where at Hollis Hall, normally Tuesdays, the Bears are off, but not today. Today, the Bears are speaking because everything is moved up a day thanks to the Saturday night game against the Packers. And Ben Johnson was at the podium. So what does he think about playing at home in these playoffs?
This was the vision from the beginning, was to have some home playoff games, at Soldier Field. And so was really excited about that opportunity and to see that come to light here this year. Big credit to our guys. I kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday, the fact that you win the division, that you're having home playoff games. That's huge. It's why we do what we do. And now we've earned this opportunity and we got to make the most of it.
Well, he said all the right coachy McCoacherson things there. But to earn the home playoff game is a big deal, though. The Bears being the 2 seed is a big deal.
I mean, it's more than a big deal. The path is there. It's just a matter of, do they have the talent and the, for lack of a better word, do they have the fortitude to do what it takes to take advantage of this situation? You're going to get to play, if you win this week, another week at Soldier Field, which is crazy if you go back to the beginning of the season and how we were looking at this team.
What's crazy is that they're playing a team for the 3rd time, too. Like, you heard the consternation in Patrick Maley's voice. Like, that almost... It is tough, especially when it took the last play of the game to beat them. The first game was close. I think both teams have a reason to like their chances here.
And, I think part of what Pat's talking about, too, is the reason it's hard is because teams get real comfortable. The Packers are probably real comfortable playing at Soldier Field. It's just the way it works. I never forget, when I was doing pre and post with the Cubs, and I would ask players, this is between 15 and 17, I would ask players, where do you most like going to play? And they'd be like, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, because it feels comfortable. Feels like another home. It's like they know the city by now. They know the stadium. They know all the little idiosyncrasies. So that's part of what it is when you're playing for the 3rd time. Soldier Field is going to help. Home field advantage is something. But make no mistake about it, these Green Bay Packers are completely comfortable setting foot on Soldier Field.
What I remember about being there for that last game, and this is where they have to be better at the outset of games, just have to be. Cannot mess around. What started out as home field advantage almost felt like a home field disadvantage because of the nervous energy surrounding, are you going to do something? Are you going to do something?
On the first play of the game.
Well, that's just how it is against the Packers, too.
Well, but that was off the hook. That was crazy.
Oh, you're talking about the DeMarco Jackson crowd surfing?
Yeah. Were you on to something else?
Well, no, I was saying after that, though, as the game went on, first drive coming all the way down the field.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, that drive does not end the way that you would want it to on the turnover for the Bears.
Right.
Because of the bad snap on the trick play, however you want to line that up. But then as the game went on and on, the Bears offense wasn't doing anything. And so what I'm saying is, where you have your fans behind you, then the fans get nervous because you're not doing anything. If you come out strong to start, you've got the fans behind you the whole game.
No doubt.
But
Restless
the longer
crowd.
you go without, the restless crowd, it goes from a restless crowd to an anxious crowd to now do the players feel the energy not going their way.
Ben Johnson also talked about, and this speaks to the texter that we had earlier, it was the caller, it was Keith with his sick kid. So you remember how Keith said at the doctor's office that the Bears should have been playing their best football in December? Well, ask and ye shall receive, Keith.
An example that you can think of seeing your guys take their good and see it become their best, or have you not reached that yet?
I haven't sat back and reflected on it to that extent, but I've seen every player get better this year. I've seen each unit get better this year, and the team's gotten better. You know, we're a lot better than we were earlier in the season, as from top to bottom. Certainly, the belief has been there, confidence has grown. And so I think we're at a really good spot here going into this week.
So does that answer the question? I feel like he's saying a lot of very perfunctory answers.
You know, good, better, best. They're in the better phase. They have not reached the best. That's what I heard.
What I hear too is like and I noticed this in the press conference too. Like he doesn't really want to do the reflecting thing right now. And I understand, the reporters got to ask those questions. Even after I was asked those questions, like when I was doing my interview with Montez Sweat, like how do you reflect back on the season? Like Ben Johnson has no interest right now in reflecting on the season as a whole and reflecting on what just happened as well. Like he's ready to just to like he is short-sighted on this playoff game, and all those other questions will be answered later. It sounds like
he's in taskmaster mode.
Totally.
Well, so how does he feel about the slow starts that this team has had?
As you try to problem solve the slow starts, what has worked this year and what has not been effective?
I don't know that there's a right answer for that. There's a process I believe in terms of how we prepare these guys. I think we got a lot of great professionals, and I think anytime you bring attention to something, that they look to fix it, and that's what we're doing here this week.
How have you dealt with the frustration of some of that when you designed these first 10 to 15 plays, however many it is, and drilled those over and over, and then it doesn't look right come game day?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of alluded to you before. Anytime we take the field on offense and we don't end up with points, then I'm disappointed. All of our guys are disappointed. So you find out what happened, what went wrong, and you look to make those corrections and put it past you. So that's how I deal with it.
He sounds a lot more calm today, even than yesterday. Did you hear where he said that they made 11 mistakes?
I missed that.
It was like 6 mistakes in the first 11 plays, or something like that, where I was like, wait a second. How many mistakes did they make in the first set of plays? And their first drive went 8 plays. So I was very curious to, I almost want to go back on and look at the film tonight because I'm a dork and try to see if I can find where they were.
Was he talking about on offense?
Yes, yeah.
11 mistakes?
It was something along those lines. The word 11 was used, but I don't have the verbatim off the top of my head. Because frankly, guys, you know what I was doing last night? I was watching the Illinois State game.
That a girl.
But I go back to say this because you can tell he's a little more calm today. And I frankly like the fact that he was upset for 2 days about that game. He should be. Like, why not? You know, if that's how he feels about it, I'm into it. But at the same time, you know, you can say something like, what did the team do well, you know, in the first few drives where you're saying to yourself, this is more successful. Like, don't forget, he didn't call enough run plays against the Packers to start the first 2 drives the first game. Like, that sits with me. You know, like I said, I think DeAndre Swift to the right side would have been effective continually on that drive against the Lions. There are things where I say to myself, and it's typically run the ball more, where maybe you would have kept your defense off the field a little bit more had those things happened in the first couple drives.
Well, it was 16-0 in the third quarter. I mean, that says it all. And Caleb started to get it on. The TD passes to Walker and Kmet were right on, but then what did I say? No, there wasn't.
Kmet had the 2-point conversion.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
You're good.
You're right. Boy, I'm glad you saved me from that embarrassment from tonight. You know, who knows? I might have been like, "Hey, I'm
you would have got.
I seriously want to know how his head is.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine he's okay. I mean, it's all signs point to Cole Kmet's okay, but we'll wait until the sort of injury report comes out today.
Listen, he could have stopped after the first 3 words of that answer.
I don't know.
Because that's the truth. Because if he knew, he would have changed something by now.
I don't.
It's an ongoing problem.
I don't necessarily think so. I feel like they've been working on a different set of plays for a while now. It's more pocket-based. There wasn't a lot of rollouts compared to what there had been in previous months. there seems to be a deliberate tone change when it comes to a lot of what we're seeing out of the offense.
Well, no, isn't that, though, him looking for different things to try to solve the problem of how we start games?
Not necessarily. Not if he's trying to also teach his quarterback while the games are going on. Like, that's the part I can't factor in.
I do think that is a factor. I think he is trying to still bring Caleb higher on an individual level within the framework of the offense and, winning a football game.
Don't forget he said that. God, why does that make me feel upset every time I hear it?
Well, it's not like we haven't gotten used to life without Kyler Gordon, and that's the question that he's answering. Is Kyler going to play? That's the hope.
But it applies to a lot of things these days, or this week specifically.
I also like it when coaches let their sarcasm rip a little bit. That's the hope.
I don't know that he was being sarcastic.
Hey, he's been doing that with Kyler.
Way.
Kyler, paraphrasing, saying, kind of just basically said, I don't really know the guy that well. He hasn't been around here very much.
Double entendre?
Yeah, something like that.
Coming up next, it is 5 on it, our 5 most pertinent sports questions that we've decided on. Not the most important ones necessarily, the ones that press us the most. So we will do that coming up next on Rahimi Harris and Grody.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score. Kurt Warner on the Bears.
I've been kind of skeptical all year. Unfortunately, I'm still there with this team going into the playoffs. Like, show me that you are a championship caliber team. I don't necessarily see that on tape every week that I believe they can win a championship, but I do believe that they can beat anybody. Ben has built something specifically offensively that can
the
travel
Spiegel
into
and
the
Holmes
playoffs.
Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, what's going on? Mark Grody here. How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you are guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair every single day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before-after pictures at advancedhair.com.
This Sunday at the Wall at Gurney Mills Marcus Cinema, meet Chicago football legend Mark Bortz, starting at 2 p.m. Then stay and watch Chicago take on Detroit on the big screen. The Wall at Gurney Mills showcases the biggest sporting events while letting you enjoy the MVP comforts of a Marcus Theater. Plus, admission is always free. Meet Mark Bortz this Sunday at 2 p.m. Seating is limited, so come early. Check out thewall.marcustheaters.com for all the info. That's thewall.marcustheaters.com.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Call 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Zermatt, Chicago.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, listen up. There's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the other medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. January is supposed to be your clean slate. Stop managing the pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on The Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
It's time for 5 on Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody. Bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
Bears coach Ben Johnson provided the following injury update on Monday.
Hey, Ben, are you going to bring Kyler Gordon back to practice this week?
That's the hope.
That's the hope, Coach Ben Johnson said. How much of a boost would Gordon give the Bears defense?
Well, theoretically, if he's healthy, it would give the Bears a massive boost. But the problem is they tried this once before, and it didn't go so well. And judging by how we're seeing Jalen Johnson move on the field, we know he's not at 100%. And then the question becomes, is it better to have a partially healthy, previously known to be star on your team versus somebody who's healthy and capable? And that's the real choice that has to be made here. So I think the boost power of this question depends on how healthy Kyler Gordon actually is. Do I think he's going to be blitzing off the edge like he has when he's healthy? No. Does the threat of him blitzing off the edge do something to make the Packers look different offensively that gets them off the field? Maybe. And that's kind of where I come down to this, is that the Bears have been without him for so long. And the question of whether or not he's been healthy has unfortunately been asked too many times this season in a way that has expectations now changing. That I can't quantify it without knowing if he's really good to go or not.
So the term caviar bump comes to mind. That's what the Bears need. They need something that makes them feel a little bit better about what they're doing. Because, you do a caviar bump. You know what a caviar bump is because, you're Layla Rahimi.
I've never heard of it.
I knew that was going to be my other side of it. Yeah. It's where you take the caviar, you put it like on your hand.
Yeah.
By your thumb.
You're supposed to let the warmth of the skin release the flavor as you take it in.
But it's $75 an ounce, and that's kind of where it gets tricky.
Well, you guys are fancy. You got caviar material. I mean, I don't even know.
Well, I was dealing with one caviar person and one not caviar person.
I'm just, blue collar over here.
We try to take opportunities such as this to educate you and others
I have
taking the
range.
show.
I feel
I'm wearing
educated.
a secondhand sweatshirt from 5 years ago.
I
but
love
I
that
also
sweatshirt,
like
by the way.
caviar.
But,
So there you go.
but back to the caviar bump. Like, that's what you need from Kyler Gordon. The problem is, it ain't going to be that kind of bump. The bump is going to be minimal at best.
Well, you hope it's not a drug bump.
Well, I was
going to
say,
riff on the name.
it's probably more like a cocaine bump.
No,
Because you don't know what the after effect is going to be.
Yes, yes.
You might feel good for a moment, but what happens after?
Oh, yes.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I stick
Because
to
we don't know what
caffeine and
Kyler Gordon's
alcohol.
going to be. We don't know what Kyler Gordon's going to be
I don't mess with all that.
if he comes back.
I just said I was cheap.
That is the reality of the situation.
You're right about that. What I'll say about it is there are plays that we could probably talk about right now that have been made or not made by various cornerbacks, including C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the last 2 weeks, that we know that Kyler Gordon probably would have made the plays. I mean, let's go back, if we want, to the first game against the Packers and that deadly slant pattern to Christian Watson where C.J. Gardner-Johnson was completely exposed. And I get it. That's a hard cover. Maybe Kyler Gordon would have had a crack at
You
that.
sure about that?
I mean, it would have been pretty tough.
You sure about Kyler Gordon coming back from injury having a crack at that?
Well, so if we're going to add, I mean,
That's
like,
my point.
Like, I feel like that caveat needs to be added. Is he 100% healthy or not? Or do we
No.
have to project that during this answer?
He's not going to be 100%
Well,
healthy.
I mean, I don't know that. So it's really tough to answer this question, but my belief is yes, Kyler Gordon is not going to like make this big superstar change and like left and right, but he will make a difference. The Bears defense will be better if Kyler Gordon is playing.
Yeah, but how much better? Does he have to leave again? And then we're like, oh, what do we do?
That's
What's
just
our plan?
it. I don't know how healthy the foot is or will be.
Well, my point is this. Based on all the other people who have left and then come back,
That's wrong.
being out this long, who's made like this big impact?
You're right. I mean, everything you guys are saying is logical. It really is, but
That's
we
me.
don't know. But we don't know.
I got it. I've got a solution.
Oh,
What's the
yeah?
solution?
Andrew Billings and pass coverage. Let's get weird.
Haven't we seen that already? Didn't that not go well? Yes, that did not go well.
No, it was an uneventful play.
Oh, okay. It's just like, why is he back
somehow
there?
Ended up in pass
Why
coverage.
is he on the second level?
And
Big Bill.
Olin like tweeted about it. He was like, Billings and pass coverage. Don't like that.
I ran out.
That's exactly what it was. He tweeted what we were all
Don't
thinking.
like that.
And the way he said it, I heard his voice crystal clear.
Yes.
Number 2.
How many points will the Bears need to win Saturday's home wild card game against the Packers?
I was gonna say 30, but that's ludicrous. 28.
Yeah.
28?
28.
Bears defense only giving up 27 points to Jordan Love and the Packers as he stands as a statue in the backfield with no threats of pressure.
Like I just said, I'm gonna drop some weird stuff defensively.
I'm going to go lower than you. I'm going to say 25. I think the Bears defense can hold the Packers to 24 points.
I'm a little higher. I think the Bears. I'm right with you, Layla. 27.
I said 28.
I'm
If
gonna
you
go
want to
28.
go 27,
28.
you can.
I want to live on the
$1.
Layla. I'm on the Layla tree. 28.
28 just Also, I'm pretty sure that was the final score of one of the games.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody. Here's the third question. What's the most compelling NFL head coach opening?
Okay, we didn't mention this, and it happened in the last hour, and we should. It's not a head coaching opening, but it leads me to believe he's getting ready to be a head coach. Adam Schefter reports that Cliff Kingsbury and the Washington Commanders have mutually agreed to part ways, and the phrase other opportunities was mentioned. I am led to believe that's because he's going to be a head coach somewhere. But I wonder if some team hadn't fired somebody because they think they're waiting to see if he's available, a la Cubs and Craig Counsell. So I'm very curious to see how that shakes out. Maybe it's more about if Cliff Kingsbury is going to be a head coach somewhere. But is it the Titans just by default because they asked to interview Matt Nagy and we know him?
That's the best opening.
I think it's the most compelling. The best opening is the team that has the most talent. But I think that's not the Titans for me.
It's definitely not the Titans. I'm going to go with the Las Vegas Raiders. They have the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
They have some talent that they could turn around if they want to. Hey, what's up, Max Crosby? and get some more picks.
Max Crosby's coming here.
They're in a full rebuild.
Come on, Max.
It would
just
seem
do it.
right. It doesn't feel like they're in a full rebuild. Once you get the number 1 overall pick and you need a quarterback, and you see what Geno Smith did or did not do over the course of his season with his longtime coach Pete Carroll, who's now out, I feel like it's right there. And with Tom Brady at the wheel, I like that opportunity for a head coach to get his own quarterback and to move forward.
The team that has the most talent, by the way, just to wrap that up, is Atlanta. I think Atlanta probably has the most talent out of the head coach openings.
It is where the players play.
Yeah, it is where the players play. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's kind of underrated.
Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play.
Oh, you know that one, Groats?
I do.
But look,
He
potential
knows
talent.
bust day quotes bust all the time.
Wait a minute, but isn't Cleveland in that conversation?
They are. Well,
they have
and
so many picks.
This is where I go with this. This is where I go to answer this question. Most compelling, best opening, however you want to phrase it, is, and I'll turn the question back on you guys. I'll give you the list. Who has the best quarterback? Who's got the most promise at quarterback? You got Michael Penix in Atlanta and/or Kirk Cousins, Jackson Dart with the Giants, Cam Ward, young Cam Ward with the Titans. Don't give up on him. Geno Smith with the Raiders, Shedeur Sanders, I think, with the Browns, Kyler Murray with Arizona. It's a tough call on that. Who's the best quarterback out of that group? And then that's your answer.
It's got the asterisk because they've got the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Ashton Genty, too.
If they ever want to get a line.
Franchise running back, but that's how I feel about Bijan Robinson. So.
Bijan Robinson, he got a line.
It might be the Raiders. You might be right because, quite frankly, I'm not sold. Like, I'm not over the top on any of those quarterbacks.
We also
right?
don't know if teams are done firing head coaches.
Can I tell you guys the best about this question, about what we're discussing right now?
Mm-hmm.
The Bears aren't involved.
So good. Ha ha to all those teams. Yeah, good luck.
That deserves
good
more
luck,
than a slow
Porth.
Matt Eberflus managed to get fired 2 seasons in a row.
Porth been hearing. Did Porth hear what's going on? Ryan Porth, one of our bosses here, he is a huge Porth. He's a huge Tennessee Titans fan. Does he realize what's going to happen? Matt Nagy is going to be the head coach of the Tennessee Titans.
Don't say it.
And Matt Eberflus will be the defensive coordinator. Good luck, Porth.
You said it.
If Matt Eberflus becomes Matt Nagy's defensive coordinator,
I'd love that. It just would be so beautiful.
I'm into it.
Honestly, I'm rooting for Nagy.
Into it.
I'm rooting for Nagy. I hope he does well.
People deserve second chances coaching, for sure.
I like Matt. He's a nice guy. And he had all the right ideas, the enthusiasm.
I'm a nice guy, but
he
you're not
didn't
hiring
run
me
the
to be a
ball
head coach.
enough either.
He made mistakes with the Bears. There's no doubt about it.
I make mistakes too.
It doesn't
Will
mean
you
he's
hire
not.
me?
It doesn't mean he's not a good offensive mind. It doesn't mean that he can't.
Stop trying to get a college job so you can get fired.
Right. Is it not a path to success financially? That is my financial plan.
Number 4.
He meant well, but the problem is, well, it's another segment.
He was bad.
It's
Look,
another segment for another day.
He did not succeed as the Bears head coach. Still had a
He
winning
dug
record.
into failed processes.
He had no playoff
There's
wins.
no doubt. The flaws were real. They were real.
Had no playoff wins.
But there's been a lot of
he
coaches
also-
who get second chances
If
and
you-
are much better.
Listen, if you read Dan Pompei's article that came out about Matt Nagy, yes, and then go back and read the articles that Dan Weeder and Rich Campbell put together detailing that last season where he was at the helm. And then also read the one that Kevin Fishbane and I forget who was with him at the time who wrote that, but it talked about how, like, Mitch Trubisky brought his playbook and he was ready to meet with Matt Nagy, and Nagy didn't show up.
Well, and he had some issues with Allen Robinson, too, who, when he got the franchise tag, did not handle it. Like, the communication was not there between coach and receiver. Now, according to that article, the Pompei article, those two are cool. Like, they've made up and everything's... I mean, part of the reason that Allen Robinson was so excited about going to the Bears in the first place was Matt Nagy. So this was a guy who had players' attention around the league, and then what happened with the Bears. There was some success and some bad, for sure.
It was Adam Johns. I think it was Fishbane and Johns who wrote that. And it will change your mind on how you see that season falling apart. And if he read those or understood that those were flaws, that's a good thing.
Yeah, he did.
Well, we're not done talking about former Bears coaches named Matt because the Cowboys reportedly fired defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus today. Have we seen the last of the Flus as an NFL head coach or coordinator?
Definitely not as a coordinator. I feel like... Also, I felt bad for him that Jerry Jones traded Micah Parsons. Wouldn't you love to coordinate a defense with Micah Parsons and what the Cowboys had put together at the time?
I might last a whole season as a college coach with that type of talent.
And then Jerry Jones is like, problem solved. I got y'all Quinnen Williams. No, Jerry, the problem was not solved. You were in an NFC East division where you could have seen two teams make the playoffs, but you didn't.
Give it to him.
And then you hired Jerry because you were familiar with him, and that's what Jerry Jones does. I'm sorry, you hired Matt Eberflus because you were familiar with him, and that's what Jerry Jones does. And when you're gameable like that, when you're predictable in your behavior to the point where familiarity becomes a significant way in the algorithm, that's a bad thing, by the way, as a leader and as a manager. And that doesn't mean that Matt Eberflus shouldn't be a DC somewhere. I think he's too respected in the league as a DC.
Mr. Diaz, can you repeat the actual question again? Because I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
Yes. Have we seen the last of Matt Eberflus as an NFL head coach or coordinator?
Okay. No, because retread is life. I've seen offensive, defensive coordinators just get, reused, composted, brought back to life. Like, I've seen it all. Yeah,
recycled, reduce, reuse, recycle.
NFL recycling program is strong.
It really is.
Like the dating strategy of me in my 30s. Like, just keep it coming. Like, spin the block. Somebody's going to spin the block on Matt Eberflus.
You talked about that earlier in the pre-show meeting.
Did you have gift baskets? Keep it coming. Wow.
Gift baskets.
I'm not at Derek Jeter levels. No, I don't have that type of resume, nor do I have that type of ability.
I actually think the gift basket would be a nice touch.
Does the gift basket get bigger when you spin the block the third time? Is it a bigger basket?
Well, no, but the thing with Derek Jeter's gift basket...
You've been listening to too much of the Fat Joe and Jada podcast.
So
that is 100% where that thought came from.
The problem with the Derek Jeter gift basket racket is that he accidentally gave a woman a gift basket twice because he didn't realize he had already been with that woman. So, like, that's why the gift basket thing can be dangerous if you're out there in high volume.
Hey, Layla, what do you think Marshall would put in his gift basket?
Here we go.
What would he put in? A couple T-shirts, maybe?
Definitely fun graphic tees.
Here's a couple of my extra T-shirts.
Oh, maybe a hoodie.
Maybe a hoodie that I didn't want anymore.
I know how valuable hoodies are to him.
Yeah,
so he's like, I invited you into my home.
Like,
somewhere is a piano riff playing.
Like
and he's like, here too, my lovely graphic T-shirts and a hoodie.
Layla, I wear like a bad hoodie that I don't really like, but then they think it was great because I actually wore it in their presence, so that's what they can remember.
Marshall
and then
wearing
she's
that.
like, I'm stealing your hoodie.
Marshall coming out with that Bill Belichick CBS interview sweatshirt with holes in it.
Yes.
But I do love a short sleeve hoodie. I do. Coming from the summer climate, the short sleeve hoodie is sometimes as cold as it's gonna get. That's the weather.
What were you gonna say, Grody?
What are you putting in your gift basket? A Dave the Cat toy?
He doesn't have gift baskets because he doesn't approach beautiful women who happen to be paired up with him
Guys,
at public functions.
if you don't know, apparently there was a potential scene at this Illinois State watch party. Brock Purdy on the mind. Illinois State watch party. And the homecoming queen of 2005 made herself a trivia question.
Yeah, well, so, yeah.
Grody could have been the
answer. This is not a creepy Atlanta Braves sideline reporter situation.
She's like, let's do a trivia thing, and we both decided, the homecoming queen and I, like, maybe we don't do that because they probably, with all due respect, we probably don't know our ISU homecoming queens. And she was like, yeah, absolutely right. And so, but I said, what we can do is, why don't you co-host this thing with me? Why don't you go ahead and ask a couple trivia questions? And she did, and we just had a blast. It was really good.
I
She
love
was
how
awesome.
the end was there. You had a layup.
I had a lot going
and
on, man.
she came up to you and she was like, I have an idea. I can be a trivia question.
No, I don't even. She might have been there she might have been married for all I know. I was not in that mode.
Do you ask questions for a living? Do you
I didn't
not
order
ask questions for a
pizza.
living?
I was in work mode, okay?
Man,
I had a
learn how to
cold
mix a little
crowd.
business
What's her
with pleasure.
name?
Serve. I had the whole. I don't know if she wants her name out there. Well,
we have to get back.
People
to
can look it up if they want.
We have to get back to the business at hand.
Oh,
Grody,
yes,
Grody, what would you put in Matt
No, we
Eberflus's
don't.
gift basket?
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Beehive.
You put the North in there.
like a bunch of
You
honeycombs.
gave away the North. Hey, I'm serious about the bees. It's good work for the world.
No, it is.
Have we all answered our floose? Is he gonna have a job as a coach or a coordinator?
Looking at the resume, because that's what you got to do. Is you got to look.
2005 homecoming.
You went to
queen.
his LinkedIn.
You got to look. Don't worry about it. She's doing just fine. She just texted me. So anyway, no, I'm kidding. That didn't
You're
happen.
right. She's in his DMs.
That did
She's
not
in his
happen.
DMs right now.
So the Floos has coached in the NFL for the Browns, for the Cowboys, for the Colts, for the Bears. So that's where you got to look. Like, does he have a chance to become the Cleveland Browns? Is the Cleveland Browns defensive coordinator fired?
I'm sure the whole
In theory,
gone.
yeah,
Kevin
because Stefanski's out.
I think
so. Perhaps, that would make sense.
I'm gonna say, like, keep an eye on that. Maybe. I mean, that's 2010, so it's 15 years ago. But that's what you got to look at. You got to look at those places. My answer is not right away, though. Like, this was too fast. Gets fired from a head coaching job.
Linebacker job first.
Fired. Maybe he won't, because didn't Flus say before he took, at least he said this, before he took the DC job for Dallas, he said he wasn't going to take any job, that he was going to lay back for a couple of years, hang out with his family, take a breath. I think that's what's going to happen with Matt Eberflus. I think it's going to take a couple of years to regenerate some interest.
Bear Glove deodorant. That's
Bear
a good
Glove.
gift basket. Yeah.
All right, lightning round.
yes.
The Bulls missed 20 of their first 23 threes on the way to a 115-101 loss to the Celtics Monday. What was your biggest takeaway from a loss that dropped the Bulls to 17-19 on the season? Quick answers. Let's go.
The Celtics are really good. The Bulls only scored 33 points at the half because of it. I then turned on the Illinois State game. The end.
Bears.
My biggest takeaway is that the Bulls are right back at it to take on a Detroit Pistons team that leads the East on Wednesday. And by the way, that team just beat the number 2 team in the East, the New York Knicks, by 31 points. So unless somebody else is walking out that tunnel, next game's going to be a lot worse than this game was.
My biggest takeaway is that every single time we meet before the show and talk about the Bulls, and on the air it's probably happened too, Marshall Harris tells us that the Bulls are going to go to the playoffs. That's my biggest takeaway.
The Bulls are going to the playoffs.
Why do you have to broadcast it so much?
They're
It's almost like you have to
17 and
tell
19.
yourself.
It's as if I feel like you're talking yourself into it. Because
That wasn't even my answer, though. He brought it up. I wasn't going to say that.
I did, but that's my biggest takeaway from the day, is that, again, Marshall Harris is insisting that the Bulls are going
Would
to be
you like to
playoff
make
team.
a wager on this?
Yes, we need a dollar bet.
Okay, dollar bet.
Robbie
Dollar
left,
bill,
and
y'all.
we've not had dollar bets.
I think y'all need to take a look at the Eastern Conference standings before you're so sure the Bulls aren't making the playoffs.
I'm not saying
Aren't
that.
they
I'm
the
just
8th
more
seed right
astounded by your assurity that they are going. I'm
They're
not
going to the
so,
playoffs.
yeah.
NBA.com/standing.
Like every day he says it.
Hey, okay, so I know the Bears are talking at Hallis Hall. The Bulls are the 9 seed. I know that the Bears are talking at Hallis Hall.
Bears?
I'm going to ask you guys, before I bring up the original topic, is there more stuff we need to play up for Bears, or are we still working on it?
Caleb Williams has wrapped up. So let's, we do have. Let's hear from Caleb Williams, because it's fresh. It's hot, fresh off the presses.
See, this
from
is
Hallis Hall.
This is why I asked these questions.
It's the beauty of radio, isn't it?
Producing on the fly.
Is this producing on the B?
Well, I also just want to bring people the latest info. Like when I say in the promo, we'll bring you the latest from Hallis Hall.
This is it?
Mm-hmm.
How about, does Caleb Williams think he was coached well? How about that? You wanna hear that?
I know the answer to that, but we'll let him say it anyway. Bye.
Bear glove.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
Greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
Plus, new this year, extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 on The Score could be a record-setting audience this year. The impact for your brand could be incredible. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game, then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
And new this year, a live Score broadcast for your business.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
I'm Maggie Webb. Shopping for the best deal on your next new Ford? Packy Webb Ford will beat any competitor's deal on any new Ford. For details and to search our huge inventory, visit PackyWebFord.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Jacksonville Jaguars won the AFC South, and they have won 8 in a row heading into the playoffs, winning those 8 games by an average of 19 points per game. Outside of Josh Allen, the former number 1 pick Trevor Lawrence might be the most dangerous quarterback in the AFC playoffs. I'm Chris Black.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Bears are who we thought they were. This is the Dan Wiederer.
I'm about to say, isn't this the Weezy music? I thought Weezy was about to join us. I was very like excited. I was like, wait, we get more Weezy? But that's 6 o'clock tonight.
Weezy!
That's 6 o'clock tonight.
Dan Wiederer. Wait, can we do the whole open?
Yeah, you know what? I love the Weezy. Whoever's like saying the Weezy in that open,
I believe
like,
it.
unit,
That's
is that,
me
is that
and you.
all
That's
of
literally
us?
you. No,
We
just
sound,
me and you.
That sounds great. Like for
we
somehow
get
it's
that
like a
full?
weird almost
Did you
harmony.
just compliment yourself? for
Yeah,
getting
I guess
the
I didn't know it was
Did
me.
you just give
You know
yourself
what?
a gift basket twice?
You're being ridiculous right now.
Why? I didn't know it was
How
me.
do you not know your own voice?
Okay, get that up
This
when
is
you
like
can,
when
Tyler.
you called Yalen Johnson.
Yalen Janssen. Yeah, did I?
Yeah, yes, you did. We ran it back 3 times.
I gotta
Who
check
was
my
that
comfort
to?
level.
Was
I
that
gotta-
Montez Sway? You're like,
No,
Yalen
it's
said
playoff
blah, blah, blah.
week.
Oh, it was
We'll allow
Brisker.
it.
It was Brisker, yeah. I was
It's
trying to
been a
think.
while.
Brisker
It's
would
playoff
tell
week.
us.
We will allow it. We'll allow Grody to just be unhinged.
What, if they win the
Weezy.
Super Bowl? Wait, again?
Weezy.
That's you and I?
You were there when it happened.
That sounds great.
You know what?
It really does. God, I haven't air checked myself in a long time. That sounds great.
Don't even know what you sound like.
Oh, doesn't it like with the like slightly higher pitch and the lower again?
Weezy.
Oh God.
Yeah, you're low there. I'm high.
Okay, you're the high pitch. I'm the low
Yeah,
pitch
yeah,
there.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
so good.
You bring the bass.
Somehow, and
rhythm
it's
is the bass
impromptu.
and the bass is the
It's
treble.
natural. We have natural talent.
Yeah,
That
she's
is-
crying over here because you're being so ridiculous.
Because I just like picture you like by yourself in some upper office going, we need to hire that voice guy. Oh, wait, that voice guy is me. Well, if this isn't executive blindness.
That's the best thing on the score, I think. Like just sounding naturally good since Lakers going down, 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 which is from way back, which was Lawrence Holmes and less, maybe?
It sounds like it would be less.
It was a long time ago. But wow,
I don't
yeah.
know.
It was impromptu.
Recorder Bear Down is my favorite.
Like we got to him and he said something and we were like Weezy, and I said
Oh,
it,
see?
but I wasn't expecting you to say it, and you said it. You clearly weren't expecting me to say
Poor
it.
Tyler
it
Buterbaugh.
was
he picks
lined up.
one piece of music,
was
and
lined
then
up.
we just lose it.
Don't worry.
Weezy.
See, that's so
And
good.
like I did the same thing. I'm like the Bears.
And I'm going to say this. like, your
you know you
part
are.
is, like, really what makes it. Because it's, like, the higher Weezy that you got going on there.
Is this what happened on Jeopardy?
And I'm more
where,
down
like,
here.
Who named themselves the host and it went haywire?
Oh, the
Ken
producer
Jennings.
of the show? No, the producer of the show initially took the gig.
Yeah,
right?
this is like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
You know,
No,
the
it
person
wasn't
who
him
did
right
the
away.
best job on this was me.
Yeah, Ken Jennings should have probably had it from the beginning,
Yeah, he's-
but they tried to get cute. The guy from behind the camera was like, I want my turn.
Oh, he pulled what we call a Dan Campbell on 3rd and 1. Is that what happened?
I don't know. You guys should know. I mean, being in television, what is it called when somebody
It's like
behind
when
the
the
camera?
consultant becomes the news director.
Yeah.
They had the
Yeah,
the
he's
here's the
like,
comp.
you know, I've been giving you guys all this advice. I should just become the news director. And
Here's-
they're like, that's so smart.
Or better yet, when somebody takes over, I don't know, say a whole news operation and decides, you know what, I should just host that town hall. That happened recently.
Here's the greatest example of it, and it was a good example and a successful example. One Conan O'Brien, who was a writer. He was a comedy writer for SNL, for The Simpsons, and then all of a sudden he gets the Late Show, replaces David Letterman. Nobody knows who the hell he is, and he turned out to be a superstar.
Fair.
There.
My favorite Simpsons writer, too.
He's great.
Well, that's a nice tale.
Yeah, Tales of Conan O'Brien. I once
You
stood
know-
in line to see Conan O'Brien here at Chicago Theater years ago.
I bet
He's
he
been
was
here.
awesome.
It was great.
And now people stand in line to see you at an Illinois State watch party.
That's right. That's
and
right.
to the Take the North podcast live tonight at 6
Oh,
o'clock, featuring
yeah.
special guest Cole Kmet. One guy who should be quarterback and is quarterback is Caleb Williams. That was the right call. He talked about playing for his first playoff game, guys. Oh, first playoffs for Caleb Williams.
When you hear your coach say you're built for these moments, what do you think you have within you that gives everyone around you that feeling?
Yeah, I think I am built for these moments. Mentality-wise, how I've worked, and so that's I've been in a bunch of big games before, and a bunch of big rival games, and so in those moments and in these moments, I think I can provide a spark for the team. I think I can do whatever my team needs me to do, whether it's stay in the pocket, whether it's run, whether it's scramble, whether that's, whatever, hand the ball off 30 times and be energetic about it. Whatever it takes is where I'm at and where I'm going to be at for these next couple weeks, hopefully.
This is the biggest game of your career. The end. It's that simple.
Biggest game of your life.
Yeah, I appreciate the big games that you've been in college and whatnot.
Cute, right?
This is professional football. This is the National Football League.
It's Chicago.
There's nothing like the NFL playoffs. Is that fair?
I hope that he has, and I'm stealing this from Ruthie because she brought this up when she was filling in on the morning show or the midday show or whatever was going on during the holidays. I can't get it all straight. But she brought up, and I subscribe to this, maybe Caleb will be like he is in the fourth quarter for the entire game because he'll feel the brevity, the intensity of the moment, and that he'll be in that urgency mode the whole time.
You say that like it wasn't urgent when, I don't know, the NFC North was on the line against the Packers at Soldier Field.
Didn't look urgent, did it? Until it did?
So what makes you think it's going to look urgent this time?
Because it's the playoffs, and you guys just said it's different. It's the NFL playoffs. It's a different monster. The hype is going to be different. The feeling will be different. As great as it was the last time they played on a Saturday night, kick it up like 7 or 8 notches.
Can I respond with the answer of the day?
Oh, here it is. Answer the game. You guys ready for this?
The answer of the day.
Here it is.
That's the hope.
That's the hope. That is the hope.
That sounds lovely,
but
that isn't what we've seen out of this offense.
You're right. You are right.
Yeah, that is the response to that concept.
Procrastination offense
Caleb,
is named
and
by Layla Rahimi.
That involves the head coach. Call more effing run plays. I'm serious about this.
Yeah.
Can I go one further? Execute those run plays. Because they were calling some run plays that weren't being executed.
Or just keep throwing sideline passes to Colston Loveland, has been very successful.
Listen, I was thinking about this.
Somebody get Colston Loveland some more Ocheval.
So Rome Odunze was limited at the last time we saw Bears practice. There's a walkthrough today. I don't know where he'll be, but I want to know how he even fits into this new world where Colston Loveland is looking like the man. And also Luther Burden is still dangerous with the ball in his hands.
Well, hear me out. Having more weapons on the field means the defense has to take them all seriously. You can't necessarily double cover somebody. And, maybe something opens up like a lane, and then you can see through the lane, and then you throw the ball there.
And Rome's going to play. All hands on deck. Let's go.
Is DJ Moore going to get more than 3 targets?
That is the real wild card of this.
I did not see DJ after the game the other day. So
wonder why.
Yeah. He might have been in there. I did not see the man.
Caleb Williams also spoke earlier today at Hallis Hall, talking about creating some history.
It's a start of it. I think part of it was me getting here and coming here, and having that mindset throughout, and then having that confidence throughout, and then getting to this point, being able to go to the playoffs in the second year, my second year, coach's first year, and continue that mindset, that energy here in Chicago. I think is important. I think is where we're at, and I think it starts just like you said this weekend.
We're all just sitting there pondering.
Well, he's not wrong, but you know what it is? I look at this week, and there's just so much going into Saturday, and so every answer, no matter how pedestrian the answer, or maybe the question that got the answer, you're combing over it with a fine-tooth comb, and you're just kind of listening, waiting to hear that one thing, and it's okay if you don't hear the one thing in every answer.
I think he's calm and he's collected, and that's who he is.
As he has been.
And frankly, that's how the game starts. There's something to be said about that. He doesn't, but because of that calm, cool, and collected, he's able to score 2 touchdowns like he did last week in the fourth quarter. He's able to throw the ball to DJ Moore to beat the Packers. That part of it, that's who he is. I don't think you're going to hear him bouncing off of the walls and being like, this is super exciting.
5 straight games with at least 2 touchdown passes. If it's 6 straight, you're halfway there to what you need as far as a point total. Get the running game going, as you guys have kind of wish casted.
I mean, it'd be nice. Like, it has not looked as tight or as dominant as it had.
That's my point, yeah.
But we know it's there. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things where you can see a scenario where the Bears do run the ball very well against the Packers.
I just want to know what Ben Johnson sees in the Packers defense that is causing him to want to call more pocket-based plays. Because it's something. And I like where it's going as a whole because of how we're seeing Caleb Williams flourish in these 5 and 7-step drop concepts. But overall, why wouldn't you want to move the pocket like you had when it had been working, or run to the right side, or run somewhere outside zone? You know what I'm saying? Mm. So that sits with me. We also want to ask you this. Are you a local business owner or an employee? How would you like to have your commercial aired during Super Bowl 60 right here on The Score? Here is your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 from Westwood One. And this year, you can win a live broadcast for your brand. Log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now and learn more details. The deadline to enter is January 18th. Score Big for Your Business is sponsored by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC. Coming up next here on Rahimi and Harris and Grody on 670 The Score, Kevin Byard was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he goes back to a different Lions game as to when he saw this team start to change. So we'll listen to that next.
Hey, Bears fans, Coach Wannstedt here. You want to talk about postseason drama? Well, we got it. It's Bears versus Packers at Soldier Field, Saturday night in the wild card round. Are you kidding me? It simply doesn't get any bigger than this. Stay locked in to The Score as we get you ready for Bears, Packers facing off on the wild card weekend, all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, we'll be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Leaks, clogs, or burst pipes, Chicagoland depends on Plumbers 911 for any plumbing emergency. Available 24/7, Plumbers 911 connects you with highly skilled, local, licensed, and background-checked plumbers who show up ready to work. Service you can trust, backed by the skill, training, and professionalism of Local 130 Plumbers, the tradespeople who build and protect Chicago every day. For fast, reliable plumbing help, call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers get the job done right the first time. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton. Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges. I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Goff to throw. Pressure up the middle. Zips one deep into heavy traffic. Intercepted. Kevin Byard, the league leader, has another one. Looking for some blocks. Up across the 25. They do it better than anyone. The league leaders in takeaways, and Byard, the most interceptions in the league, his 7th.
Here's St. Brown running down the middle of the field, and there's just nowhere to throw that ball.
That courtesy of Fox Sports. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And Kevin Byard was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Kevin Byard, always a good interview. And he talked about not just the Bears season as a whole, but he went back to a message that caused the Bears turnaround. And it's something that we hadn't talked about a ton because we got to see it real time. You know, I have a long-standing phrase I learned from covering many sports where an athlete once told me, winners win and losers meet. And unfortunately, that's what happened to the Bears. You know, let's go back to after the Week 2 loss to the Lions, where they had, as we know, a team meeting. But it wasn't ever really talked about a lot. I know it was addressed briefly by the media when it was the news of the day. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Mark, but I don't feel like there was ever a lot of drawback to it. You know, people didn't refer to it necessarily after the fact when it happened. It wasn't something that I think stuck with people as far as oh yeah, when we had that meeting XYZ, it wasn't referred to a lot by the Bears locker room.
No, it wasn't one of those locker room pop culture. Everybody's talking about it and we're all using it. You're right. It was a little bit low key.
As opposed to say when Cole Kmet and Jalen Johnson are talking about how problems occurred in practice and they were never fixed. That became something last year that we drew upon because the example kept making itself true. So the meeting was kind of moved past, and I think probably that's the goal of a good meeting is you don't have to draw back on it often. And so it did perk our ears when Kevin Byard did that on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
Yeah, no, it was early, bro. And I also think as a team, we were still trying to find our footing on who we were identity-wise. The offense wasn't just humming just yet. But I don't know, bro. I think after that week, we had a crazy film session. Obviously, when you get put up 50 points on you, it was one of those low light type film sessions, and kind of just kept it real with each other, man. But we knew the way this schedule was kind of set up, we were going to be able to string together some wins. So obviously we had Dallas at home the next week. Then we went to Vegas and beat the Raiders. And then we had like an early bye week. So he was like, man, if we just go to the bye week 2-2, we can make a run. And I think our schedule kind of softened up towards the middle of the, towards the later part of our schedule. And we got on the run, bro. Like you said, our offense started to hum. Our defense was being super opportunistic. I mean, I won't call it opportunistic. We were really just taking the ball away, honestly.
Yeah.
We having games of 4 takeaways, 3 takeaways, 4. And obviously we're the best in the league at taking the ball away. So that's been kind of like our identity this year. Like when we take the ball away, we tend to win games more often than we don't. So, but it's been a fun year, bro, to be able to win a division. Obviously after last year, man, we lost 10 games straight last year. It was terrible. So come from there to have that turnaround that we got now with Ben and Caleb obviously playing at a very high level, man. It's been fun this year, bro.
That is the NFL league leader in interceptions in Kevin Byard for the regular season saying that. So he put a little muscle behind that phrase, but he's right. What's funny is now we know today, defensive coordinator for the Cowboys out, head coach for the Raiders out, but that's the point. Take advantage of your schedule in the ways that have it come up, and that's what happened, and the rest was history after that.
When you look at what Kevin Byard and his defense have been able to do on the positive, I know we've spent a lot of time on this particular program talking about the shortcomings of the defense. But the Bears aren't 11-6, and they're not the 2 seed, and they're probably not even a playoff team if they don't have the number of turnovers they have. So
Kevin Byard individually.
Yes, the league leader in interceptions, right? So without those individual efforts, and ultimately a team effort because a lot of guys have gotten forced turnovers on this team, they're not even in this position. So I understand why, even if they played against a last place schedule, doing what they've done so far this season after taking L's to 2 teams that finished with winning records to start the season, that is something that is an accomplishment because guess what? A lot of flawed teams, every team is flawed in the NFL. Can you make your flaws less and expose other teams' flaws to the point where you're getting into the dance? They're in the dance. And that's why I'm just kind of, let's see what happens this week as opposed to saying, yeah, this is why they're definitely going to beat the Packers.
Yeah, and I like one thing that he said that I like too, which is very significant and symbolic for the season, is he used the word identity. And I know that we've kind of got past that earlier this season. The Bears have a damn identity. Even if the identity is not necessarily what we want the Bears' defensive identity to be, we'd rather that they were better in giving up explosive plays. But their identity has been forcing turnovers, and that is an identity. So that is a win in itself.
It is. And how many times have you complimented by a player by saying he has a nose for the ball?
Yeah.
Like that's one of the nicest things you can say about an athlete.
Nashawn Wright. And that's like, maybe we got a little overexcited about Nashawn Wright, but it's hard not to when a guy has a nose for the ball.
No, I think the league just adjusted. Mm-hmm. Don't throw him a 50-50 ball. Chances are he's going to catch it.
Tall. He's tall.
And frankly, he dismantled the tush push, and he deserves credit for that too.
Big time.
So That's my opinion on Nashawn Wright and the turnovers, at least. There is some breaking news here. And breaking news right now is brought to you by the Take the North podcast. Because I said so.
Yes.
I get to decide.
6 to 8 tonight, live.
Today's show is brought to you by the letter C for cookie.
I've only got one more show to go
and the
today.
number 7, because I like it.
I appreciate your double duty today.
Thank you. Somebody
you're
does.
going to have more material, Mark Rote.
Oh.
The Bears have designated Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones for return.
Everybody out,
and
let's
opened up the 21-day practice window. I'm sorry. I keep seeing Braxton Jones, and I'm like, nah, really? Really?
Yeah, really?
For the career?
For the hands on deck.
Hey,
Patrick Manley told you.
Trapillo's hurting, right? I mean, Braxton.
Actually, it's a pillow.
It's a pillow. Get him ready to go. Be ready. I mean, like, it might still be Theo Benedette if Trapillo wasn't able to go, but I feel pretty good about Braxton Jones if he's able to go. But we don't know. 21 days.
Braxton Jones, I mean, he had a broken ankle and was still recovering from it. And that's normal because it's a broken freaking ankle.
Yeah, understandable. Yes, it's not like, the thing about Braxton Jones, he's never been bad. He's just never been good enough, it felt like.
So also, I know the walkthrough's probably taking place right now or finishing up right now.
Where are we in time-wise? 12:53.
It's still going on. The walkthrough's going on. So we're going to get that estimated practice report.
It'll be later.
But Caleb Williams will be talking, right? And apparently He talking about guys that we're wondering what's going to happen, but he sounds like he knows Ben Johnson's message is true to the core because he was asked. We have the question in there. Yeah, play the one clip.
What would getting Rome back do for the offense? Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm excited to have him back. We were talking a few weeks ago when he went down before pregame. Texted him after the game, said I got you, and we'll get to the playoffs and we'll handle business when you come back. But I need you back healthy and ready to go.
So that was a question about Rome Odunze.
Okay.
So he's saying that Rome is coming back.
Got to. I mean, I think Ben Johnson set the tone earlier in saying that we're preparing for a 5-week run. We're going to do whatever we have to do to win, and that means come up. No, you're not quite help. Come on back. You're not. You don't think you're. No, we're opening the window. Let's go.
One of my favorite things about this team, and we're at the point of the season where I can say this because it's like the end of the season or towards the end of the season.
Better not be.
They take their coach and they embody him. Like if he has a message, they get on board with that message quick.
Yeah, they repeat it. It's just a matter of, okay, everybody's back. Are you going to be honest with yourselves? Especially in those pregame warm-ups.
Oh, man.
I need you to be honest with yourselves. Otherwise, you're hurting the team. And thusly me.
Do not want them to play this game a man short because somebody got scratched after they turned in their inactives. That's what I do not want to happen.
So I totally forgot. I have somebody to ask these pocket concept questions to.
Who's that?
Our expert, Tim Jenkins. Let's study the film with Tim Jenkins and ask him about this and how Caleb Williams should prepare for this Packers week. Coming up next.
It's a pillow.
Coming up today on Spiegel and Holmes. Finally, we're ready to do what Ben Johnson has wanted since the game was over. To turn the page towards Bears-Packers in the playoffs. Also, it's Pro Day. Matt Forte at 3, Matt Bowen at 4. Let's go. Spiegel and Holmes on the score, 2-6.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards and bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The secret's out. Suits 2020 is Chicagoland's choice for men's and boys' fashion. With the largest selection and lowest prices anywhere, Suits 2020 in Niles offers a massive in-stock inventory of suits and sport coats. But we're more than just great suits. We're your complete source for formal wear, casual looks, sportswear, and accessories. Shirts, ties, shoes, belts, hats, outerwear, and more. When it comes to value, Suits 2020 delivers the latest styles from top designers like Calvin Klein, Michael Kors, and Hugo Boss. Always at everyday discounted prices with hundreds of new items up to 70% off. Our on-site stylists and tailors make sure you get the right look, the right fit, and the right price. And don't forget, gift cards are now available just in time for the holidays or the perfect birthday gift for your special guy. With over 1,100 Google reviews, Suits 2020 has the latest looks, The lowest prices, the largest selection, the best service. Book your free fitting today at Suits2020.com and follow us on Instagram.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Tim Jenkins.
I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? There's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad.
Founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite.
I'm Tim Jenkins, and welcome to All Things QB, where I watch every single clip and break down the most important ones today.
Breaking down the positives and negatives.
You've seen progressions that align with the quarterback's eye. I hope that's what we get more of, but I hope we continue to see some of these concepts and the way we build things are better for the quarterback versus just looks good on paper.
Tim Jenkins with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Let's jump into the film.
That's what he does. Tim Jenkins is the founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite. He is a quarterback guru, and he watches the film. You can check out his breakdowns on YouTube. They are at All Things QB. He joins us via the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today, and he is on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Tim, thanks for coming on.
I'm fired up. We got the whole gang back together, too. I feel like with the holidays, sometimes it's hit or miss, but I'm pretty fired up.
The whole gang is here, and it's the playoffs, and we've never done a pre-playoff week. This is very exciting.
Yeah, what an honor. I was saying that today when on the closeout, I did like a little members video, and I was saying today, I go, you guys, this is exciting. We've never had a playoff week together. I've been sitting there with, Justin Fields and, some different stuff. And, yeah, we haven't done this. And is it sunny in Chicago? It feels like there's some optimism in the air.
It's funny.
It was sunny earlier
but
today.
as soon as you say that, look out, and now it's like overcast. So let's not have that be.
Hey, it's above freezing, and that's a great thing.
We're in the 40s.
Yeah,
We're in the 40s.
So that's a big deal.
So I want to ask you this, Tim, because I feel like this is a culmination at this point. We are playing with somewhat house money here. So let's go back to the beginning of this Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams partnership, and tell me how prepared you feel like they are after last week's performance, really the last month plus of, playing better teams for this playoff journey that begins with, of course, a familiar team in the Green Bay Packers at Soldier Field Saturday night?
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of go for a while here because I got some exciting stuff for you. I feel like we're playing with house money too, but let me tell you a small story, and I'm going to pat myself on the back while I'm doing it, which is Mac Jenkins in his first year of tackle football this year, third grader. First year of tackle football, mom was worried. I remember in the kitchen before we started the season thinking to myself, man, I got a bunch of kids that I'm not sure they're athletic. Hey, I just want to try to, have a winning record. And then we made it to the playoffs. And then I'm like, all right, I want to go to the Super Bowl. And we made it to the Super Bowl, and I say, I want to win the Super Bowl, right? And so quickly the house money becomes big expectations. And unfortunately, you're talking to a Super Bowl losing coach right here, third grade Super Bowl losing coach. That's me. So the house money only lasts so long. You got the Packers coming to town, and I feel like what all of us would have said is, man, how cool would it be if they made the playoffs? Now all of a sudden is like our expectations are let's win some playoff games, which is dangerous, but simultaneously you want a seat at the table and you want to have that high expectations in an NFL organization. So I think it's a positive. Now, how ready are they? I'll tell you that we've lost 2 straight, and I am way more confident in them than I was before that game. Like playing San Francisco to the wire, playing Detroit to the wire. I get it. Detroit didn't make the playoffs. You guys turn on the tape. That's not a non-playoff defense. Like you watch Hutch come around the edge. That's not a non-playoff defense. That's a brutal schedule non-playoff team, honestly, is what it looks like to me. Like they look like they got a tough schedule. They dropped some games they shouldn't have. They should be in the dance too. So, the fact that we kind of struggled and then found it and then had a chance to win, like that to me has me way more positive. When I looked at the tape, the thing that's missing is, there's critical third downs early on in the game that we're not converting on, and there's conversions eligible on it. Like, Loveland on a bench route early, Caleb misses him in the progression. Then, Loveland again on a Hank route, he misses him. So third down, I think, is an area where this week, if I was to say, what do I think's going on in the building? I think what's going on in the building is Ben's kind of probably telling Caleb, hey, dude, I need you to trust me on third down, and I need you to work these progressions before you get into create mode. Because what I think's been happening to Caleb on third and fourth down is I think first and second down, we're seeing a different Caleb Williams. We're seeing a Caleb Williams that plays within the progression, does everything you're supposed to do. And then I think on third and fourth down, especially short to medium, I think he does start to think, oh, let me hold on to this ball and use my legs a little bit. And it's like, dude, let's still trust the progression. But again, are your legs more eligible on third and fourth down? Of course they are, right? Because you're a playmaker. You can go and get it yourself or create, extend it for us. However, we still want him playing within the progression early on in the play. And I'm guessing that that's something they're hammering going into this week.
Tim, that picks up right where we've left off in this conversation. I talked about how I feel like we've seen more pocket passing concepts, especially going back to that first Packers game, and you would know watching the film and what you're seeing, but it does feel like there are certain things that are being taught right now, and maybe they culminate to whatever we might see on Saturday. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. If we can get him to play on time. Here's the thing is we had, I would tell you, I think it was probably 3 pretty brutal third downs, whether it was a drop or him not going through the progression correctly. If we correct that, yeah, this offense is going to look completely different come Saturday. The other thing I do want to preface is we also, if we're being honest about it, if Luther catches that run adjust backside on the final drive of the game, we're having a completely different conversation. The dude might score on the run adjust slant that he drops. Then we come back and guess what? Our center gets blown up. So our tight end coming across the formation of protection gets tripped and falls to the ground, leaving a free runner. DJ Moore's wide open on what we call a blaze out, where it's 8 yards, head to the post, and then get to the out. So it's like, dude, we had 2 plays that are huge chunk plays that turned into a drop and intentional grounding because of, I don't want to say fluke, right? Because everything happens, but more or less mistakes that I don't think will be repeated. And that for me is one of those where I go like, all right, we struggled on third down. It still came down to the wire, and we had plays out there on that final drive to seal it. And I just feel confident in them getting getting the third downs cleaned up and or the end of game cleaned up, either one of those is going to get a win against the Packers.
I mean, I love the optimistic viewpoint of what you're talking about, Tim, but it just scares me that this has been the problem. Like, if there is I put that in air quotes, if there's a problem with Caleb Williams this year, it has been persistent the whole year, and that is, except for I'll say the San Francisco game, he got going in the second quarter, but for the most part, it's been the third and fourth quarters, and you're giving good solutions. Be better on third down conversions, or if there's a fourth down conversion, be better in those spots. I'm wondering, though, is it realistic to think that that's going to change this year? Just like we were talking about with the defense earlier, that it may not be realistic to think that the defense is all of a sudden going to magically tighten up and be good against these guys coming up this Saturday.
It's funny because, like, yeah, for me, I probably lean your direction in terms of being like, hey, is it realistic for that to happen? I probably lean no, but man, it's going to be exciting in the fourth quarter, right? That's kind of how I lean.
So true.
But then I go, but then it's like, to me, the fixes are so simple that I still hold out a piece of hope, that because I'm not sitting here saying like, hey, guess what? Caleb doesn't even know how to take a drop, right? Like it's, hey, dude, just instead of 3 and move on, 3 hitch the bench. Like, to me, that's such an easy change. And I've seen it with him that it makes me, I think, more hopeful for the third downs getting cleaned up. And I do think those third downs, a couple of those third down conversions are the difference between us being a fast starting team and a slow starting team. Is all of a sudden the third and fourth quarter, Caleb just starts converting on third and fourth down, right? That's all it is. This Bears offense starts converting, and early in the game, we're not. We definitely have to start fast. Listen, I think our scripted series has to be elite this week. If our scripted series can be great, we've got a shot. And again, I think the Packers defense a little bit different. It's going to be interesting. This is a really big one. The thing that's hard is if the Packers, if you give me the Packers roster, but on a completely different team, like, hey, we're playing the Giants with the Packers roster, I skew so heavy to the Bears in terms of just what I think they can do this week. But the fact that it's Chicago, Green Bay, it just has that feeling of it's going to be tight. Like, it is what it is. Like, these games are always going to be tight despite, how many years, and like, let's call a spade a spade. How many years did we go up to Green Bay when they're rolling and you thought to yourself, we're completely outclassed? And guess what? It's a tight ball game, right? Like, right. So to me, it's, we're kind of living the inverse of that, where I feel way more confident in the Bears actually than I do the Packers. But again, it's a rivalry game and you're in the playoffs. Just everything's going to be amplified. Home field's going to be a factor, I think. But again, I do think these are things that are eligible to get cleaned up this week. I really do.
He is Tim Jenkins, the founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite. He joins us for Elite Radio each and every Tuesday here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. And Tim, I love how you've laid this out, because you've given me even further reason to believe that the Bears can win this game Saturday, which I don't know that I was leaning that way. I still might not be leaning that way, but you're making good points. I guess the question I have is, you're saying in the second half, he's doing the things on third and fourth down that he wasn't doing in the first half. Is there a mental component to this in your mind when you've seen like all this tape now for a 17-game stretch under Ben Johnson? Because you're saying it's simple. If it was that simple, they would have fixed it by now?
Yeah, I think you're onto it. Is there a mental component in terms of, are you early on in your NFL career and it's kind of like, you take possessions for granted, right? Which again, I'm not sitting there saying like Caleb Williams sitting in the meeting room saying this possession doesn't matter. Of course, that's not what he's saying. But is there a piece of it that as the stakes get higher, you start to really lock in on, okay, hey, my progression on this, or I start to lock in on, okay, hey, remember, if they go to this coverage, I got my Hank. I'm sure there's an element to that. And again, I think there's something that, it's just something to me that, it's hard. I don't really know how to completely articulate it, other than the 3 fixes that I saw on tape this week were so simple that it's almost, to me, when you hear Ben Johnson say, man, we had an easier game plan and we had just had some mental errors, it's almost like, did we just not execute our footwork here? Did we just not execute with our eye placement here? And if that is the case, those are easily cleaned up. And I say that because I think he has a body of work proving that he's cleaning that sort of stuff up. Let's go back to how poor we were operationally week 1 to now. Like, we have a body of work of steady improvement. So I do think it's something that he can do. In terms of what do I think the difference is, one, I think every NFL offense gets better in the second half. And there's a big piece of me that I watched a lot of teams this week. Week 18's actually, I think, one of the more fun weeks to watch, because you sit there and you see the, Riley Leonard running out there for the Colts. You see a team that's been on a horrific slide since their quarterback went down. And they're competing with the best wild card team in the AFC. And they're running things like fake punt and then fake punt again. Right. And it leads you to this piece of, then you watch the fourth quarter of NFL games and you watch the Steelers come alive after doing virtually nothing for 3 quarters. And it really does lead me to believe, like, man, I wonder how much better NFL offenses would be as a whole if you just came out attacking. Like, if you played like that for 17 games, how much better are you going to be? And I do think it's interesting, because I do think Ben Johnson is one of those guys who, and I know this week we're talking about them being a slow start, and they've been slow start before. I do think Ben Johnson is cut from that Kyle Shanahan tree, though, of it feels like we're coming out of the gate attacking. So, do I see, there's not a ton of glaring things on tape of what's different in the first, second, third quarter than the fourth, other than Caleb's own execution is better in the fourth, which then is it like, hey, when things are heightened, does he lock in more? And if that's the case, how can we get him to do that earlier on? That's, going to be a big piece of their quarterback coach in building, figuring out, hey, how's he wired and how can we get him to elevate first quarter, second quarter?
So one of the things, Tim, that was fresh with us was Ben Johnson yesterday, still carrying some of that same energy of what he did after the game on Sunday. And he said, we looked back at the transcript, that he counted 6 mistakes in the first 11 plays of the game. Did you see what he was seeing?
Yeah, that's not shocking at all. I mean, I feel like, and again, remember, Ben, a lot of stuff I highlight on YouTube is the pass game, right? And again, that's just, I'm a quarterback, and, that gets me excited. And I feel like most fans get, everybody wants to see the pass game. What I'll tell you, though, is the run game, to me, we were missing on some of our doubles, climbing up to the second level that we haven't missed on in the past either. I think it was just one of those games. I'm going to be honest. Like, we act like, how many times do we, how many times do I come on here? I only got to come on here and be great for 19 weeks. 6 of them, my mic's muted when I start, right? So it's like, I'm 6 for 18 right now in terms of even starting out okay. So it's like, we all struggle at our jobs to start at times. The Bears are no different. And I just feel like this was one of those weeks where, unfortunately, I think we probably thought the Lions were going to lay down. I don't know why we would think that. And they obviously did nothing but that. And then it took them a while to get going. When they did get going, though, man, I mean, you watch some of that, the shallow arm angle throw, the reset on the post touchdown, like that's his third progression, the post that he hits. I mean, shoot, he's looking at the in route that he's hit a million times. Then he's onto the shallow. Then he peeks the post. Like, the 2-point play where Kmet, you guys, everybody, I always see on Twitter, Kmet's on the ground again, but it's like, hey, Kmet finds himself on the ground again. Guess what? He pops up, finds a way in the end zone. Like, there were so many things that I think we've got to say, all right, we started executing quality football. And I do think we just got off to a bad start with, not only MAs, right, mental errors, but I think physical errors too. And it just, we didn't quite dig out of it. And then our defense, who I thought did pretty decent those first 3 quarters. Like, I get it, they were moving the ball, and I get it, they scored 16 points at, to start. But, I thought they played pretty decent. They didn't have one more stop in them, right? We needed our offense to either be sustained or them have one more stop. We got neither. We lost the game. But again, I think it's hard for me to feel like, I don't want to like completely go to college, but Oregon, right? Oregon's got James Madison at home, right? JMU. And they don't really completely kill them start to finish, right? How good was that for Oregon then going into Texas Tech, where it's like, you got to win, right? Hey, the Bears, we got the 2 seed, but we got a ton of stuff to coach and be hard on you and have an edge this week so that you go in to the playoffs and you're ready to go to war. Like there's something beautiful to it, to where as a coach you could sit there and go, man, do I ever want to lose? No. But shoot, man, if I got a week where I got a ton of stuff to coach on and I can really get after these guys and, all of a sudden, hey, we got a bad run drill on Wednesday. Shoot, man, I can jump our lineman. This is exactly how we started, right? You can really get after them. It's got to make you feeling like these guys are going to be ready to go to war on Saturday.
I love the being fired up, and we love it when people coach us up too. Tim Jenkins, I'm sorry about the Super Bowl, but congratulations to the third graders, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And
it was big. It was a big run. I hate to blame our quarterback, but Mac Jenkins just didn't have it at the Super Bowl, so it is what it is.
But that's the adorable age where the helmets are bigger than their bodies.
That's my favorite thing. The parents that are worried, and I'm telling you, I think the ground made more tackles. Our boys tripped over lines more often than we hit anybody. So it was fun though. It was a blast, and it's my favorite quarterback I've ever coached though. So it was good.
Oh, I love that. The turf monster is also my biggest opponent in life, so I feel that. Matt, congratulations. Tim, congratulations. And thanks again. If you want to check out the full breakdown, it is worth it. Go to YouTube, All Things QB. It is a must-watch every week. Tim Jenkins doing work for us. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, team. We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
See, he's in coach mode, team.
Totally. Oh,
I love it.
Yeah, he's on it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, though, the turf monster will take me down.
Well, I was
I'll
thinking
be like,
about it.
Fall.
There are a bunch of kids who have not grown into their bodies yet. Do people grow? Do we only grow when we're sleeping? Like, could you just, like, if you're young and you're still growing, could you just all of a sudden grow in the middle of the day?
No, you need to
just sleep while you're sleeping.
Yeah,
it's the
you
only
grow
time
while you're
people grow. Okay, thank you.
Really?
Asked and answered.
That's proven?
I'm pretty sure that's
Because I'm thinking, like, these kids are
To
playing
the
football.
internet.
Are these kids growing? Is that what's happening? Are they growing and then they fall? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got...
Like what the process of gaining... Don't ask me about gaining height. I know nothing about this.
Well, none of us are growing anymore.
I stopped growing at 12.
So the short answer is no, you don't only grow when you sleep. But the long answer is you grow mostly when you sleep, because that's when your body releases HGH, your natural HGH.
Gotcha.
Human growth hormone.
Okay.
And so that's when the majority of your growth is done.
That'd be weird if you, like, felt yourself growing. Like, you're just walking down the street and all of a
growing
sudden...
pains? Growing pains are real. Like your legs and your back.
And that's where we get growing pains. All right.
It wasn't just the show with Kirk Cameron.
The adorable Kirk Cameron.
Yes.
Alan Thicke, Robin's dad.
I forget who else. Jean Smart, wasn't she on that show?
Yeah.
Jean Smart was.
Was Mona on that show?
No, that's Who's the Boss.
Who's the boss? Tony.
Everybody knows Mona's the boss on Who's the Boss.
I just love serious Grody to start the show. That sounded like Wayne Larrabee.
It was silly, Grody, and he tried to be serious with that one-liner, and I was like, come on, Grody, nobody's buying that.
When I'm being serious, I'm Mark. That's it. I'm not Grody. I'm Mark.
That sounds...
He's Mark Anthony Grody.
I don't know about all this.
Anthony what?
So coming up next, there's actually a concept that Kevin Byer discussed on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast that really kind of affects all of us. And it's happening this week.
I like to be affected.
And Nico Horner also talked about it a few months ago. It's worth listening to and examining for ourselves next.
After the Bears fall to Detroit in the final game of the regular season, Bears fans are reacting on the score.
Scott, bring on the Packers. Let's go. This is going to be a lot of fun. A great week again for talk radio. Mully and Haugh, I can't wait to listen.
Let's try Dave. Now that we play Detroit, we got nothing but problems with them. Do we have matchup trouble with them? Jeff,
do you think that Ben Johnson is saving all of his goods for the playoffs? I really do.
Keep it here for more reaction and an incredible full week of coverage of Bears, Packers, in the wild card round. Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Hurry into Jewel Osco's huge 3-day sale and get everything from selected Chef Boyardee for $1 each, $1.50 deals on General Mills cereal to a dozen Jewel eggs for $2, Screamin' Sicilian pizza for $4 and more.
Chicago homeowners know when the pressure is on, you need a team that you can trust. And that team is Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, the guys with the X. They're an authority in premier basement finishing with thousands of successful local projects completed by Matrix right here in the Chicagoland. Matrix Basement Finishing transforms wasted space into luxury entertainment hubs worthy of the big game. From concept to completion, elevate your home's value and host with total confidence at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys guys with the X.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. You know showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew is here for you. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. It's time for you to be more confident where it counts, at night or in the daytime, whatever you're into. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Be ready when she is. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Just chew it and do it.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Rose Bowl averaged 24 million viewers in Indiana's win over Alabama on New Year's Day. The unlikely rise of Indiana football under Curt Cignetti, going from the bottom of college football to having a chance to win the national championship, is one of the best stories in all of sports, all time. I'm Chris Black.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We're back in Chicago. We feel it. There is no other version of this show. This is it. We're in it.
It's not the end of beginnings. It's just the start
of the year.
Yeah, yes.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Marshall, you looked at me.
Playoffs for everyone. I like it. 2026, playoffs for everyone.
Playoffs for everyone, or at least two of the teams so far. Stop trying to wish cast the Bulls into this. They scored 33 points and a half last night.
Honestly, I was thinking about the White Sox, which maybe not be as...
Whoa, slow down, bro. Slow down, bro.
Bazelis had 26 last night. That's the only guy I care about
I'm
right
not
now.
really trying to
He
mock
looks good,
the Bulls.
doesn't he?
It's just, really, if it wasn't for the Bulls, I wouldn't have emphatically turned on the Illinois State game, to be fair.
9 for 12 from the field.
How about that dunk the other day by Bazelis?
That was so good.
That was so good.
It was. Anytime you can get the extension.
Anytime you can get the guys on the bench jumping out, Vucevic, like jumping out of you, like you can't control your body.
Vuce doesn't even get up like that anymore.
No, and it reminded me
That's
of
how you know it's organic.
It reminded me of the Derrick Rose dunk against Dragic in Phoenix, and watching. My favorite part of that dunk is watching the Phoenix bench react. Even they couldn't help themselves. They were getting out of their seats and contorting themselves and doing the whole thing. It's beautiful.
He got dunked on so hard, he's like, I need to be a Chicago Bull. And he became one.
And he was a bad Bull.
But he was such a good sport about it, too. Once he came here, he was such a good sport about all of it. Like, he had fun with the dunk. He had fun with the discussion. But, I love Goran Dragic. I feel like he was such a truth teller that season, too. Like,
Good defense. Lead pass. Stop it! Do not do him like that! What are you doing, Dragons? Did you not get the memo? Derrick Rose can go upstairs.
The best, let it be known that in my opinion, the best play in a basketball game is one that gets people out of their seats, the fans, and then they run around. When you love it so much, you run around.
Like in circle, you do.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's when it's the best.
You can't control your body. That's great.
And frankly, I feel like that is kind of the mood when we discuss this topic. Is Kevin Byard talked about on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast what it's like playing in Chicago when that's the emotion. Did you not get the memo, for example, when the teams are playing well, and also, versus say where he was before with the Titans. Take a listen.
So you start 0-2. What's that noise like in that building compared to the Titans?
Bro, it's heavy. Like, I will say, so you know how we have like TVs, we got TVs around our facility, and in our hydro area where the hot tubs and the cold tubs is, 3 TVs in there. One TV is always like on Fox Sports or something like that. And Colin Cowherd, I think is his name.
Yeah.
So he does his sports every day.
Colin Cowherd. Yeah.
Cowherd. I'm sorry. I don't mean to butcher his name. My bad. But bro, this guy every single day talks about the Chicago Bears. Like every time I feel like I go in there, he's talking about Caleb Williams and how bad the Bears suck or whatever it may be. But it's bad, bro. Like I said, in Tennessee, you really realize like how light the media is. Like normally, if you're doing well, they're talking good about you, but it's not a whole lot of negative media people outside of Paul Kowarski. We all know Paul. Good fans of Paul, good friends. Yeah. But no, it's heavy, bro. And it's a city that it can divide the players and the team real quick because everybody hear the noise. I mean, you know how people go into their medias, their press conferences and be like, we're ignoring the noise. We're not like, it's impossible, bro. Mm-hmm. And anybody that says that is lying. We all know that. Everybody gets on Twitter, Instagram, and sees the stuff that people say about them, especially this generation, bro. These guys literally type their names in on social media just to see exactly what people are saying, whether if it's good or bad. It's crazy. But no, the noise is heavy. But when we winning, it's all good attention. The fans is crazy. I mean, think about this, bro. I've had some really good years in Tennessee. Obviously, we was all teammates together. But this past year, I was the 5th highest voted player for the Pro Bowl overall. That just lets you know like how much our fans were voting, how much they love this team, that I was able to be top 5 in votes. Me and Caleb was top 5. So, and obviously I'm up there with like Travis Kelce and all those guys. And obviously I had a good year. I appreciate it. Obviously I feel like I'm a good player, but I mean, top 5 is crazy. But that just lets you know how good and dope our fans are for sure.
That's so heartwarming. Also hilarious that he's like, wait, I was top 5?
He's like, I had a good year, but like, let's be real. Was it that good? Should I be a top 5 Pro Bowl vote getter?
The self-awareness.
I mean, he described it perfectly. Like we all know from being in this city and doing this show exactly what the emotions. The Bears fans are always there. They're always there in mass. It's just they're just waiting for something good, and if it ain't good, they'll let you know. And once it's good, you will be embraced like no other franchise in the country, quite frankly.
Well, and the sad part is we haven't gotten to do the good part very often.
Right, and
we
and
haven't gotten to talk to players when life is good. You know, like for example, I'm calling for Colson Loveland to get some more Ocheval because he got it on Saturday. Feed that's the kind of stuff. It's not always be afraid to go out to dinner. It's no, people are buying you and sending you food.
Yeah, see the
People are
Bergaminis
sending
with Caleb.
Yes, yeah, they got to see Caleb Williams.
out
that
in the
made
wild.
Moi, the very famous celebrity gossip site too.
Oh, that's what that place is?
Dumois? No, that's the Post made that site.
Oh,
I don't know
gotcha.
where they were.
Okay.
They were at Beatrix.
Beatrix is good.
So,
Beatrix is good.
Request.
Yeah.
You don't have to honor it. Obviously, it's your show.
Yeah.
You and Dan Weeder are live from 6 to 8 tonight here on 6-7 The
Thank
Score
you.
with
Thank
the live Take the North podcast. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
If you do get a chance, though, ask him, is he the one, because he's from here, that put Colson Loveland onto the Ocheval?
Oh, yeah. I bet he was, honestly.
Because that's a tight ends room thing.
No.
We're going to get some food.
And as you would
Gotta
expect,
feed the 6'5"
Get
dude
that fried
somehow.
bologna sandwich.
if you would expect about, as good of a guy Cole Kmet is, and he legitimately is, he took Loveland under his wing so fast. They're besties.
And remember, we had was
Yeah.
it TJ? It might have been TJ. It might have been someone else who told us that he's the dude when you need reservations, golf, whatever. Cole Kmet's the guy who hooks it up for everybody.
I go
on
to
the team.
Cole Kmet for stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I don't.
Which is funny because TJ is also from here.
Yeah, but TJ, he's not as.
He's a different personality.
He's a subtle guy.
He's a lot less gregarious.
That's the word, gregarious. Yes.
He's not as
Than
much
Cole
of an
Kmet.
extrovert, probably.
Right.
TJ's the responsible one, where if something bad has happened, I'm like, how do you explain this to people, TJ? And he would have an answer.
Yeah, he would have an answer.
Yeah. TJ's very Chicago, just not as gregarious, not as public, I suppose.
I hope
you'd
you
say.
guys heard on the morning show when they asked him to rank who he wanted to see in the playoffs, and he's like, I'm from here. Yeah, I know it's Green Bay for the fans.
He knows what's up.
Yeah, I thought he was going to duck the question totally. He did not. I was surprised.
Because he picks and chooses his battles.
Yes.
Well. Dang it, TJ Edwards, and your responsibility. He can speak to this too. But what's funny is when we heard Kevin Byard talk about that, Mark, you were reminded of something from baseball season.
Oh, one of the best things I heard from Nico Horner last year, who is a regular contributor on the Spiegel and Holmes show. And he talked and just nailed it on the rigors and rewards of playing in Chicago.
That's part of playing in a big market, though. We all want to be in a place where we're held to a high standard, and people are we're playing sports on TV and for entertainment, and we deserve to be criticized when things aren't going well. That's just what you sign up for, and I think we're lucky to be in a place where there is a high standard, right? It's the part of what makes the good things so good too, right? So you can't knock anyone that's holding you to a high standard or wanting more from the group, because that's what we want too.
It's not for everybody, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to admit it, but there are athletes who don't want to be held to that standard because it's hard. It really is.
As somebody who worked outside of Chicago, I can tell you about athletes talking about being in Chicago, and it was not always a positive experience for them in the media.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially, and I always talk about this, the players that I talk to that have played in the big New York, L.A., Philly, all these places, they say just the pure quantity of people in their locker rooms is by far the most that they've ever seen, because New York splits itself up, obviously. It would probably be New York if they had just one team, but they don't. And L.A. is L.A. They don't care nearly as much about football as we do here. So DJ Moore, I think when he first came here, I remember him not being overwhelmed by any means. I mean, this is a Philly guy, so he's not going to get overwhelmed easily. But he was kind of like, whoa, you guys all want to talk to me?
It ain't Carolina.
It's not Carolina. That's perfect.
And you know what? In my mind, even if it's not true, I like to believe that this is what happened to Nate Davis, and he just couldn't handle the pressure after playing in Nashville.
Is that why
for the
he went
Titans.
to the pressure of ping pong?
That's it. Yeah, he's great at ping pong.
That's just what I tell myself, and not that it's true or anything. I'm not trying to slander Nate Davis.
But I think he slandered himself.
Yeah.
That was the problem. Talk about, it's like being a left-handed reliever. You can work for a long time if you're a serviceable offensive lineman. And for that guy to not have a job, says a lot about that. But that is the flip side of it. You know, we've heard Robert Quinn say when he was first here, before the year he had, you know, where he had that incredible year with the sacks, that because of his contract, he was afraid of like going out to dinner and all of that. There was a lot of criticism on him. I'm sure Montez Sweat to an extent feels that. That's why I was appreciative of him talking to you.
Yeah,
I do think you can offset it a little bit. Like, for example, Jalen Johnson, if we didn't know him from being on this show so often on the Score, on the afternoon show, would we necessarily know where he was for a couple of these OTAs? You know, it's a hard thing to understand that the more you know about somebody, even when you don't want to talk to people, the more benefit of the doubt you innately get.
Yeah, and the Montez Sweat thing, I'm glad you brought up that name. I do wonder, like, and he, you know, this is his second double-digit sack season with the Bears. Part of it was earned in Washington in the year that he got the double digits. But I do wonder sometimes if he's one of those guys who, like, while he's appreciative of being here, he accepted the big money contract. I don't know if he likes it here or not. You know what I mean? Like in terms of, I'm talking about the media, because he's very quiet. He doesn't talk a lot to the media, and that's fine. He talks enough. So I do wonder if he's one of those guys, like the bright lights get to him a little bit.
But he acknowledged the same thing that everybody else has said. So in doing so, I feel like he offsets some of the like perceived animosity because he knows it's nice to hear him say things.
Yeah. And when he said to me earlier in the year, he basically looked at me and said, the media is not helping in terms of the struggle that he was going through and the team was going through at the time.
We're not here to help you, but at the same time, we're going to give you your fair share when you want to talk.
Right, and I think sometimes when they talk about that, they are talking about the Colin Cowhards of the world. You know what I mean? Because unfortunately, Cowhart, that's the stuff, unfortunately, that gets through. I'd like to think it's like they hear us on the Score. No, it's really like the players. It's the talking head debate shows that they're watching like the rest of the world.
Brody, I see you as a talking head, just to be fair.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, while I'm sitting here with two talking heads, I'm the talking head. The two talented TV people in the room. I'm not that.
More about
all I do is just read a teleprompter.
That's it.
When
That's
people
all TV
want to
people
insult
do.
me, that's all I do. Never had an original thought in my life.
Do you guys write your own scripts?
More about you as a podcast.
Yes, we do.
I know you do.
What's a script?
Misconceptions of people like thinking that people do all the work
it's
for
all
TV
on the
people.
fly for me. You've
All
been in
you
the
do is read a teleprompter. Well, you already even put your face on this message, so try again.
I know what you guys do. There's work.
If you want to talk to other people in person, join the Score in Circus Sports Illinois this Friday. Real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. We've been there. Spiegel and Holmes will be live from 2 to 6 for playoff talk in the afternoon as Chicago prepares for another rematch against Green Bay. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. That is Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. It is all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois, sports betting the way it should be. So Kevin Byard, we liked what he had to say a lot on the Bustin' with the Boys podcast. And he also apparently let us in on the initial reception to now one of the most famous chants of the Chicago Bears this season. So we'll listen to it next.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on the Score.
The greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And new this year, win extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 will be heard right here on the Score's 50,000-watt powerhouse. Imagine what that could mean for your brand. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game. Then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
Plus, get a live Score broadcast for your brand.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Score Big for Your Business is presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, sump pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911 connects you with licensed, highly skilled local plumbers ready to fix the problem quickly and correctly. Backed by the training, expertise, and professionalism of Local 130 plumbers. The experts who keep your home running smoothly. Call 833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
That's right. You know that chant. Do you like that? Not the Kirk Cousins version. This is Future.
Oh, I was like, I like a lot of things. I like I like the quarterback.
This
Russell
was
Wilson.
This is the original song that did the whole mess.
Russell
is it
Wilson.
not? It was featuring Kendrick Lamar like that, and that's what caused the whole chaotic mess.
Well, Russell Wilson and Future get along, right? They're not related. They don't have shared custody of kids and stuff.
Is that related or is that co-parenting?
They co-parent. That's what I'm saying. That's like one big happy family.
Is it?
I would think so.
I don't know. I mean, all's well that ends well. But the point is, good, better, best, and like that. Keep that in mind. Kevin Byard, we talked about a little bit of what he had to say on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. And, you know, the buy-in seems pretty genuine when you go into the Bears locker room and you see everybody chanting it and Ben Johnson's taking his shirt off. Everybody looks pretty into it. But were they to begin with?
I'm going to keep it real, bro. And I've said this before, though. That chant, the first time we did it, it was one of them joints, like, you're kind of looking around the locker room like, I don't know, boys. Like,
yes, I know.
It was kind of corny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, just being real, like, you know, because he's like, everybody huddle up, bring it up. You guys, like, I think it was at the preseason game. He was like, all right, repeat that to me. We're going to say this. I've been saying this for a long time. It was like, okay, like, what are we about to say? He's like, good, better, best. And we're like, good, better, best. And you kind of just looking around. It's like one of the everybody kind of looking around, like looking at each other, like, "Hey, you gonna say this out loud? Are we gonna scream this? Or you kind of sit under your breath a little bit?" But like you said, it's one of those joints. Like after we start to win, it's like now it's our rallying cry. Like guys are coming in super excited. Ben is a madman. So Ben is one of those guys that during the game he has no emotion. So like I said, the complete opposite from like Vrace. Vrace was always super animated. He's always coming to the sideline, going to the bench, the linebackers, the DBs, the O-line, coaching guys up. Ben's the complete opposite. You're probably not going to hear or see Ben on the sideline. He's going to be pacing back and forth. No, when Caleb drops a dime for a touchdown, no emotion. Defense gets the turnovers, no emotion. I'm talking about you don't hear nothing. And it's always, I don't care if we're winning by 30 or we're losing by 30. He has no emotion. Either you're going to see, look, he's going to look pissed off the whole entire game. Doesn't matter. So he doesn't really show any emotion till we get into the locker room. And obviously we just won the game. He lets out a huge scream. He might take his shirt off, all that other stuff. But it's just kind of funny. Just like he's so always locked in, so intensified on like, because like I said, he literally wants to score every drive. If he doesn't score on a drive, he's pissed off. You know what I mean? Like he just has this pissed off look about himself. But no, it's pretty funny. He's a great coach.
I like the idea of the mental picture of Kevin Byard and the guys being like, looking amongst each other and be like, good, better, best.
Mm-hmm.
Like they weren't into it. And then it became this phenomenon.
I knew it too. Like, because you just know, like, he's like, okay, what's this guy? What is this all about?
That's
knew
just you when it comes to phrases you don't like.
Yeah, maybe. But like, that's one of those things. It's like the what was Matt Nagy's thing? The disco parties. What did he
Club
call them?
Dub.
Club Dub. God.
How did you forget
How
that?
did I forget that? Maybe I'm trying to forget about that. Like it's all good and fun until things like hit the bleep, and then it's no longer fun anymore. So it's another risky proposition when you have something that loud after every game to celebrate.
I'll say this. Every time I hear people talking about Ben Johnson and his persona, I'm thinking, is Christian Bale from American Psycho going to play him in a movie? That's like where I go. That's where my mind goes. Because you can see it, right?
They all lovingly talk about him, but they say he's crazy, but they do it with love.
I think we also learned something about, I know a lot of us here at the Score have been perplexed at, like, how does Ben Johnson go from that animated dude in the locker room to the podium after the game to speak to the media and just dial it all the way down?
I have a theory on that.
My theory, just from hearing Kevin Byard here on the Bustin' with the Boys he is a madman, is that, you know, he's locked in. Kevin Byard discussed how locked in he is during the game, and he lets loose in the locker room. I think he goes back into game mode when he goes to the podium. He just approaches the podium as he does the game and gets locked back in.
I think that, and this is kind of similar to what you're saying, it's just that's the flush, the good, better, best. Like that's all he needs. Like he doesn't need it for the four quarters. As long as it's like a shower. He just has to get that in, and once that's out of his system, he goes back to being serious Ben.
So what about the L's? Because they don't do good, better, best after the L's.
I don't know what happens on those days.
Do they?
I'd like to see his office.
After the win?
They don't do it after
Can I
losses.
put that in the queue?
Does he go yell? Does he put on like a pair of headphones and just
I think
scream?
he does yell because they've told us we knew he wasn't happy with us. Some of the things the players have said after he talks about how unhappy he was. Look
Not
at the
good.
last game.
Not better. Not the best. That's you, and you.
Or like DJ Moore calling it the evil eye.
I call it the stank eye because I'm old school.
There was some stank eye there, but I thought stank face was like a snarl.
5 words that I don't want to hear on Sunday. Or sorry, Saturday night. You know what the 5 words are? Should have gone for it. Don't want to hear that.
Oh.
Don't want to hear that.
Redbirds.
They definitely should.
You know how I feel. I'm zombie Dan Campbell. I go for it on 4th and 5 in the title game.
That's not it. That's
Zombie Dan Campbell.
He looks like he has, you know the mode. The eyes get different. Ben Johnson doesn't do that. Dan Campbell has a different ethos.
I do accept this from the texter. I always do. Grody just lost a bear for forgetting Club Dub. Yeah, I accept that.
And let it be known, you should dance and have fun after wins. I don't care if it's Club Dub or not.
You're probably right.
You should dance. I always laugh at the people who get triggered by other people having fun without them. And you know what those people are basically saying? The ones who like criticize the Bears for dancing and all this stuff. Like, oh, you shouldn't be dancing. You guys lost a game 3 weeks ago. You know what that really says? You're not fun.
Yeah.
Nobody hangs out with you because you're not fun.
Think about this, guys.
Boo to you.
The Cubs celebrated every single win, turning off the lights and having strobe lights in there and just partying hard for about 10 minutes or so. The 07-08 Cubs, when they would win, and I would cover them sporadically, or a decent amount, I should say, they would play It Was a Good Day by Ice Cube and just go and just crank it up in there and just have a good time.
The Cubs played the Venga Bus during some of the most awkward moments of the season.
The Venga Bus.
Yeah,
Facts.
the Venga Bus. Whenever Kyle Tucker had to talk to people about the injury that was uncovered by the
God.
media.
Still hasn't signed, has he? Old Tucky Tuck.
No, he is
No.
not. Also, hey, you know what else happened? We just got the heat working for the first time in 2 weeks.
It did get warmer.
Uh-huh. I might have to take off.
Guys,
my
they
hoodie.
measured the air blowing behind us, and it was 57. They actually got a gun to measure the air temperature.
That was pretty cool.
And I'm always cold, but it's been miserable the past few weeks. And
Wow.
finally, I sent an email.
Unhealthy work conditions. I don't know,
I have a sweatshirt as a blanket right now.
Yes, you do. You took that sweatshirt quickly.
Show the people on Twitch your sweatshirt.
It was a practical matter, but it's also a sick sweatshirt.
Show them a playoff sweatshirt.
Look at that.
Show them what a playoff sweatshirt
Bulls.
looks like.
I want that City Connect,
That
guys.
thing is
I
gonna-
need this. I'm obsessed with the White Sox script. I love the light blue Bulls White Sox. Oh, it's so good.
Light blue's a great color.
I love it. I love the City Connect stuff. I'm obsessed. This year's version is top notch. I'm so happy about the heat.
Yeah. It makes things very happy.
The heat is
on.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Brody, I thought you would like my musical reference. 'cause
That
you
was
like
great.
music.
It was great.
I'm
looked
going to
away
love
from
it.
me.
It's
I
going
said
to
it
be
and you looked
90
away from
degrees
me.
in here for
I'm sorry.
Spiegel and Holmes.
I was looking in the hallway to see if the guys were making their way, and they
Get
are,
ready to
so-
sweat. The heat's back on. Let's go.
Yeah.
Bears, Packers, Saturday night at Soldier Field. The outcome of this one, for good or bad, will go down in Chicago football history. Mully here for the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to the score as we get you ready for Bears, Packers in the wild card round, all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Voss, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the Score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! 3 TVs in there. One TV is always like on Fox Sports or something like that. And Colin Cowherd, I think is his name.
Yeah.
So he does his sports every day.
Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
Cowherd. I'm sorry. I don't mean to butcher his name. My bad.
Something tells me we'll use that from time to time. That was Kevin Byard on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Thanks to everybody who helped out with the show. Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Tyler Farringoul, as I understand, helped cut up our Bears audio. So go Tyler Farringoul. Thanks to Alex Kuhn because he's standing in there. Ryan Porth, too, is also standing there. Everybody gets a thank you today. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell.
With some great standing.
Yes, Jacob Stutz and Max Curtis, always working for us.
Y'all mind if I stand here?
You can stand in there all you want. Ryan ain't going to make your Titans any better anytime soon.
Y'all expecting both of the Matts to be working in Nashville next year?
That's my dream.
They're going to have a partnership.
Matt Nagy and Matt Eberflus coaching Cam Ward and Ryan Porth's Titans.
It's
Let's
time
go.
for Porth to continue his Bears education and just accept Bearsness in his life.
You know what
Put away the
realized?
Titans.
What I just realized that you can't have Matts without a Ryan. That's the rule here in Chicago.
Ryan Pace might be in need of a job.
Ryan Porth can fill the Ryan need for the Titans.
And Matt Ryan is taking over the Falcons.
All right.
We've got it all handled. Thanks, of course, to Patrick Manley and Tim Jenkins for coming on our show, and to the Take the North podcast, which I've decided will sponsor our breaking news for the next couple of days.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? That Tim Jenkins conversation, if you didn't get a chance to listen to it, you're going to want to go back in the Odyssey app, use the rewind feature, because let me tell you something. At 1 p.m. today, that man was giving an education.
Do tell.
He was talking about why he thinks Caleb Williams is having problems at the outset of games versus the second half, and he called it an easy fix. Is that what he said? Or easier than we thought?
Right,
Yeah.
not insurmountable,
glaring.
I think, is what he's saying. Like, it can be overcome.
What was he thinking would be
Third
the way
down.
to fix it?
He thinks that he's trying, and it's visible. You can understand why Caleb Williams is like, I'm going to get this third down the way I know how with my legs. That makes perfect sense. I understand it completely. And he thinks that Ben Johnson's play calling has indicated, no, you need to stay in the pocket a little bit more and throw this to get out of this third down situation.
It is odd to think that he would struggle on third downs because, again, and maybe this is just me projecting, like there's a sense of urgency right there on third and fourth downs, obviously. And if we're all to believe that he has this thing that clicks that becomes icy and urgent in the fourth quarter, why not on third down too?
I think, well, if it's third down early, it's probably just because your thought process is to move the chains. And if it's late, he's probably thinking get as many yards per play as you can because of the clock. If that's the case.
It's situational.
There was an early
Which is
third
a good
down.
thing.
I agree.
That's what you want in your quarterback.
The second third down of the game on Sunday was a 3rd and 9, and Caleb audibled to a Kyle Monungai screen on the right side, and there was nothing there. He dirted it because Darnell Wright was kind of already downfield. It was probably going to be a penalty. But that was one of those times, Lawrence, that I thought it was like where the Lions were running something different than what they expected, and that's more on Nagy than it is on Caleb.
Well, not
Nagy?
Nagy.
I hope it's not on
Y'all
Nagy.
ready
Johnson.
for Matt Nagy in Tennessee?
But that goes back to the 6 mental errors in the first 11 plays.
Yeah, he said 6 errors. I heard you guys react to that yesterday.
Yeah.
That's a lot
and
of
Adam
mentals.
Haugh said it, and you both were like, what?
Well, and we have a little window as to what that might have been. Offensive line had a big pile of mistakes. But that 3rd and 9, like as I watch stuff like that, I put that more on the coach getting out schemed possibly yesterday.
Well, I think of it as because you know inside the group chat, I was like, wow, 2 plays back to back where Caleb changes it.
Yep.
And they were negative plays, and that's why I'm like, it might be the quarterback they're making him see stuff that's not there.
Oh yeah, so maybe you're
disguise
right.
coverage.
Yeah, so it was the play right before it was the pistol where he audibled to a handoff and they got nothing. So it was those 2 plays in a row.
Yeah, and what was that? Usually pistols paired with some sort of run in a misdirection behind, pre-snap.
Well, they weren't doing that. And the question is, why weren't they? And maybe it's because they didn't want to, which I think is weird because you just played this team 2 weeks ago. You didn't want to put stuff on tape. They've seen all of your motions and your shifts at this point.
I don't buy that.
We've also all watched football. Like a pistol indicates certain plays.
Yeah, I mean, I bet that Ben is trying to figure out how to get every edge that he can get. And if that edge is, well, we're not going to show them stuff that we're thinking about doing with certain personnel groups, so be it. And I hope that it puts them in a position to be better. I would say the thing that could really help Caleb, though, early in the game is the Packers' trash run defense. That could really help Caleb.
Total trash.
Early in a game.
But you'd have to call run plays to do it.
307
on the right
correct, Marshall.
side.
We know the Bears are capable of calling run plays.
307 yards they gave up to the Ravens. 307.
Is that a lot?
That is a lot.
Feels like a lot.
Mm-hmm. Then they didn't play nobody in the next week.
I like that idea. And if we're going to be a little bit critical of Caleb here, right now he's still getting like two balls per game. It feels like getting tipped. That second quarter sequence, 6-0 Detroit. Caleb fires it down the middle. The ball gets tipped, and then the next play he gets sacked by Andrew Hutchinson. I mean, I haven't been able to quite figure that out, but it is something that he's still got to tighten up.
I'll give you one more on Caleb. It's a play that somehow didn't get mentioned on our show yesterday. After they get the ball, and it's 2 minutes, 11 seconds, and you're like, they're going to go down and win this damn thing. The first play was a bullet of a slant to Luther Burden that Burden bobbled.
Yeah.
And now, Burden should catch it. But
Throw it at 88 miles per hour instead of 92.
Throw it a little softer.
Well, and
it's a first down play, and then the second down is the grounding, and it's 3rd and 20, and he had to reach for a bullet. And I'm like, man, if Caleb just used a little touch right there, then you're off and running. The first play.
Tim Jenkins talked about that play.
He did?
What did he say about that?
Could have been a touchdown.
He was like, it could have been 6,
Yeah.
based on what Burden can be able to do.
Just put the ball in his hands.
Said
Don't
we'd
try
be
to do
having
too much.
A completely different conversation if that ball is caught.
Didn't hear him bring it up. That's what I said in our group chat. I was like, man, that play changed.
And he also mentioned on that the mental errors when we brought that up to him. He was like, yeah, that was about the running game. And so that goes back to the offensive lineman discussion that you guys are having. And I've been saying, like, this offensive line didn't look like what it has been looking like going back to, like, say, the Eagles game. I want more of that. Can I get more of that, please?
I still go back to this kind of weird halving of we're going to play our guys, but maybe we're not going to game plan as hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. That's what I wonder if that happened. And if part of the reason we saw a little bit of a lackadaisical Bears team is because they got the wrong message.
Because what they heard was, oh yeah, we can take it easy this week.
This is just a practice game,
right,
for us.
You could, the fact that Ben Johnson sounded just as mad on Monday as he did on Sunday.
I bet he did.
Less Kurt though, but just as mad.
Our guy Dave Wanstead.
The follow-up. Yep.
Wani was great this morning with Mully and Haugh, as he always is, and I like afternoon Wani very much, but morning Wani is also delightful. And he said that he believed all the players heard Ben's message really clearly. Groats, would you agree? You hear that? Like, so many different players said, yeah, that was bad. That was not good. And, like, everybody was completely on board with Ben being pissed off.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the good coaches get their players to echo the things that they're saying. And one thing we know about Ben, while he's not always completely transparent with us, he is much more transparent than the average coach, or at least the ones that we have seen here in the very near past.
Y'all think Tennessee's ready to understand that personnel equals scheme?
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, the Matt Nagy thing is very potentially real in Tennessee because of some of the connections there. And I got to tell
you can say it.
Borgonzi, that is right.
Borgonzi.
I'm all for Matt Nagy getting another chance. I mean, there were some serious flaws, but if he really thinks he's clean, if he's really going to have non-yes men this time around,
that's real.
And maybe hand the ball off to, well, not necessarily Jordan Howard, but somebody in his next chance, then he could be a good head coach because he is a good communicator.
What offense is he going to run?
What do you mean?
He's going to run the Andy Reid stuff, right? He's going to run the Andy Reid stuff and try to shove it. Hold on, Groats. He's going to run the Andy Reid stuff and he's going to shove it down the throat of a quarterback he did not draft 1 year into his career. Does that sound familiar?
Well, he did say in the Dan Pompei article in The Athletic that he would not call plays.
Right, but what scheme? I mean, like, he knows
he would.
He's an offensive guy. He knows one offensive scheme. He's going to try to ask Cam Ward to be Pat Mahomes like he asked Mitch Trubisky to.
Well, I hope not. I hope that's something that he's learned. I mean, he's got it. And I'm sure we didn't read the anonymous stuff that came from the other coaches around the league. That wasn't part of the article, but that was something that was said about the article. I'd imagine that's in there. So if he's learned, he could be a good head coach.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I just need you. Whoever he hires as an OC needs to be malleable and be ready to change game plan based on personnel, like we've seen Ben Johnson already do multiple times in year freaking one.
No doubt about it.
I don't know that Matt Nagy has that in his bag of tricks.
Well, that's it. He said he would, as in he would not have yes men, and he would hire somebody to call the plays.
What's Bill Lazor doing?
If he doesn't have yes men,
where's Jim DiFilippo?
I agree with all of his thought here, but I also think if he's not going to have yes men and he's going to have other people calling the plays, what does he do?
Well, that's where I was going to. I was like,
sit back and enjoy the show.
People say a lot of things when they're trying to get the job.
Manage the clock.
And I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking if I had an NFL team that I own, which I don't, I would not hire Matt Nagy.
Why am I hiring Matt Nagy to be a CEO?
There are other people that I could hire to do this that I feel like are more qualified to do this.
And to that end, what was the talent evaluation and the personnel fit when he was in charge of it that said this is working?
Yeah, well,
let me offer you guys.
Dalton is the example here.
Burton.
Let me offer you a scenario and see if it makes it a little bit more palatable to hire Matt Nagy. Matt Nagy comes in as your head coach and hires Eric Bieniemy as his offensive coordinator. You feel better about it?
Man, no, because then I don't know what Eric Bieniemy does as far as calling plays. So
Eric Bieniemy is going to want to run the football, and that is not something that he likes to do.
Well, maybe that'll be good too. But that'll be good. That'll be good influence. It's an interesting thing.
Let me present
theoretical
something else.
Good influence.
Can I present an alternative here?
Sure. Don't hire him.
Guess what? Matt Nagy is up for your head coaching job. Also, Cliff Kingsbury is now up for your head coaching job. Tell me why you wouldn't take Kingsbury over Nagy.
Our guy,
I
Alex
have no
Kuhn,
argument to
That's
make
what
for
like.
that.
There's better candidates out here.
I do think he needs a second chance, right? Like that is valid.
He can go coach one of these FBS Power 4 schools.
But when you're addressing how you're getting from point A to B, you are then also illustrating where the deficiencies are.
Look, Alex Kuhn with a comment on Cliff Kingsbury. Their offense, the Washington offense, dead last in pre-snap motion. And they put their ex-receiver wide to the left on 90% of the snaps. This league is all about trying to confuse the defense and vice versa. And if he's not doing anything with motion, that's not the way this league is going.
Are you saying in the league where variety is the spice of his life, he is unseasoned? Is that what you're saying?
And they figured his stuff out in his second year over there. They're like, oh, we got it on tape now.
I mean, that was the concern last year, but when it was able for the quarterback to run, you liked it. Execution is part of this too.
Layla's point is a really good one. It's one that I think about all the time when it comes to hiring a head coach. And Ben has been more than we could have ever thought of. But the idea of play caller and head coach equaling the same job are not true. Like, that's not a thing. And with Nagy, you have no idea, because he and Andy will be like, oh, no, I called this one, or I gave the play calling to him for a little while. You don't even really know if Matt Nagy, what you have for him as a play caller is what happened with the Bears, where he gave away play calling twice.
Absolutely.
And he took it back, and that's when they weren't as good this last time with Lazor.
So your point about what does he do? What's your expertise? Because the expertise isn't you calling plays. And one could make an argument that his handling of the Cody Parkey thing was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, no, and he talks about all those things he learned. Allen Robinson with quotes in that piece, right, Groats? About like, you know, Nagy started asking for help and asking for suggestions. Like, he was a very bad CEO. So now you're going to bank on him being a better CEO when he's not even your offensive guru?
How did he get better? Now, maybe he got better because, like in the piece, like he and Andy have been really talking about it. He's been following. But when you are only allowing yourself to be in one school, like one school of thought, and you've already tried with that one school of thought and not succeeded, I am less likely to give you an opportunity to try it again when you didn't. I wanted Matt Nagy to go do a walkabout. I understand why he didn't. If I had the opportunity to go work with Patrick Mahomes, if I was thrown a lifesaver from Andy Reid to come back and win a championship, I'm probably doing that too. But it doesn't mean that he's all cherry all the time.
Oh, thank you. How about butter rum? Butter rum? They still make the butter rum?
Orange whip?
I don't know if they still make the butter rum.
Should he have gone and seen your guy in Tuscaloosa back at the time?
I mean, that seems to be a way to learn some stuff. If you look at the Saban tree, it's doing actually pretty well.
All four of the coaches.
Would he have wanted to take him off?
Yeah, all four of the coaches in the college football Final Four have spent time with Saban.
But you have to be open-minded.
And one that would be there if he didn't take $100 million from LSU.
Would Saban take an NFL job still? You you guys think he's cooked?
He did it once before.
I know. He almost became the Bears. He almost became the Bears head coach.
It's like hiring Pete Carroll again. It's funny because we were joking about this inside of our meeting. The name that you're going to hear over the next week or so, depending on what happens in the CFP, is Kurt Signetti. It's
ridiculous.
And I think that's weird. You know, like
how is Kurt?
62.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the good news for Indiana and keeping it.
I think that he's got a great life. Like, you're now the guy in college football, and Bloomington's an awesome place to live.
It is.
No, his career deserves to be celebrated. I also think there's a couple pieces with the Nagy discussion. If we're going to ask about who's a CEO that should be hired in the next college coaching or the next NFL coaching cycle, Mike McCarthy's name should probably come up then.
Oh, yeah.
If it's about that. If it's about that part of it.
Also, better play calling resume than Matt Nagy.
And I vehemently talked about how I didn't want him to be the head coach here, but that's because guys like Ben Johnson were available.
Correct.
Mike McCarthy could easily get a job in this next coaching cycle, and he has a resume that proves why he succeeded in being a CEO.
And at least he runs an offense that resembles what's happening in the league these days.
Now, am I mindful of like how famously the Cowboys lost to the Packers in the playoffs under his stead, for example? Yes, absolutely. But
Jordan Love on the road.
Exactly, and they rattled up 40-plus points on them pretty easily.
Full circle, Porth. He wants McCarthy.
He does?
Yeah, that's what he said. I hope.
Y'all talking about Mike McCarthy.
But that's the point here is if once you narrow it down and you talk about it, then that deserves discussion.
Do you think this is appropriate? Ryan Porth showed up for a little pre-meeting that we had.
Pre-meeting?
Yeah, he was wearing overalls with a big piece of straw sticking out of his mouth. Is that appropriate?
Or did he have a hat on? Did he have a matching hat with the straw?
And he had Lawrence's pitchfork from his shed.
And then you walked into his office where there was a hay bale instead of a desk.
I sat down on the hay bale.
Was it two straps up or one strap up on the overalls?
One strap up and no T-shirt.
I often think about Lawrence's pitchfork. I don't know why.
It's just for storming offices of sports organizations.
But it's actually not. The reason that I have a pitchfork and a manual tiller is because I had a yard with a whole bunch of plants.
Once again, a manual tiller, important part of the 1964 Philadelphia Phillies infield.
Yes.
Manual tiller.
Glad you were able to get that green off your thumb, Lawrence.
It's not that strange for
the whiz kids. Yeah, that's right. Where's the low brass? Let's go.
I'm just saying that it's not that strange, even for people who live in the city, to have a pitchfork.
All right, I'm gonna buy a pitchfork today.
I
then.
never thought of a pitchfork being used for anything other than Arizona State and metaphorically, and for like death
and
hell.
the Seattle Mariners. Is that a pitchfork? What's that thing?
It's a bit of a pitchfork.
It's a trident. Come on, man. It's an underwater.
Where does the trident end and a pitchfork begin?
The trident is for the sea. It's for harpooning.
And how does the rototiller fit into that?
Marine.
Rototiller is used.
Sea.
All right, did
you guys know that the
they need to leave, Lawrence?
That Sparky, the mascot from ASU, is supposedly based off of Walt Disney?
I did not know
like
that.
it.
That the
I
guy,
like it.
Like the actual person.
The story about it is that there was an animator who worked for Walt Disney, and he hated him, and so he was asked to come up with Sparky, and he go look at the side by side between Sparky and Walt Disney.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's it. That's the long rumored origin of Sparky is that it is a shot at Walt Disney.
It's like Lorne Michaels is Dr. Evil.
Yes.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. So good.
It's true, though, the way he talks, for sure.
Now get out of here.
Okay.
Well, wait. Here's what we have planned for today's show.
Then you guys can
Matt Forte is going to join us at 3 o'clock. Matt Bowen is going to join us at 4, which is great. A little late add to the show today. There is a young lady that we're going to talk to at about 4:25 today who says she was the homecoming queen at ISU.
Oh, no. Oh no!
So we're gonna call him out. Call him
no,
out.
there's nothing to call me
Call
out.
him out.
She helped me do trivia questions. She was awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get her football information, and then we'll find out what the deal is. But
That'll be more than somebody got.
That's coming up.
And at 5 o'clock, we're going to turn the page. Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
Turn the Page Industries is going to turn the page at 5 o'clock.
But Ben Johnson programmed your show that one day.
No, he did not.
He tried.
TTP Industry said no. Tanny's Open is next here on The Score.
And this segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Save big on everything for your New Year's project with Menards. Mastercraft has been making high-quality doors for more than 50 years. Choose from our huge in-stock selection, or you can design your door your way, in-store and on Menards.com. From classic to modern designs, you'll find the perfect door for your home. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone. And at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, you're already in the red zone. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new models, the latest incentives, and absolutely no inflated prices. So if you're ready to score, take the short drive north, because the best drives don't just happen on the field. They start at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Visit ZieglerSubaruKenosha.com today.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Address hair loss with a solution that works with Advanced Hair's simple 1-day treatment. Mark Grody here. Your own natural hair begins to regrow that very next day, and with Advanced Hair, it's guaranteed to grow. Free consultation at advancedhair.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Seattle Seahawks are the favorites to win the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. Mike McDonald has the Seahawks defense playing at the top of the NFL. But when you look at the path to the Super Bowl, it all comes down to Sam Darnold. He's good enough to win with, but like we saw last year with the Vikings, Darnold turns the ball over too much, and that could be Seattle's fatal flaw. I'm Chris Black.
Hey, Black!
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
We got information on next year's opponents that we need to check out. Miami, Atlanta. So there you go. Those are the top two on Lawrence's strip club depth chart.
Atlanta and then Miami.
He was distressed about this young man's death in the garbage compactor.
See, he didn't say garbage compactor, did he?
What is it you believe?
You know about his job. He reports to a strip club. Who knows how he spends his days?
And unfortunately, Tampa is coming here, or else.
You gonna restart the blog on that? Restart the blog you got on that one?
No, but I mean, Tampa was when they were a part of the division. You could find plenty of person who covered the Bears at Mons Venus. They had enjoyed themselves.
I go to black strip clubs. The white strip clubs are boring. They dance to awful songs in white strip clubs. I don't want to see you dance to Marilyn Manson, The Dope Show. I saw this chick dancing. She was dancing to Madonna, Take a Bow. Always been like, why are you dancing to that? Now I'm thinking of the video. It was sad with the Matador. He died or something. Why don't you dance to the songs that rappers made specifically for the strip club? Shake that ass while I throw money that I made selling crack. Like, yo, this is good music for this environment.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we've got a full boat show for you today. There's a lot for us to get done. We are going to talk with the Matts. It's our pro day. We got Matt Forte at 3 o'clock. We got Matt Bowen at 4 o'clock, and there are questions that we want to ask both of them. Announcement. Turn the Page is happening today. It will happen at 5 o'clock. The whole crew is here. Alex is here. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
I'm reminded of your blog about tucking a buck. It's called The Buck Tucker. That's your blog.
Careful how you say it.
It's very, very difficult. I'm also reminded then of the time that Danny Mac finished an interview with Frank Thomas by saying, let's tuck a buck sometime as the goodbye. And I was just sitting there going, did that really just happen? And it did, folks. Maybe they met up in Atlanta.
I wouldn't be surprised. Danny Mac, I'm a fan of the performing arts. See, now we've both done our Mac. We need to bring Layla back in here for her to do her Mac impersonation.
Yeah, she does a good one. The rare female Mac impersonation, I think, probably wins.
I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, it is.
So we've got a big show ahead of today. There's a lot of news coming out of Hallis Hall, and that's where we're going to start. It's what we had talked about last week, and I'm glad that we were on it, Speegs, that we were talking about the idea that Kyler Gordon might be back for this game.
Yeah, because last week Ben had said that it might be possible.
They were hoping.
They raised the hackles up. Yesterday was that's our hope, and then today we get what?
So now they have reached the official window, the 21-day window for multiple players to come back. Kyler Gordon is one of those players. And look, he can go from just getting put on that list to being active on Saturday if he is in a good space. And I suspect, say it like you mean it. Wait, that's a different segment. I suspect that he has been spending the last 2 weeks getting ready so that he doesn't have to get ready on Saturday. So we'll see. We'll see if my suspicion on that is right. But I think that he's going to be healthy enough for them to give it a go on Saturday. The other name that was on the list was a little bit of a surprise to all of us, I think. I don't think I'm speaking out of school here.
I had just thought yesterday about the fact that both Braxton Jones and Kiran Amagaji had been put on injured reserve and just kind of have not been seen or heard from as options at all. But then here to see Braxton Jones' name on that list, that's just about potential left tackle depth in a possible playoff situation, right? Ozzie Trapillo is not a given that he is going to be healthy enough to go. And behind Theo Benedette, who's your swing tackle, who's it going to be? So Braxton Jones is indeed a big surprise to see on that list.
What's kind of interesting to watch on this is something that we were taking, and we'll take a deeper dive on later on in the show. If you need both of them healthy and up for the game on Saturday, does that mean Tyreek Stevenson is inactive?
Well, yeah, the Tyreek Stevenson thing is really quite interesting. And we don't know exactly why Tyreek did not get a single snap on Sunday. And as we talked about with Adam Haugh yesterday in the 5 o'clock hour, Ben's answer on that was really unsatisfying. We'll get more into that in the details later. But
think about it. Like if you get Kyler back and you get Rome back and you might have to activate Braxton Jones, someone's got to sit. So is Tyreek a candidate for that? If Kyler is healthy.
God, I would hate for that to be the case. With all the chaos you have in that secondary covering in man, but 3 other DBs got snaps the other day instead of Tyreek Stevenson. Jalen Jones, Jonathan Owens, Elijah Hicks. Now, they're guys who can play.
Those are core special teams guys.
Right, and they can play in your dime. That like Hicks and Owens are guys who might be out there when you have 6, and Jalen Jones was your backup nickel the other day. Here's the thing. Kyler Gordon's the biggest one to me. All due respect, even to Rome.
For sure.
All due respect, because they've shown they can put up points without Rome.
Because you're probably also missing C.J. Gardner-Johnson on Saturday.
Kyler Gordon gives you opportunities to put him at nickel and be able to cover like that, or put him out at a corner and be able to use him in a rotation if need be with Jalen Johnson. And then maybe not have to use Deshaun Wright for 100% of the snaps if you have Tyreek Stevenson too. Like there's a lot of moving parts here, but Kyler Gordon is a absolute scheme changer and possibilities raiser for the Bears defense.
The Braxton Jones thing to me feels like depth more than anything else. And it's funny because we've talked about it throughout the season that the Bears have kind of gotten away with the left tackle not being a strength of their team. Now, guard to guard, they have been fantastic. You've got guys that are going to the Pro Bowl partly because of it. Darnell Wright, there are a lot of people who have made the argument that Darnell should have been a Pro Bowler, although I don't know who you're going to take off that Pro Bowl team to put him on it. But his level of play was as high as more than most guys that play that position, okay?
Yeah.
The left tackle spot has just been like, well, this thing didn't work with Braxton Jones. We're going to try Theo Benedette. He's really tough, but maybe not very skilled. We'll keep trying it. And the Ozzie Trapillo thing, we'll worry about that in the offseason. And then it's like, well, we're not getting what we need out of Theo, and Theo's a little bit hurt. Let's put Ozzie back in there. And Ozzie's been okay. The fact that they have rotated 3 different guys in the left tackle position, and it hasn't been a disaster. Caleb sacks went way down this year from where they were last year, and here you are now just trying to find depth because Theo's not 100% healthy.
Yeah.
And Ozzie's not 100% healthy.
And we're so used to celebrating this offensive line in general for what the transformation that took place in the offseason and then during the season, all the coaching and everything. But guess what, folks? When the head coach says you made 6 out of 11 mental errors and you're not exactly sure where they come from, and then people who know how to break down tape spend their Mondays coming to conclusions that say the offensive line had a really bad game on Sunday, it makes you think maybe they got the target of some of Ben Johnson's ire. Alex had put it in the thread today from JT O'Sullivan, also Clay Harbor, looking at some stuff a bunch of times when if Caleb Williams had a little more time in the pocket, as he's been willing to stand back there, then he could have done some very special and different things, especially early on in that game. Maybe that offensive line had one of their worst games in quite a while, right, Alex? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it seemed like that, Speaks, and the Lions had a game wrecker in Aiden Hutchinson, and he seemingly wrecked the game. You talked about Theo Benedict on the left side, and maybe having him out there harms your drop-back passing game, and the way that Ozzie has played so far has at least stabilized it a little bit. So the addition of Braxton Jones coming back, if Ozzie can't go or if he goes down, do we see Braxton in the game? Because he's the better pass blocking option. He doesn't ruin your drop back game.
And
he can lose slower.
Something that
lose with dignity.
That Olin made me pay real close attention to is the fact that if you look at the road home splits, Braxton Jones a much better player at home than on the road. Like if you want to figure out a weakness in him, it's him having to play like silent count football. Him playing where he can hear the quarterback, he actually does okay. So maybe that's something that ends up being a thing. But it wasn't just Aiden Hutchinson. Hutch got his work done.
Tyreek Williams had a big game.
Yes.
It's not supposed to be the case when you're playing the Lions in Week 18.
DJ Reader had a big game.
They didn't lie down. They didn't lie down. And the Bears did not do a good job in protection. So, yeah, it's pretty fascinating. All right, there's one other dude who we think might be coming back. In fact, now we know pretty much he's coming back, and Caleb's excited.
Yeah, that's Roma Dunze. So we'll hear the Bears quarterback talk about the number 1 receiver, number 2 receiver, number 3 option as a pass catcher. We'll work through some of that. You see who I'm thinking about there? Is the number 1 and number 2 guys?
Well, sure, but then there's the other guy.
But then there's the other guy.
Well, it couldn't possibly be this guy.
Let's work through it and see what we come up with. That is next here on The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, Coach Wannstedt here. You want to talk about postseason drama? Well, we got it. It's Bears versus Packers at Soldier Field, Saturday night in the wild card round. Are you kidding me? It simply doesn't get any bigger than this. Stay locked in to The Score as we get you ready for Bears, Packers facing off on the wild card weekend, all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, we'll be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. 2 of the top 6 defenses in the country meet in the Peach Bowl. And with the physicality and strength in the trenches both Indiana and Oregon exhibit, it's hard not to foresee some good old-fashioned smash-mouth Big Ten football. With a total that's already ticked down from its open at 47.5, the market's telling you under 46.5 is the play on Friday night. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Matt Forte.
You know what, guys? It's a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this team. I'm excited about this. I haven't been on a team in a long time. It's good to be back, Holmes, with you and Spiegel. You know, it's good to be back with you guys.
Afternoons on the Score.
What we're getting wrong back into the offense? Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm excited to have him back. You know, we were talking a few weeks ago when he went down before pregame. Texted him after the game, said I got you, and you know, we'll get to the playoffs and we'll handle business when you come back. But I need you back healthy and ready to go.
You know, in a lot of ways for Caleb, you know, it's his blankie.
His blankie felt a little diminutive to say that. While back, the Romans, Caleb's blankie, he's had to exist without it. He's had to get warm using a sheet and maybe a quilt and some other stuff.
I think that he has found a couple of different comforters and quilts, and that is the beauty of this offense, is that as Ben Johnson has come in, more and more, because if we did the whole like through line of how this season has gone, there have been multiple times where you could say, oh, that's Caleb's guy. Because if we go back 3 months ago, it was Olamide Zaccheaus.
in terms of checkdowns and frequent targets. There was a couple-week period recently where it felt like Luther Burden was emerging.
There was a couple-week period where it was DJ Moore.
Without a doubt. And then last week, far and away, it was Colston Loveland.
Who I think might be...
whose route tree has expanded.
Going forward.
Yeah. What did Brady call him? Baby Gronk or Mini Gronk?
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, JT O'Sullivan, like you were talking about on this week's film breakdown, compared him to Travis Kelce. So no pressure, kid.
Maybe perhaps we should check back in with JT.
I think that'd be a good call.
Yeah, let's
that'd be
see
a very good call.
We'd love to talk with him because he's always really good.
Yeah, the big news is Rome Odunze is going to be back. That was Caleb Williams today. Excited about having Rome Odunze back. And he is the third leading receiver on this team in terms of yardage. Loveland is your leading receiver on the regular season, followed by DJ Moore, then Rome, then Luther Burden.
That's wild.
All four of them over 650 yards. And our guy Matt Forte was part of the last Bears quartet to be over, have four of them over 600 yards.
A really good quartet that they had too.
Martellus Bennett, Brandon Marshall, Ashlon Jeffrey,
Jeff Fires,
like his brother Haywood Jeff Fires.
That's right.
And Matt Forte. But all right, so there you go. So Rome is back. Is he the number one? That's not how this offense works though anymore. Is it? What is the number one receiver? And see, because here's the thing. On this team, there is a primary target on every play. Ben has talked about it a lot. Caleb has talked about it a lot. So who is the primary target most often in a given week? That's how we should define number one receiver on this team.
I think in 5 years, when you call me to do a guest spot on this show, and I'm sitting in a cafe in Montreal.
Who's my partner?
Ironically, Barry Rosner. Ironically, Barry is like, you know what? I think I'm back in.
It's time.
And then you guys are bothering me when I'm sitting in a cafe in Montreal. I think we'll look at this time and be like, hey, you remember when Colston Loveland started to emerge? Because I think that's going to be the primary target.
When? This weekend?
I think overall. I think moving forward.
We'll look back and we'll say Loveland, like the way that Gronk emerged for Brady.
Or Kelce emerged for Patrick Mahomes. Like, he's going to be the primary guy.
Who's the number one wide receiver?
Now, that question is very difficult to answer.
Well, go 5 years from now. Go to that cafe in Montreal.
I'm probably talking to you about Luther Burden.
I think you are, too.
Because of his run after the catch ability. But here's the great part of it, Speegs. When you have an offense that's multiple, when you have multiple threats all over the place, it makes you so much harder to defend. It's not like what DJ Moore experienced his first couple years as a Bear and the 4 previous years when he was in Carolina. It's not like that. I don't know if they have a traditional X, because even DJ isn't a traditional X. He's been an X, and he's been a pretty damn good one. But he's not what you draw up as the traditional guy. Rome is what you draw up.
Well, how about this? That deep ball to DJ Moore that ends up intercepted, okay? If that's Rome, he is 100% jumping up and trying to make that catch and is a big target. It's damn near a 50-50 ball. Like, it's not quite 50-50, but they were one-on-one, and then the safety comes over and creates trouble. Either
way,
they
don't like 50-50 balls.
I know. But if you're going to throw them out there to give your guy a chance in a situation like that, you want your big-body theoretical Guagi guy to go out and get it.
I don't have to choose. Caleb has to choose on every play and every down. But if I was going to choose in a moment where I needed a huge play, DJ would be high on my list of guys that I would go to.
Oh, man. But all right, so here's the thing. If we're talking about if Caleb's got to choose, if he's got to go back and say, because I think we're talking about Ben choosing. Like, I'm curious as to who Ben would put as the primary.
His primary?
Yeah.
And I do think that he has chosen, and it hasn't been DJ.
It's Loveland. This past week, it was Loveland. And when it's fourth down, it's Loveland. When it's third down, sometimes it's him. With a full boat of possibilities. God. All right, let's go with you with your perspective first, of Caleb's perspective. Who do you have the most confidence in? You know, who you're gonna. To me, it's that DJ interception took a little shine off my DJ trust for me.
That's for you, but
DJ trust was building for those two.
You have to counterbalance that with the incredible catch that he made to win the Packers game and the incredible catch that he made on an impossible throw against Cleveland. And then his entire resume.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So from Caleb's perspective, I don't know. From Caleb's perspective now with Rome back, it's like...
But what version of Rome are we talking about? Like, that plays a role, too. How many snaps is he going to play?
And what patterns is he running? So let's go to Ben, because Ben drives this offense. Who is Ben making the primary receiver on the most targets this weekend? On the most routes this weekend, who is the primary receiver? If you had to guess, honest question. Now, who you think, but what's Ben going to do?
Primary receiver or primary pass catcher? Because it's Loveland to me.
Pass catcher.
It's Colston Loveland.
I agree that.
I think he's a bad matchup for the Packers.
I totally agree. I think he's a bad matchup for a lot of teams.
Agreed.
And he's a bad matchup for the Packers. And I think Colston Loveland is going to be your primary, pass catcher the most. And who's number 2? Luther?
With his run after the catch ability, it would be hard for me to say that it's not Luther Burton.
And then Rome? And then DJ?
I would probably still lean towards DJ until I know exactly how healthy Rome is. But look, these are all great problems to have.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Situationally, I want to run a fade to Rome. I want to run a short little slant to either DJ or Luther and get those guys running.
You could have them run crossing routes like, the Lions did to you last week. And you could do that.
Do that with DJ.
That's what I'm saying. Luther and DJ.
Luther and DJ running those little crossers. I mean, that's what I thought DJ was going to be.
That's what he should be.
I thought DJ was going to be the Amon-Ra St. Brown of this version of the Detroit offense.
He might still be.
Well, don't you think he should be, theoretically? But it doesn't. It hasn't clicked like that. And I don't know if that's usage or what. But it has been surprising to me that we haven't seen more of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, whenever you see him running those quick outs to the boundary where he has to turn his head and flip his hips real quick and make a contested catch, I'm like,
what are we doing?
Exactly. It seems like a wasted down.
Yeah, it seems like, who you should be using for what?
Isn't this a wonderful place to be, though, Speaks?
It's really nice.
Where it's like, where does the ball get to go? What type of player might be more impactful this particular
week? And Luther
week?
Burton wasn't even healthy for the last Packers game, and Rome has not been healthy for either of them.
Mm-hmm. All that said, I hope they run the ball down Green Bay's freaking throat.
Trash run defense.
Just
go get it.
Go attack those people in the run game. Don't be afraid of your outside zone like you were that one time up in Green Bay. Just go ahead and be you in the run game.
It's on the card.
Yeah,
this texter says that your partner in 5 years will be Baby T. And you know what? You're right, texter.
It'll be a hell of a show. Speaks and Baby T show. Well, probably Baby T and
That's
Speaks.
what I was going to say.
Oh, my
BTS.
goodness.
Baby T and Speaks.
Be a beautiful thing. All right, Matt Forte is up next. We're going to talk with him about focusing on the run game against the Packers defense. What did he like and what didn't he like with what the Bears did this past week against the Lions? We'll answer all of those questions when Matt Forte joins us next here on the Baby T and Speak Show on The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be aired during this year's Super Bowl broadcast on The Score.
Greatest comeback in Super Bowl history. And new this year, win extra exposure with a live Score broadcast for your brand.
It's the return of Score Big for Your Business, presented by People's Bank.
Westwood One's broadcast of Super Bowl 60 will be heard right here on The Score's 50,000-watt powerhouse. Imagine what that could mean for your brand. We produce your commercial, air it all week leading up to the game. Then hear your commercial during the broadcast of Super Bowl 60.
Coast to coast and around the world.
Plus, get a live Score broadcast for your brand.
Log on to 670thescore.com/contests now to enter for your chance to win this historic prize. Score Big for Your Business is presented by People's Bank, where better banking keeps moving forward. Member FDIC.
Log on now and transform your business forever.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What's the best home improvement you can do this winter? Transform your garage with a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. Now is the time to call them. During their preseason sale, you'll get a phenomenal Comer & Cross garage floor price, and they'll install it when you want it. Comer & Cross makes it so easy. They take out your stuff for you. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. In one day. I love mine, a Comer & Cross garage floor. That's the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. Their installers are professionals, no subcontractors at Comer & Cross. Call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMER, ComerCross.com.
The secret's out. Suits 2020 is Chicagoland's choice for men's and boys' fashion. With the largest selection and lowest prices anywhere, Suits 2020 in Niles offers a massive in-stock inventory of suits and sport coats. But we're more than just great suits. We're your complete source for formal wear, casual looks, sportswear, and accessories. Shirts, ties, shoes, belts, hats, outerwear, and more. When it comes to value, Suits 2020 delivers the latest styles from top designers like Calvin Klein, Michael Kors, and Hugo Boss. Always at everyday discounted prices with hundreds of new items up to 70% off. Our on-site stylists and tailors make sure you get the right look, the right fit, and the right price. And don't forget, gift cards are now available just in time for the holidays or the perfect birthday gift for your special guy. With over 1,100 Google reviews, Suits 2020 has the latest looks, the lowest prices, the largest selection, the best service. Book your free fitting today at Suits2020.com and follow us on Instagram.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Here's the Chicago offense.
Matt Forte, Tulane University.
Touchdown Bears! A dramatic catch by Matt Forte!
Matt Forte.
Forte, 50-yard run for a touchdown.
You know, just watching Matt Forte on film, watch him here. He can make those jump cuts. I mean, he can plant that left foot and then jump way over to the right and then plant the right foot and go upfield again.
10-year NFL veteran.
Mike Martz. Mike, we talk with Matt Forte once a week.
Oh, my guy. I love Matt. I just love Matt.
Two-time Pro Bowl selection.
Hey, Matt, I saw that this year the Bears have 4 dudes with 600 receiving yards. Okay? That's the first time that has happened, with 4 members of one Bears offense having 600 receiving yards or more since
2013.
2014. And who were the dudes? Who were the 4 dudes on your team? You were one of them, Matt. Who were the others?
I would say me.
Yes.
Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall, and Martellus Bennett.
Right, you're right.
Matt's top 10, though. Second leading rusher in the NFL, does everything for us.
Yep.
He's one of the best players in the league.
Underrated, but I still be scoring Matt Forte.
Matt Forte with Spiegel and Holmes.
I think we're on record of how important Matt is.
On 670 The Score.
Matt Forte going to join us here on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, Circa Sports Illinois Hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. We're trying to get him up on the Zoom link, and there's a whole thing that's happening with the sidelines. And
I've been thinking about Matt because for so many reasons, but one of them is that this is only the 3rd time the Bears and the Packers are going to meet in the playoffs. First was 1941. 1941. The second time, and the most recent time, was the NFC Championship game in 2011. 15 years ago, and I'm looking at the box score of that game right now when Matt Forte had 17 rushes for 70 yards. He was targeted as a receiver 15 times. He had 10 catches for 90 yards in that game. And that's, obviously a Caleb Haney and Jay Cutler combination performance. Todd Collins also had 4 pass attempts.
Todd Collins
in that game. That's the last time the Bears and the Packers played in the playoffs. Only 3 times in history. It feels like more than that because every time they play feels like it has playoff vibes.
Yeah, there is an anxiety to it that makes it feel like it's happened more. And those times, like, it's why it's a scary thing to have happen is you going up against them going up against you, and what it means to both fan bases.
Yeah.
And you experienced this, Speed. You were there for it.
That felt like almost no sporting event I've ever attended. And we'll touch on this a little bit more in the 5 o'clock hour with a conversation we want to have. But man, that violent energy and just the anticipation, and then in that game, the explosion at the end is like almost nothing I've ever experienced.
Matt Forte joining us here on The Score. What's up, Matt?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man, well, all things are good. We appreciate you, and we want to think about the year and talk about the year in full that we've experienced together, but it just came up, so we got to ask. Last time these 2 teams played in the playoffs, Matt, is 2011, the NFC Championship game. And so that was your 3rd time playing them. I don't think it was the 3rd time in 6 weeks like this matchup will be, which is crazy. But what is it like facing a team for the 3rd time, especially when they're the hated rival? What is that like?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, it was a different little case when we played back in 2010, 2011. We had a chance to take care of business at the end of the season and didn't do so, and that came back to bite us. But in this case, the Bears obviously won the last matchup at home. Didn't win up there, but I think, it's an advantage and it's a good thing that they have a home game, being the Saturday, that's the first playoff game. They got the home field advantage, and weather won't really be an issue, but the feeling of it is the preparation is key. You've faced these guys twice already. This is the 3rd time facing them. There's not anything new or, I think when it comes to the playoffs, coaches may be a little scared to put in new wrinkles here and there, but you kind of know what you're going to get. And when it comes down to it, it's going to come down to the preparation before the game and during the game, being able to execute and cut down on silly things like pre-snap penalties, which have kind of been a thorn in our heel, since the beginning of the season. Cut down on stuff like that, and then be excellent out there like they have been, trying to take the ball away. And then I think the key, which is always going to be one of my keys to the game, is going to be running the football again.
Yeah, let's talk about that part, because the Packers' run defense is not good. And we've seen the Bears' offense over the last couple of weeks. We saw it be really spectacular against San Francisco with a couple mistakes here or there. And then this past week, it took a little while for it to get going. It feels like to me that the idea should be they should be playing to the strength of their run game. How do you think Ben will emphasize that this week?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think it's a mentality, and I think they do have that mentality of, hey, we know how to run the ball, we can run the ball, and to know not trying to be one of the coaches or one of the guys who's gonna say or rely on past performances or try to rely on some of the past mistakes that they've made. Where okay, just because they gave up 200 plus yards to Derrick Henry doesn't mean every team gonna roll out of bed and make that happen. But in the same instance, there you have to look and you see that there's some issues there and some things that can be exploited. And so I think their mentality is going to be coming from Ben that, hey, we got to be able to execute this run game in order to control the clock, keep their offense off the field, but also score points and kind of control the game, being able to control it at a pace that they like to play at.
Yeah, I'm with you, Matt. I mean, they ran for $132 in the game they lost up at Green Bay, and they didn't run it much in the first half. And then on that Saturday night, they ran it for $150. So it's not, so they can do it, and I hope the hell they do. Let's go back to Sunday for a minute. What were your thoughts when you watched that effort by this team as they lost and then backed in later on? Thank you to the Commanders. What were your thoughts as you watched that game?
I thought, man, I was watching the game and I was, concerned on defense. They were just giving up a lot of explosive plays, especially they were playing a lot of man-to-man too. And I just couldn't understand why they, had Amon-Ra St. Brown manned up and he was, kind of just torching the guys, no matter who lined up on him. And that is a concern that's going into, obviously, this playoff game where, it's like, are we going to play man-to-man on their receivers? Are we going to mix it up? Are we going to how are we going to pressure the quarterback so that they don't have time to just sit back there and throw dots like Jared Goff did and not start slow, where you're down 16-0 and have to fight and tooth and nail to come back and then not be able to get keep the ball and keep a drive to where you can go down and kick a field goal and kind of give it up and leave the ball in the hands of the other team. So that's one of the concerns that I have going into this game. But at the same time, I think after the last 2 weeks, understanding that this team knows that they're always in the game. It seems to always come down to the last play almost. But for them to focus, I guess, to learn on the past 2 weeks, what have we done wrong? What have we not taken advantage of to be able to execute out there on the field? And knowing that this is win or go home, knowing that you can't make mistakes out there that we'll say, oh, we'll get it next time. It just doesn't work that way.
So a common refrain that I hear, Matt, is that, and I heard it in the hallway yesterday, I read it in a column over the weekend, that maybe that was a good thing because it's a bit of a wake-up call. Coach lights them up afterwards. They all know that they can't bring a performance like that. Is that even possible that, you can come off a down effort like that and get smacked into a better effort the next week?
Yeah, it's something that I think more on the outside looking in, people take that as kind of a silver lining. I'm one of the believers, as when I played as well, as, hey, in this game, there's no moral victories. There's no, hey, we did play well, almost, and we almost get there's none of that goes on. It's like, look, we got to get the job done. So there's always good within the bad. And if you can look through that and be honest and hold everybody accountable, I already know their standard is high, the way that Ben, runs this team and how Caleb as a leader on the offense, how he, holds everybody accountable, holds himself accountable. I think that they do take the good from the last 2 weeks and then try to implement that this weekend.
Matt Forte joining us here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Matt, what's the difference, if there is one, between what a regular season game and maybe even a rivalry game feels like versus what a playoff game feels like?
It's almost unexplainable, man, when it comes to the atmosphere of the playoffs in Chicago in particular. I was a part of the playoff, run back in 2010, 2011, and then it becomes special because you never know when that's going to happen again. For me, 10-year career, that was the only time that I got to do it. And it's this feeling that's in the air, especially on game day. You wake up and it's just something that is special about it. And when you step out on that field and you lace them up, it's like it's go time. And so it's an odd feeling. It's a feeling of the engine is running hot, as soon as you wake up. And for me, personally, it's nothing like it. And I don't know, my words will not do it justice. So I'll just, try to keep it at that.
Well, you're really good at kind of harnessing your emotions as a player. Not everyone is. Like it can be overwhelming sometimes. And I think we saw some of that in the last Bears and Packers game where the guys are maybe a little bit too amped. If someone were to ask you, how do I get myself ready for this? How do I handle my emotions? What remedies would you give them to try and get themselves into the right space?
I'd say, because I tell my kids this. I tell young athletes I come into contact with too. Like the game is the biggest part. The mental part of the game is the biggest part of the game. So mentally prepare yourself and try to find balance within that. The balance between, hey, this is a big game, but it's not the only thing in the world that's going on right now. But at the same time, hey, you lose, you go home. So how do you find that balance? Tell them to find that balance. And then also I would say mentally, man, focus on your job. Focus on exactly what you need to do every single play, every down, and do that. Win your battle, win your matchup, every single one. And then you can worry about the larger picture of, for me personally as a running back, like I'm doing my job, but then, okay, somebody's losing a block on the backside. Let me go help him, or, let me get an extra chip, even though I wasn't asked to do that, to help the lineman or help secure protection. Talking with the quarterback, I see, corner blitz has been coming in on third downs, just talking and communicating in a way where you are focusing on what you have to do, and making sure you win your particular matchup.
Man, that's good stuff. I mean, it's funny. You as a teammate, the way you're describing that stuff there, taking care of your stuff first, but then you're in the mindset where you can help and you can be supportive, and that's what it takes in football, right? Ben Johnson said that they made 6 mental errors in the first 11 plays, Matt, on Sunday. And that's like, whew, that made an impact to hear that. So that's a lot of dudes not in the right headspace. That would piss off a coach, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Mental errors is one of the things that, we practice so much. You walk through, you watch film, and mental errors is one of the things that you have really no space for and no tolerance for. 6 mental errors within the first 11 plays. Somebody's not lined up right. Somebody's making the wrong read. Somebody's blocking the wrong person or not getting to the right, area in the right timing. And the beautiful thing about football is that there's so many people on the field at once, and everything has to be on point at the same time. Yeah, you could break tackles and make special things happen. That's what the great players do. But for the most part, everybody's got to be on one accord. And, unity is the best thing as far as a team, both on and off the field. Those teams that have unity, those are the teams that you can see it displays itself out there on the field. So, man, the mental aspect and also the unity aspect of being on the same page really accounts for a lot that is the success part of what goes on the field.
It's a really interesting week here, Matt, because we got the bad taste of that performance Sunday. We've got the incredible anticipation for the game on Saturday. But, oh, by the way, we have a regular season that is now finished, and we can look at what has been built here. What do you think has been built here in this year that is sustainable?
More than anything, I'd say confidence, a culture, and some respect. I think for a long time, people say, oh, it's the same old Bears, and it's not. And that comes from the mentality that has been instilled in this team, that comes from the confidence that they've gained from winning. It comes from the belief in the system, the belief in the coach, and what he's displaying out there and what he's coaching his players to do and that coaching staff. And then it comes from showing. At the end of the day, it comes from showing it. And you go out there, respect is never given. You got to go out there and earn it. And I think that is some major takeaways that they can have and continue to build on as a foundation of this Bears organization going forward.
Even though inside of a game you're pretty locked in, and you're telling us about the experience of playing in the playoffs and how it's like, hey, nothing's guaranteed. Now that you've had some space from it, is there a moment that you remember that you'll always keep with you from the playoff experience?
Yeah, man, I'm locked in right now. Hey, the feeling of this week and leading up, I would say it was all about the preparation going into that week. And then something that will always stay with me, unfortunately, is the feeling after that game. I think I had a decent game. It was like 160 all-purpose yards. I had like 10 plus catches, something like that in the game, trying to, make an impact where I could. And you still, whenever you don't come out on top, that feeling of what else could I have done, in the situation. So those are the things that you don't want to leave the game with and have those memories. You want to come out on top. But more than anything, I would say is just it was, Soldier Field was rocking, man. It was an amazing atmosphere to be a part of.
Matt, you had 17 carries for 70 yards, right?
And then what, 10 catches for 90-something yards?
He had 15 targets, 10 receptions for 90 yards. I mean, I think you did everything you could have possibly done, Matt.
Yeah, but when you look at it, though, I go back and watch every point of the film, and, there's moments where, man, you maybe have broken a tackle and then you trip coming out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, what if I keep my feet? That's a touchdown. Those are the things that you harp on every single moment of those games where you look at, even if it was a good performance, it wasn't good enough.
See, that's what makes somebody great.
100%.
And then you got to live with it, though, when you're done. You got to live with those feelings when you're done.
100%. Matt, as always, we appreciate the perspective and the education. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all, man. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it on Saturday night. That's Matt Forte.
Matt is really interesting because Matt's not like a screamer. But when you talk to him, you're like, yeah, I think I'm ready to play now.
Oh, dude, that intensity. Oh, yeah.
Right?
It got me ready.
He's not the frothing at the mouth guy that's like, oh, let's go. But you're like, I think I'm ready.
Yeah,
I think I'm good.
Okay, let's see. So if all 22 of us are as on point as that guy, we're going to be just fine.
Hey, man.
He is locked the F in. And that definitely made me feel locked in.
I feel for him because I've talked to other players, and Charles calls he has 2 NFC championship rings, one with the Bears, one with the Panthers, and he calls them loser rings.
Oh, dude, yeah, I know.
Thomas Jones won't watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He has not watched the Super Bowl.
Well, that's the thing. The same stuff that makes you laugh makes you cry, right? The same stuff that makes you great can drive you crazy. That mentality from game to game, from week to week, year to year, made Matt Forte one of the best backs of his era, without a doubt. But then he's got to live with it on the back end, and it's the same thing. So then you got to figure out some other stuff to do.
And you got to put that passion someplace else and figure it out and all of that stuff. We'll talk with Matt Bowen about this too.
Yeah, and Matt Bowen, it's funny. I was going to ask Matt some other questions about the defense because that was his takeaway from Sunday. But I figured we got Matt Bowen for that. It's Pro Day.
It's Pro Day here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. And Matt Bowen will join us at 4 o'clock. We're going to turn the page at 5. But we were having a conversation as a show about Sunday, and we haven't Saturday. We haven't officially turned the page to it yet.
Yeah.
But we wanted to take your temperature on it.
Yeah, because we're in the space of in between. I think your topic fits the in between.
So you should start thinking about the phone number to this place, which is 312-644-6767. By the way, tune in tonight starting at 6 for a special live playoff edition of Take the North with Mark Grody and Dan Wiederer. TTN. They'll be joined by Cole Kmet at 6:25, getting you set for Bears v. Packers in the wild card round. That's tonight, 6 to 8 on the Score and the Odyssey app. Subscribe to the Take the North podcast wherever it is that you get your podcasts. Let's talk about a negative thing and some negative feelings that could arise from something
buddy.
very positive.
Appreciate you.
Hey, man, it's my role on this show. You're Mr. Vibes. I'm Mr. Bad Vibes. Back after this on the Score.
A lot of negative vibes.
Circus Sports Illinois and the Score invite you to enjoy a special live broadcast starring the Spiegel and Holmes Show. Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Getting you ready for the big Chicago Green Bay wild card matchup.
Hey, Lawrence Holmes here. Stop by to see Speegs and me. We're going to do our show live. You can enjoy all the Chicago football playoff talk and more. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. Don't miss this.
That's the Spiegel and Holmes Show, live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Friday from 2 to 6 on the Score.
Sponsored by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Check out the Circus Sports Illinois app today.
Gear up for epic football. Game days under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. If you have not been there, this is where you need to go to watch games. Big games. It doesn't matter. You go there and you are going to have a wonderful time in the 6 temperature control pools or relax in a luxurious lounge chair or day bed or private cabana. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. Grab your spot today at Stadium Swim. Go to circalasvegas.com.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 0.99% APR for 60 months on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end February 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Tired of hiding your smile? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We pride ourselves on our ability to build lifelong banking relationships with you and your business. Don't just take my word for it. Ask our customer, Selena.
Hi, I'm Selena Boyd Pittman, president of Damron Corporation. We are a manufacturer and distributor of a variety of iced and hot tea products for some of the world's largest quick service restaurants. We operate in Chicago with 25 employees, many having been with the company for over 2 decades. When it comes to financing our business, we wanted a bank that would stick with us through the years. At Cornerstone, we found a team with great customer service dedicated to helping our business thrive. Banking with Cornerstone is not just a banking relationship, it's a partnership. Cornerstone is where we belong.
Thanks, Selena. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC. New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Sign up to watch over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Sean McDermott should be coaching for his job. If the Bills fail to go on the road and beat the Jaguars this weekend, there should be another job opening in the NFL. And the opportunity to coach Josh Allen would instantly become the best job available. I'm Adam Abdallah.
All right, Abdallah, we get it. See, you bring Bleck and Abdallah in here, and that's what happens.
Those guys. Bleck and Abdallah, they've gone from hated rivals to hated teammates.
What are you doing?
I'm just kidding.
That would have been the sounds of Elton John, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, combined with DJ Moore's winning touchdown grab against the Packers.
Caught! Theater of the mind!
And following by DJ Moore saying, F the Packers always. So there we go. What a fun game. You guys remember it? It's in my mind forever, really. I don't even need to hear it.
Yeah, that sounds like a great bump right there. Man, that's a killer. If it becomes possible to fire and actually get that to work, just
I wouldn't count on it.
See, this is behind the scenes, but I'm watching him try to play this, and it's like twitching. It's like threatening to play, and then not playing.
I saw him pick up a laptop.
He was
going to
throw it.
Yeah, I remembered it was mine, and it's already not good.
And then he also thought better of it. Yeah,
can't do that.
Someone hand me
nice
someone else's laptop. Here comes Ryan Porth. Hey, is that still doing that thing that I was just doing? Yep, still is. It's been doing it for years. All right, then here we go.
Y'all need a laptop to throw. Y'all need a laptop. You can use my laptop. You can throw that anytime. Tell him to put on regular pants. Those overalls look weird, man.
He's not wearing overalls.
Tell him to take that piece of straw out of his mouth. And put Lawrence's pitchfork back in the shed.
That corncob pipe that he's got, just I
but
don't
his button
know.
nose is so cute, though.
And that old silk.
They just found it. They just found the old silk hat.
I just love the fact that this is where Ryan Day is hiding after that loss. He's now here.
He really looks exactly like Ryan Day, folks.
Exactly like
it's amazing.
Ryan Day.
Good job firing. The guy who was now at Northwestern, Chip Kelly. Yeah,
yes.
Good job doing that.
All right, back to Bears.
Thank you.
So look, the four of us were having a conversation about how great the Bears season has been. It has been unbelievable.
Joyful, psychologically and emotionally satisfying, intellectually satisfying.
It's been so much fun.
A wonderful distraction from things that are bad.
Correct.
In the world.
Speaks, and you brought it up yesterday. I heard the Midday show talking about this a little bit this afternoon too. The idea of seeing all of the news about coaches getting fired, who's the number 1 draft pick, all of that stuff doesn't mean jack right now.
Just
to the
doesn't
Chicago Bears as a franchise.
Nothing at all.
I wrote it down what Matt Forte said, and it's beautiful the way that he described it. You asked him an awesome question. He gave you an awesome answer on how this has changed. Confidence, culture, and some respect is where the Bears are as a franchise right now. And that is mostly because of Ben Johnson. I think it's mostly because of what Caleb Williams has turned into and that confidence that has grown from this team coming back and winning a whole bunch of games. And we had a lot of fun last week even talking about we don't even know which game we point to and say that's the moment because there were so many moments.
Yeah, there were.
With this team this year.
So it's been a joyful and a wonderful year. This does not sound like the negative vibes that you promised us before the break.
Here's my thing on this.
Here it comes.
If this were any other opponent, Speaks, I would tell you that it doesn't matter if the Bears lose on Saturday. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't cast a pall over the Bears season if they lose. If they lost to the Rams or the 49ers again, it wouldn't cast a pall. I'm telling you, from a psychological standpoint, since we are using that as part of the barometer here, from a psychological standpoint, if the Packers win on Saturday, it's not going to feel great for a while. It will take people a while to get back to the space of, you know what? 2025 is a really great season. It's going to take a long time to get back to that place if they lose to this team on Saturday.
So look, if they lose Saturday and Sunday, it'll feel like, man, this year, God, they just didn't get far enough, you know? And you lost to the damn Packers. Probably feel that way for the rest of the month and through the Super Bowl. You're saying beyond that, like when we look back on 2025 or in the off season, in the summer, as we're dealing with Cubs and Sox, the season will come up and it's going to have a more than 50% negative connotation? Is that what you're saying?
I think by the time we get to training camp, getting ready to open back up, people will be super excited because of how well things went in 2025. But I think that time in between, the space in between will be filled with loathing and anger and can't get over the hump. And the crazy part, and we were talking about during the break, the last 4 games between these two teams,
right?
The level of anxiety is
crazy.
It's been awesome.
But hang on. I want to go back to this idea of you projecting loathing, projecting hate and bad vibes. That's a choice, man.
Bad vibes, babe.
That's a choice. Seriously.
It is.
That is a choice.
It is.
And to make the choice, like even in the spring or the early summer, to look at 2025 in a negative light, I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be there.
I imagine that you will not be, but you will also be touched by the baseball angel.
Yes, but I will be able to zoom out on this thing and be able to see what has been built, which is the nature of the conversation with Matt. What has been built here that is sustainable?
I don't think that people I don't think people should ignore what's been built. I just think that if it were anyone else, it would be easier to let that go, to let a loss go. And our audience, what do they talk to us about all the time?
Beat the Packers.
When it comes to these two teams and them dealing with family members and friends and coworkers
and urinal cakes
and urinal cakes. This means the owner of the Bears. Our guy, I was watching our guy Jared Payton on Channel 9 yesterday morning. Him and Pat Tomasulo were chopping it up. Jarrett won't say Packers. George won't say Packers. the idea that this won't have an extra added psychological effect on this city is crazy.
Well, let's take the temperature of the audience at 312-644-6767. You heard Lawrence Holmes' thesis there. If the Bears lose to the Packers, does the season have an overall negative connotation for you moving forward? I think it's a really interesting question at 312-644-6767, because all I can use in terms of recent data points is 2018, when your year one head coach had a wonderful season, your team was really good, and had a playoff game, hosted a playoff game, and lost it on a double doink. And lost it to the Eagles. Now, it's not the Packers, and it's a big data point here.
The Packer thing is...
It's a big data point. But take yourself to that summer. Don't take yourself to everything that followed. Take yourself to that summer. That summer was full of joyful expectation.
But listen, like, that's what I'm saying. Once we get to July, it becomes okay.
Even before that, though, that late spring, we harped on the double doink and we were pissed about it. And again, maybe it's a choice, but the way that I remember it is like, but man, we got something. We got a coach, we got a quarterback, and that's the way that we'll still feel. Even if they lose this thing on Saturday, we will still feel, yeah, but we got a coach, we got a quarterback. That offseason was fun as hell to look forward to what was to come.
I agree. But
that's the space I can compare it to.
It's an interesting comparison for sure. But the one thing that you will then end up with, if you're the Bears and you lose this game on Saturday, yeah, you guys won the division. What was your record in the division?
Yeah, 2-4.
And then you ended up kind of 2-5.
Yeah.
Right? Because you lost to the Packers in the playoff game.
You guys beat us once. It was that fluky-ass win when you got the onside kick on a Saturday night when our quarterback was concussed. Yeah, right? I know.
It could feel really bad. And that's, Speaks, that's part of the reason why I'm like, I'm of two minds on this, because there's
I don't like your minds.
No. There's an exorcising of demons that could happen.
Well, that's the thing. Look, here's the thing.
Think about how great it feels if they win the game.
I said that it had, with that win on the Saturday night a few weeks back, I said that it had the vibes of getting past the Cardinals in 2015 for the Cubs, right? Had those vibes. And I tried to not go all the way there because this game is necessary to go all the way there. And I said that, and a whole bunch of Packers fans responded to that clip on social media that the Score put out there of me saying that, essentially saying one fluky-ass win, and this guy thinks the Bears have passed the Packers. GTFOH.
When the truth is that organizationally, they're probably more even than they have been in a long time. And I use the 4 games even before the Bears regime change as an example of that.
And we'll touch on this and turn the page. But to your point, I said it had those vibes. And a whole bunch of Packers fans were jumping out saying that was a fluky-ass win. Let's see it. And now they get a chance to see it again.
312-644-6767. Let's go to Rockford. That is the home of that's Gettysburg when it comes to Bears-Packers. Hey, Zach, you're on the Score.
Just a few things here. If the Bears lose that on Saturday, yeah, it's definitely going to suck. But you know what? This has been the most exciting season I have ever watched myself. It is absolutely insane that all these Packer fans are talking all this mess because you know what? In the long run, I think they're personally scared because look what Williams and Johnson has done.
I think
the season alone.
Sorry about that.
I think they are scared. And we have enjoyed their fear in post-game calls and pre-game calls about Ben Johnson and a little bit about Caleb. Yes.
Speegs, you know that clip that we were talking after the first Bears-Packers game, and we were saying, hey, they're scared. The beast is scared. I'm still getting notifications on Instagram of that clip from Packers fans. So that was what? 7-8 weeks ago, that there are still people that are commenting on it because it's like, how dare you say that the Packers fans they're terrified, and they should be, and that's a great thing overall. Everyone should, like, this league and this particular division being competitive should scare everyone in it. The Bears should be scared of how competitive the Lions are still.
Yeah.
The Packers should be scared that the Bears are this. And finally, there is a little bit of parity in this league.
It's a great question. The calls are lined up. There's some incredible texts that I will clip and save.
Some really good texts.
Yeah, let's take a break and continue the conversation on Spiegel and Holmes. What's it going to feel like if the Packers lose? A lot of negative vibes from my partner here on 670 The Score.
Hey, Bears fans, tune into The Score tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. You do not want to miss our special live playoff edition of the Take the North podcast with Dan Weeder and me, Mark Grody. We are going to break down this epic, historic, crazy rivalry matchup when Chicago takes on Green Bay at Soldier Field. Also, tight end Cole Kmet is scheduled to join us at 6:25, so don't miss our special live playoff edition of Take the North. It's tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Kickoff is coming. Make your home the undisputed headquarters for the big game with Matrix Basement Finishing. Imagine a fully immersive home theater and a pro-level sports ball, all designed and built by Matrix Basement Finishing. The guys with the X right downstairs. From design to build, Matrix Basements handles everything so you can focus on the party. Be the MVP of your neighborhood this season. Score a free quote right now at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
AdventKnows.com.
most insurance accepted.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bears 1 for 10 on third down. Handoff goes to Monangai, breaks a tackle, first down and more. Busting it up the middle, across the 50 to the Green Bay 47. Carrington Valentine finally got him down. Again, the Bears only need a field goal to win. And they've got it at the 46-yard line of Green Bay.
Nothing devastating up front, just sustained contact leading to that game.
Why wouldn't they hand it to that guy every freaking play? 9 carries, 50 yards, averaging almost 6 yards a carry.
I mean, they might on Saturday.
Hope so.
Running against the Packers is a way to beat this version of the Packers.
Lawrence Holmes is asking you, Score listeners, how it would feel if the Bears lose on Saturday. Does it cast a pall on the season? The texts are overwhelmingly in agreement with you that it would cast a pall. Here's some texts. You asked to take people's temperature. Here's one. They better not lose this effing game. I swear to God, they better not. What temperature is that? Here's another. As a Bears fan living in Wisconsin, surrounded by Packers fans, I am absolutely terrified. That's what people would have to live with. And Sean in Charlotte says a lost Saturday would be like having an amazing meal and you find a hair on your last bite. Still a great meal, but that hair sure did change your point of view. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might even be worse than that. I really worry a loss to the Packers sets this team back a bit.
I don't know. I'm not going that far.
That's a bridge too far.
Because I don't think that it necessarily even impacts the team. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the city of Chicago. I'm talking about all of the good vibes, babe, that have been going on around this team all season long. The puffy chestnutness. It's been beautiful.
Yeah. It's because for the first time in 35 years, the Bears may be going past the Packers. That's what you think. That's a big part of it. And that could be sullied.
I'm glad that the 815 texter understood the imagery. Hilarious you call Rockford Gettysburg. From there, my whole life, my dad's side of the family is from Wisconsin. I work in Janesville with all Packers fans. It's nuts here, Yar. And yes, they are talking trash, but it's clear they are terrified of the new Bears.
Yeah, well, that's sports for you. They're scared and talking trash at the same time.
It's a good thing. It's healthy. Let's go to Kenosha and talk with Drew. Hey, Drew, you're on the
Kenosha.
Score.
I wonder what this guy thinks up in Kenosha.
No, I'm a Bears fan.
God love you.
So my take is that, like, I'm trying to think of the big perspective, the wider perspective on this. And, you know, you mentioned, Steve, you had Packer fans, you know, saying, oh, it's just a fluky win. You know, you don't get the onside kick. You think you're better. You're really not. Yeah. And I'm just trying to think, if the Bears hadn't blocked the field goal against the Raiders and they don't get the return against the Vikings and they don't get the onside kick against the Packers, yada, 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 let's say they have 4 less wins and we're going into next season with them playing exactly how they did, but maybe coming up a bit short on those, you know, games, or like even going 500 in those games, we would be excited. We'd be like, there was a lot of improvement.
Sure.
And Johnson's turned the culture around. You know, it's exciting. Caleb Williams is awesome. He's got 900 whatever yards. Like, and we would be excited about it. And so I don't feel like losing a close game to the Packers on Saturday would really change my opinion about that.
That's a great call.
That would be if they get blown out.
Yeah,
if they lose by 4 touchdowns, then, you know, maybe different.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great call because you're zooming out and looking at the thing holistically, and you're able to do that now, and I think you'll be able to do that in about a month, if need be. Probably not going to be able to do it for a while, but you'll be able to do that And people will get there at different times, but he's right in terms of quality and the arc and what you're building.
I think if they lose, everyone gets back there once July comes around, and then the panic sets in the first time the two teams play. But everyone gets back there when we get closer to camp, and everyone gets excited. But it's living with that for a long time after the success and the steps that have been taken by the Bears would be rough.
Texters asked a similar question about the nature of the loss. If Caleb scores 40-plus and loses, but it's all on the defense, we'll feel like, all right, fix the defense and we'll get somewhere.
Fixing the defense is really difficult, and I think that was true for the game where he throws the interception at the end.
Yeah, it sure was. I said so. It felt like the last moral victory of the year. I said that out loud.
That part.
I said it 100% that day after.
Let's go to Milwaukee and talk with Janet. Hey, Janet, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Originally from Chicago, but live in Milwaukee now, and it would just be horrendous if the Bears lose. Dealing with the Packers, living here in Packerland, I would suffer. And I'm normally happy-go-lucky, but I wouldn't be.
See, I don't want you to suffer. We don't want you to suffer.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I just couldn't deal with it. There's the arrogance. I mean, they've always been beating us up. But that's why I go to Chicago and watch the games. The vibe there is absolutely amazing.
That's
so anyone
tremendous.
in Wisconsin, go to Chicago and watch the games.
You travel to Chicago to watch the games?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I have family still in Chicago because the energy, it feels like, I'm there every weekend. People think I'm nuts, but I'm like, you know what? This is the vibe that I need.
That's so wonderful. I love
Janet,
that.
here's the thing.
That's so great.
I'm not in the business of rooting, right? Like I'm still got my reporter hat on occasionally. I want the Bears to win just for you.
Just for Janet.
Just for you.
Just so her days don't suck.
And all of the Janets that are in the listening audience right now.
This one's for all the Janets.
Every Bears fan that's just been quietly hiding in Kenosha. every Bears fan that's been sitting there in Rockford's best Mexican restaurant, Taco Bell, and has just been dealing with, it was voted number one. There was a sign.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not just making that up. That's a thing that happened. I want all of those people that are so close to the border, as Les would say, the cheddar curtain.
Yeah. Well, look, she was talking about the arrogance. You want to know what's really arrogant? You want to know what's
arrogance by Matt Nagy.
Yeah, you want to know who had more arrogance? Wayne Larrivee. This surfaced this morning, and this is as much a reason as any as to why the Bears are going to win this freaking game on Saturday night.
Wayne, let's pretend it's Saturday night. Josh Jacobs plows into the end zone, right?
Easy
That's
here.
the game win. Give us a little example of what that's going to sound like. Can you just give us a little taste of that, Wayne? Come on. Just do it, right?
All right,
Josh
here we
Jacobs,
go.
3-yard touchdown run.
Packers, 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line of Chicago. Here we go. Hand off to Jacobs, and why not? Plows up the middle, carries bodies into the end zone, and there is your dagger.
There you go. Yes. Yes.
Blast that man into the sun.
I feel really bad for Wayne. Wayne was put in a no-win situation.
Yeah,
right
the guy's
there.
trying to warn him like easy.
Yeah, it's his co-host.
Yeah.
That's some radio jamoke asking Wayne Larrivee to apply the dagger to a game that has not been played.
And you see that Wayne's like, he's like, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be with the same level of energy that I might do it in a real game.
That's a good point, but he still did it.
It's a no-win for Wayne.
Okay, but he still did it. Bears by 100. Bears are going to win by 100. Screw that. He mushed it. He's Wayne Mush. Wayne the Mush Larrivee. By the way, I love this texter. I now identify as Janet. We're going to win this one for all the Janets.
I think that every Bears fan knows exactly what Janet is talking about.
Yeah.
The fact that she has to flee her home,
man,
to come watch
Janet,
football.
I was there for like 10 hours and experienced exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. Emerson College has now dismissed Wayne Larrivee from their list of distinguished alumni. Dismissed! You don't get to claim Emerson, sir. Dear sir, Tom Scher has now moved ahead of you on the list of important broadcasting alumni in the history of Emerson College.
Chuck McDowell can help you get rid of that timeshare if you need it.
No, that's a timeshare.
Oh.
It's very different.
I thought it was
We need
weird
to have
that-
Chuck McDowell do radio calls of Saturdays.
Yeah,
game.
I thought it was
that
weird
would be fun.
that he was going after Tom Scher. It's a very weird.
Jacob's touchdown. There's the dagger. I'm Chuck McDowell.
Poor Wayne. It's just no win situation for that man. It's like, all right, I'll do your dumb thing that you want me to do.
Man, these calls are excellent. Your phone conversations are excellent, and we should try to get back to it a little bit later on.
We
but
will
it's
do
pro
our
day.
best.
It's pro day, though.
It is. Matt Bowen is going to join us to figure out what the hell went wrong with the Bears defense last week. That's next on The Score.
Bears, Packers, Saturday night at Soldier Field. The outcome of this one, for good or bad, will go down in Chicago football history. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears, Packers in the wild card round, all the way up to kickoff. And be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction, only on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, what's the original brand that offers a chewable tablet for better sex? You know what it is. It's Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is back and stronger than ever. You'll be stronger. You'll be longer lasting. Like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Be more confident where it counts. Blue Chew is a small chew that makes a big, big difference. It really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days. Guys, this is not just about performance. Give our group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code SCORE at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com and use the code SCORE. Then you know what to do. Just chew it and do it.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Hey, it's Spiegs. I'm so glad I decided to work with CertaPro Painters to get that hallway painted. My process was worry-free with the free estimate, great communication, super professional painting, all at the right price. You're not just hiring a service with CertaPro, you're getting trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
How about finally a simple New Year's resolution, one where you're guaranteed to succeed? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their world-class medical team, they are the only team in hair restoration I personally recommend. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or see what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
A couple of sprinkles early on, then mostly cloudy, low 31.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Chicago, it's Bears-Packers week again. This time in the wild card round. Two bitter rivals clash Saturday night at Soldier Field. Keep it on the score as we get you ready for this epic playoff matchup. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The score!
Watch Matt Bowen. Bowen's a tough guy.
Matt Bowen.
And it's intercepted by Matt Bowen. Miller, ton of time. But the coverage is good with Matt Bowen.
7-year NFL veteran.
Blitz coming from Bowen, and he knocks it out. The Redskins fall on top of it. Matt Bowen's been the guy applying all the pressure.
Coach for IC Catholic football.
Matt Bowen, man from Glen Ellen, Illinois. He's very active.
NFL writer and analyst for ESPN.
That shows you that I think this playoffs is going to be one of the most unpredictable we've seen in a long time. Tell me who the favorite is right now to win Super Bowl. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I don't know who it is either. Matt, as always, we appreciate the time and the education, sir.
All right, guys, thank you.
All right, Happy New Year, Matt Bowen and his family right there. Happy New Year to them. Matt Bowen's family was not on the line, just to clarify.
But they're there in support.
They're implied.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
Merry New Year!
Matt Bowen.
I have a simple rule with beer. I only drink beer that you can buy in 30 packs. So I'll leave you with that.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
What a time to be alive and talk playoff football with Matt Bowen. He joins us now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. Matt, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm great, guys. What's going on?
Oh, Matt, so much is going on. There's a lot of different things to talk about. We got the season as a whole. We got the Packers game coming up. We got that effort on Sunday. Let's start with the effort on Sunday. Why did they stay in man-to-man as much as they did on defense? And there's lots of crazy theories out there. You've probably heard them. Do you have any thoughts on why they stayed that way? Because, boy, Jared Goff was eating them alive.
He was. I actually just looked at the numbers. Against man coverage on Sunday, he was 17 of 30 for 228 and a touchdown. So a lot of those throws, to Speaks, were rhythm throws, right? In-breakers, crossers, over routes. That's where Goff is at his best, especially when he has a clean platform to throw the football from. Bears are not generating enough pressure. And when you play man coverage and you don't hit the quarterback, you better be really good in the secondary. And the Bears were not. Played heavy outside leverage versus a lot of in-breaking routes. And I'll tell you right now, against Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Raymond, if you allow immediate separation at the line of scrimmage, you're not going to get back in phase. That means back to the hip of the defense, of the wide receiver, we can make a play on the football. Then it turns into a foot race. And what the wide receiver does is simply run away from coverage. So why do they play so much man, Speaks? Because against zone coverage, he was 10 of 12 for 103 yards. So, but I'll tell you, this is why I say that, Speaks. Because zone coverage against a team like Detroit, heavy play action, similar to playing against Ben Johnson, there are windows to attack at the second level and the third level if you can create the coverage voids. They're excellent at that. So if you're a defensive coordinator saying, we're not going to give them those open window throws to the middle field, we're going to challenge them. But again, going back to my original point, to do that, you have to hit the quarterback. You have to make a player like Jared Goff move off his throwing platform, and you have to play much tighter coverage.
Man, so what do you do moving forward then? Like, how do you compensate? This is what I'm trying to figure out. If you're bad in man-to-man coverage, but you have to play it sometimes, how do you compensate? How do you compensate for being bad in it?
Well, you have to play man coverage in 3rd and 2 to 6. If you play cover 2 or cover 3, they're going to run hitch routes. They're going to run slants. They're going to run stick routes. They're going to move the chains. NFL quarterbacks are too good. You have to challenge in those situations. You have to play press. You have to get hands on wide receivers and disrupt the release to disrupt the timing of the route itself. So in those situations, you got to play man. And if I'm Dennis Allen against the Green Bay Packers in those situations, I'm playing man with pressure because right now I'm not getting home with 4. So that's telling me I have to bring pressure. But in regular down and distance situations, especially 3rd and 7 to 10, where you're going to win or lose a football game this Saturday night, I think the Bears will have to be more zone heavy. They'll have to be disciplined in zone coverage. Their second level defenders have to get to what I call zone depth. That's usually at 10 to 12 yards in the NFL, where you can close or basically create a line across the field to close those second level windows and play top down on everything from the third level. What you're forcing the Green Bay Packers to do in that situation is take the underneath throws in 3rd and 7 to 10. Then it comes down to a situation where it's angled to the football and tackling. But we talked about this before, Speak. Go back to the game, what is it, week 16, was it at Lambeau, or week, whatever it was at Lambeau Field. The game at Lambeau, when they played man coverage, it didn't turn out well for this Bears defense.
It's interesting because Jordan Love can run, but he's not a runner. So I'm wondering, could we see a little cover 2 man?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I really like cover 2 man. But to your point, Lawrence, you have to play it against a pocket thrower because once he gets past that first wave of pass rushers, there's no one home when you're playing 2 man. And for the listeners out there, what 2 man means is 2 deep safeties over the top, just like cover 2. But instead of zone coverage underneath, everyone's playing man coverage. It's in a different man coverage. Usually heavy inside leverage, playing to the low hip. You're kind of underneath the wide receiver or tight end because you have that help over the top. So that is one answer, Lawrence, that we could see. And look, Dennis Allen historically has played a lot of 2 man with his defenses.
So when I look at the issues with some of the man coverage stuff, with Jalen Johnson, we've talked about the last 3 weeks. He just doesn't look like himself. I'm wondering if he's not as quick or as sudden as he used to be. Is this a game where maybe he could get a little bit more physical, make him run a bubble, and maybe help himself out? Or does that set him up for giving up an even bigger play?
I think you have to challenge him, Lawrence. I think you have to be more physical, to your point. I think that's where he's at his best. If you were to ask someone what is Jalen Johnson, I would say he's a physical coverage corner. That means he can excel in press. That means he's physical at the top of the break. That gives him an advantage because that's a physical play style he brings to the football field on Sunday. So I would be more physical in press coverage with Jalen this week. But you know what we're getting to right here. And I think this has been an issue for weeks and weeks with the Chicago defense. Who was playing in the slot on Saturday night?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, this Saturday night.
Is it Kyler Gordon that is out there?
It better be Kyler Gordon, right?
I don't think it's going to be C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The way that he walked off the field was terrifying.
It was, and C.J. has really struggled in man coverage. He really has. You know, that has been part of this defense has been exposed with Kyler Gordon out is the slot targets, and especially the man coverage slot targets, and getting beat on crossers and over routes that turn into explosive plays. And that's one thing you have to take away against Green Bay. Because I'll tell you what, if I'm Matt LaFleur, the first third down, when I get the Bears in man coverage, I'm throwing a deep over or a deep crosser to Christian Watson or Matthew Golden out of the slot. I'm going to say, show me you can cover this. Because if you can't, I'm going to do it all night.
All right, well, let's say this then, Matt, because this is great stuff with Matt Bowen. Let's say you don't have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You do have a limited Kyler Gordon. You've got what we've seen of Jalen Johnson. You've got Nashawn Wright, who's made a lot of big plays but struggled with some other stuff. You've got, theoretically, a healthy Tyreek Stevenson. And you've got Nate McLeod, who didn't play, but is supposedly the backup slot corner, but didn't play. They used Jalen Jones. Hell, you've even got Josh Blackwell, who used to play there, but doesn't play there now under Dennis Allen.
And
for
Jonathan Owens.
You got Jonathan Owens and Elijah Hicks as like safety options. How do you utilize your personnel? How would you, if you're the coach of that defense, that secondary, how would you utilize your personnel on Saturday night?
I'd be very quick to make changes. If I'm Al Harris in that football game, I'm using everyone if I have to, because it's win in advance or win and go home. So, not that I'm not going to give a player an opportunity to correct a mistake. That's poor coaching when you don't do that. You have to allow that, but to an extent, you have to find out what your best combination is for Saturday night, and it's hard to do that in practice. For example, if Gordon does play, can he open and run at 100%? Because that's going to be tested early, too. Your player coming back from injury, I'm throwing at you right away to see if you can open and run, to see if your play speed is what it's supposed to be. Because if it's not, then I'm going to keep going at you, right? So there's going to be different, I think, lineups, so to say, that Al Harris is going to have to work through and find out what is the best combination for Saturday night to beat Green Bay.
When it comes to getting a pass rush that's a little bit more dependable, I feel like over the last 4 games, I've watched Austin Booker be better. Like, he's been good, but I wouldn't necessarily call it consistent pressure. Where do you think that consistent pressure should come from? And is it possible for the Bears to create some with the defensive personnel that they have?
Well, you can always create pressure, Lawrence. You can stunt your fronts. You can run games up front. You can give overload looks, which Dennis Allen has done for a long time with his defensive fronts. Find ways to generate pressure and find ways, more importantly, to get the matchup you want. Is there a certain tackle you want to take advantage? Is there a certain guard you want to take advantage? Can you use Booker to loop inside against the guard and get a head start? What that means is when a defensive end twists or loops inside versus a guard, they're not used to playing in space, right? What it does, it gives them a long runway, and it forces them now to feel like they're in space. That's how you can attack the edges of a guard off a stunt. But they have to generate pressure. They have to. Because if they don't, then you're looking at a situation which we talked about at the top of this, is we're leaving your defensive backs out, and they have to cover for a long time.
Our segment with Matt Bowen is brought to you by McGrath Acura in Westmont. When you do the math, you'll choose McGrath. And there's a little bit of breaking news. This is a big story here.
Yes, it is.
All of the NFL Bigfoots are reporting it. Adam Schefter, Jordan Schultz, and Diana Rossini. John Harbaugh fired as the Ravens head coach.
After 18 years as the head coach there. The fact that game 272 of the season came down to the final seconds, and it might have ended for Mike Tomlin if it didn't end for John Harbaugh. Right. It's what a crazy ass league this is, isn't it, Matt Bowen?
It is sometimes. John Harbaugh is an excellent football coach, and I think John Harbaugh will get hired immediately. I would look at him I'd be calling him right now if I was a general manager who needed to make a hire, because of his, what he did in Baltimore in terms of the player development they had in Baltimore, what he did in terms of adapting his offense over the years, and plus what he did on defense, replacing multiple coordinators who went on to other jobs and still playing at a very high level on that side of the football. I think he's an excellent leader, an excellent CEO of your football team, and someone that if you bring into the building will be looked at as the most important person in the building. So unfortunate, but guys, we see it every year in this league.
How about the New York Giants and Jackson Dart as a fit for John Harbaugh? How about that one?
Here's what's crazy about this. I understand it's this is going to sound horrible and cutthroat, but that is part of what the NFL is. There are a lot of teams who should be tempted to fire their current head coach now that John Harbaugh is available.
Right.
You know what they should do? They should send Jed Hoyer down there to knock on the door and say, I know you thought you were safe, but we all of a sudden John Harbaugh's available. We got a little something for you.
Matt, I wanted to get back to the Packers. I wanted to ask you a Packers specific question. I saw a couple of things on Matthew Golden, and it forced me to go back and watch some tape on Matthew Golden. Why aren't the Packers using him more? Because his win rate is really high.
Right. And it's interesting. I had this discussion the other day with just how hard this league is for young players. And we don't get to see everything, right? As we get to see what happens on Sundays. We're not there through the course of the week. We're not there during practice. We don't know what's being asked of a certain player within a certain offensive defensive system in terms of the responsibilities outside just catching passes, right? There's so much more that goes into the game at the wide receiver position. But to your point, Lawrence, I agree with you because he can get open. He's a 3-level route runner. You saw that in his college tape. Everyone knows he can stretch defenses vertically, but he's a very good player at the top of the break and creating separation back to the football as well. And this has been something with Green Bay. And you can say it about Chicago this year, too, how many different targets they have in the pass game. I think that's a sign of a very good offense. But that's one player, if I'm going into this game, I would still have to account for because of what he can do in terms of the vertical speed down the field.
They scare me when Jordan Love is healthy and in a good place because he will use everybody. He'll use Bo Melton. He'll use Jaden Reed. Yep. He will use Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson changes them. And they got a lot of dudes and they will use everybody. Should they be doing more games up front? Like they got Austin Booker and Grady Jarrett got there with a stunt, and maybe they've been doing it a lot and I just haven't noticed, Matt.
You're talking about the Bears defensively?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Bears front four and trying to get pressure.
There was a little bit. They did a little stunt.
They did that little stunt, and they got there.
Yeah.
So, Dennis Allen's got to be creative maybe with that stuff.
I think Dennis Allen does. I think Jeff Hafley does as well in Green Bay. Because right now, if you're talking about the Packers and what their issues are, without Micah Parsons, they are not rushing the passer, obviously, at the same rate. And I think that puts their corners in a position where you can attack them. Hey, look, when you have Micah Parsons in the football field, your defensive backs are going to play at a higher rate because the ball has to come out. But when he's not in the football field, like we talked about, you're in coverage longer, you can be exposed. And right now, that's the issue for Green Bay as well, is how do they get to Caleb Williams? And different with Caleb Williams because he can move, he can extend plays, he's a natural playmaker once he gets outside of structure. So, again, you have to contain him and force him to throw from the pocket. Much easier to do that when you have Micah Parsons, and Green Bay obviously does not.
Let's flip over to the Bears' offensive line for a second. They lost quite a bit more than we're usually seeing them lose against Detroit. Now, there weren't as many shifts. There weren't as many motions. Like, maybe it was kind of a vanilla game plan by Ben Johnson. What did you see when it came to how the Lions were able to win some of those one-on-one battles?
Well, to your point, Lawrence, it's a great question. Did the Bears run a game plan that was just built to get through Week 18? I can't answer that. Only Ben Johnson can. But I did notice a lot less movement than we've seen in the past. I always go back to the Philadelphia game and the movement they had pre-snap, which I thought was one of Ben Johnson's best game plans of the season. It didn't feel the same this past Sunday. Now, there could be multiple reasons for that, and we could speculate that they're saving stuff for Green Bay. We don't know that. But I think you have to have that going into the Green Bay game, because I think that's where the Bears and Ben Johnson are at their best, is when they force defenses to play with much more focus, eye discipline, when they force second-level defenders to hesitate, when they can pull defenders out of throwing lanes based on what they're doing pre-snap and forcing them to shift. So I think you'll see more of that on Saturday night, and I think that does protect your offensive line more.
Matt, it's such a great time of year. What other game are you looking forward to the most of this weekend other than Bears-Packers?
I think Buffalo-Jacksonville is very interesting to me. Just because you look at Buffalo right now, and if you look at the playoff field in general, I think Josh Allen is the biggest difference maker right now in the National Football League in terms of what teams are playing for a championship. And what worries me about Buffalo is their defense. They lack high-end team speed in the secondary. They're very foundational in their coverage approaches, a lot of split safety coverage and zone heavy. And I want to see how Trevor Lawrence plays against that, and especially what Liam Cohen can do, the Jaguars head coach. So I'll tell you what, he has Trevor Lawrence playing his best football as a professional athlete this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. Neither conference has a quarterback who has ever won a playoff game among their top two seeds. Bo Nix, Drake May, Sam Darnold, Caleb Williams. So it's a crazy, crazy year in terms of all that.
It is. It's wide open. and we talked about this a couple weeks ago when I asked who the favorite is, and I think you can still ask that question. If you look at Seattle right now, that defense is outstanding. Okay, I still think when you look at the quarterback position in Sam Darnold, still, especially late in the down, he has a tendency to make poor decisions with the football. Okay, so you look at every team, the Los Angeles Rams, we know what they are offensively. We know about their defensive front seven. You can go after players in that Rams secondary right now. So there is not a team in this playoff tournament that doesn't have a flaw or an area you can expose, and I think that makes it even more wide open.
Matt, as always, we love it when we get to talk ball with you. Thanks so much for jumping on and breaking everything down.
All right, guys, go Bears.
That is Matt Bowen.
So, boy, the John Harbaugh news is massive. This guy who went to college in the state of Ohio, does he want to go
take the Cleveland job?
Take the Cleveland job with a high draft pick? Does he want to go work for Tom Brady in Vegas
with the number one pick?
With the number one pick and get his choice of Mendoza or Chambliss if he comes out, or whoever the hell else he wants? Like, does he want to go to the Giants? Does he want to take a year and go on walkabout? You know?
I mean, like, if you're the Jets.
Fire Aaron Glenn to get John Harbaugh?
I'm just saying that there are a couple of places where I would go, yeah, if you're Atlanta, does that now become the front runner for your job? In Atlanta, is that guy? Does he want to go to Arizona and work with Kyler Murray? Like, there's no place he could go that it would be a bad hire.
Yeah. I mean, Atlanta, because Raheem Morris got fired, and it's going to be Matt Ryan as the kingpin right there.
And they got all sorts of talent.
Yeah, they got crazy amounts of talent. And
it's the NFC South. You can win it next year with John Harbaugh as your head coach.
It's crazy.
I guess in the power struggle, Lamar won. If you believe that there was a power struggle, then Lamar won. Unless, of course, they trade him too. Like, that's possible as well. There are some people who believe that he is destined to be traded to Miami and that Mike McDaniel's system fits him perfectly and he could go back home and go play for the Dolphins.
God.
This is what I was saying.
Yeah.
That game Sunday night, one of those franchises were going to be ever changed by the way that happened at the end. Because if the Steelers would have lost, it probably means Aaron Rodgers retires.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the Ravens so bad. I did.
You wanted to get your mans up out of here.
I want to be done with his narcissistic, manipulative, just his incredible, problematic ass. I wanted to be done with it.
Fair enough.
But we are not.
We're not, and we don't care. And you know what's great about it? You're not worried about your coach.
No.
You, the Bears fan, are not sitting there going, you know what the Bears should do? They should fire Matt Eberflus and hire John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
You got your guy.
Tell me, our January 6th hit with Matt Bowen contained no content on who they should draft. Not one question about that. Nope. We got other things to worry about.
We can talk to him about that in a few weeks.
Yeah, hopefully. How about a month?
Wouldn't
that be nice?
Caleb said that they got a month of football left to play.
Speaking of Caleb, let's put his year into focus. And there's something very cool about a Caleb comp, because one of the comps that really has some legs when you think about it, the guy he was comped to has now spoken about the comp.
Ooh.
Now how much would you pay?
It's next on The Score.
It's Bears-Packers in the NFC wildcard round.
No NFL teams have played each other more than the Chicago Bears and Green Bay Packers.
The Packers took round one.
Intercepted! And the Packers will win!
The Bears answered in round two.
Bears win it! DJ Moore!
Who will take the next chapter of this bitter rivalry?
I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
We're getting you ready for round three of Bears-Packers, all the way to kickoff Saturday night on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It's playoff time in Chicago. There's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circus Sports Illinois. Circus Sports Illinois is sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January. Circus Sports with the high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 0.99% APR for 60 months on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end February 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
New year, new goals, and fresh FSA funds. If you've been thinking about a vasectomy, stop putting it off. The start of the new year is the smartest time to book at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Why? You can use your renewed flexible spending or HSA dollars to pay for it using pre-tax money. We offer a quick 30-minute in-office procedure that is virtually painless. No needle, no scalpel, and absolutely no hospital stay. It's the safest, simplest way to take control of your future. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. We are right in your neighborhood. Make your resolution reality and use your fresh FSA funds. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Your family is complete. Now your planning is too.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free. At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute
The Raiders are primed for a complete rebuild with the #1 overall pick in this year's NFL Draft. And that also means moving on from 5-time Pro Bowler Max Crosby. He and the fans may want him to be a Raider for life, but if Tom Brady wants to do this the right way, it's time to move on. When a GM calls and offers multiple first-round picks, I'm sorry, Max, but this is a business. I'm Adam Abdallah.
It's coming. It's blocked. Williams going end zone. And it's caught. Janae Walker. Touchdown Bears.
Nothing fancy. Here's Walker just running a post. It's cover 4. The near safety bites down on the underneath player. And then Amik Robertson has to try to play over the top of that. But he recognizes it late, and Caleb sees it right off the bat. You game plan for that coverage, for that route. He got exactly what he wanted, and that was great execution.
You saw that graphic on that last touchdown. Caleb Williams, a single season, best season in passing Bears history, passing Eric Kramer.
Usually you say with a quarterback, particularly a mobile quarterback, make him go to his left. He's as comfortable rolling to his left, flipping his hips.
Komet?
Yes.
That deep post.
You know what he is? For me, he's John Elway from my generation.
That was Howie Long several weeks ago, and that's aged really well, I think. Howie Long's comp of Caleb Williams as John Elway for this generation. Guy who can run an awful lot, guy whose completion percentage is not as high as some of his contemporaries, but oh boy, does he have a knack for making big plays late in the fourth quarter and such. And I think that's aged really well from Howie Long.
I got another piece of breaking NFL news.
Okie doke.
The Lions announced today that they have parted ways with offensive coordinator John Morton.
Okay, so Ben Johnson's replacement has been fired, and Dan Campbell finds somebody else, maybe somebody he actually trusts to call plays, so he doesn't have to do it.
It's, you know what's hilarious and also adorable, because we all go through it, everyone's eyesight gets worse. It's watching Dan Campbell with his readers.
I know.
As he's looking at his play call, he's I didn't get my readers on.
He should get those ones that you wrap around your neck and they're in two different parts, and then you throw them up on your head and they magnetize together.
And they connect.
Yeah.
There's a hot, interesting name that like a lot of league people were telling me about that maybe could be a good fit for that OC job up in Detroit.
Yeah.
Shane Waldron. What do you think? No?
I'd love to see that. Love to see Shane Waldron.
The Shane Waldron curse to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I'll tell you this much. Get your hands off Declan Doyle. You know, you do not let that man.
I don't think that everyone keeps talking about Declan Doyle getting hired away, and I'm like, he doesn't call plays.
Yeah. Where's Shane Waldron right now, Tanny? Do you know?
He's coaching Michigan, breaking it, just announced.
No, he's the passing game coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
He's a playoff coach.
Yeah, take that. Yeah, don't I look foolish now?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence wasn't unlocked till he got there.
That's right.
Liam Cohen loves him some Shane Waldron.
But you know what?
That makes sense.
It really does.
It does.
Couple of goofballs hanging out.
It completely makes sense.
All right, so look, John Elway comped to Caleb Williams. What does John Elway think about being comped to Caleb Williams? On Club Shay Shay, he was
Howie
asked.
Long said Caleb Williams is this generation's John Elway.
You know, he's coming on.
He is. He's unbelievable.
He's coming on. He's doing better. You know, the one thing, he's moving around. He's not decision making is getting better, and I think he's a great player. You know, it's like anything. He's still young. He's not, you know, to me, in watching him the few games that I've watched him, he's not hitting the ones he should hit every time.
Right.
The easy ones, the ones that, you know, the square outs, the hitches.
Yes.
Those type balls that you got to target every time.
Right.
That you know, he's still a little, but that'll come.
Right.
That'll come with maturity and.
But that throw that he made against Green Bay in overtime.
Oh my God.
The one that he made a couple of weeks earlier where he threaded and needed through two guys and his guy catches it. I mean, his ability to throw on the move.
And the one thing that, you know, I believe this too, Shannon, is that as a quarterback to be great in the NFL, you have to be able to win it from the pocket.
Yes.
You got to be able to make the throws from the pocket. Now, the addition of movement and creating big plays, extending plays, that is all an added bonus.
Right.
But to be able to be great, and that's where that's where Caleb, I think, is getting a lot better.
Right.
Because in college, he's such a better athlete than anybody. He can do whatever he wants, run around all over the place, right? But he seems to be getting more comfortable staying in that pocket. Ben Johnson's keeping him in there a little bit when he's making those throws. And then the added bonus is the ability to move around.
Man, that's John Elway. And I I thoroughly agree. Every time I watch a college game in all these playoffs, I'm seeing these guys, some of these quarterbacks look great. I'm like, all right, but how will they do in the pocket? We have no idea. Like every time, every single guy, we just don't know which of them are going to be able to adjust and figure it out and who will not.
It makes the Mendoza thing kind of interesting because he's a throwback that way. Like he's a pocket guy. He can move, but he's not a running guy.
You know who else was like that in college? Is Drake May. Drake May was more of a pocket guy who can move. That was that thing.
But I mean, so was Justin Fields.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? Like
yeah, it's true.
He was, but when you have the wide receivers that were playing at Ohio State, those windows don't have to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can make throws and those guys are gonna go and get it, and they were beating their defenders the way that the Bears were struggling with Amon-Ra St. Brown on Sunday. So you don't know, but that's kind of where the pressure is. Like watching, I get romantic about some of this stuff. I know you do too. Like when the old heads come out and they see themselves.
Oh, it's cool.
In the new school guys.
Yeah, and when they have an open mind and they're not like, well, he can't be me. He can't possibly be me.
I think Steve Young is the absolute god of that.
Because he's had a million different comps thrown at him.
And he loves it. Like he loves to talk about the guys that are mobile and what it is that their quarterback lives are in the NFL. And those of us who grew up watching John Elway and being like, wow, like that guy's everything.
Yeah, I bristled at first because Elway was great. And Elway, you know who used to sit in this studio has always said that John Elway is his favorite quarterback of all time.
Marshall Harris.
No.
Terry
Boers. That was Terry's guy, was Elway. Should ask him why. I think... I don't know, but like Elway was always his guy. I remember tons of conversations about the greatest of all time, and he'd always say Elway, and he would say, I know the numbers don't necessarily say so, but that was my guy.
Here's where I'll continue the comp with Caleb and John Elway. There was an electricity to the way that John Elway played quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Like he was tough. Like if he had to, he could run you over. But he would sometimes run away from you. And sometimes they would roll the pocket and he would throw the ball 55 yards down the field. Sound like anyone you've been watching play quarterback?
Yeah, it's true. And Elway believed he was the baddest MFer on the field.
Yes.
He believed it to his core.
You mean like good arrogance?
Here's Caleb Williams from today talking about his confidence and where it comes from.
All the big games are the same to me. It doesn't matter if it was high school for me, whether it was college or anything like that, whether it was a game that's going to get us into the playoffs. I think the mindset of it just changes a little bit because you don't have another game if you go out there and you don't accomplish the goal.
Didn't you tell us once that you were nervous one day?
One time. It was my first game versus Gilman at their place in high school, and then after that it was all good.
How are you able to not?
I think it's just the trust in myself, the belief in myself, a little bit of that arrogant confidence on the football field, and then the trust and belief in who I have protecting me, the trust and belief and who I have calling the game, and then the trust and belief in who I have on the outside and in the backfield.
Man, that's a lot of things coming together, finally, because he says it all. He says trust and belief in who he has calling the game. I think about him saying, I have the best coach in the world in terms of Ben Johnson a couple weeks ago. He believes that now.
Wore his jersey walking into the game last week.
Had it made. It's a badass move. Who he believes in his talent, but he's always believed in himself.
You're damn right he has.
He's got that arrogance. For him, I'm glad he said it out loud. I mean, we all know it's been there. We've always heard that it's been there.
And you, I think rightly, have kind of been like, look, this might be a little bit of fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
All last year.
And that's totally okay.
Of course it is. He's a young dude in his 20s trying to stand up in front of grown men and lead.
And that position in particular lends itself to automatic leadership. And so if it's not already in you, you've got to figure out how to get there. And if that means that you have to walk with a little bit of arrogance into that building so that people understand you came here to do a job and you want to do it.
Can I tell you something that's so cool that I read in Courtney Cronin's piece about the relationship between Ben and Caleb? And remember how we used to hear that Bill Belichick would deal with Tom Brady? Remember that? That he would call him out in front of everybody. Remember that? I remember hearing that and being like, wow, that's interesting. He would call him out in front of everybody. And if he can say that to them, Here's J.T. Barrett in Courtney Cronin's piece today on ESPN. Quote, I've been at places where sometimes the quarterback is coached more in the meeting room, where it's just him and the position coach, or him and the play caller. But for us, everybody hears it when Caleb gets criticized, and we get it corrected right then and there. That's what Ben does. And so
I do think there's a fine line to it, though.
Oh, man.
And
maybe in the future it will be.
Yes, because that was one of the things that Tom Brady was like, you know what I've had just about enough of? You telling me what's going on.
Yeah, after they won 7 Super Bowls.
Yes. And then Tom was like, you can go yell at somebody else. I'm going to go down here with a coach who is going to hold me accountable.
But doesn't yell at me.
But isn't going to be treating me like
Sure,
that.
but don't
and then
you
he
think-
won a Super Bowl and was like, let me show you my junk.
Right, okay. but that's, first of all, don't you think Ben has a little more social awareness than Bill Belichick?
100%.
And also, we'll deal with that 7 Super Bowls from now.
I'm worried about it, dude. I'm so worried about that.
What is it going to be like after the
thinking about
5th
it.
Super Bowl? Their relationship.
Look, on the Baby T and Spiegel show,
BTS.
After that 4th Super Bowl that the Bears win,
yeah,
I'm sure Baby T will get into some of that stuff and try to figure out what the hell's going on with their relationship.
Me and Baby T already went ahead and took a promo picture.
I saw it. It was awesome.
Did you post it, Alex? Please post.
I'll post it right now.
Go
You
ahead
can
and tweet
post it.
that. Yeah, we already went ahead and took a promo shot. He was making a point, and I was angry because he was pushing me around through my own material. You know what I mean?
Oh, not again.
I can just see it in the Sun Times tomorrow. Holmes finally replaced by Baby T.
It's about time.
It's about time.
See if Spiegel can make this one work.
On ITC, inside the clubhouse.
No.
I call it that for short.
BTS.
Oh, that's good, Tyler. That's good. ITC.
Yeah, BTS. Beat the spread, right? Or beat the streak.
No.
Excuse me. No, or it's a Korean band, right? BTS?
I don't know.
Yeah.
A K-pop band?
Yeah, it's a K-pop band.
Yeah.
Huge K-pop band. But BTS is going to be Baby T and Spiegel. It's going to take over.
I like it.
Push me around through my stuff.
Yeah, man. With weekly hits from Barry Rosner against his will. You know what? I did have the thought.
Why are you calling me?
I did have the thought today of,
Yeah.
is Barry watching the Bears?
Oh, dude, I had that thought too. You know why? Here's the other reason I had that thought. Because I have some unbelievable memories with Barry Rosner at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. And that's
Perfect.
where we are going to be on Friday. Join the Score and Circus Sports Illinois this Friday at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Our show will be live there from 2 to 6 p.m. for playoff football talk as Chicago prepares for another rematch against Green Bay. Plus, you can win Chicago sports tickets from Circus Sports Illinois. That's this Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. It's all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be.
When we come back, let's talk about Tyreek Stevenson. And let's also update you on something that happened about an hour ago on this show. You know, the Wayne Larrivee thing. We have an update that we need to share. Next, here on The Score.
Bears fans, Saturday night, it doesn't get much better than this. The NFC North champion Chicago Bears versus the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round. Win or go home. The greatest rivalry in football. Back on the biggest stage. Stay locked to The Score as we get you ready for Bears Packers all the way up to kickoff. And when it's over, be here all day Monday for wall-to-wall reaction as we break down one of the biggest games this city has ever seen. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Chicago homeowners know when the pressure is on, you need a team that you can trust. And that team is Matrix Basement Finishing. You know, the guys with the X. They're an authority in premier basement finishing with thousands of successful local projects completed by Matrix right here in the Chicagoland. Matrix Basement Finishing transforms wasted space into luxury entertainment hubs worthy of the big game. From concept to completion, elevate your home's value and host with total confidence at matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ah, the internet, a place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless online threats stop you. The internet is wonderful, but you need to protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. NordVPN encrypts your browsing. Its Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tyreek Stevenson didn't play at all yesterday. That's obviously a change. What prompted that?
We felt good about where Shawnee and where Jalen were, and we wanted those two guys to take the bulk of the snaps.
That was the answer that didn't pass the smell test for a lot of people yesterday from Ben Johnson about Tyreek Stevenson.
Yeah, it makes you wonder like what's going on if this is a situation of a player maybe not getting it or maybe not having the best practice habits. Like there's a lot to consider. And Tyreek himself has talked about how he's felt like this coaching staff has been really supportive of this journey.
Yes.
That he's gone on since last year. against Washington.
He's a mercurial personality who admitted that he takes some focus medicine earlier in the year.
Yeah, he talked about it.
Admitted that he had to go to a coach earlier in the year and said, would you explain this?
Can you simplify this for me?
So Tyreek's been through a lot, and we were hoping this was a big year of growth for him. But is it possible it's gone the other direction? This is Brad Biggs on our morning show with Mully and Haugh this morning, having some very interesting conversation. I think Mully asking a very understandable question in the midst.
My guess is that Nick McLeod would be the next man up. I think they're going to see if they can possibly squeeze, any and everything they can get out of Kyler Gordon in the spot. As far as Tyreek Stevenson, I mean, a ton of questions about why did Tyreek Stevenson not play on Sunday, which is a little bit of a departure from, I think, the week before at San Francisco. Why isn't Jalen Johnson playing more? Johnson got the entire first half of that game at Levi's Stadium, and then Tyreek opened the third quarter, and I think Tyreek got 18 snaps against the 49ers.
His answer didn't pass the smell test. It wasn't that he didn't play enough, it's that he didn't play at all.
But his snap count had been, they were ramping Jalen up, and as they ramped him up, Jalen's numbers were going down. So, listen.
Doesn't seem right, Brad. You know it. It doesn't seem right.
Okay, it may seem a little off, Dave, but Tyreek's been on the field an awful lot this season. He's logged close to 600 snaps for a defense that is 29th in yards allowed.
I can't help but ask the question, Brad. Do you know that Tyreek, who is kind of a high-maintenance guy, let's just be honest about it, is he unhappy with his playing time, and is that why he didn't play at all in that game last week?
You know what? I have no idea. I just know that his playing time had been trending kind of downward a little bit, and I think he's smart enough to be able to read the room there, especially with them having the success as a team that they've had this season. So I'd be a little surprised if this was something that was related to that. I really would. Shocked, no, but probably a little bit surprised. So we'll have to see.
Really good football conversation from three guys that spent, probably close to 70 years covering the Bears between those three guys.
Yeah, and I think Mully asking the understandable question.
Yeah.
About, because we've seen it a ton of times. Guys upset about the playing time, bitches about it. Okay, well, don't play it all then. Thank you.
Yeah, but not playing at all is usually a guy being deactivated, but maybe you can't because you've got guys with ailments that are out there playing in your defensive backfield. Like, guys aren't 100%. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, the injury report is out, Speed.
Yeah, it's a very important injury report. There's some key people that we need to know about. Stay with the secondary. Kyler Gordon took part today?
He did. He was limited in practice today.
Okay.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not practice because he is in concussion protocol, and I was surprised to see that Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is also in concussion protocol. Not that I mean, he's not a starter, but
he's been used.
He's been used a lot. Like that's become a more important guy than maybe you were thinking.
How about the offensive lineman who was a surprising elevation this morning?
Braxton Jones was a full participant in practice today.
Braxton Jones, a name that you, the Bears fan, have not thought about in quite some time.
Rome Odunze was limited too, by the way.
All right. So, and Rome, we believe that Rome is coming back. That's what Caleb said, flat out. It'll be great to have him back. So, boy.
Well, he was jumping up and down, though, on the sidelines.
I was worried about him, too.
Every week we watch him, he's cheerleading on the sidelines, which I love that. I love, bringing the energy to the sidelines to your guys. But when you got a bad foot and you're hopping up and down constantly.
How about the time when the coach took his shirt off and everybody was celebrating and they showed you everybody celebrating and there was one guy in there who jumped up and then ran away? out of the frame. Wasn't that when it was, Alex? He did that rope, jumped up?
Where he punched through the ceiling? That one?
Yeah.
There were some people who tried to connect those dots between the injury and the celebration.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I don't know who those people were, but I'm giving them oxygen. I'm giving them oxygen right now.
You are?
Yeah, I guess so. So that's interesting. Braxton Jones, God. So look, I keep thinking about what Matt Bowen said.
Full participant.
When we asked Matt Bowen about what he would do in the secondary with all that mix, all those different people, and he said, tell you what, I'd be really quick to make changes.
I don't think he's wrong.
So Saturday night, you see somebody make a mistake. You're like, all right, let me try this guy. Maybe this guy doesn't have it. I need somebody mentally sharp. Who's going to cover for me? Let's see.
It would be great if you could get 2 full participations from Kyler before Saturday.
Yeah.
The idea that Braxton had a full participation today, because today's technically
It's walkthrough.
is their walkthrough, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's approximated, yeah. Hey, man. And if there's any truth to what Mully guessed at, if there's any chip